Chu Yuan traversed into a fantastical realm and became the divine son of the Chu family. His father, a formidable emperor, and his mother, the reincarnation of an ancient celestial king, blessed him with a status of unparalleled nobility. Yet, he found himself reduced to a sycophant for the holy maiden of a sacred land. Not only was he secretly cuckolded by the child of fortune, who seized all the divine treasures he had been gifted, but upon realizing the truth and gazing upon the audacious countenance of his fortunate rival, Chu Yuan could only smile. Ding! The supreme villain system has been activated. To align with the host's illustrious identity, acquire the cultivation of a semi-emperor. How dare a mere sacred land treat him as a fool? With the power of a semi-emperor at his disposal, he would assertively suppress all opposition. With a single strike, he would obliterate the ungrateful harlot. Enraged, the child of fortune summoned the venerable ancestors of the sacred land. Yet, even their arrival could not impede his overwhelming might. Under the grandeur of his semi-emperor strength, the vast lineage of the sacred land was annihilated in an instant. Gazing at the flabbergasted child of fortune, Chu Yuan sneered. All your so-called advantages are, in my eyes, nothing but dust. Even if the heavenly Tao were to protect you today, I would still vanquish the heavens themselves. Chapter 1. The Villainous Divine Son. Commencing with Semi-Emperor Cultivation. In the realm of Taizong, within the sacred land of Lingxu. In the ancient and solemn hall of the sacred land, young Master Chu Yuan, Shueyu expresses her gratitude for your gifts and care over the past 3 years. However, Shueyu has already given her heart to another, and I hope you will understand that she cannot fulfill your desires. Within the hall, a breathtakingly beautiful maiden clad in a pale white dress knelt slightly, her gaze shifting towards the figure seated upon the high dais, expressing her thanks. Though her words were of gratitude, the icy tone that accompanied them was unmistakably clear to all present. What is this? Seated above in resplendent dark golden garments, a youthful figure with striking features and an air of divine nobility furrowed his brow. Had he traversed into another world? This was the Taizong realm, a true epic of cultivation. Here, the strong reigned supreme, while the weak were mere ants. And he, Chu Yuan, had become the divine son of the illustrious ancient family of Chu. His father was one of the mightiest of the age, a terror known as the Emperor of Celestial Ash, and his mother was rumored to be the reincarnation of an ancient celestial king. Though he was now a semi-emperor, his power rivaled that of ordinary emperors, mastering numerous forbidden celestial arts that even other emperors feared. As the sole heir to 2 unparalleled powerhouses, Chu Yuan's status was unimaginably exalted. He was indeed bestowed with a heavenly advantage, destined to stand atop the pinnacle and sweep across the realms. However, upon reflecting on the memories of his predecessor, Chu Yuan was struck with a peculiar expression. Despite his lofty status, the previous Chu Yuan had chosen to be an unabashed sycophant. The object of his adoration was none other than the holy maiden of Lingxu, Xianxiaaudiobooks, who was now coldly apologizing to him. 3 years. A full 3 years. The former owner of this body had seemingly been bewitched, visiting the sacred land of Lingxu incessantly, each time bearing rare treasures and even letters, all in hopes of winning the fair maiden's heart. Yet what was the outcome? Xianxiaaudiobooks had never regarded him with any seriousness whatsoever. Each time she accepted his letters, she would have her maid dispose of them. As for the heavenly materials and precious elixirs, she welcomed them with open arms, even allowing the many divine weapons and artifacts gifted by Chu Yuan to frequently appear in the possession of other male disciples of the sacred land. Chu Yuan on the dais chuckled. His predecessor was indeed a fool after 3 years of flattery. He had yet to even touch her hand, let alone be entangled in her affections, having been toyed with by her many times. What a disgrace to his illustrious lineage. Chu Yuan, from this day forth, you must abandon any improper thoughts regarding senior sister Shueyu. Senior sister has already devoted her heart to me, Meng Han. Let me inform you, the countless treasures you have gifted her over the years have mostly ended up in my possession. Were it not to aid my cultivation, would senior sister have drawn so close to you? Just then, amidst the uncertainty of the higher-ups of the Lingxu sacred land, a figure clad in a white robe strode forth from the back of the hall. With a handsome and resolute visage, A hint of mockery and disdain graced his lips as he surveyed the brilliantly robed Chu Yuan and boldly proclaimed. Upon hearing this, xianxiaaudiobooks, who had been keeping her head bowed, trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with tears as they cascaded down her cheeks. It seemed as if the burden of feigning appreciation for Chu Yuan's gifts over the past 3 years had weighed heavily upon her, rendering her particularly pitiable. Impudence! Meng Han, how dare you speak to the Divine Son in such a manner? Apologize to him at once. Meng Han's unceremonious words instantly incited shock and anger among the elders of the Lingxu sacred land. Though they secretly mocked Chu Yuan as a naive rich fool, they dared not offend the divine son of the Chu family, for the power behind him was truly formidable. The Chu family, one of the 3 ancient families of the Taicang realm, not to mention the emperors, even those of the eternal immortal realm, had emerged from their ranks. Even the mightiest of sacred lands could not afford to provoke them. Apologize? Haha, esteemed elders. You may not be aware, but I, Meng Han, have now been accepted as a direct disciple by the venerable Lingxu Saint King, and shall henceforth be known as the Holy Son of Lingxu. Though Chu Yuan possesses an extraordinary background, his own strength is rather mediocre in my eyes. He is nothing. Upon hearing these words, Meng Han within the hall smirked contemptuously, as if being accepted as a disciple of the Lingxu sacred land's ancestor had endowed him with immense confidence. He provocatively confronted Chu Yuan. Meng Han had cultivated for merely over 20 years and had already reached the 7th major realm of the Taicang realm, the Nirvana realm. And what of Chu Yuan? As the divine son of the Chu family, he had been born with a golden key, blessed with infinite resources to squander. Now, at an age similar to Meng Han's, he had barely stepped into the 6th major realm, the realm of life and death. With such a disparity, how could Meng Han possibly regard him as a threat? For he was certain that, given time, he would undoubtedly achieve the status of an emperor. At that point, even the entire Chu family would pale in comparison. What was a mere Chu Yuan to him? Very well. Noticing Meng Han's demeanor, Chu Yuan initially fell silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head, a playful smile appearing on his face. Ding! The supreme villain system has been activated. To align with the host's illustrious identity, acquire the cultivation of a semi-emperor. For just moments earlier, the villain system had activated for him. It had directly bestowed upon him the terrifying cultivation of a semi-emperor, allowing him to erase the entire sacred land of Lingxu with but a wave of his hand. It is worth noting that in the Taicang realm, the divisions of cultivation are as follows: body refinement, spirit sea, cave heaven, divine mansion, celestial being, life, and death, nirvana, honored one, supreme one. These 9 realms constitute the mortal path's 9 realms, while beyond them lie the 9 realms of the divine path. Divine flames, celestial beings, divine kings, quasi-saints, saints, great saints, saint kings, quasi-emperors, and the ultimate, unparalleled realm of the Supreme Emperor. In but a fleeting moment, upon the activation of the Chu Yuan system, he was bestowed with the formidable cultivation of the 8th realm of the divine path, the Quasi-Emperor stage. It was as though he had 1 foot poised at the threshold of the Supreme Emperor realm, capable of causing the heavens to tremble and the galaxies to swirl with a mere gesture. Even if the hidden trump cards of the sacred land of Lingxu were all unleashed, Chu Yuan could still obliterate them with a single hand. Notification: a 2-star child of fortune, Meng Han, has been detected. Defeating or slaying the host will yield a substantial amount of villain points. Furthermore, a portion of heavenly fortune will be plundered. At this moment, the voice of the system echoed once more. Meng Han, as a child of destiny, was granted the enigmatic protection of the heavenly path. No wonder he dared to exude such brazen confidence. Yet today, there would be no salvation for him. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure, akin to an abyss or a prison, swept through the entire hall in an instant. Merely a wisp of Quasi-Emperor's aura rendered those in the hall as if they were adrift in a tumultuous sea, their forms trembling slightly, their faces displaying expressions of horror. This level of pressure, could it be that Chu Yuan, at such a tender age, has already stepped into the 9th realm of the divine path? The master of Lingxu, also the father of Jiang Shuiwe, Jiang Shun, was utterly astonished. As the lord of the sacred land, his cultivation was indeed formidable, having reached the great saint realm. He was considered a titan of the Tai Song realm. Yet now, under the unintentional release of Chu Yuan's overwhelming pressure, even he, a great saint, found it challenging to breathe, as if crushed beneath a colossal mountain, unable to move an inch. Chapter 2. The Truth Unveiled, and Chu Yuan's Rage Ignited. Meng Han, who dares to exhibit such audacity before me, the divine son? Chu Yuan's gaze was as frigid as the depths of the abyss, akin to a deity surveying mere mortals, leaving Meng Han feeling as though he had plummeted into a chilling void, his heart racing with trepidation. What oppressive aura is this? The realm of divine fire? Or perhaps the celestial realm? Rumors spoke of his cultivation being merely at the 6th stage of mortal Tao, the realm of life and death. How could he have ascended to the 9th stage of divine Tao in an instant, achieving true divinity? Young Master Chu, dear brother, please temper your wrath. Junior brother Meng did not intend to offend you. It was entirely Shui Yu's fault today. I beseech you to forgive him this once and not to vent your ire upon him. I, Shui Yu, am willing to bear all the consequences in place of junior brother Meng. As the terrifying pressure enveloped the hall, Jiang Shui Yu's eyes subtly shifted. She sensed that Chu Yuan was genuinely furious at this moment. Thus, she quickly adopted her usual charming demeanor, pleading with Chu Yuan to spare Meng Han. Under normal circumstances, a few gentle words from her would surely bring a smile to the face of this divine son of the Chu family, dissipating even the fiercest of tempests within him. Yet now, Chu Yuan could scarcely be bothered to cast her a glance. Did this divine son permit you to speak? Wretched girl. His cold rebuke resonated through the grand hall, an oppressive force reverberating throughout. Under the emperor's might, even a minuscule fraction of his power was far beyond what Jiang Shuiyu, merely at the nirvana realm, could withstand. With a splutter, she expelled a mouthful of blood, her body akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward and crashing to the floor. Where? The master of Lingxu's pupils dilated in shock, his visage filled with horror. Chu Yuan, who usually indulged her every whim, had unexpectedly turned hostile today. He had actually inflicted harm upon her. Chu Yuan, to injure the holy maiden of my Lingxu sacred ground in public, even as the divine son of the Chu family, is this not an egregious overstep? An elder of the sacred ground seethed with anger, his energy surging as he prepared to confront Chu Yuan. Oh, and who do you think you are, daring to lay hands upon this divine son? Chu Yuan cast a disdainful glance at him. He then flicked his fingers, and a black and white chess piece shot forth, piercing the air with a resounding blast. Boom. Before the elder from Lingxu could react, he had already been obliterated into a cloud of crimson mist. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene, a profound stillness permeating the air. All present stood frozen, particularly Meng Han, who had previously exuded confidence, now thrown into disarray. He recognized that elder. He was a core elder of Lingxu's sacred ground, a formidable presence within the 9th stage of divine Tao, surpassing even the divine kings, a being of peak quasi-saint caliber. How could such an individual be vanquished by Chu Yuan in a mere flick of a finger? This is impossible. Could it be that a protector of Chu Yuan intervened? The Chu family, a lineage of ancient immortals, was rumored to have produced several beings who have reached the eternal realm. Surely, there must be a powerful entity aiding Chu Yuan from the shadows. Otherwise, how could he have slain a quasi-saint so effortlessly? Realizing this, Meng Han's conviction only deepened. After all, though Chu Yuan was the divine son, he was not without enemies. There must be a terrifying protector lurking beside him. Divine Son Chu, I implore you to cease. As the situation escalated, the master of Lingxu could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward. Gazing upon the bloodied remains of the quasi-saint elder, he felt a pang of anguish. A quasi-saint indeed. Even within the Lingxu sacred ground, such a figure was among the absolute elite, and losing one was a monumental blow. This situation could not be allowed to continue, or the repercussions would be unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan slowly turned his gaze toward him. His tone was cold, yet it carried an unsettling pressure. Master of Lingxu, do you intend to obstruct this divine son today? The master of Lingxu's expression shifted dramatically. Under that gaze, he felt as though the very air around him had transformed into a quagmire, suppressing all his strength. Even lifting a finger became an arduous task, akin to a mortal standing before a celestial being. All he felt was fear. All he felt was trembling. And no, I dare not. The master of Lingxu struggled to swallow, his voice quavering. Divine Son Chu, it was my disciple from Lingxu who spoke out of turn. How about this? I shall make a decision on Shui Yu's behalf. Let her become your consort, as a form of atonement. Father, what on earth are you saying? You want me to marry Chu Yuan? That's impossible. Before her words could fade, Xianxiaaudiobooks' shriek erupted from within the hall. Her face flushed with indignation. She revealed a shocking truth that left all present in astonishment. I have already pledged my heart to junior brother Meng. 2 years ago, we became bonded as partners in secret, cultivating together. What? You wretched child. Have you lost your mind? Upon hearing this, the master of Lingxu's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Silence! Do not bring disgrace upon my Lingxu sacred ground." 2 years ago, his daughter had been seduced by that Meng Han, and in the intervening years, they had deceived Chu Yuan, extracting countless treasures from him. It was over. Absolutely over. The master of Lingxu realized that from the moment Xianxiaaudiobooks uttered those words, the Chu family and Lingxu sacred ground were destined to become irreconcilable foes, perhaps even enemies. The divine son of the Chu family had been cuckolded by a mere disciple. 2 years prior, Meng Han had still been an inconsequential outer disciple. Who could endure such humiliation? Especially for Chu Yuan. He was the divine son of the Chu family, the true offspring of an imperial lineage. At this moment, he was likely engulfed in a tempest of fury, his murderous intent palpable. Ha ha! Chu Yuan suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh. His smile held a tinge of sorrow, as if lamenting the 3 years of unreciprocated love and devotion that the original Chu Yuan had endured, now rendered a mere joke. This wretched pair had likely plotted everything from the very beginning, and the original Chu Yuan was foolishly reduced to a mere jester. Divine Son, please restrain your anger. We of Lingxu's sacred ground shall never let this matter leak. Tomorrow, I shall personally apologize to the Chu family. I implore you to show mercy and refrain from pursuing this matter. Rest assured, Divine Son. After today, we shall impose severe punishment upon Meng Han. Please, spare my Lingxu's sacred ground this once. As Chu Yuan's laughter subsided, the high-ranking members of Lingxu's sacred ground were thrown into a panic. If they provoked Chu Yuan, it would surely incite the wrath of the Chu family, potentially leading to the complete ruin of Lingxu's sacred ground. Such a price was far too great for anyone to bear. Xianxiaaudiobooks, Meng Han. The mirthful laughter gradually faded, replaced by Chu Yuan's icy, bone-chilling voice. This divine son shall send you both on your way today, should the Lingxu sacred ground dare to intervene. It would be wise to prepare for annihilation alongside this accursed sanctum. Chapter 3. The Execution of Xianxiaaudiobooks, the Collapse of the Son of Destiny. The final 4 words were almost a thunderous roar from Chu Yuan. Boom. The resounding waves reverberated through the heavens, exploding like thunder. In an instant, all disciples of the Lingxu sacred land, along with numerous stewards and elders, felt their hearts race with an overwhelming intensity. In a daze, they seemed to witness an ancient demonic deity emerging from the depths of the abyss, intent on annihilating the entire Lingxu sacred land. A terrifying pressure, beyond description, instantaneously enveloped the entire sacred domain. Hiss! This scene caused everyone to collectively gasp in shock. Merely the residual waves emanating from this force caused many powerful figures within the sacred land to tremble, while some of the weaker cultivators, under Chu Yuan's roar, spat blood repeatedly, collapsing to their knees. Could this truly be the genuine strength of that Chu family's divine son? How could this be possible? Such an appalling might seem to have reached the realm of saints, perhaps even surpassing that of the grand saints. In the memories of the onlookers, only the formidable ancestor, the Lingxu Saint King, could compare to this level of power, and even he seemed to pale in comparison. After all, he was merely a junior. No matter how extraordinary, it was inconceivable for someone in their 20s to step into the realm of saints, was it? Calm your fury, Divine Son, I beseech you to temper your wrath. The Lingxu Saint Lord, in utter panic, disregarded his status and knelt before Chu Yuan, imploring for clemency. Yes, Brother Chu, Xiaaudiobooks did not intend to conceal anything from you. Even Xianxiaaudiobooks, her heart filled with dread, had a pale visage, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Silence, you wretched creature. Yet in the next moment, those words seemed to enrage Chu Yuan even further. With a mere thought, an overwhelming pressure, akin to 1,000 towering mountains, surged forth, mercilessly crushing down. Uffed, caught off guard, Xianxiaaudiobooks was instantly brought to her knees under the crushing force. Her eyes widened in horror. Feeling her bones shatter under the dreadful weight, blood pouring from the corners of her mouth, her once lovely face contorting into a grotesque mask. Stop, Chu Yuan. If you wish to strike, then direct your wrath at me, Meng Han. What sort of man strikes a woman like Xiaaudiobooks? Witnessing Xianxiaaudiobooks' dire predicament, Meng Han's eyes widened with fury. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a brilliant aura, roaring within. 8 desolation suppression, godly fist of the prison. Boom. In an instant, a pitch-black sun appeared in the void, emanating an extreme and terrifying heat, capable of incinerating the heavens, transforming the surrounding 1,000 miles into a purgatory. The scorching light illuminated the void, momentarily engulfing Chu Yuan's figure. The Eight Desolation Suppression, a divine technique created by the Emperor of the Eight Desolations during the ancient era, was now Meng Han's greatest opportunity as the child of fortune. Even the first layer of this godly technique, the godly fist of the prison, granted him the terrifying power to battle across several realms. Thus, Meng Han unleashed it with all his might, sparing no effort, vowing to repel Chu Yuan and save his beloved. Divine technique? I did not anticipate you possessing such an opportunity. Yet before this divine sun, you remain naught but an insect. But just as the dark sun descended, Chu Yuan's cold, indifferent voice echoed, and with a mere flick of his fingertip, he effortlessly extinguished the overwhelming godly fist of the prison. Boom. Following that, a deafening explosion reverberated. A visible wave of terrifying wind rippled outward, sweeping across the entire grand hall in an instant. Zzz. Caught in the gale, Meng Han's arms were immediately severed. He was pinned against a massive pillar in the hall, blood gushing from his wounds, a sight too gruesome to behold. Xiaohan, Xianxiaaudiobooks, suppressed beneath Chu Yuan, felt her heart wrenched with agony. Crying out in desperation, regret filled her eyes. Perhaps at this moment, she realized her error. From the very beginning, they had chosen the wrong target. It was utterly foolish to set their sights on the Chu family's divine son, who stood at such a lofty height. Had she confessed earlier, how could they have ended up in such dire straits? Heh, what a pair of doomed lovers. Clearly, this divine son is the true victim. Yet now I appear to be the villain? Crack. With a foot planted upon Xianxiaaudiobooks' head, Chu Yuan's expression was as frosty as ice. His eyes filled with derision. We were wrong. We implore the divine son for mercy. Xianxiaaudiobooks, underfoot, felt a sharp pain surge through her head, tears streaming down her face as she cried out in despair. Indeed, divine son, since you have vented your anger, might you show us mercy? The Lingxu Saint Lord hastily interjected. Despite witnessing his precious daughter beneath Chu Yuan's foot, his heart burned with rage, yet he dared not express any dissatisfaction. Spare you? Heh. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan merely shook his head with a mocking smile. Then, in an instant, before the Lingxu Saint Lord could react, puffed. With a flick of his finger, a blade of spiritual light surged downward. In the blink of an eye, it decapitated Xianxiaaudiobooks. Her head soared into the air like a ball, blood raining down, finally rolling to a stop before Meng Han. The beautiful visage, once adorned with tears and a plea for mercy, now bore a look of confusion and unwillingness. Ah, you killed my sister. You killed my sister? As he beheld the bloodied head rolling towards him, Meng Han's mind went blank. After a brief silence, it was consumed by a tidal wave of hatred and madness. In that moment, he resembled a frenzied beast, struggling fiercely even with his severed arms, yearning to lunge at Chu Yuan in a desperate fight. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the two-star child of fortune, Meng Han. The host gains 5,000 villain points. Ding. Detection of the child of fortune, Meng Han's Dao heart damaged, mind utterly shattered. The host gains an additional 5,000 villain points. At this moment, the voice of the villain system resounded. Not only had he defeated Meng Han, but by slaying Xianxiaaudiobooks before him, he had also gained considerable villain points through the complete shattering of Meng Han's psyche. Now, to continue extracting the value of this child of fortune, it was necessary to eliminate him entirely. Chapter 4. Bloodbath in the Sacred Hall. The Lingxu Ancestor emerges. Chu Yuan, you. On the other side, witnessing his daughter's tragic demise, the Lingxu Saint Lord could no longer maintain his composure, staggering back several steps, his eyes now bloodshot. He never imagined that events would escalate to this point. This Chu Yuan. How dare he brazenly slay the Saintess of the Lingxu sacred land in the very heart of the sacred hall? His own daughter, Jiang. Damn it all. Chu Yuan, since you have chosen this path, do not expect to leave this place alive today. Even if it means the Lingxu sacred land perishes in a desperate struggle, I shall see you slain here. Kill him. Enraged beyond reason, the Lingxu Saint Lord lost all rationality, his formidable powers surging forth like a tidal wave. By the Saint Lord's command, in an instant, several elder figures in the sacred realm within the hall moved in unison, launching a fierce assault. They were all true high-ranking powers of the Lingxu sacred land. Aside from the illustrious Holy Master of Lingxu, there were at that moment 3 other saints and 5 quasi-saints surging forth with the intent to annihilate Chu Yuan. It was as though they had emptied their entire nest, determined to slay him on the spot. However, in the face of this formidable onslaught from numerous elders of the Holy Realm, Chu Yuan exhibited no signs of trepidation. Instead, a smirk of derision curled at the corners of his lips as he disdainfully remarked, "A mere troop of buffoons dares to claim the title of Holy Land?" As his words echoed, a mystical ancient sword of yin and yang materialized in his grasp. With a mere flick of his wrist, the entire Holy Land trembled, the very heavens quivering in response. The sword's radiance seemed to traverse the entirety of the world, cascading down like the Milky Way, enveloping the entire Lingxu Holy Land within its luminescence. The sword's might surged forth, sweeping across the four corners. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Under the might of this strike, every powerful being within the Holy Land, including the Holy Master of Lingxu, was reduced to nothing more than a cloud of blood mist. In that instant, not a single remnant remained. The power of a Quasi-Emperor was akin to that of the heavens, coupled with the ancient sword of yin and yang, a gift from his father, which was a Quasi-Emperor weapon. Even the revered saints could be turned to ash with a mere stroke. How could the likes of the Holy Master of Lingxu and a few fledgling saints withstand such an onslaught? Host, Chu Yuan. Fortune, 1000, sealed state, no effect. Cultivation, early Quasi-Emperor, can be enhanced to mid-Quasi-Emperor by consuming 50,000 villain points. Physique, eternal calamity, demon body, sealed state. Villain points, 10,000. Technique, Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Sutra, fragmented chaotic law. Divine abilities, Sovereign Heaven Palm, Emperor Tier, Ancient Emperor Heaven Shield Seal, Emperor Tier, Void God Shattering Shadow, Emperor Tier. Artifacts, Emperor Haotian's Mysterious Tower, Emperor Weapon. Yin Yang Tai Sword, Quasi-Emperor Weapon. Emperor Dragon Dark Radiance Garment, Quasi-Emperor Weapon. Silver Tsong Ancient Moon Ring, Quasi-Emperor Weapon. After dominating the battlefield, Chu Yuan could not help but glance at his current system panel. It was simply an extravagantly monstrous array. Even without the Quasi-Emperor cultivation bestowed by the system, the original Chu Yuan was practically clad from head to toe in Quasi-Emperor weapons, and his cultivated techniques were remnants of a chaotic law. Such a background was utterly terrifying. Chu Yuan even began to suspect that his father, the Emperor, might actually be a reincarnated celestial emperor from the higher realms. Otherwise, how could he possess the Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Sutra, an unparalleled chaotic law? Moreover, why had the original Chu Yuan remained stagnant at the threshold of life and death for over a decade? It turned out that he possessed a unique physique, the Eternal Calamity Demon Body. This physique, while allowing for rapid cultivation and the ability to devour all things of the world, even chaotic laws for his own use, correspondingly condemned its bearer to an eternal fate of calamity, marking them as a true star of disaster, destined to become a demon. Thus, upon discovering his physique, Chu Yuan's parents chose to seal it using a mighty divine ability. They intended for him to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Sutra to gather fortune, with the hope that in the future, he could suppress the calamity inherent in the Eternal Calamity Demon Body with unparalleled fortune, thereby eliminating its adverse effects. However, at present, Chu Yuan had no need to concern himself with this matter. Even if the Eternal Calamity Demon Body were to reactivate, with the villain system at his disposal, all he needed to do was slay the progeny of fortune. By doing so, he could plunder the fortune they possessed. Under the influence of the villain system, all progenies of fortune would find their heavenly protections momentarily dissipated when faced with Chu Yuan. Therefore, he need not fear any backlash from the heavenly laws. Chu Yuan, you are not human. You are a demon cultivator, a devil. In the grand hall of the Holy Land, in an instant, only Meng Han remained. Once all others had perished, he finally came to his senses, trembling as he gazed upon the blood-soaked hall. Then lifting his eyes to the figure of Chu Yuan standing amidst it all, his face a mask of fear and horror. All of this, it was all orchestrated by Chu Yuan. The Holy Master of Lingxu was dead. The dozens of high-ranking elders of the Holy Land were also all slain. The Holy Realm, those supreme beings he could only look up to, were treated as mere cattle and sheep in Chu Yuan's hands. With just a flick of his finger, they were all obliterated. One sword. From beginning to end, it was merely that one sword. Master, a great calamity is approaching the Holy Land. I implore you to emerge. Only you can save our Lingxu Holy Land. I beseech you to arise. In a moment of clarity, Meng Han seemed to recall something. A jade tablet flew before him, urging him urgently. Boom. The next instant, as the spiritual light from the jade tablet flickered, the entire Lingxu Holy Land violently trembled. Simultaneously, an unfathomable and overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted forth. The sky, a canopy of clouds stretching for miles, shattered in that instant. An elder, clad in white with hair like snow, radiating with ethereal light, and with the shadow of a magnificent world manifesting behind him, descended abruptly. His eyes were deep as the ocean, seemingly containing the essence of the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and the vast sea of stars. Upon his arrival, the infinite laws of the universe appeared to solidify in that moment. An invisible sense of oppression enveloped the surroundings, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. This man was none other than the founding ancestor of the Lingxu Holy Land, having existed for 1,000,000 years. One of the true powers within the Taizong realm, the Lingxu Holy King, ancient dust. He was a genuine saint king. With a mere thought, he could cause the sun and moon to sink. With a flick of his finger, countless stars would plummet. With a single step, he could overturn the cosmos. We pay our respects to the ancestor. We pay our respects to the Lingxu Holy King. As innumerable powerful beings within the Lingxu Holy Land witnessed this scene, they all chose to bow deeply in reverence, as though gazing upon a deity, filled with piety and awe. Even Menghan, despite still being bound by Chu Yuan, exclaimed, "Master." With fervent eyes, a saint king had descended. Today, Chu Yuan would dare not act recklessly before the Lingxu Holy King. Even the Chu family would have to show him some respect. Chapter 5. A single finger suppresses the saint king, the awe of the guardian. You, the scion of the Chu family, do not hasten to release my disciple. Indeed, the moment he arrived, the Lingxu Holy King was filled with righteous fury. A cold snort echoed, and in an instant, thunder roared, dark clouds swirling above the heavens. He had been in seclusion within the secret realms of the Holy Land for many years, and awakened today in response to his disciple Menghan's plea for assistance. Yet, he had not anticipated emerging to such a scene of bloodshed. Nearly all the high-ranking elders of the sect were dead. The current Holy Master of Lingxu and his daughter had also perished among them, within the vast hall of the Holy Land, aside from his own disciple Menghan. Not a soul remained alive. And the root cause of it all, the Lingxu Holy King's gaze, deep as an abyss, crackled with terrifying divine light, locking onto Chu Yuan as he exerted his pressure downward. He was a saint king, the pinnacle of existence beneath the Quasi-Emperor realm, just half a step away from stepping into the realm of emperors and forging an immortal body. Such a being, while somewhat wary of the Chu family, would not hesitate to confront a mere junior from the Chu family. The sacred king of Lingxu remained notably unperturbed. The sole source of his trepidation was the enigmatic guardian who secretly trailed Chu Yuan, rumored to be of cultivation comparable to his own, and perhaps even superior. Master. Upon witnessing the sacred king of Lingxu poised to act, Menghan's heart surged with elation, and he hastily interjected, "Master, this Chu Yuan has slain our sacred lord of Lingxu and has ruthlessly purged the upper echelons of our holy land. I suspect he has now succumbed to the corruption of demonic intent, transforming into a true fiend, which is why I implore you to take action against him. What he has done today cannot be tolerated by the righteous path of our Taizong realm. Even if you were to execute him on the spot, I trust the Chu family would not dare to utter a word." Menghan fervently accused Chu Yuan of being a demon, hoping to alleviate the sacred king's apprehension towards the Chu family and incite him to eliminate this so-called demon. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, the sacred king merely cast a cautious gaze into the void and clasped his fists, proclaiming, "Guardian of the Chu family, your scion has wreaked havoc in my sacred land, slaughtering countless formidable beings. Will you not step forth and provide an explanation? Otherwise, despite Chu Yuan being your family's scion, I shall be compelled to detain him here until I eradicate the demonic seed within him." With these words, the sacred king's voice grew increasingly frigid. Following his declaration, the void remained ominously silent, the mysterious guardian offering no response, nor revealing himself. "Your silence implies consent for me to detain Chu Yuan?" After a prolonged pause, the sacred king spoke again. Yet before he could finish, Chu Yuan sneered, "Are you searching for Elder Lei? My apologies, but without my command. Elder Lei only appears when my life is in danger. And presently, it is merely you, sacred king of Lingxu." With a mocking indifference, Chu Yuan directed his gaze towards the sacred lord of Lingxu in the void, shaking his head in disdain. "You are far from sufficient." From the memories of the original host, his guardian, Lei Wu, was a formidable being on the cusp of becoming an emperor. Once revered as the Thunder Emperor in the Taizong realm, he had faced a true emperor and survived 5 exchanges without falling, even managing to escape. His name echoed throughout the entire Taizong realm. Subsequently, the Thunder Emperor pledged his allegiance to the Chu family, serving them for thousands of years, ultimately becoming Chu Yuan's concealed guardian. It could be said that should this Thunder Emperor intervene, the annihilation of the sacred land of Lingxu would occur at an accelerated pace. The might displayed by the Chu family to the world was merely the tip of the iceberg. Thus, Chu Yuan found himself perplexed by the sacred king of Lingxu's audacity to threaten to detain him in the sacred land. Was it merely because he was a paltry sacred king? Such folly was laughable. "You young one, you truly possess audacity." The sacred king of Lingxu's countenance darkened, radiating boundless divine light and exuding an overwhelming aura. Boom. At that moment, the magnificent realm behind him seemed to awaken, and waves of world-shaking power cascaded down. "Though I fear your Chu family, since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige." The sacred king of Lingxu's words were icily resolute, reverberating like thunder from the heavens. In an instant, an explosion of divine light erupted, resembling an unfathomable storm that swept across all directions. In the blink of an eye, vegetation within a radius of 10,000 miles was uprooted. Crack! Above the firmament, a colossal seal materialized, casting a shadow over the sun. Intricate patterns of law intertwined within the seal, evolving into celestial worlds and unfathomable wonders. Is this the Lingxu celestial seal? A disciple of the inner sect. Witnessing the emergence of this colossal seal, initially froze, then widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "The celestial seal of Lingxu. It is indeed one of the true sacred techniques of our Lingxu sacred land, capable of shattering distant stars and obliterating vast mountains and rivers." The ancestors are truly enraged. But if the scion of the Chu family perishes under this strike, how shall our Lingxu sacred land sustain itself in the future? An elder's eyelids twitched violently, his heart shaking with trepidation. With such a quasi-emperor level divine technique unleashed, even a typical sacred king would prove inadequate, not to mention that scion of the Chu family. Even if he concealed his cultivation and secretly achieved the great sage realm within the temporal secret realm, he would still be far from sufficient under the Lingxu celestial seal. If the guardian behind Chu Yuan does not intervene at this moment, he will undoubtedly meet his demise. There exists no alternative. At this moment, countless powerful beings within the sacred land experienced a tumult of emotions. Elation at the prospect of seeing Chu Yuan, the butcher of their upper echelons, finally subdued, and dread at the potential consequences should the scion of the Chu family perish here, knowing full well the Chu family would pursue retribution. Boom. At this moment, the colossal celestial seal pulsated with streams of chaotic mist, dense with ancient symbols flickering upon its surface. Each symbol bore terrifying power, containing the might to annihilate the heavens and earth. The sacred king of Lingxu propelled the celestial seal directly towards Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan, under this Lingxu celestial seal, no one has survived. Even if our sacred land were to perish as a result, I shall bury you here today. The sacred king's words were chilling, as though they emerged from the depths of a hellish abyss. It was evident he had resolved to slay Chu Yuan. Should the Chu family seek accountability in the future, he might as well dissolve the Lingxu sacred land to evade their wrath. Huh. At the moment the sacred king's voice echoed, a slight smirk graced Chu Yuan's lips, and he scoffed, "Is that all you've got?" As his words fell, Chu Yuan pointed a finger towards the sky. Boom. In an instant, an unfathomable force erupted, surpassing the limits of mortal comprehension. In a mere heartbeat, the fully formed Lingxu celestial seal, which nearly obscured the entire sky, was utterly suppressed and annihilated. Uft. The sacred king of Lingxu was forcefully crushed downward, sputtering blood as if it were worthless, his form resembling a grotesque figure drenched in crimson. Hiss! Somewhere in the void above, a sharp intake of breath resounded, evidently from the guardian Lei Wu, who, witnessing Chu Yuan's ability to suppress the sacred king of Lingxu with a mere gesture, was profoundly shaken. A quasi-emperor. That was at least the power of a quasi-emperor. What secrets does the young master harbor at such a tender age? In that moment, even Lei Wu, who had watched Chu Yuan grow, felt an inexplicable shock. He was aware that Chu Yuan possessed great secrets, ones that even he, a quasi-emperor, was unworthy to know, yet he never anticipated the extent of their terror. In the past, the young master had clearly only reached the realm of life and death. Yet now, turning against the Lingxu sacred land, he revealed true quasi-emperor strength. Although he was merely at the threshold of quasi-emperor status, considerably weaker than Lei Wu, who was at the late stage, he was, nonetheless, a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor in his 20s. It was worth noting that Lei Wu had toiled for 70,000 years to ascend to the quasi-emperor realm. If compared to the young master, the passage of 70,000 years feels as though it has been squandered on a mere canine. There is simply no basis for comparison. Chapter 6, Slaying the Child of Destiny, Divine Powers of the Celestial King. A quasi-emperor? How can this be? How could a mere junior possibly attain such a status? The sacred king of Lingxu struggled to rise, yet under a mere gesture from Chu Yuan, even his pride, the Lingxu heavenly seal, was utterly helpless. In the face of true quasi-emperor power, it was akin to the disparity between an ant and a celestial dragon. No matter how he struggled, how he seethed with resentment, it was all in vain. Today, the sacred land of Lingxu has truly stumbled upon an unyielding iron plate. Its demise seems all but certain. With this thought, he spewed another mouthful of essence blood, causing the Lingxu sacred king's aura to diminish to an extreme degree. His eyes, bloodshot, lifted to the heavens, as if seeking to pierce through the clouded sea to behold that supremely noble figure in its entirety. Having traversed the Taitsong realm for 800,000 years, I deemed myself far from inconsequential. The voice of the Lingxu sacred king was mournful, his voice hoarse. Yet I never imagined I would fall to the likes of you. A mere child. At this juncture, I can only beseech the Son of God, Chu, to spare my Lingxu lineage. Both I and my disciple, Meng Han, shall submit to your will. Whether we live or die, it is entirely at your discretion. In this moment, the Lingxu sacred king had finally accepted his fate. However, under the influence of some unseen force, he refrained from unleashing his fury upon Meng Han, attributing the loss of such a grand estate to his own insufficient cultivation. Thus, he did not guard the vast Lingxu sacred land properly. To this, Chu Yuan subtly sensed something amiss. As one of the prominent forces in the Taitsong realm, with a lineage spanning nearly 1,000,000 years and a powerful figure like the Lingxu sacred king at its helm, the Chu family's renown must surely be well known to them. They are an existence that should never be provoked. But why? Upon the arrival of the esteemed son of the Chu family, the people of the Lingxu sacred land offered not an ounce of respect. Even when Meng Han and Jiang Shueihua plotted against him, they turned a blind eye, secretly supporting the two. What on earth is going on with these individuals? Chu Yuan furrowed his brow. Could it be that Meng Han, as the child of destiny, somehow influenced this sacred land? And just as Chu Yuan pondered, Meng Han, having lost both arms and nailed to the hall's pillar, suddenly let out a roar. I never expected my master to be no match for you. Today, it is I, Meng Han, who has been defeated. But 3,000 years of the East River and 3,000 years of the West River. Do not underestimate the youth. Dare you grant me, Meng Han, 3,000 years? In 3,000 years hence, let us duel atop the pinnacle of the Taitsong realm, to determine victory and life or death. Meng Han's gaze was resolute and filled with grievance, fixating intently on the lofty Chu Yuan. The moment these words left his mouth, an uproar ensued. 3,000 years. The son of the Chu family can suppress ancestors with a mere finger. Now he likely possesses Quasi-Emperor strength. In just 3,000 years, even if Meng Han is remarkably gifted, he could never reach the realm of Quasi-Emperor. After 3,000 years, he will undoubtedly meet his demise. From all around the sacred land, various voices of discussion erupted. It seemed as though they tacitly accepted that Chu Yuan would engage in this wager, believing without a doubt that Meng Han would be defeated. Yet, in an instant, under the influence of an unseen force, Chu Yuan's thoughts began to shift, almost as if compelled to agree to the wager proposed by Meng Han. Does this son of God fear not? As these words hung in the air, the voice of the system resounded. Ding! Successfully blocked the influence of the aura of destiny. Chu Yuan's gaze instantly regained clarity, and upon realizing the peculiarity of his earlier thoughts, he quickly regained his composure. The aura of destiny? This must be what is referred to as the intelligence-diminishing aura. Each child of destiny exists like a protagonist, rendering many unreasonable occurrences reasonable in their presence. Just as this sacred land of Lingxu has boldly acted, perhaps it is under the influence of Meng Han's aura of destiny that they dare to scheme against me. Chu Yuan. So that is it. After a brief contemplation, Chu Yuan understood the reason behind the Lingxu sacred land's unusual behavior. In the past, even if they were given 100 times the audacity, they would never have dared to provoke a member of the Chu family. Yet under the influence of Meng Han's intelligence-diminishing aura, all of this has become possible. It is likely that the Lingxu sacred king took him as a disciple due to this aura's power as well. 3,000 years. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuan descended once more into the hall, addressing Meng Han with a cold smile. Today, I could kill you. Why grant you 3,000 years? With that, before Meng Han could utter another word, Chu Yuan's gaze flickered, and an invisible blade of light surged forth, instantly tearing Meng Han into a cloud of blood mist. Even his soul was shredded to pieces. Within the hall, only the final wail of Meng Han's remaining soul echoed. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Chu Yuan offered no further opportunity to his opponent. This child of destiny had utterly perished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying a 2-star child of destiny. Successfully plundering 100 points of destiny. Acquired villain points, 20,000. Current host destiny, 900, extremely adverse fate, sealed state. With Meng Han's demise, the voice of the villain system also timely resounded. A total of 20,000 villain points were gained, but only 100 points of destiny were plundered, still unable to fundamentally reverse the eternally calamitous fate of the extreme calamity body. Ding! As this is the host's first slaying of a child of destiny, the system grants a special reward, divine power of the celestial king, 33 heavens creation fist. 33 heavens creation fist, a divine power of the celestial king. Imbued with the rhythm of supreme creation, capable of unleashing 33 times battle power. A single punch can obliterate all, devastating heaven and earth. Not long after the system's voice faded, it rang out again. An additional divine power of the Celestial King was granted, capable of unleashing a staggering 33 times battle power. Now, when Chu Yuan strikes, it is comparable to the combined might of 33 Quasi-Emperors, a terrifying force indeed. The 33 Heavens Creation Fist? This divine power is indeed impressive. Should I employ this technique, even a typical late-stage Quasi-Emperor would likely be obliterated by a single punch. Chu Yuan silently nodded in agreement. He was quite satisfied with the series of rewards acquired after slaying Meng Han, and then turned his gaze towards the severely wounded and dying Lingxu Sacred King. At this moment, the latter also awakened, free from the influence of the aura of destiny. The Lingxu Sacred King finally realized the audacious acts committed by his sacred land in recent days. For the son of the Chu family to pursue his sacred land as Saintess is simply a fortune amassed over 1,000,000 years. Even if compelled, they should have actively offered the Saintess to curry favor with that esteemed son of God Chu. But now, Meng Han, along with that vile xianxiaaudiobooks, the accumulated foundation of my Lingxu sacred land over 1,000,000 years has now been utterly ruined by their hands. Upon awakening, the Lingxu Sacred King raged and cursed, wishing to grind Meng Han and xianxiaaudiobooks to dust. Then, with utmost terror, he gazed towards Chu Yuan's direction. Bowing prostrate upon the ground, he trembled as he spoke. Son of God Chu, the Lingxu sacred land is willing to submit to the Chu family. Please. Before his words could conclude, Chu Yuan from afar merely shook his head indifferently, coldly declaring, there is no need to plead for mercy. I care not for your reasons. Today, since the sacred land of Lingxu has dared to raise its hand against this divine son, disregarding the might of the Chu family, it has thus become our enemy. As adversaries, the only path that remains is annihilation. Elder Lei, take action. This divine son has already claimed numerous lives today and wishes to avoid further bloodshed. As per the young master's command, accompanied by Chu Yuan's decree, the void in the heavens suddenly distorted, and the figure of the protector, Lei Wu, materialized at that moment. He was an exceptionally towering elder with black hair, radiating an aura reminiscent of boundless thunder and abyss, his every motion causing the very heavens and earth to shift, and myriad laws to tremble. Chapter 7. The Destruction of the Sacred Land of Lingxu. The Return to the Chu Family. The Wrathful Thunder Emperor? After vanishing for tens of thousands of years, you have now become the protector of the divine son of the Chu family? A Quasi-Emperor level powerhouse at the peak. It becomes clear that the sacred land of Lingxu has merely been a jester throughout this ordeal. Feeling the overwhelming oppressive force and the echo of endless thunder in his ears, the sacred king of Lingxu could not help but tremble, his eyes wide with horror. Having survived for nearly 1,000,000 years, he naturally understood the might of the wrathful Thunder Emperor. A living Quasi-Emperor could effortlessly obliterate the sacred land of Lingxu. What a grand display from the Chu family. It is unfathomable to have such a formidable being as a protector. No need for further words. From this day forth, the sacred land of Lingxu shall be expunged. The voice of Lei Wu resonated like that of a deity, echoing through the endless mountains. With a thunderous sound, he raised his right arm. In an instant, boundless lightning erupted, resembling a violet sun suspended in the firmament. And then it crashed down. Boom! The earth quaked, and the heavens collapsed. The vast torrent of thunder engulfed the 8 directions, obliterating mountains and rivers alike, all vanishing in an instant. The countless structures of the sacred land of Lingxu were instantly reduced to nothingness, along with over 100,000 disciples, attendants, elders, and all living beings. In that moment, they dissipated into the void. Alas! The sacred king of Lingxu wailed in despair, only to be consumed by the terrifying sea of thunder, his body and soul utterly annihilated. In that instant, as the resounding thunder receded, the entire realm fell into an eerie silence. The once mighty sacred land of Lingxu, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, had completely vanished. In its place lay a desolate wasteland, devoid of all life, transformed into an absolute domain of death. With a single command, a sacred land that had endured for 1,000,000 years was thus extinguished. Chu Yuan stepped into the void, gazing at the devastated land beneath him, his expression as cold as ever. From beginning to end, he harbored not a shred of pity. Those who offend the majesty of the divine son of the Chu family face only the path of death. Even had he chosen not to destroy the sacred land today, once the Chu family learned of this matter, the sacred land of Lingxu would surely be wiped out, leaving not a trace behind. After all, the Chu family stands as a top-tier power within the Taitsong realm, their authority fearsome indeed. How could they allow any transgression against them? Young master. With the destruction of the sacred land of Lingxu, Lei Wu reappeared behind Chu Yuan, slightly bowing, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. The master has stated that should there come a day when you no longer yearn for the sacred maiden of Lingxu, you are to return to the Chu family. Lei Wu spoke, referring to the current head of the family, Chu Yuan's biological father, the Emperor of Heavenly Ash, Chu Jin. My father is looking for me. Very well. With the sacred land of Lingxu destroyed, it is indeed time to return to the family. Chu Yuan nodded. Though he was a transmigrator, his soul had perfectly merged with the original Chu Yuan. Moreover, under the system's influence, no one could perceive any anomaly. Let us depart. Chu Yuan waved his hand. And in an instant, an ancient vessel appeared in the heavens, carrying them as it shattered the void. The ancient vessel moved with astonishing speed. Its quality nothing to scoff at. It was a gift from Chu Yuan's father for his 3rd birthday, an artifact of Quasi-Emperor grade known as the Heavenly Crossing Vessel. It bore intricate defensive and offensive formations, making it nearly impossible for even an ordinary emperor to breach. With the full force of the Heavenly Crossing Vessel, a Quasi-Emperor would be utterly obliterated. Boom. The void shattered repeatedly, and in the blink of an eye, several hours passed. The Heavenly Crossing Vessel traversed nearly half of the Taitsong realm, successfully arriving within the domain of the Van Di Ancient Kingdom, entirely under the control of the Chu family. Van Di Ancient Kingdom, the imperial capital, the holy city of Van Tian. Upon the towering walls, reaching heights of 10,000 miles, several guards clad in golden armor, exuding an aura of exceptional might, stood conversing casually. Have you heard? Just yesterday, the head of the Chu family, the Emperor of Heavenly Ash, had his partner successfully break through to the imperial realm, earning the title of the Nine Mystic Empress. Hiss. One guard gasped upon hearing this news. Another emperor has emerged from the Chu family? Truly, as the most prestigious of the ancient celestial families, this means the Chu family now boasts 5 emperors. They are indeed invincible in this age. As a subordinate nation of the Chu family, our Van Di Ancient Kingdom is also greatly esteemed. Ha 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 indeed. With the Chu family protecting us, who in the Taitsong realm would dare to provoke us? The group chattered animatedly. Yet they remained oblivious to the ancient vessel approaching from the distance. The ancient vessel moved with alarming speed, crossing thousands of miles in the blink of an eye to arrive in the void outside the holy city of Van Tian. It was only at this moment that the guards became alert, one young man, newly appointed to the guard, displaying a fierce glint in his eyes. Who dares to intrude upon the skies of our holy city of Van Tian? Do they not value their lives? Hush, hush, you fool. That is the heavenly crossing vessel of His Highness, the divine son of Chu. Quickly, open the city gates and welcome that esteemed gentleman back. Hiss. It is indeed the divine son of the Chu family. The young man who had shouted in anger turned pale upon hearing this. Chu Yuan, the divine son of the Chu family, the only son of the Emperor of Heavenly Ash and the newly ascended Nine Mystic Empress, held an unparalleled status. Even the ruler of the Van Di Ancient Kingdom would bow in deference to him, let alone a mere gate guard. In an instant, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. Thankfully, a companion caught him, or else he would have unwittingly disrespected the divine son. Boom. The ancient, sturdy city gates slowly opened, and the heavenly crossing vessel descended gently before them, with Chu Yuan emerging from within. Swish, swish. The moment he appeared, countless figures from within the holy city soared forth, bowing in unison to welcome him. We welcome the return of His Highness, the divine son. Those who arrived were all formidable beings, including the princes and princesses of the Van Di Ancient Kingdom, even the reigning Van Di Emperor. A super powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor level sent a fragment of his consciousness to this place to pay his respects. Indeed, such a scene befits my identity as the divine son of the Chu family. Seeing countless powerhouses bowing in homage, Chu Yuan smiled faintly, raising a hand to gesture for everyone to rise. You need not be overly courteous. The ancient realm of the Van Di Empire and my esteemed Chu family are inherently one, and thus, esteemed guests. You ought to share in our glory without the need for excessive formalities. Upon hearing these words, a resounding chorus of agreement erupted within the Van Di Empire. Akin to the roar of mountains and seas, we shall adhere to the teachings of the divine son. As the assembly rose, a figure of ethereal beauty approached, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens, and bowed gracefully before Chu Yuan. Young master, the head of the family has awaited your arrival for quite some time. Please follow me, she said, her voice as melodious as a lark's song. Clad in a delicate azure silk gown, her visage was breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin as pure and translucent as fine sheep's fat jade. This was none other than Luo Er, one of the maids in the Chu household, known to Chu Yuan. Lead the way, Chu Yuan replied with a gentle nod. Having assimilated all the memories of the original host, he felt no unfamiliarity with Luo Er. Although she was merely a servant, Their bond was akin to childhood sweethearts, and their relationship was particularly close. Gazing upon the exquisite beauty before him, Chu Yuan couldn't help but ponder how xianxiaaudiobooks could possibly compare to Lu Yuni, a mere saintess from a remote sacred land, who had so captivated the original host's thoughts. Yet, upon reflection, it was perhaps the aura of fortune surrounding Meng Han that had begun to take effect. Chapter 8. The terrifying power of the 6 supreme emperors of the Chu family. The Chu family's main residence was situated within a secluded pocket of a small world, which, astonishingly, floated above the sacred city of Van Tian. Only members of the Chu family possessed the ability to unlock this small world and step into the true ancient sacred land. With Lu Yuni leading the way, Chu Yuan swiftly traversed the clouds and entered the realm controlled by the Chu family, known as the Sacred Cloud Realm. The density of spiritual energy within this realm was astonishing. As he gazed around, it appeared as though heaven and earth had been upended. With ethereal mists swirling and radiant lights shimmering, an abundance of heavenly materials and divine herbs scattered throughout, as if he were immersed in an unparalleled celestial paradise. Roar! As if sensing the arrival of Chu Yuan and Lu Yuni, a colossal ancient dragon burst forth from the clouds, its thunderous roar shaking the very heavens. Eventually, it lowered its dragon head before Chu Yuan, inviting them to ascend its back. This was the guardian beast of the Chu family, the ancient true dragon, Lord Kangwu, who had existed for a staggering 80 million years. It had followed the ancestors of the Chu family into battle across the realms, establishing immortal feats, and was revered by descendants as Lord Kangwu. Lord Kangwu possessed unfathomable power. Even from the memories of the original host, estimating its true strength was impossible. As the oldest being within the Chu family, this true dragon had likely reached the threshold of half-step eternity, a terrifying existence mere steps away from the celestial realm. "Forgive my intrusion, esteemed Dragon Lord," Chu Yuan said respectfully as he stepped onto the back of Lord Kangwu. This ancient guardian, which had silently protected the Chu family for millions of years, deserved the utmost respect from any member of the clan. "There is no need for such formalities, divine son. This old dragon's bones cannot bear such honor," Lord Kangwu replied in a calm and gentle tone. With that, the colossal dragon soared into the sky, heading toward the residence of the Chu family, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Shortly thereafter, guided by Lu Yuni, Chu Yuan arrived at the core residence of this ancient celestial family. The Chu estate sprawled across vast grounds, with pavilions and towers standing in splendid array. A seemingly endless expanse of jade palaces and celestial edifices, magnificent and boundless. "Young master, the head of the family awaits you in the hall," Lu Yuni said before gracefully departing. After ensuring Chu Yuan was settled, she bowed slightly and floated away, leaving him standing alone before the grand hall. Gazing at the towering structure that resembled a divine palace, even with the complete recollection of the original host's memories, Chu Yuan found himself swallowing hard in awe. The Chu family was truly formidable. If he had been an invincible being in the early stages of the Quasi-Emperor realm within the sacred ruins, then here in the Chu family headquarters, he felt like a mere insignificant ant. The moment he set foot in this estate, he sensed several terrifying presences sweeping their divine consciousness over him, each one far surpassing his own. To oppose such power would be akin to courting death. Fortunately, he was a member of the Chu family and had arrived as the divine son. Were it not for this, he would have been crushed to dust long ago. "Young Master Chu Yuan seeks an audience with my father," he announced, bowing slightly toward the depths of the hall. "Enter," a voice of authority echoed from within. Moments later, Chu Yuan found himself standing in the magnificent hall, where 6 figures sat majestically above, resembling 6 ancient suns hanging in the sky, instilling in him an indescribable sense of pressure, particularly the elder in white robes seated at the center, who, though in meditation, emanated an overwhelming aura that distorted the very fabric of reality within the hall. The Emperor. The pressure from this supreme being was no less formidable than that of Lord Kangwu. This was indeed a gathering of the strongest within the Chu family. His father, the Heavenly Flame Emperor, his mother, the 9 Profound Empress, his uncle, the East Quaking Emperor, his second uncle, the Sword Burial Emperor, his elder uncle, the Northern Song Emperor, and, aside from Lord Kangwu, the strongest among the Chu family, his grandfather, the rumored half-step celestial being, the Heavenly River Emperor, Chu Tian, Quasi-Emperor Cultivation, second brother. Has Yuan-er's physique already been unsealed? Even your Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Sutra cannot contain that ultimate calamity physique? After a brief silence, it was the second uncle, the Sword Burial Emperor, who first spoke. His true name was Chu Jian, seated upon a throne with 3 long swords hovering behind him, each radiating a terrifying brilliance, as if ready to cleave through illusions and annihilate the heavens. These three swords were genuine imperial weapons, and to this day, even another emperor had perished beneath their blades, solidifying the sword burial emperor's reputation throughout the ages of the great Song realm. At this moment, all six gazes were fixed intently upon Chu Yuan, and after a moment of hesitation, they revealed considerable concern. Clearly, they were all well aware of his unique physique, the everlasting calamity physique, renowned as the foremost demonic body across the realms. It was said that those possessing such a physique could freely consume and refine the special powers of eternal calamity, potentially ascending to the eternal celestial realm within a mere decade or so. However, the price was equally horrifying. Under the extreme torment of fate, all beings close to the demonic body owner would perish each time they witnessed the fall of a beloved. The power of the everlasting calamity physique would grow purer and more violent. Ultimately, under unbearable pain and regret, they would be consumed by endless heart demons, transforming into a world-destroying demon that roams the realms, knowing only slaughter. No, Chu Yuan's father, the heavenly flame emperor, clad in dark robes, observed him with eyes that seemed to hold the illusions of myriad worlds. After scrutinizing Chu Yuan for a moment, he slowly shook his head. I just examined Yuan's condition. The power of eternal calamity has yet to flow within him. However, his quasi-emperor cultivation is indeed genuine. Perhaps he has encountered some fortuitous event that has awakened a fraction of that demonic body's power. With these words, the previously tense atmosphere in the hall began to dissipate. Yuan, now that you have returned, do not hesitate to greet your uncles and elders. At this moment, the illustrious Shien Empress, seated at the end of the hall, suddenly spoke. Although she was the mother of Chu Yuan, her beauty remained flawless, surpassing even that of Xianxiaaudiobooks and Luoer by a considerable margin. Her exquisite visage, reminiscent of a youthful maiden, radiated an aura of unparalleled nobility. Upon hearing her words, Chu Yuan immediately grasped the situation and exhaled in relief. Respectfully bowing to the assembly, Yuan pays his respects to grandfather, parents, and esteemed uncles. Haha, it is a relief indeed. Yuan, your ability to transform misfortune into fortune and attain the status of a quasi-emperor is a momentous occasion for the Chu family. Just yesterday, your mother broke through to the emperor realm, coinciding perfectly with your success in ascending to quasi-emperor. The Chu family is truly blessed with double joy. Instantaneously, laughter erupted among the gathered, and the gazes of the six immensely powerful figures were filled with affection as they looked upon Chu Yuan. Mother has broken through to the emperor realm? My heartfelt congratulations to her on achieving this monumental feat. From henceforth, our Chu family gains another formidable emperor to safeguard us. How delightful. Chu Yuan's face also lit up with joy at the mention of his mother's accomplishment. His mother, Gushwani, was rumored to be the reincarnation of a celestial king from the upper realms, possessing unfathomable strength even at the quasi-emperor level. Now that she had successfully ascended to the emperor realm, she could easily defeat any ordinary emperor with a mere gesture. Haha, Yuan, there is no need for envy. Devote yourself to cultivating your father's Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Sutra. If you can harness your unique physique to its fullest potential, achieving the status of emperor or even ascending to immortality will be a mere trifle. At this moment, Chu Jin descended from his high seat, gently patting Chu Yuan's shoulder with a warm smile. In truth, he was also the reincarnation of a celestial emperor from the upper realms. Once renowned as the celestial emperor of Heavenly Jin, he had ultimately fallen into the forbidden zone of the return abyss, leaving behind only a fragment of his soul as a contingency, which reincarnated into the present Chu Jin. The Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Sutra was an extraordinary celestial technique he had fortuitously acquired during his time as an emperor, reputed to allow mastery over myriad celestial forces, encompassing everything from the heavenly laws to the fabric of time and even destiny itself. Within the confines of the Chu family, the past identities of Chu Jin and Gushwani were hardly secrets. After all, the Chu family was a formidable entity in the upper realms, with a celestial being reincarnating into their ranks almost every few 100,000 years. Thus, the family members had long been accustomed to such occurrences. However, Yuan, I have heard from Lei Wu that you seem to have annihilated the sacred land of Lingxu before long. As the members of the Chu family confirmed that Chu Yuan's demonic form had not been unsealed, the elder of the Chu family waved his hand, instantly transforming the entire hall into a more conventional grand hall. At this moment, several of the Chu family's strongest members surrounded Chu Yuan, eagerly inquiring about him. Chu Yuan took a seat, contemplated briefly, and succinctly recounted the events of his being plotted against by Jiang Shuiwei and Meng Han. Bang! However, the instant his words fell, Chu Tianhe erupted in fury, delivering a tremendous punch that shattered the jade table before him into fine dust. How outrageous! What is that sacred land of Lingxu? How dare they offend the scion of the Chu family? They must be eradicated. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he spoke coldly. In the Taicong realm, whether in ancient times or the present, the Chu family was undeniably one of the supreme powers. Apart from the two ancient celestial families with legacies spanning billions of years and the dominant powers of each era, no other forces dared to provoke them. And now, a mere sacred land of Lingxu. It was but an ant-like sect founded by a saint king, daring to offend the scion of the Chu family. This was simply courting death. Yuan, your words truly incite my uncle's wrath. You have annihilated that sacred land of Lingxu. Excellent. You truly uphold the honor of the Chu family. Chu Yuan's uncle, the Eastern Tremor Emperor, nodded in agreement at that moment, clad in a deep yellow robe. His presence was as steady as a mountain, instilling an unspoken sense of security. His true name was Chu Qianshan, and he had reached the latter stages of the Emperor realm, only a step away from Chu Yuan's father. Having practiced for tens of thousands of years, he had yet to entertain thoughts of finding a partner. Thus he had come to regard Chu Yuan as his own son, providing him with considerable care within the Chu family. Humph! The Northern Song Emperor snorted coldly at this moment. He took up a jug of strong liquor from the table and drank deeply before turning to Chu Yuan, saying, Yuan, remember, you are the scion of the Chu family. In the Taicong realm, none can insult you. Everything in this world is merely a plaything to you. Do not become too deeply entangled. Should you encounter such blind forces again, simply inform your uncle, and even if they are backed by the celestial domains of the upper realms, I shall eradicate their entire lineage and seek justice for you. The Northern Song Emperor, whose true name was Chu Baitsong, was the elder brother of Chu Yuan's father. He was known for his generosity and forthright character, possessing an exceptionally fierce temperament. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, making him the third strongest member of the Chu family, renowned throughout the entire Taicong realm. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan felt a wave of warmth surge within him and solemnly replied, Thank you, uncle, for your concern. Yuan will heed your teachings. Chu Baitsong nodded, then seemed to recall something, tossing a spatial ring to Chu Yuan. Some time ago, I ventured into a secret realm of the void and unexpectedly acquired these Transformation Emperor pills. These pills are of the half-step Emperor grade and hold immense benefits for Quasi-Emperor cultivators. They are all yours, so be sure to utilize them well. As he spoke, he affectionately patted Chu Yuan's head, playfully chiding him. Though you possess the power of a demonic body, achieving the status of Quasi-Emperor at such a young age is likely unparalleled in the Taicong realm. Your uncle eagerly anticipates the heights you will reach in the future. As he concluded, Chu Baitsong's gaze flickered with thought. Although he was not a reincarnated upper realm powerhouse, he had fortuitously acquired the complete legacy of the celestial sovereign Jiuzong during his youth, rising rapidly to ultimately achieve the Emperor realm. It was safe to say that his ascension to the eternal celestial realm was a certainty. If he could witness Chu Yuan's ascension to Emperor before his own ascension, it would be nothing short of splendid. Thank you, uncle. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan was filled with immense joy and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Half-step Emperor pills. He had indeed heard of the Transformation Emperor pills. Just a single pill could enable a Saint King to successfully break through, boasting a 90% chance of stepping into the Quasi-Emperor realm. Furthermore, for those at the Quasi-Emperor level, their usage would significantly enhance their chances of achieving the Emperor status, propelling their current cultivation to astonishing heights. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 3 Transformation Emperor pills. Each pill consumed can greatly accelerate the progress of Quasi-Emperor cultivation. The more consumed, the diminishing effects. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Originally, progressing from the early to mid Quasi-Emperor realm would require a staggering 50,000 villain points. However, with the consumption of these 3 Transformation Emperor pills, advancing into the mid Quasi-Emperor realm would be effortlessly attainable. This would directly save him at least thousands of years of arduous cultivation. Very well, we shall conclude for today. Yuan, now that you have returned, do not leave again for the time being. The Grand Dragon Rising gathering of the Taicong realm is approaching, and you shall lead our Chu family's younger generation to attend. After conversing for a while longer, Chu Jin finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan nodded in agreement, not declining the invitation. The Dragon Rising gathering was an unparalleled celebration held once every 10,000 years in the Taicong realm. Those who emerged victorious from the gathering would be inscribed upon the Celestial Path Golden List of the Taicong realm. For a full 10 millennia henceforth, one shall be entitled to the unparalleled fortune of the heavenly Tao. The path of cultivation shall yield results beyond measure, whilst receiving the fervent attention and nurturing of the various formidable factions within the vast expanse of the Taicong realm. The Qianlong ranking boasts a total of 10,000 slots. While this may seem abundant, In the face of the boundless Taizong realm, such a number is but a mere drop in the ocean. Each grand assembly attracts not only the prodigies of the human race, but also countless other racial geniuses, with participants likely exceeding hundreds of billions. Such staggering figures inevitably render each event a scene of extreme bloodshed and brutality. A millennium ago, the Chu family had over 100 prodigies ascend the Qianlong ranking. Among them, one even reached the top 3, and now, after a millennium, has attained the mid-stage of Quasi-Emperor, standing as one of the most promising candidates for the Chu family to achieve emperorhood. The requirements for participation in this grand gathering impose no restrictions on cultivation levels, only a limitation on age, below 3,000 years. Naturally, the merely 20-something Chu Yuan is eligible to join, and with his horrifying prowess as a quasi-emperor, he would be akin to a wolf among sheep. No matter how monstrous his opponents may be, they are hardly worthy of mention. However, it is not merely the allure of the Qianlong Golden List that compels Chu Yuan to agree to attend the Qianlong Grand Assembly. It is, in fact, the presence of the Children of Fortune, the Qianlong Grand Assembly, a supreme celebration gathering the prodigies of the entire Taizong realm. At that time, the number of Children of Fortune present is likely to exceed all expectations, ensuring that the antagonists will reap bountiful rewards. With this thought, a cold smile crept upon Chu Yuan's lips as he envisioned the pitiful cries for mercy from those Children of Fortune in his grasp. As an antagonist, he is inherently at odds with these favored children of the heavenly Tao. If that is the case, why should he show mercy? Chapter 10, Mid-Stage Quasi-Emperor. A gift from the Tianyu Divine Dynasty. As night fell, within the Divine Prince's estate of Chu Yuan, Ding, absorbing the power of 3 Transformation Emperor elixirs, the host has successfully broken through to the mid-stage of Quasi-Emperor perfection. The 3 Transformation Emperor elixirs gifted by his uncle, Chu Baizong, have now been completely refined by Chu Yuan, and under the system's influence, the entire refining process was expedited. In just a matter of hours, Chu Yuan had ascended to the mid-stage of Quasi-Emperor. Host, Chu Yuan. Fortune, 900, sealed state, no effects. Cultivation, mid-stage Quasi-Emperor, requires 100,000 antagonist points to elevate to late-stage Quasi-Emperor. Physique, eternal calamity, devil body, sealed state. Requires fortune to reach 500 to begin mastering the eternal calamity power. Antagonist points, 30,000. Cultivation method, Heavenly Emperor reincarnation scripture, defective chaotic method, currently at the first layer. Antagonist points can be used to expedite cultivation progress. Divine abilities, 33 Heavens creation divine fist, Immortal King method, Imperial Heaven palm, Emperor tier, Ancient Emperor's covering seal, Emperor tier. Void God shattered shadow, Emperor tier. Magic artifacts, Howdy Shantian tower, Emperor weapon. Inyang Tai sword, Quasi-Emperor weapon. Emperor dragon dark radiance robe, Quasi-Emperor weapon. Silvered Song ancient moon ring, Quasi-Emperor weapon. Gazing at the system panel, it became evident that to utilize antagonist points to elevate to late-stage Quasi-Emperor, a staggering 100,000 antagonist points would be required, exactly double the amount needed to ascend to mid-stage Quasi-Emperor. Furthermore, the utility of antagonist points extends beyond mere cultivation enhancement. All the methods and divine abilities controlled by Chu Yuan can also be extrapolated using antagonist points, facilitating a swift ascent to their zenith. For instance, while the Heavenly Emperor reincarnation scripture is imperfect, it comprises 3 layers of cultivation progress. The first layer, mastery of heavenly principles, corresponds to Chu Yuan's current stage. Reaching its pinnacle allows for mastery over myriad heavenly Tao rules, wielding the supreme heavenly principles to annihilate all. The second layer, destiny as cause, grants mastery over the fates of all beings across the myriad realms, stepping into the source of the river of destiny. I am the heavenly mandate, and the heavenly mandate is me. The third layer, reincarnation of all worlds, represents the ultimate realm of this defective Heavenly Emperor reincarnation scripture, a domain even beyond what Chu Yuan's father could attain in his previous life. Once crossed, he would truly grasp the cycle of cause and effect, the creation of all heavens. This is the legendary existence that stands above even the immortal emperors, the primordial divine spirit. Of course, while Chu Yuan has successfully gained entry into this method, its utility for him remains exceedingly limited. In most instances, it merely serves to suppress the extreme calamity of fate, lacking the efficacy to command all heavenly Tao rules. Heavenly Emperor reincarnation scripture, first layer, requires 1 trillion antagonist points to upgrade to the second layer. Destiny as cause. Soon after, upon reviewing the required antagonist points to directly enhance to the second layer, Chu Yuan nearly struck the system in exasperation. A full 1 trillion antagonist points. Is this some kind of joke? Even if he were to eradicate all the children of fortune throughout the Taizong realm, he might not amass such a sum. System, you mustn't be so heartless. 1 trillion antagonist points. Chu Yuan couldn't help but vent his frustration. Ding. Response to the host. The Heavenly Emperor reincarnation scripture is a chaotic method capable of achieving power beyond even that of an immortal emperor. Once the second layer is reached, one would exist as a master of fate, rendering even the immortal kings of the upper realm insignificant in comparison. The system deems the price of 1 trillion antagonist points to be extremely reasonable. 1 trillion antagonist points in exchange for at least immortal king level power? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chu Yuan pondered and slightly nodded, considering it reasonable. His mother, Gu Xianyi, was once a powerful immortal king. And how formidable are immortal kings? According to Gu Xianyi's descriptions, vast worlds like the Taizong realm are merely slightly larger marbles in the eyes of an immortal king. Such existences cannot be adequately described by ordinary language. Each immortal king is an unparalleled powerhouse who has cultivated for countless epochs, ultimately converging their immortal king Dao fruit. With a mere snap of their fingers, they can bring about the birth and destruction of universes, fracturing myriad realms. With a single thought, they can give rise to countless vast new worlds, proliferating across endless ages. Thus, such an existence can be referred to as a primordial great Luo golden immortal. The true king of immortals, an ultimate existence unbound by all time, space, cause and effect, and fate. This power of the immortal kings is truly awe-inspiring. Utilizing 1 trillion antagonist points to achieve an immortal king seems remarkably reasonable, after all. Alas, my current stock of antagonist points is still far too meager. However, with the impending Qianlong Grand Assembly, I have no doubt that I will acquire more. With this thought, Chu Yuan shook his head. His Quasi-Emperor cultivation is already approaching the pinnacle of power within the Taizong realm. Killing 1 or 2 lowly children of fortune for their antagonist points holds little significance for him now. Currently, it is best not to be overly ambitious. Simply await the commencement of the Qianlong Grand Assembly in tranquility. Your Highness, the envoy of the Tian divine dynasty has arrived with gifts and wishes to have an audience with you. At that moment, a voice from a Chu family guard outside interrupted Chu Yuan's contemplation. Oh, Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had only returned today. Could it be that the news of his breakthrough to Quasi-Emperor and the annihilation of the Lingxu sacred land had spread so swiftly? Moreover, was this visit to present gifts an attempt to curry favor? Let them in. With a casual wave of his hand, the doors of the divine prince's estate swung open with a creak. The Tian divine dynasty is one of the most renowned nations within the Taizong realm, anchored by the formidable Emperor Tian. For many years, the relationship with the Chu family had been quite amicable. Whenever gifts were presented, he was more than willing to accept them. However, what precisely was this gift? Chu Yuan speculated quietly, his gaze settling on a young man clad in white who had just entered the manor. The youth possessed an extraordinary beauty, his flowing white garments reminiscent of an ethereal celestial being. What captured Chu Yuan's attention most, however, was the almost unfathomable aura of his cultivation. At such a tender age, he had already stepped into the realm of the divine path, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial god stage. This young man's talent far surpassed that of Meng Han and his ilk, bordering on the terrifying. Your Highness, the 7th Prince by Feng, pays his respects to your excellency. The divine son of Chu. The envoy from the Tian divine dynasty consisted of 3 individuals. The first, the young Prince by Feng, bowed respectfully towards the throne where Chu Yuan sat. Following him were an elderly man and a young maiden. The elder, stooped in stature with a head of cascading silver hair, had murky eyes that sparkled with an intense brilliance. Chu Yuan immediately discerned him to be a formidable sage, perhaps the guardian of the 7th Prince. Yet, it was the young maiden beside him who captivated his attention even more. This girl, petite and enchanting, appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, her beauty so exquisite it seemed beyond the realm of mortals, like a dream woven from fantasy. Most striking were her eyes, 2 jet-black pupils intertwined as if forged from the purest black crystal, deep and cold, exuding an aura of unparalleled nobility and sanctity. A rare phenomenon indeed. This girl was a prodigious talent, a natural-born saint with the legendary dual pupils. Chu Yuan's interest was piqued. Could this girl with dual pupils be the gift the Tian divine dynasty intended to present to him? Rise, he commanded, though his tone remained exceedingly indifferent. His icy voice resonating as if from the heavens, carrying an indelible authority that rendered Bai Feng, who knelt before him, breathless. Thank you, Your Highness, Bai Feng replied, gradually standing upright, a flattering smile gracing his face. Divine Son, I have come to congratulate you on your successful breakthrough to the Quasi-Emperor realm. I present to you this dual pupil maiden as your attendant, along with a special artifact prepared for you by my father, the Quasi-Emperor's heavenly wings. Bai Feng then offered forth a miniature pair of platinum wings, indicating for the dual-pupil maiden to step forward. Sewer, from this day forth, you shall serve the divine son. He is now your master, and you must obey his every command, even if it leads to your own demise. Bai Feng urged solemnly. Understood, esteemed brother. The girl responded with a slight nod, her beautifully delicate face devoid of any expression, remaining utterly calm despite her impending servitude. This Quasi-Emperor artifact, I shall graciously accept. But what of this girl? Chu Yuan inquired, a hint of curiosity lacing his voice upon hearing the maiden refer to Bai Feng as her elder brother. Your Highness. This girl is named Bai Su, the 19th princess of the Tian divine dynasty. She was born with dual pupils, possessing unparalleled talent for cultivation. Now, at merely 17, she has already entered the first realm of the divine path, the divine fire stage. However, Bai Feng's tone faltered as he regarded Bai Su, whose gaze remained vacant and whose expression was utterly devoid of emotion. Bai Su was born without any emotional fluctuations. She cannot perceive the joys and sorrows that others experience. Your Highness, while Bai Su will fulfill your every command, I kindly ask that you treat her with compassion. After all, she is not only my younger sister, but truly a pitiable soul. Bai Feng's gaze held a semblance of pity as he looked upon Bai Su. This emotionless girl, though a rare gem in the Tian divine dynasty, was often overlooked due to her peculiar nature, frequently embroiled in the struggles for imperial power. Had it not been for Bai Feng's protection over the years, she might have long since been devoured by those with ulterior motives. To send her to the Chu family today was not only for Bai Su's safety, but also a hope that Chu Yuan might show her a modicum of kindness. Oh. Chu Yuan turned slightly to regard the expressionless dual-pupil maiden, shaking his head inwardly. Though a dual-pupil bearer, with limitless potential ahead, she was ultimately just a puppet, devoid of any emotions, merely knowing to obey commands. A wave of regret surged within him. Simultaneously, he perused her attributes panel. Name, Bai Su. Cultivation, late divine fire stage. Fortune, 400, cursed with misfortune, destined to be marginalized, easily becoming a pawn for those with fortune. Physique, celestial Lockhart, born without emotions, devoid of feelings. Yet her speed of cultivation and comprehension are astonishing, far surpassing ordinary prodigies. Special, supreme sacred dual pupils, one of the ultimate dual pupils, wielding supreme and exalted power. Born a saint of the great Tao. Negative 400 in fortune. No wonder the entire Tian divine dynasty regarded her as an anomaly. At that moment, the once resolute Chu Yuan found himself stirred by a flicker of compassion. Bai Su, akin to himself, was a child of misfortune, born with negative fortune. In the presence of any other child of fortune, such beings would be seen as enemies, often eradicated without hesitation. Should he leave her to her fate, she might indeed perish at the hands of those blessed with fortune. Moreover, she was a genius with dual pupils, her future potential immense. If nurtured properly, she could very well assist him significantly. Alas, Chu Yuan sighed inwardly, then nodded. Very well. From this day forth, she shall be one of my attendants. Rest assured, to become my attendant is a rare opportunity coveted by many. I shall not treat her unjustly. With his words, Chu Yuan flicked his fingers, and a palm-sized, exquisitely carved jade box soared forth, landing gently in Bai Su's embrace. This is the 9-turn divine transformation pill. While your accomplishments at such a young age are commendable, in my eyes, you still fall short. Spend these days refining this pill within my family's temporal secret realm, and then accompany me to the Qianlong Grand Assembly. Lower, take her to the temporal secret realm. The 9-turn divine transformation pill, hailed as the pinnacle of divine elixirs, is said to be worth a fortune, capable of producing a god king. If it were to circulate in the Taicong realm, it would surely incite fierce contention among multiple nations, leading to bloodshed. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, Chu Yuan bestowed upon Bai Su 12 of these 9-turn divine transformation pills. At 17, she was at the late divine fire stage. Her innate talent was indeed astonishing. However, in the presence of Chu Yuan, who had achieved the Quasi-Emperor realm at just over 20, she appeared rather ordinary. Thus, he granted her the divine pills to hone her skills in the temporal secret realm. Yes, divine son, draped in a delicate azure gown, Lore appeared, leading the still impassive Bai Su away from this place and into the temporal secret realm of the Chu family. This secret realm, situated at the absolute center of the sacred cloud realm, allows a century of cultivation within to equate to merely a day in the outside world. Furthermore, should the esteemed emperors of the Chu family employ their formidable techniques, a millennium within could be compressed to a single day outside, instantaneously creating countless powerful beings. With only 7 days remaining until the Hidden Dragon Gala, Baisu had devoted 700 years to training within this temporal realm. And with the Chu family's boundless resources at her disposal, she was poised for a significant breakthrough. Thanks to your highness, the Son of God. With your nurturing, I believe my younger sister will soon surpass the Divine King realm. Observing Baisu and Lore's departure, Baifeng felt a wave of relief wash over him as he bowed respectfully. Since the gift has been presented, I shall not disturb your highness any further today. I hope to have the chance to meet with you again at the Hidden Dragon Gala in 7 days. With a deep bow, he took his leave. In the blink of an eye, the Grand Son of Goddess residence seemed to be left with only Chu Yuan seated alone. A shadowy glimmer flickered in his eyes, lost in contemplation, until he finally broke into a chilling smile, murmuring, "In 7 days, I hope those fortunate ones do not disappoint me." Chapter 12. Journey to Tian City. The greatest emperor of our time. 7 days later, at the Chu family's estate in the sacred cloud realm, we pay our respects to your highness, the Son of God. Today marks the day when the elite of the Chu family depart to participate in the Hidden Dragon Gala. The martial arena of the Chu family was already a thronging sea of people, a veritable ocean of black-clad figures. Regardless of whether they were direct descendants or branch family prodigies, all had gathered here, bowing in unison upon the appearance of Chu Yuan, the Son of God. His status was unparalleled. Even though those present were all exceptionally gifted individuals, none dared to show the slightest disrespect in front of Chu Yuan. Today, it is this illustrious Son of God who will lead the contemporary prodigies of the Chu family to participate in the Hidden Dragon Gala, allowing the names of many Chu family geniuses to once again ascend the celestial rankings. Indeed, Chu Yuan mused, surveying the arena with a slight nod. At this moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, flanked by Lore and Baisu, who stood quietly behind him. 7 days had passed, and Baisu had indeed spent a full 700 years cultivating in the temporal secret realm. To Chu Yuan's surprise, she had successfully advanced to the quasi-saint realm. Achieving the quasi-saint status, her sacred heavy eyes had truly activated a portion of their power, ensuring that even in the presence of a true saint, she would not be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Lore, adorned in her azure dress, maintained a serene smile on her flawless visage, resembling a gentle neighbor girl, tranquil and graceful, yet emanating a formidable aura of holiness that revealed her as a true powerhouse, a bona fide saint. Having cultivated for merely 800 years, she had reached the saint realm. As Chu Yuan's long-standing attendant, Lore's cultivation talent was by no means inferior to Baisu's. Possessing an extraordinarily rare ethereal physique, spiritual energies from the heavens would naturally flow into her body, allowing her cultivation to continuously ascend without the hindrance of any bottlenecks. 3 years prior, when Chu Yuan had departed the Chu family alone, Lore had yet to enter the temporal secret realm, possessing only the peak of the supreme realm. Yet in the 3 years since, having trained for 800 years in the secret realm, she had smoothly stepped into the saint realm, boasting an awe-inspiring level of strength. Now that everyone is gathered, let us set forth, Chu Yuan declared, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly without a hint of superfluous words. With a resounding boom, a colossal sky fairy took flight, hovering above the martial arena. Heavens! It is His Highness's sky fairy, a quasi-emperor weapon. Truly a genuine quasi-emperor weapon. Chu Feng, a member of the Chu family's branch, could hardly contain his excitement at the opportunity to board the fairy today. I wonder if the Son of God will attend the Hidden Dragon Gala. It is said he ascended to the quasi-emperor status at merely 20. A quasi-emperor in his 20s? Incredible. The sight of the sky fairy soaring across the heavens caused a wave of exhilaration among the Chu family prodigies below, particularly those who had gleaned hints of Chu Yuan's breakthrough to quasi-emperor status. A quasi-emperor at such a young age. This was nothing short of astonishing. One must realize that even throughout the vast and endless history of the Taizong realm, the youngest quasi-emperor required a full 1,300 years to achieve that status. That accolade belonged to Dao Yuan, the first on the hidden dragon list from 80 million years ago. 1,300 years to become a quasi-emperor. 2,400 years to achieve emperor status. Ultimately, after 200,000 years, he ascended to the upper realms, attaining eternal true immortality. And now, it seemed that this ancient record, established by Emperor Dao Yuan, was on the verge of being shattered. To become a quasi-emperor at just over 20, how soon might the Son of God ascend to emperor status? 500 years, or perhaps merely a century hence. At this moment, the Chu family prodigies were overwhelmed with astonishment, each one considered a peerless genius within the Taizong realm. Yet they could hardly fathom the extraordinary talent of the Son of God. Soon, as the members of the Chu family boarded the Sky Ferry, Chu Yuan stepped aboard with measured grace. The venue for the Hidden Dragon Gala was extraordinarily unique, situated atop a colossal city in the heavens. Beyond the control of any single faction, this city, known as Tian City, is said to embody the will of the heavens, with each generation's city lord representing the peak of power within the Taizong realm. Should the reclusive powers such as the Heavenly River Emperor or the Kangwu Dragon Lord abstain from intervening, the Tian City Lord would be deemed the greatest of the era. The Tian City Lord? The greatest power of our time? Merely a hollow title, Chu Yuan mused, gazing down upon the vast expanse of the sacred cloud realm with a nonchalant smile. Were the full might of the Chu family to be unleashed, even Tian City would find it difficult to resist. Yet what intrigued him even more was the Tian City Lord, bearer of the heaven's destiny, whose aura of fate was likely far beyond imagination. The label of a child of fate could scarcely encapsulate them. The title of a destined one would be far more fitting. And should he manage to hunt down this individual, a bold thought ignited within Chu Yuan's mind. To slay the greatest emperor of our time, the unparalleled powerhouse who embodies the heaven's decree. Should such a notion escape the lips of another, they would likely be met with derision, deemed a dreamer lost in fanciful delusions. Yet at this very moment, Chu Yuan's gaze turned serious, a faint enigmatic smile gracing his lips, as if he had everything under his control. As the son of the Chu family, he bore the unparalleled demonic physique of the heavens, his lineage far exceeding what the denizens of the Taizong realm could envision. Furthermore, he possessed a system that enhanced his capabilities. Even before the destined child of this realm, the foremost emperor, Chu Yuan still held the capital to look down upon them. All beings of fate, no matter how powerful, were but prey to him. With a thunderous roar, the sky fairy traversed the boundless skies, leaving behind a resplendent arc. Chu Yuan stood upon the deck, his gaze fixed on the horizon, a glimmer of icy determination flickering in his eyes. Chapter 13. The City of Heavenly Gate. The three-star child of fortune. The City of Heavenly Gate stands majestically, akin to the grandeur of the heavens themselves. This city is established above the boundless clouds, soaring into the 9 heavens, where the infinite and vast divine patterns of the celestial path are densely woven in the void, rendering the entire City of Heavenly Gate a towering divine mountain, eternally suppressing this realm. Behold, it is the spirit vessel of the sacred land of Void Heaven. It is rumored that the contemporary sacred child of Void Heaven ascended to the realm of the Divine King at the mere age of 500, unmatched among his peers. It is said that this esteemed sacred child is a manifestation of a trace of true spirit from the 7th ancestor of the sacred land of Void Heaven. The 7th ancestor of the sacred land of Void Heaven is indeed a formidable emperor, renowned for his terrifying ability to obliterate vast galaxies with a single sword strike. The Chu family. The prodigies of the ancient immortal family, the Chus, have also arrived. Their spirit vessel is at least a Holy King artifact, perhaps even a Quasi-Emperor weapon. The ferrying vessel still soars in the firmament, while below, waves of astonished voices resound. Countless cultivators within the City of Heavenly Gate gaze upward at the vessel that obscures the sun, their eyes reflecting envy and reverence. The ancient immortal family, the Chu family. A true behemoth of the Taizong realm, even the Lord of Heavenly Gate must treat the Chu family with deference, honoring them as esteemed guests. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the enormous ferrying vessel descends slowly, and Chu Yuan and others emerge from within, gazing down upon the boundless, towering celestial city. Boom. Suddenly, another thunderous sound erupts from the square where the ferrying vessel rests. The spirit vessel of the sacred land of Void Heaven has also arrived, with over 1,000 individuals stepping forth. At this moment, the leading sacred child of Void Heaven casts a cold glance at Chu Yuan, as if sensing something, and an innate loathing for this unacquainted son of the Chu family wells up within him. Ding! A 3-star child of fortune has been detected. If the host defeats and kills him, a substantial amount of villain points will be acquired, along with the plundering of medium-level celestial fortune. Sensing the gaze upon him, Chu Yuan turns to meet it, as the system's voice resonates at this very moment. This sacred child of the sacred land of Void Heaven is, without a doubt, a bona fide child of fortune, and drawn by his negative fortune, he likely perceives Chu Yuan as an adversary. The sacred child of Void Heaven, you say? Name: Lu Ming. Identity: sacred child of Void Heaven. Fortune: 310. Child of fortune level: 3-star. Note: the levels of children of fortune range from 1 to 9 stars. Along with the special category of Fate S child. Cultivation: peak of the Divine King realm. Special opportunity: contains the remnants of an emperor's soul within. Having received the true blood of the ancient dragon emperor in childhood, successfully forging the blood god dragon body. Fortune halo effect: unknown. As his gaze sweeps across, the attributes of the opponent's panel manifest before Chu Yuan's eyes. As a 3-star child of fortune, Lu Ming is undoubtedly far superior to Meng Han. The latter possesses merely a dulling halo, while this individual not only harbors the remnants of an emperor's soul, but also received the true blood of the Dragon Emperor in his youth. Boasting the Blood God Dragon Body, currently ranked 17th on the 10,000 bodies list. The Blood God Dragon Body, an extraordinary bloodline possessed by the Blood Sea Dragon Emperor, one of the Dragon Clan, millions of years ago. Upon acquiring such a bloodline, one's physical body can transform into an endless sea of blood, existing within the internal world. As long as the sea of blood remains, the body shall not perish. Moreover, it possesses a spiritual power reserve vastly exceeding that of ordinary beings, allowing for the effortless manifestation of countless divine abilities. It is said that the Blood Sea Dragon Emperor's physical blood sea had a radius of an astounding 300 billion miles. He battled 3 other emperors for an entire millennium without exhausting his strength, ultimately dragging down the 3 emperors, one of whom perished, while the other 2 fled in panic. Yet, even with the might of the Blood God Dragon Body, Lu Ming is currently but a cultivator of the Divine King realm. It is unwise to act recklessly within the city of Heavenly Gate, but once the grand gathering of the dragons commences, that shall be the end of this child of fortune. Chu Yuan murmurs to himself, a glimmer of chilling murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The arrival of the sacred child is indeed a momentous occasion, yet the city of Heavenly Gate has not extended a proper welcome. But soon, a gentle and refined voice resonates. Following this, the crowd witnesses a figure emerge from the twisted void, robed in silver, exuding an aura of profound authority. His deep-set eyes resemble a starry ocean, enveloped in an overwhelming majesty. Some young prodigies from lesser nations, upon merely catching sight of him, feel their limbs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Who are you?" Chu Yuan inquires with a slight furrow of his brow, sensing a familiar aura yet unable to recall where he had encountered this individual before. Hearing your words, esteemed sacred child. It is only natural that one of my humble status would not linger in your memory. The man replies with a smile, gracefully fanning himself, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. "I am Zhou Ming, the steward of the city lord's manor in the city of Heavenly Gate. Here to pay my respects to your esteemed self today." Zhou Ming, the steward of the city lord's manor, one of the formidable figures under the city lord. It is said he reached the peak of Quasi-Emperor cultivation a millennium ago, mere steps away from breaking into the realm of the emperor. The presence of this Quasi-Emperor brings forth reverence and fervent admiration from the surrounding cultivators. A Quasi-Emperor. For those who have endured layers of selection only to participate in the 100 Dynasties battle for supremacy, finally gaining the right to enter the city of Heavenly Gate. The awe they feel is immeasurable. In their realms or sects, a Quasi-Emperor is a true deity who governs all. Such an existence, within any top-tier power, would undoubtedly be a high-ranking figure, capable of altering the tides of fate with a mere stamp of his foot. Yet here he stands, smiling amiably, greeting a youth of similar age. What status does this individual possess to warrant a Quasi-Emperor's personal welcome? Simpleton. That is none other than the current sacred child of the Chu family, a genuine progeny of the emperors, far beyond your imagination. Indeed, let alone a mere Quasi-Emperor. Even those newly ascended emperors must show the utmost respect upon encountering this esteemed individual. Such terrifying implications. Zhou Ming's appearance leaves countless cultivators in profound shock. Meanwhile, many prodigies from lesser nations come to realize the name of a true transcendent force, the Chu family. The sacred child of the Chu family stands as a paragon of dignity, akin to a celestial deity. If one could garner even a fraction of the sacred child's favor, their future cultivation would surely be a smooth ascent, soaring through the clouds. All of this transpires merely due to the overwhelming status of the individual. As the genuine sacred child of an ancient immortal family, a progeny of the emperors, Chu Yuan needs not to exert any effort. His formidable status alone suffices to overshadow all. Chapter 14. The Divine Maiden of the Lu family, the reincarnation of the exquisite Immortal King. It is Steward Zhou. My apologies, for as a sacred child, I seldom make it a point to remember the names of those of lower status. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's self-introduction, Chu Yuan remains expressionless, merely regarding him with indifference as he speaks. In just a few utterances, he has referred to this fearsome Quasi-Emperor as a mere subordinate, showing no signs of reverence whatsoever. In response to this, Zhou Ming appears unfazed, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips as he continues speaking. The forthcoming Hidden Dragon Assembly shall transpire within a unique and secluded microcosm, devoid of arenas and entirely lacking in regulations. According to the esteemed lord of the city, the total number of participants from myriad races amounts to a staggering 370 billion, with our human race occupying a mere 1 billion of that total. Should His Highness the Divine Sun wish to partake in the hidden dragon assembly, he must exercise utmost caution, for within that peculiar realm, no guardians of the path shall accompany him. The news of Chu Yuan's breakthrough to the Quasi-Emperor level has been meticulously sealed by the Chu family. Thus, apart from the Tian divine dynasty, scarcely any other factions are privy to this information. Furthermore, under the guise of a unique Quasi-Emperor weapon-esque aura, Chu Yuan merely presents himself as a divine king on the surface. Even Zhou Ming is incapable of discerning his true strength, witnessing the other's blatant disrespect. He cannot help but smirk inwardly, eager to seize this opportunity to reprimand him. Zhou, the steward, is overly concerned. This matter is well within the Divine Sun's comprehension. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Yuan dismissively waved his hand, speaking in a tone of indifference. His gesture resembled that of swatting away flies, brimming with impatience. Instantly, Zhou Ming's gaze turned icy, but he quickly regained his composure, offering a faint smile before taking his leave. This scene, observed by the prodigies of other factions, sent chills down their spines, rendering them mute with trepidation. After all, he is a Quasi-Emperor powerhouse. A Quasi-Emperor. Surely, even the distinguished son of the Chu family should not treat such an individual with such disdain, lest he provoke the wrath of that supreme being and risk being obliterated in an instant. In that moment, the entire plaza of Tian City fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Today, the domineering and arrogant demeanor of this Chu family divine son utterly intimidated all cultivators. Yet, what they remain oblivious to is that Chu Yuan's true cultivation has indeed reached the Quasi-Emperor level, and thus, engaging with another Quasi-Emperor does not necessitate excessive deference. If a confrontation were to ensue, the outcome remains uncertain. The Lu family's spiritual vessel has also arrived, with both the Chu and Lu families, two illustrious ancient clans, present. The upcoming Hidden Dragon Assembly is bound to be unprecedentedly fierce. After a brief silence, another thunderous roar echoed across the heavens, and the crowd caught a fleeting glimpse as an ancient bronze vessel soared through the sky. This vessel is extraordinarily vast, rivaling even Chu Yuan's skyward ferry. Its hull is inscribed with countless ancient runes, emanating a vast and overwhelming pressure that left many gasping in awe, as they felt an immense force bearing down upon them. Is this the Lu family's star-dodging ancient vessel? It is said to have been crafted from the cores of 100,000 stars by the Lu family's imperial-grade artifact smith. This is a true imperial weapon. Its value is beyond imagination, surpassing even the Chu family's divine son's skyward ferry. The crowd erupted in exclamations. To arrive aboard an imperial weapon is simply astonishing. Such grandiosity can only be possessed by these ancient celestial families. Upon the Lu family's star-dodging ancient vessel, numerous prodigies stood tall, each remarkably youthful, their auras infinitely more formidable than those of ordinary cultivators. Leading them is a girl adorned in a flowing green gown, her beauty striking yet exuding an air of frigid disdain. She stands gracefully on the deck, arms crossed, enveloped in a mist of ethereal fog, as if she were a celestial maiden descending from the ninth heaven, transcendent and otherworldly. Is she truly the legendary Lu family goddess? Indeed, she possesses the sanctity and nobility akin to that of a celestial being. The Lu family goddess, rumored to have achieved quasi-saint status in a mere century, boasts the illustrious 9 orifices exquisite body, hailed as the most fated innate Tao body. Such prodigious talent is undeniably breathtaking. If she does not meet an untimely demise, she is destined to ascend as a great emperor. As they gazed upon the star-dodging ancient vessel in the sky, fervent discussions erupted among the onlookers. Ding! Detected a 6-star fated child. Defeating or killing the host will yield immense villain points and plunder abundant heavenly fortune. Chu Yuan could not help but turn his gaze. The moment he beheld the Lu family goddess, the system's prompt echoed forth. The Lu family, alongside the Chu family, is one of the ancient celestial clans, an immortal lineage that has produced more than one celestial being in ages past. Presently, the relationship between the two illustrious families is cordial. However, looking back several millennia, their ties were fraught with enmity, often igniting fierce battles. Lu Yuni, of the Lu family, garnered fame in the Taitsong realm at the tender age of 5, heralded as a congenital great emperor, achieving quasi-saint status in just a century. She stands tall above countless young peers. The talents of this Lu family goddess are undoubtedly among the finest of the present age. Her ascension to emperorship is merely a matter of time. Name, Lu Yuni. Identity, Lu family goddess, reincarnation of the exquisite celestial king from the upper realm. Fortune, 690. Level of fated child, 6-star. Cultivation, Peak of the quasi-saint realm. Special opportunities. 9 orifices, exquisite body. Within her exists a severely incomplete celestial king Dao fruit, along with the celestial emperor's fate-altering techniques. Effects of fortune halo, unknown. Upon briefly perusing the details displayed on her panel, Chu Yuan's expression grew solemn. He had not anticipated that this girl was a reincarnation of a celestial king, and that within her resided remnants of a Dao fruit from a previous life. The celestial king Dao fruit, even a fragment of its power, could unleash terrifying forces capable of shaking the heavens. Despite his current cultivation reaching the mid-level of Quasi-Emperor, he lacks the absolute confidence to slay her and seize the vast villain points and fortune she possesses. Moreover, the Lu family, being one of the ancient celestial clans, poses a significant complication. Should he eliminate the goddess, it might incite a war between the two great families. Alas, Lu Yuni, you are not yet my quarry. With a silent resolution, Chu Yuan temporarily relinquished the notion of slaying Lu Yuni. What are you gazing at, Chu Yuan? Humph, though we both hail from ancient celestial families, we are ultimately not cut from the same cloth. Are you still contemplating pursuing me? At that moment, the frigid voice of Lu Yuni pierced his ear, laced with scorn and derision. Instantly, Chu Yuan recalled that the original owner had once harbored feelings for this girl, only to be met with humiliation each time due to their vast disparity in cultivation, leaving him utterly disgraced. This memory darkened his expression, his brows furrowing deeply. This girl has sealed her own fate. Luoer Baisu, let us depart. Turning on his heel, Chu Yuan, now disinclined to engage with the obstinate Lu family goddess, led the Chu family's many prodigies away. Watching the retreating figure, a disdainful smirk etched itself upon Lu Yuni's lips. In her previous life, she was a noble celestial king of the 9 heavens. This Chu Yuan, even as the divine son of the Chu family, remains unworthy of her attention. Merely seeing him evokes a deep-seated aversion within her. Her gaze shifted, landing upon a group from the Shu Tian sacred land, her expression softening gradually. Shortly thereafter, a maid descended from the ancient vessel, performing a graceful bow. Shu Tian's sacred son, my lady requests your presence aboard for a conversation. Chapter 15. The Gathering of Extraordinary Talents. The incarnation of the chaos demon god. Time flows on. As the illustrious talents from the formidable factions of the Taizong realm arrived, the vast expanse of the Tianke city square was soon teeming with an ocean of people. The 3 ancient families, the Chu, Lu, and Luo, made their grand entrance. Aside from the Chu family's prodigy, Chu Yuan, and the Lu family's goddess, Lu Yuni, the enigmatic Luo family's heir, Luo Yun, who had always remained shrouded in mystery, also made his appearance. The mere hint of his overwhelming aura sent tremors through the hearts of many young elites, rendering them unable to lift their gazes. Having believed that reaching the quasi-saint level, coupled with the power of past celestial techniques, would secure him the top spot on the potential dragon rankings, he was taken aback by the depth of Luo Yun's concealment. Lu Yuni, too, was momentarily stunned. Upon her arrival at Tianke City, she had observed Chu Yuan's cultivation level to be merely that of a divine king, dismissing him entirely. She had presumed that Luo Yun would share a similar fate, merely a weak and frivolous scion, yet she now realized that he surpassed her expectations in strength. A saint? Perhaps even one of the greater saints. Despite their comparable years of cultivation, it was astonishing that she, once a celestial king, seemed to be outpaced by an ordinary mortal. This individual was undeniably extraordinary. He might very well be the reincarnation of a powerful being from the upper realms. Lu Yuni's beautiful eyes sparkled, yet she felt little fear. Within her lay a fragment of celestial king's Dao fruit power. Even if a quasi-emperor or a great emperor were to arrive, she possessed means to escape. Moreover, armed with the celestial emperor's grand fate technique, her hidden cards were beyond imagination. Go and invite that Luo family scion. Our Lu family shall forge an alliance with the Luo family for this potential dragon competition, she commanded her maid, her eyes shimmering with ambition. She refused to be overshadowed by anyone. Unlike the worthless Chu Yuan, Luo Yun was not someone to be regarded as an enemy. Forming an alliance with him was the prudent path. Understood, the maid replied respectfully before departing. Moments later, Luo Yun approached with measured strides, clad in dark garments. His visage stern and resolute. He stood tall like a sharpened sword, exuding a piercing aura that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens themselves. Luo Yun. Lu Yuni greeted with a slight smile, gracefully bowing. However, her self-proclaimed flawless smile elicited a flicker of disdain across Luo Yun's brow. Ignoring her, he scanned the multitude gathered in the square, finally fixing his gaze upon the figure of Chu Yuan, who stood nonchalantly on the Chu family's sky boat, exuding an air of irreverence. Lu Yuni, I am aware of your schemes, but let me make this clear. You shall not have your way. The Chu family scion is far beyond what you can imagine. Since you have already offended him today, I, Luo, shall not choose to ally with you." His voice was cold, a warning veiled in disdain. "As for you, be wary of the retribution from that Chu family scion when the potential dragon assembly commences. He is not to be trifled with." With that, Luo Yun turned and departed. Beneath his feet, flames of pure black gathered, blooming like fire lotuses. He strolled through the void, returning to the spiritual vessel belonging to the Luo family, leaving Lu Yunxi alone, her expression darkening. "Chu Yuan, that mere divine king waste?" She scoffed. "The Chu family possesses the mightiest spatial secret realm in the Taizong realm. It's likely that he has spent a millennium there just to achieve the divine king level. How can he possibly contend with me, a former celestial king? Luo Yun, since you refuse to appreciate my overtures, my Lu family shall not yield either." Lu Yunxi laughed coldly. "When the time comes, our two families shall undoubtedly clash." Meanwhile, aboard the sky boat, the notifications rang out. Ding. Detected a 1-star fate child, the host will engage with them. Ding. Detected a 2-star fate child. Ding. Detected a 1-star fate child. The flow of humanity surged within Tianke City, as the elite talents from various factions converged. Within Chu Yuan's mind, the voice of the antagonist system echoed persistently. Among the gathered crowd, he had already identified dozens of fate children, most of whom were of the 1- or 2-star variety. The 3-star fate children, like the holy son of Tian, were exceedingly rare. Yet at that moment, as he raised his gaze, he spotted an individual who, while not a fate child, possessed an overwhelming presence akin to one. Name: Luo Yun. Identity: scion of the Luo family, incarnation of the chaos demon god, fallen incarnation. Fate: 0. Due to the chaos demon god's uniqueness, he is unaffected by any heavenly fate. Cultivation: early stage of the Saint King realm. Special opportunity: unknown. A fragment of the chaos demon god's true spirit. Chu Yuan's heart raced. Fortunately, this individual was not a fate child. Otherwise, opposing him would surely pose a significant challenge. However, since he was not a fate child, the Luo family scion might indeed be someone worth befriending. At this moment, he stepped from the Lu family's ancient vessel, likely rejecting Lu Yunxi's insidious proposal. Boom. However, just as Chu Yuan contemplated sending Luo heir to invite this Luo family scion aboard, a resounding chime echoed across the heavens above Tianke City, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent weaker talents staggering backward. "It has begun," murmured some elite talents from powerful factions, gazing skyward. A colossal clock shrouded in chaotic mist materialized, and above it loomed a figure of immense stature, akin to a god standing tall and unyielding. The Lord of Tianke City. Boom. The moment that figure appeared, a terrifying pressure shattered the void like an overwhelming tide, rendering all the gathered talents immobile, their minds gripped by sheer terror. That colossal figure was none other than the Lord of Tianke City, the mightiest being of the Taizong realm, embodying the very essence of heavenly fate. Ding. Detected a fated child of this realm. Defeating and slaying them will grant the host immense antagonist points, allowing control over the heavenly powers of the Taizong realm. Chapter 16. The Fated Child. The assembly begins. As the Lord of Tianke City manifested, the system's voice echoed once more within Chu Yuan's mind, confirming his earlier suspicions. This Lord of Tianke City was indeed the strongest fate child in the Taizong realm, nearly representing the very essence of heavenly fate itself. Name: Yun Kanglin. Identity: Lord of Tianke City, bearer of the heavenly fate of the Taizong realm. Fate: 1000. In the Taizong realm, fate is eternally at maximum value. Fate child level: fated child of destiny, special fate child, true progeny of heavenly fate. All actions are protected by the heavens. Cultivation: half-step eternity. Special opportunity: unknown. Fate aura effect: unknown. After a brief examination of his panel, Chu Yuan shook his head. Realizing that this Lord of Tianke City was not an opponent he could hope to defeat at this juncture, even with the venerable elder of the Chu family, Chu Tian, stepping forth, it is likely that he could only reach a stalemate with his opponent. It is imperative that the Chu family's hidden cards truly manifest for any possibility of vanquishing the adversary, truly deserving of the title of the world's foremost powerhouse. Under the protection of the heavenly Tao's might in the Taizong realm, no ordinary emperor could possibly inflict harm upon him. Aside from other half-step eternity powerhouses, there is scarcely anyone capable of contending with this Lord of Tianke City. Furthermore, with his current position as the Lord of Tianke City, he effectively embodies the will of the heavenly Tao for the entire Taizong realm. Even the 3 ancient celestial clans regard him with profound trepidation. The Lord of Tianke City cast his gaze over the assembly, and then his voice, resonant and deep like thunder, reverberated throughout the immense city. I am the Lord of Tian City, and by the will of the heavenly Tao, I shall preside over this upcoming dragon ascendance gathering. His words descended upon the crowd like the sound of a solemn bell, imbued with overwhelming celestial authority. In an instant, countless cultivators fell to their knees. Many young prodigies from lesser nations and sects were rendered utterly speechless, prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The utterances of the Lord of Tian City struck like divine thunder, each syllable seemingly carrying the terrifying power to obliterate the very heavens and earth. The dragon ascendance gathering is to unfold within the void realm of the lesser world, an expanse of immense magnitude, rife with myriad demonic beasts. Slaying these creatures will yield corresponding points, and those who amass a total of 10,000 points shall emerge as the victors of this gathering. With a mere gesture, a myriad of prodigies, including Chu Yuan, revealed a jet-black token in their hands. By infusing a modicum of spiritual energy, a 0 appeared, signifying their current score. Points, indeed, are the quintessence of this gathering's outcome. Slaying demonic beasts will accrue points. Conversely, eliminating others and seizing their tokens will grant one all their points. The void realm is fraught with peril. Although each prodigy possesses a singular opportunity to teleport away, under most circumstances, none would willingly forfeit such an option. Chu Yuan held the void realm token aloft, gazing at the colossal silhouette of the dragon ascendance list gradually materializing in the celestial expanse. The events of this gathering will be projected from Tian City to every corner of the Taitsong realm, allowing every cultivator to witness the unfolding spectacle. They shall bear witness to the birth of the dragon ascendance list. Chu Hao, Chu Yuan, as the most distinguished prodigies of the Chu family, you have cultivated for a millennium to step into the realm of saints. You must seize the opportunity to showcase your prowess within the void realm and strive for a prominent ranking on the dragon ascendance list. Chu Yuan turned to address the two members of the younger generation of the Chu family behind him. Among the prodigies he brought forth, these two held the highest cultivation. Particularly, Chu Hao, who had practiced in the time and space secret realm for 1200 years, now stood at the pinnacle of the saint realm, nearly achieving the status of a grand saint, an exceedingly formidable presence. Chu Yuan was equally impressive, having also attained the saint realm. Together, they would undoubtedly become the nightmare of many prodigies. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost to bring glory to the family. Chu Hao and Chu Yuan responded with respect, their expressions fervent. Hearing their assurances, Chu Yuan nodded slightly. Boom. At this moment, as the Lord of Tian City concluded his explanation of the rules, with a sweeping motion of his massive hand, a vast spatial rift unfolded, allowing entry into the so-called void realm. I, the Lord of Tian City, hereby declare the dragon ascendance gathering officially commenced. Whoosh. The moment his words fell, a multitude of figures surged into the air, transforming into streaks of light as they darted toward the rift in the void. Buzz. Instantly, over 100,000 individuals entered. Though many were also expelled, their faces ashen. It's over. I have cultivated for 3,100 years in my family's time and space secret realm, exceeding the age limit for the dragon ascendance gathering. A young man in crimson cried out in despair, having just entered the void realm. He was cast out by an inexplicable force, his token turning to ashes. This signified that he had lost his qualification to participate. The requirements to join the dragon ascendance gathering stipulate that one's soul age must be under 3,000 years. Whether cultivated in the external world or the time and space secret realm, all will be counted in soul age, with no room for deception. Buzz. Another wave of spatial distortion ensued, resulting in over 10,000 individuals being expelled from the realm, all those who exceeded the age limit yet attempted to exploit loopholes. Lord of Tian City, I am merely half a day over the 3,000-year limit. I implore you for a chance to participate in this dragon ascendance gathering. A strikingly handsome young man knelt before the Lord of Tian City, pleading desperately. His background was also remarkable, being the holy son of the Yuan clan, an ancient family that had produced more than one emperor in its lineage. He had anticipated shining brilliantly in this gathering, only to find himself expelled for exceeding the age limit by a mere half day. How could he accept such a fate? Yet, the Lord of Tian City paid him no heed. As the Yuan clan holy son grew increasingly vocal, the heavens rumbled ominously, and a massive thunder pool materialized above. It swiftly silenced him, forcing him to retreat in alarm. The Lord of Tian City truly wielded the power of the heavenly Tao, capable of summoning heavenly tribulations with a mere thought. Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he looked upon the Lord of Tian City, suspended in the void, increasingly sensing the depths of this individual's inscrutability. However, he quickly reined in his thoughts, redirecting his attention to the entrance of the void realm. Let us proceed, for I am quite eager for this gathering. With a nonchalant smile, Chu Yuan led the multitude of Chu family prodigies toward the entrance. Swish! As Chu Yuan and the others vanished in an instant, unbeknownst to him, the gaze of the lord of Tian's city, towering above the heavens, flickered with a barely perceptible glint upon catching sight of Chu Yuan's figure. Chapter 17. The Cruel Void Realm, Young Lord of the Underworld. In the Void Realm, the upper tier, the sky was dim, and the earth lay desolate, occasionally interrupted by towering mountain ranges, all suffused with an indescribable sense of oppression. Buzz. As the ripples of spatial distortion arose, thousands of figures materialized in this place, including Chu Yuan and his two maidens. What an immense gravitational force. Is this the Void Realm? Chu Yuan steadied himself midair, surveying the surroundings as he felt the tremendous pressure weighing upon him, murmuring softly. According to the Lord of Tian's city's introduction, the Void Realm comprises 3 layers: upper, middle, and lower. The deeper one ventures, the more terrifying the magical creatures and the oppressive forces encountered. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he had completely separated from the other Chu family prodigies, with only Luo and Baisu remaining by his side. It seemed that upon stepping into this realm, they had been separated by the chaotic currents of space. Puff! Not far away, under the extreme gravitational pressure, several prodigies who had yet to reach the 9th stage of the divine Tao were spitting blood, feeling as though their very veins would burst in agony within this world. Damn it! My father never mentioned that this small world of the Dragon Ascendant's gathering would be so terrifying. Even with my late-stage esteemed Prince Cultivation, I find it difficult to withstand this pressure. A young man clad in a resplendent golden python robe, his countenance marked by defiance, gritted his teeth and bellowed in fury, channeling the profound essence of a venerable master within him, desperately striving to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Nevertheless, his cheeks remained flushed with the intensity of the oppressive force, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Bang. However, for those of lesser cultivation who attempted to resist him, the outcome was far from glorious. In the blink of an eye, they were torn asunder, their bodies exploding into a shower of flesh and blood, raining down like a macabre confetti. Dead. These individuals had endured countless life and death crises throughout the tumultuous battles of 100 dynasties to step onto the stage of this Dragon Ascendant's gathering. Yet now, they perished at the very starting line, without even encountering a true contest of prowess. They didn't even have the chance to withdraw from this realm before meeting a tragic end. Witnessing this scene, the young man in the golden python robe's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. No, I, the prince, am destined to be the next sovereign of the Azure Dragon dynasty. I cannot meet such a humiliating demise at the Dragon Ascendant's gathering. I shall withdraw. There are greater heights beyond the heavens, and talents beyond mere mortals. Let those true prodigies contend for this gathering. In the tumult of his thoughts, the Azure Dragon Prince swiftly made his decision. With his mere cultivation at the 9th stage of the mortal path, it was impossible for him to dominate his peers in this gathering, and the risk of annihilation loomed large. His extraordinary status rendered it unnecessary to gamble in such a manner. It would be wiser to retreat and return to the dynasty. Yet, just as the Azure Dragon Prince was about to produce his command token and prepare to depart from the Void Realm, whoosh! In a flash, before he could even react, a shadowy sword beam surged forth from the void, and in the next instant, his entire being was cleaved into a mist of blood, his very soul obliterated to nothingness, extinguished in an instant. Not Lear, my beloved Lear. The unfolding events within the Void Realm were projected across countless screens, illuminating the skies of the Azure Dragon dynasty. At this moment, the reigning sovereign of the Azure Dragon dynasty, upon witnessing the death of his most outstanding son, felt his eyes redden with fury, unleashing a piercing wail that resonated throughout the entire dynasty. The Azure Dragon dynasty was but a modest kingdom. The most powerful among them barely reached the divine realm, even weaker than disciples of the ancient aristocratic families and venerable sacred lands. Even the Azure Dragon Prince, one of the top talents in this dynasty, held little significance in the grand tapestry of the entire realm, and upon stepping into the Void Realm, he was instantly slain by another. This, within the opulent Golden Hall. The talented individuals of the Azure Dragon dynasty, who had gathered to witness the Dragon Ascendant's gathering, were left utterly dumbfounded. The prince, whom they could only revere from afar, akin to a transcendent prodigy, was now dispatched with the swiftness of a butcher's hand. They had not even been afforded the chance to escape the Void Realm. Who is it who has slain my Lear? I, the sovereign of the Azure Dragon, in his grief, howled incessantly, but in the next moment, as the figure of his son's murderer materialized before him, he found himself rendered speechless, paralyzed in shock, his lips trembling with sheer horror. If you are cowards, then do not come to tarnish this supreme gathering. Death is your best fate. The void shattered. From the depths of the darkened expanse emerged a figure with black hair and crimson eyes, exuding an aura of unfathomable malevolence. With one hand grasping a sword, its blade appeared to be steeped in the darkness of the abyss, as if it could devour all things. Gulp. The sovereign of the Azure Dragon struggled to swallow, fearfully uttering the identity of this individual, the vice master of the underworld palace, Qian. What? Upon hearing this, the courtiers within the Azure Dragon Hall fell into a stunned silence. In an instant, the thought of avenging the Azure Dragon Prince vanished, replaced by an overwhelming and palpable dread. The Underworld Palace. What a formidable power that is. It towers over countless sacred lands, with a legacy spanning millions of years, rivaling even the ancient aristocratic families in sheer terror. It is said that the current master of the Underworld Palace is among the elite, even among emperors. And with the imperial weapon of the 10 halls of the underworld, even formidable emperors have fallen at its hands. And this Qian is, without a doubt, a direct disciple of the Underworld Master. His talent is extraordinary. He reached the Saint Realm at merely 2,000 years of age and has been recognized by the imperial weapon of the 10 halls of the underworld. He is being groomed as the next generation master of the Underworld Palace, a figure destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the realm. Ding. Detected a 3-star child of fate. The host can gain a substantial amount of villain points by defeating or killing them, seizing mid-level heavenly luck. Meanwhile, at the moment of the vice master of the Underworld Palace's appearance, a voice echoed in Chu Yuan's mind, as Qian was also an unequivocal child of fate, and a 3-star child of fate at that. Name, Qian. Identity, direct disciple of the Underworld Master, inheritor of the ancient emperor, the eternal night demon emperor. Luck, 305. Child of fate level, 3-star. Cultivation, peak of the Saint Realm. Special opportunities, mastery of the imperial weapon of the 10 halls of the underworld. The imperial technique eternal night demon domain, control over the rule of death, not yet initiated. Luck halo effect, unknown. Chapter 18, Qian's killing intent, eternal night demon domain. Resolutely examining his attribute panel, Chu Yuan shook his head indifferently. While this panel appeared impressive, in his eyes, it was still far from sufficient. The only aspect that warranted his cautious consideration was the potential effect of the opponent's luck halo. He could not discern whether it bore similarities to Meng Han's intelligence-diminishing halo or possessed other functions altogether. Oh, to my surprise, I find myself fortunate, encountering the scion of the Chu family immediately upon entering the Void Realm. Hehe, Chu Yuan, perhaps I respect you somewhat in the outside world, but within this Void Realm, your life and death are no longer in your hands. Qian stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, surveying his surroundings. His gaze swept over the distant Chu Yuan and his companions, lingering momentarily on Luo and Bai Su, a glimmer of greed and fervor igniting in his eyes. Luo, with her enchanting beauty, radiated a gentle elegance, as if a celestial being descended to earth. The other girl, though expressionless, possessed an exquisite and delicate appearance that ignited a burning desire within him. He longed to ravage her, to see her weep and plead for mercy. Chu Scion, you are indeed fortunate in your allure. Qian suppressed the emotions in his eyes, smiling faintly at Chu Yuan, his gaze filled with intrigue. He had heard of Chu Yuan, the enigmatic divine scion of the ancient Chu family, who remained shrouded in mystery, revealing little of his true strength. Yet now, facing him, he discovered that Chu Yuan's cultivation was merely at the Divine King realm. In comparison to his own peak in the Saint realm, it was akin to the disparity between heaven and earth, the difference between an ant and a true dragon. The only aspect he needed to be wary of were the 2 maidens by Chu Yuan's side. Not only were they breathtakingly beautiful, but both exuded a faint aura of sanctity, with one seemingly possessing cultivation equal to his own. Chu Yuan, withdraw from the Void Realm voluntarily, leaving behind your 2 maidens. Otherwise, today shall mark your burial ground. Suddenly, Qian's tone turned frigid, his gaze sharp as a blade, pressing down upon Chu Yuan. As a child of fate, he inherently harbored animosity towards Chu Yuan. Now, upon realizing that the latter's cultivation was merely at the Divine King level, how could he let this opportunity slip by? Insolence. Do you recognize the identity of the person standing before you? Should you provoke the displeasure of the Divine Sun, not even the Lord of the Underworld could save you. As Qian's voice faded, Luo, adorned in a flowing blue gown beside Chu Yuan, glared fiercely with her beautiful eyes and coldly rebuked. Your Highness has been utterly brazen. Such behavior warrants punishment. Step back, Luo. Chu Yuan interjected with a wave of his hand, signaling her to quell her anger. He then lifted his gaze to meet Qian's, his eyes deep and inscrutable. You are quite remarkable. An insignificant insect dares to defy the heavens. I must admit, The audacity of you so-called children of destiny is truly commendable. Chu Yuan's tone was detached, and while his words appeared to be praise, the haughty disdain emanating from him was palpable. Despite Qin and being a child of three-star fortune, he remained scorned and dismissed. Insect, the atmosphere shifted dramatically with those words. The arrogance that once graced Qin En's brow vanished, replaced by an overwhelming fury and darkness. Behind him, the other prodigies from the underworld palace erupted in rage, their murderous intent saturating the skies. This Chu Yuan was utterly arrogant. To liken the heir of the underworld palace to an insect was a grave insult. To spare him would be to lose all face. But a mere god king, do you truly believe you can best me? Qin En did not rush into action, but instead fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Chu Yuan. His frigid stare resembled that of a venomous serpent, an icy chill enveloping the air, as if he were poised to strike at any moment. Yet, Chu Yuan remained unfazed, a faint, indifferent smile gracing his lips. Victory? Ultimately, it is merely an insect's futile aspiration to gaze upward. What distinction is there between winning and losing? Or rather, do you even deserve it? With those words, the crowd in the Taitsong realm erupted into a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. It was well known that the underworld palace was no trifling force. Furthermore, their heir had spent 2 millennia honing his skills to reach the pinnacle of the Saint realm. Even the divine maiden of the Lu Clan would likely think twice before provoking him. This was the Void realm, not the Taitsong realm, where the Chu family offered protection. How could Chu Yuan still dare to act with such arrogance? Did he not fear that his life might be claimed in the blink of an eye, igniting a conflict between these two formidable factions? Alas, the divine son of the Chu family was still in the early stages of his cultivation. He was surely no match for the heir of the underworld palace. Should the latter lose his temper, today could see him slain on the spot. The Chu family would undoubtedly be enraged, and the Taitsong realm would be embroiled in a storm of bloodshed. Within an ancient kingdom, the aging ruler slowly opened his eyes. His gaze profound. The Chu family held immense power within the Taitsong realm, and their prodigies were naturally of high status, dominating countless cultivation resources and amassing great wealth. Over time, this had bred discontent among various factions, though they dared not show it in daily life. However, in the Void realm, such reservations vanished. If Chu Yuan were to fall today, that old fool Chu Tianhe would surely go mad. In the ancient celestial family, the Lu Clan, the current patriarch, a being at the threshold of eternity, spoke with a calm demeanor. As he gazed at the luminous projection in the sky, he focused his thoughts and directly transmitted his voice across vast distances into Qin En's mind. I am the imperceptible emperor. Today, you need not harbor any reservations. Feel free to strike at Chu Yuan. Should you slay him, the Lu family will ensure that the underworld palace faces no retribution from the Chu family. And I shall personally grant you one request. The imperceptible emperor? Is this truly so? Qin En's breath caught in his throat upon hearing those words. The imperceptible emperor. A figure who had ascended to the threshold of eternity, personally reaching out to him and making such a promise. My credibility is beyond question. Killing this Chu Yuan is precisely what you ought to do. The voice of the imperceptible emperor resonated before abruptly ceasing. In the next moment, Qin En's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent as boundless fury surged forth. To slay Chu Yuan and secure the promise of the imperceptible emperor was an opportunity of a lifetime. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Qin En's mind, ultimately coalescing into a sinister grin. Chu Yuan, if you seek death, I shall gladly escort you to it. Open the eternal night demon domain, he bellowed, and in an instant, Qin En's aura surged to its zenith. Boom! A tide of darkness surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing the surrounding void for miles. Suddenly, the world was shrouded in an endless night, time itself devoured, and silence reigned supreme. This terrifying spectacle sent shockwaves through the ranks of cultivators within the Void realm. What kind of secret technique was this? It was truly bizarre. Heavens! It was the Eternal Night Demon Domain, the signature imperial art of the ancient demon sovereign, capable of siphoning the strength of all beings within its realm, turning it to his own advantage. Terrifying beyond measure. An imperial art? A mere junior had mastered an imperial art. I have cultivated for 800,000 years, and yet have never even caught a glimpse of an imperial art. The very heavens quaked, sending shivers down the spines of numerous observers. They felt their hair stand on end. This was a genuine imperial art. Throughout history, those who attained the status of emperor were all prodigious talents, extraordinary in their capabilities. The imperial arts they created were unmatched, holding supremacy over their contemporaries. A true imperial art could be regarded as a treasured possession even among the finest holy grounds and ancient families. Moreover, mastering an imperial art demanded an exceptionally high level of comprehension, Even an aspiring emperor who could grasp one was considered a prodigy. Yet this Qianan, after merely 2,000 years of cultivation at the Saint Realm, had not only learned an imperial art, but mastered it to an extraordinary degree. The divine son of the Chu family was in dire peril. The Eternal Night Demon Domain was renowned for its ability to siphon the power of all living beings. Legend has it that the Eternal Night Demon Sovereign had once faced 5 opponents alone, clashing against 5 righteous emperors and emerging unscathed. When the Demon Domain was unleashed, the world was plunged into an infinite night. The Eternal Night Demon Domain was a top-tier imperial art. Even the 3 great ancient celestial families would covet it. Outside, nearly no one held hope for Chu Yuan. In their eyes, this divine son of the Chu family was doomed to defeat. Even if he had some means to preserve his life, he would undoubtedly lose his chance to participate in the upcoming event, with expulsion from the Void Realm imminent. He would be denied entry to the Heavenly Dao Golden List. Chapter 19. Imperial Weapons, 10 Halls of Hell. Meanwhile, within the Chu family, in the Holy Cloud Realm. This brat from the Underworld Palace has indeed stumbled upon a great opportunity, inheriting the legacy of the Eternal Night Demon Sovereign. However, before my son, who stands at the threshold of Emperor, any secret technique is inconsequential. That is my son, Chu Jin. As for the Underworld Palace, how dare they openly threaten Yuan? It might be worth considering their eradication in the future. Within the Grand Hall of the Chu family, numerous powerful figures at the Emperor level, including Chu Jin and Chu Tian, gathered to observe the projection of the upcoming event. Upon witnessing Qian An's audacity in threatening to kill Chu Yuan, they initially felt a surge of anger. However, they quickly recalled Chu Yuan's current strength, and their expressions turned rather intriguing. That lad had truly reached the level of an aspiring emperor. Within the past week, they had personally tested Chu Yuan's strength, discovering that his prowess was not merely at the nascent stage of a Quasi-Emperor. His inherent cultivation power could contend with the formidable late-stage Quasi-Emperors. Moreover, with the addition of the Emperor weapon, the Howdy Shintian Tower, even peak Quasi-Emperor experts might find themselves outmatched in a confrontation with him. In stark contrast stood Qianan, the young master of the Hell Palace. He was but an ordinary sage. Even with the legendary Emperor weapon, the 10 Halls of Hell, what could he possibly achieve? In the face of such an overwhelming disparity in power, all efforts appeared futile. The Hell Palace. It was rumored that they were aligning themselves with the Lu family, and such threats against Yuaner could not be overlooked. Their Emperor weapon, the 10 Halls of Hell, was indeed impressive. Beitsong, you shall venture to the Hell Palace tomorrow and demand that the Palace Master surrender the Emperor weapon. Should he refuse, then we shall annihilate the entire Hell Palace. From the exalted seat, Old Master Chu Tian's words were overwhelmingly domineering. Merely due to Qian An's menacing remarks, he sought to seize the Hell Palace's treasured Emperor weapon. If they did not comply, their entire lineage would face annihilation. With this intent, Chu Beitsong smirked, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. The quality of the Hell Palace's Emperor weapon was remarkable, capable of summoning countless specters of the underworld to battle, a treasure he had coveted for centuries. This time, acquiring it to bestow upon his nephew would be a fitting use of such a resource. Just as the Chu family prepared to obliterate the Hell Palace, the perspective shifted back to the Void Realm. With the manifestation of the Eternal Night Demon Domain, the entire cosmos underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Endless black mist surged forth, shrouding the heavens and earth, as if doomsday had descended. Buzz, at the heart of the demon domain, Qian An's body was emblazoned with blood-black demonic runes, his long hair whipping wildly in the tempest. A scarlet demonic flame burned in his eyes, an invisible aura of malevolence permeating the air. In that moment, he appeared as a demonic deity descended upon the mortal realm. Ha. Qian An spread his arms wide, throwing back his head in a triumphant roar, his voice reverberating through the heavens, causing the upper echelons of the Void Realm to tremble slightly. No. Withdraw. I concede. Where the black mist enveloped, all beings withered to mere bones. Those small nations' prodigies, unable to escape the Void Realm in time, met a tragic demise. Their life force consumed in an instant, all transformed into nourishment for Qian An's power. Chu Yuan, in my Eternal Night Demon Domain, do you dare to act recklessly? Qian An's figure was obscured by the black mist, resembling a dark demonic god, his voice echoing across the realms. Today, he would reveal to the world of Taitsong that the so-called scions of the ancient immortal families were by no means unparalleled prodigies. They were merely trifling, ignorant. 1,000 miles away, Chu Yuan maintained an unperturbed demeanor. The encroaching black mist was effortlessly repelled by an unseen force, no matter how fiercely it assailed. It could not penetrate. Boom. Then, with a casual strike of his palm, an unimaginable tempest erupted, sweeping across the entire cosmos. Beneath that strike, hundreds of thousands of miles of void seemed poised to shatter. The infinite darkness was torn asunder in an instant. The vast eternal night demon domain collapsed in an instant. At the center of the demon domain, Shien was sent flying like a projectile. Boom, boom, boom. After crashing through several towering mountains, he finally managed to stabilize himself. Drenched in blood. What? Instantly, among the myriad forces of the Taitsong realm, countless cultivators witnessed this scene, their eyes widening in shock. Their hearts gripped by an unparalleled terror. One strike. The legendary imperial technique, the eternal night demon domain, lay in tatters, scattered by a mere gust of wind. How could this be? The Hell Palace. At that moment, the Emperor Realm Expert, the Palace Master of the Hell Palace, opened his eyes. Witnessing his disciple's instantaneous defeat sparked a flicker of danger in his gaze as he regarded Chu Yuan, who still stood firm in the void. A sense of trepidation surging within him. Chu Yuan. This scion of the Chu family appears far from ordinary. Shien is a peak sage. And with the might of the eternal night demon domain, even a typical grand sage would struggle to prevail. Yet in a fleeting moment, he was vanquished by Chu Yuan. To what extent had the true depth of his cultivation reached? Disciple, utilize the projection power of the 10 halls of hell next. I shall assist you in unleashing full force to eliminate Chu Yuan. As thoughts raced through his mind, the palace master of the Hell Palace barked in a low voice. Just moments ago, he had also received a transmission from the Wuhan Emperor, with the Lu family backing them. The Hell Palace felt no fear in standing against the Chu family, an ancient immortal clan. Should they succeed in slaying this Chu family scion today, it would be an unparalleled achievement, one that would benefit them immensely. Upon hearing the palace master's command, Shien struggled to rise. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, his eyes burning with an even fiercer crimson as he nodded solemnly. Rest assured, master, I will slay this child and elevate the name of our Hell Palace. His countenance twisted with ferocity and madness, he extended his right hand, revealing a shadow of a dark palace manifesting within his palm. An aura of endless death permeated the surroundings, as if it were a microcosm of the 9 netherworld, exuding an eerie aura that sent chills down one's spine. The 10 Halls of Hell, the ancestral emperor weapon of the Hell Palace. This emperor weapon could seal the souls of all deceased within, transforming them into servants of the palace, ensuring eternal servitude. For millennia, the Hell Palace had imprisoned countless powerful souls, sufficient to summon a true army of the undead. Even emperor-level experts were no exception. Chapter 20. The Annihilating Palm, Crushing Shien. Alas, the 10 Halls of Hell in Shien's hands was but a mere projection of the emperor weapon. Even if it could summon those deceased emperors, their power would undoubtedly be significantly diminished, far from their peak state. Yet, even in such a state, it would be more than enough to sweep away countless prodigies in the void realm. Awaken, 10 Halls of Hell. Shien's expression twisted in malevolence, letting out a roar akin to that of a malevolent spirit. Boom. In an instant, the dark palace in his hand soared, the void fracturing, transforming into a true hall of the underworld. It seemed to connect with the 9 netherworld, emitting an unfathomable aura of terror. Crash. The 10 Halls of Hell hovered in the void, cascading millions of strands of pitch-black radiance, enveloping Shien and within. In that moment, his severely injured body visibly began to heal rapidly. Crack. Then, as the doors of the hall swung open, a series of terrifying figures emerged, each covered in an aura of death, their faces pale and expressionless, stepping forth from within. The 10 Halls of Hell. The ancestral emperor weapon of the Hell Palace was activated, and Shien had gained the recognition of the spirit of this emperor weapon, allowing him to wield its projection power even within the void realm. How would the Chu family scion contend with the might of the emperor weapon? Although those deceased emperors could not display their true strength, they likely possessed the power of grand sages or even sage kings. Outside, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Many cultivators were witnessing the true power of an emperor weapon for the first time, their expressions filled with boundless horror. Haha, Chu Yuan, you may have concealed considerable strength. Purely in terms of cultivation, I, Shien, may not be your match. However, in this present moment, the 10 Halls of Yama have been unleashed, and the 3 great emperors of the deceased have emerged. How shall you resist this calamity? As the 10 Halls of Yama open, Shien wears a face marked with excitement and a cruel smile. Within this imperial weapon lies the sealed souls of 3 formidable emperors: the emperor of the ancient crocodile clan, the soul-rending emperor, the emperor of the 3-eyed clan, the true Saint Emperor, and the most powerful among them, the soul of a genuine dragon emperor, the sky-rending emperor. The 3 deceased emperors materialize within the void. Though they are foreign emperors, they have all taken on human forms, surrounded by an aura of death, resembling mere walking corpses. Particularly the leading figure, the sky-rending emperor, despite his human guise, possesses an immense stature, within which faint roars of true dragons echo, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. Slaughter, destruction, conquest. The eyes of the sky-rending emperor are icy and cold as he scans his surroundings, ultimately locking onto Chu Yuan. The other two deceased emperors similarly bear cold, bloodthirsty gazes. Fixated upon Chu Yuan, they fell millions of years ago at the hands of the previous lord of the Yamahal. Even in their demise, their souls have been imprisoned within this imperial weapon for countless ages, and over time, they have transformed into puppets that exist solely by the instinct of slaughter. Apart from annihilating their immediate target, they possess no awareness whatsoever. That little beast is doomed. The lord of the Yamahal smirks, a glint of ruthlessness flashing across his face. These three deceased emperors can unleash approximately the power of a mid-tier emperor. Although they are in a weakened projection state, they still possess the might of a peak great sage, nearing the power of a saint king. In his estimation, Chu Yuan's cultivation level is at most that of a great sage. How could he possibly contend against these three immortal and inexhaustible deceased emperors? It is but an act of futility, akin to striking a stone with an egg or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. This is the imperial weapon, the 10 halls of Yama. In the distance, a rare look of solemnity appears on Chu Yuan's face. However, this gravity dissipates almost instantly, replaced by a calm indifference. Indeed, they are true emperor souls. Yet now, their power is woefully inadequate. They cannot even reach the level of a saint king, and compared to the spirit-ruined saint king, the disparity is nearly 1,000-fold, rendering them utterly unworthy of his concern. It is high time to conclude this farce. Chu Yuan gently shakes his head, and in the next moment, he raises his hand, summoning boundless power. Boom! In the heavens above, a colossal hand, terrifying enough to obscure the sun, emerges. Spanning across the cosmos, the sheer force radiating from it nearly collapses the firmament. This is the imperial technique, the ancient emperor's sky-obscuring seal. Originating from an ancestor of the Chu family who has ascended to the higher realms, it stands as one of the highest imperial techniques of the Chu family. Legends say that when executed to its utmost, it can bury true immortals. This sudden turn of events leaves all onlookers momentarily stunned. In the next instant, they witness the gigantic hand crashing down. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, not only are the three deceased emperors obliterated, but the entire projection of the 10 halls of Yama is also annihilated, utterly erased from existence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a 3-star child of fortune, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding! The aura effect of the child of fortune Shien and has been detected. It is known as 10 lives for 1, activating automatically when facing imminent demise, granting a single exemption from death. With a single strike, the very heavens seem poised to shatter. Chu Yuan stands with his hands clasped behind his back, casually and indifferently treading upon the void. At this moment, the system's voice resonates fittingly. Merely by defeating Shien, he has amassed a staggering 100,000 villain points. Moreover, the detection of the opposing child of fortune's aura effect reveals the ability to grant a single exemption from death. This explains why he managed to survive under Chu Yuan's ancient emperor's sky-obscuring seal, but he will have no such opportunity again. Rumble. With a flick of his hand, Chu Yuan rends the void. He seizes Shien, who had already fled 1,000 miles away, preparing to use a token to escape the realm of void. No, you cannot kill me. My master is the lord of the Yamahal. I am also a favored individual of the Wuhan Emperor, protected by the Lu family. Upon arrival, Shien is so frightened that his soul nearly flees, hastily invoking the names of his powerful backers, the lord of the Yamahal, and the most formidable ancestor of the Lu family, the Wuhan Emperor. At the mere mention of these names, even the most prodigious talents would turn pale. The former, the lord of the Yamahal, may not be much, merely a common giant in the Taitsong realm, but the Wuhan Emperor. He is the master of the ancient immortal Lu family, a transcendent being of half-step eternity, nearly on par with the master of Tian City, an unparalleled power. No matter who it is, they must show him a modicum of respect. Yet upon hearing this, Chu Yuan merely snorts coldly and swiftly strikes down with his hand. Clap. The crisp sound reverberates across the 8 desolations. In an instant, Shien explodes into a mist of blood. His soul is utterly obliterated into ashes, completely vanishing without a trace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 3-star child of fortune, earning 200,000 villain points. Ding! Successfully plundered 200 points of heavenly Dao fortune, current host fortune, 700. Chapter 21. Plundering 2 major fortunes, the prodigies of the hidden dragon ranking. The rewards for slaying a 3-star child of fortune far exceed Chu Yuan's previous expectations. He has accumulated a total of 300,000 villain points. Furthermore, he has plundered 200 points of heavenly Dao fortune, further elevating his own fortune, and is about to begin mastering the power of the eternal calamity demon body. Moreover, Xian's demise brings even more rewards. Unlike the impoverished two-star child of fortune Meng Han, Xian possesses opportunities of no lesser value. He holds the Imperial Technique, the Eternal Night Demon Realm, as well as a genuine rule Immortal Technique, a terrifying existence transcending Imperial-level divine arts. Ding! Successfully plundered the opportunities of the child of fortune Xian. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Imperial Technique, the Eternal Night Demon Realm, and the rule Immortal Technique. The Grasp of Death. By slaying him, Chu Yuan has naturally seized these two great opportunities for his own use. Consuming 100,000 villain points, the Eternal Night Demon Realm can reach perfection. Consuming 200,000 villain points, one can enter the realm of the rule Immortal Technique, gaining a thread of true immortal-level death laws. As soon as he acquires these two divine arts, the system's voice resonates once more. Merely 100,000 villain points can directly perfect the Eternal Night Demon Realm. However, the Immortal Technique, the Grasp of Death, requires 200,000 villain points just to begin, highlighting a significant disparity. True immortal-level laws? Yet upon seeing those words behind, Chu Yuan's thoughts stir slightly. True immortals are, in fact, what the Taitsong realm refers to as the Eternal Immortal Realm. If these are truly the laws of immortals, they must undoubtedly surpass all powers of the Taitsong realm. Even if he is yet to attain the rank of an emperor with the power of this immortal law, he could certainly contend against true emperors. Presently, he possesses 300,000 villain points, just enough to use 100,000 villain points to elevate himself to the late stage of a Quasi-Emperor. Then, he can invest all remaining villain points into this immortal technique to grasp the true power of the laws of immortality. Luo'er by Su. The divine child shall henceforth enter seclusion for a brief period. You shall remain here to guard me, and I implore you to refrain from disturbing my meditation. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuan promptly instructed the two women beside him. He then waved his hand grandly, opening a temporary sanctuary in the void, preparing to break through to the late stage of the Quasi-Emperor realm and further refine the true immortal laws. Yes, Your Highness. Both Luo'er and Bai Su responded in unison. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Chu Yuan and his companions, the entire Taitsong realm had erupted into chaos. The force of a single palm had utterly obliterated the projection of an imperial weapon. Even the three fallen emperors could not halt its advance by the slightest measure. Xian, the young master of the Yama Hall, was mercilessly slain by the divine child of the Chu family with a thunderous strike, leaving no room for reprieve. This scene sent shivers through countless onlookers, leaving them utterly astounded. The divine child of the Chu family was undeniably a dark horse in this hidden dragon grand assembly. With such formidable prowess, even the divine maiden of the Lu family might struggle to contend with him. Indeed, among all the prodigies of the human race, few could hope to rival his might. At this moment, on the vast projection of the hidden dragon ranking, after slaying Xian and seizing all his points, Chu Yuan's name prominently ascended the ranks, now standing at the astonishing position of 8,670, with 4,300 points. Upon seeing Chu Yuan's name appear on the board, many cultivators instinctively lifted their gazes towards the pinnacle of the rankings. At number 1 on the hidden dragon ranking stood the contemporary holy son of the Yin God clan, the terrifying prodigy known as Fun Tianju, who was rumored to have attained sainthood by the age of 50 and reached the realm of the Saint King by 200. His current score had reached a staggering 6,570,000. The projection displayed his presence already in the mid-levels of the Void Realm, where he was engaged in the slaughter of countless formidable demonic creatures. The Yin God clan was growing increasingly powerful, regardless of the circumstances. Our human race must not allow these alien factions to seize the top of the hidden dragon ranking. This youth is utterly terrifying. A 200-year-old Saint King, akin to our source law emperor, is simply beyond comprehension. In a moment, many formidable figures began to engage in fervent discussions regarding this matter. The Yin God clan, one of the myriad races of the Taitsong realm, was initially a small race with merely millions in number. However, over the past several million years, they unexpectedly received a legacy from the upper realms, soaring to unprecedented heights. They produced numerous mighty emperors and boasted prodigies like Fun Tianju, who surpassed all imagination. Quickly, the crowd's attention shifted downward. At number 2 of the hidden dragon ranking stood the human race's divine son of the ancient family, the Luo family, Luo Yun. Within the light of the projection, Luo Yun was situated in a realm of surging lava, surrounded by roaring flames, as if he were engulfed in a sea of fire. With a thunderous crash, he pointed a finger, and a colossal flame giant before him exploded instantly. Many recognized this fiery giant as a nearly peak-level great sage demonic creature, the ancient fire demon. Yet just moments ago, Lu Yun had effortlessly slain it with a mere flick of his hand. This clearly demonstrated the extraordinary extent of his strength. A great sage-level demon. Should this ancient fire demon descend upon my Songlong Empire, it would lay waste to my kingdom within the span of an hour. Witnessing this, the Songlong monarch trembled in sheer terror. As merely a half-step divine king, the sight of the ancient fire demon in the projection nearly caused him to lose his wits. Yet the Luo family divine son dispatched it as one would a common beast, an act of sheer horror. Is this what true genius looks like? It seems that a small place like my Songlong Empire is utterly unworthy of participating in such events. With a heavy heart, he could not help but smile wryly. Closing his eyes to cultivate and no longer observing the competition for the hidden dragon ranking. At number 3 stood another member of the human race. The prince of the Eastern Sacred Ancient Kingdom, Wang Lin. The projection revealed Wang Lin transforming into a being that was half dragon and half human, with golden pupils shimmering like twin stars descending to the earth. With a resounding crash, he wielded a long halberd, and with a single strike, he could fracture the earth and collapse mountains, resembling a peerless war god. The Eastern Sacred Ancient Kingdom is one of the oldest kingdoms in human history, its influence surpassing countless holy lands and ancient families, nearly rivaling the 3 great ancient families. Prince Wang Lin had received the blood essence of the ancestral dragon from the upper realms, making him not only the prince of the Eastern Sacred Ancient Kingdom, but also a revered figure among the dragon clan. At number 4 on the hidden dragon ranking was the divine maiden of the Lu family, Lu Yuni. As a reincarnated celestial king, Lu Yuni had yet to cultivate for long. However, the scene displayed in the projection caused all nearby strong figures to feel a sense of trepidation. She donned a light blue dress, her features exquisite, her skin as fair as snow. Adorned in her flowing garments, she sat gracefully within an ancient bronze chariot, surrounded by over 100 prodigies who guarded her and relentlessly hunted down demonic creatures. Yet, aside from a few, such as the Holy Son of the Void Heaven, most of these prodigies appeared dazed, entirely obeying Lu Yuni's commands as if they had become her puppets. As for Lu Yuni herself, she merely sat within the ancient chariot, savoring tea with an air of tranquility. With the continuous efforts of the 100 prodigies, her points steadily climbed, soon surpassing 4 million and still growing. This was evidently the power of the Celestial Emperor's Great Fate technique. This technique alters the destinies of beings from their very roots. With just a glance, Lu Yuni could make countless prodigies subconsciously perceive themselves as her eternal slaves, fighting to the death for her. Naturally, those few with extraordinary luck, like the Holy Son of the Void Heaven, could not be turned into her servants by the Great Fate technique, as Lu Yuni, being only a quasi-saint, could not yet fully unleash its true power. Chapter 22. Late-stage Quasi-Emperor, refining the true immortal laws. At this moment, in the upper echelons of the Void Realm, within the spatial sanctuary opened by Chu Yuan, Ding, consumed 100,000 villain points. Host cultivation has ascended to the late stage of the Quasi-Emperor realm, perfection. By consuming 200,000 villain points, one may further ascend to the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Upon expending 100,000 villain points, and with the system's announcement resounding, Chu Yuan officially stepped into the late stage of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Following this surge in power, even without relying on any imperial weapons, he could easily defeat an ordinary peak Quasi-Emperor. With 200,000 villain points remaining, I now face 2 choices. Should I pursue the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor realm directly? Or should I delve into the mastery of the death control, refining the true immortal laws? After completing his breakthrough, Chu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Having reached the late stage of the Quasi-Emperor realm, his gaze seemed to harbor a grand world, with boundless chaotic mists swirling and myriad laws of existence unfolding within. It was profoundly awe-inspiring. At this moment, Chu Yuan contemplated the remaining 200,000 villain points, lost in thought. To be frank, his current strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary peak Quasi-Emperor. However, even if he were to elevate to the pinnacle, he would merely be unrivaled beneath the emperors. Against a true emperor, he would still find himself at a disadvantage. After all, an emperor is an emperor. The chasm between the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor and a true emperor, while seemingly just a step away, is ultimately an insurmountable gulf. Upon entering the realm of the emperor, one's power shall experience a transformation akin to the heavens themselves, stepping into the true pinnacle of the Tai Song realm. Such prowess is not to be compared with that of a mere Quasi-Emperor. Alas, a Quasi-Emperor remains just that, a mere precursor. Yet, should one refine the laws of the true immortal, Perhaps even an emperor could find themselves at odds with me. After a prolonged contemplation, Chu Yuan ultimately reached a resolute decision. The power of the true immortal laws is overwhelmingly fearsome. In the Taizong realm, it is akin to an overwhelming force. Even a mere wisp would yield unimaginable benefits upon refinement. System, I shall expend 200,000 villain points. Grant me mastery over the law of death. As the thought crossed his mind, the 200,000 villain points were promptly deducted. Immediately, the world around Chu Yuan underwent a dramatic transformation, plunging him into a bizarre space reminiscent of the netherworld, filled with the anguished wails and howls of despair. Mortals? Huh. Mere mortals dare to aspire to refine my master's laws. A chilling, discordant laughter echoed, and in an instant, countless ghostly figures emerged. Amidst the tumultuous sea of blood, a shadowy figure cloaked in black, adorned with a lofty crown, gradually coalesced. The man's visage was obscured, his features indistinguishable, exuding an aura of boundless malevolence and decay. The master of life and death, the supreme being of the holy immortal realm. How could you, an ant, tarnish his celestial path? With a shrill cry, an endless tide of deathly energy surged forth. The man extended a finger and made a delicate gesture, and in that moment, the entire realm dimmed. In the distance, Chu Yuan's expression grew solemn. He understood that this man was a manifestation of the law of death. If he wished to refine it and master this immortal art, he must first conquer it here. The Emperor's celestial tower, crush. Without hesitation, sensing a hint of threat, Chu Yuan resorted to the most straightforward and brutal method. The pinnacle imperial weapon, a terrifying existence on the verge of becoming a celestial artifact, the Emperor's celestial tower. This was indeed Chu Yuan's true trump card. Should the Emperor's celestial tower unleash its full might, even an emperor would meet their demise. Boom. A colossal ancient tower materialized in the heavens. And with a single downward strike, it instantaneously shattered the black-cloaked figure, reducing it to countless ashes. Even though it was a manifestation of the true immortal law, it was ultimately but a transformation of a single law. Its power barely surpassed that of a quasi-emperor, barely qualifying as a half-emperor level. As the Emperor's celestial tower descended, it was no surprise that it was utterly annihilated. Crack. With the demise of the transformed man, this space shattered as well. The core of the true immortal law transformed into a luminous orb and drifted toward Chu Yuan, who promptly refined it within his body. The terrifying power instantly permeating throughout him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining a strand of the true immortal law, death, mastering the law of death. Time swiftly passed, and it was unclear how long had elapsed. By the time the system's voice resounded once more, Chu Yuan had entered a state of profound transcendence. Here, he seemed to embody the true sovereign of death, wielding dominion over all things, governing life and death. The path of death, commanding the fates of myriad beings. With a mere utterance capable of causing the heavens to collapse. As Chu Yuan opened his eyes, dark purple rays of deathly light flowed from his gaze. A single glance could plunge one into an eternal abyss of silence. This immortal art is exceedingly tyrannical. Its grade cannot be categorized by conventional standards. The stronger the death law refined by its master, the more formidable it becomes. At its utmost pinnacle, one could truly obliterate all beings with a single thought. The heavens themselves would be extinguished. Tear. The fabric of space tore apart, and Chu Yuan's figure reappeared within the Taizong realm. Outside, Luo Air and Bai Su remained steadfast, guarding him on either side. The presence of numerous corpses at their feet indicated that while Chu Yuan was in seclusion, a fierce battle had transpired here. Your Highness. The two women bowed respectfully. The expressionless Bai Su, under Luo Air's guidance over the past few days, had finally managed to force out a smile that was more reminiscent of a grimace, prompting Chu Yuan to shake his head in amusement, telling her there was no need to force it. Subsequently, his gaze casually swept over the corpses on the ground. Upon noticing the insignia on the garments, his expression suddenly turned icy. The Lu family? This divine son has not yet sought trouble with them, yet they dare to intrude first. Chu Yuan's tone was frigid. But just as his words fell, his brow furrowed. The aura of an alien power, what is this? His gaze turned skyward, where a terrifying oppressive force approached rapidly, traversing tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, descending upon the area where Chu Yuan stood. Boom. Amidst the tremors of the oppressive aura, three figures with blue eyes and white hair, their bodies entwined with shimmering ice crystals, appeared within Chu Yuan's sight. Crackle. The very moment these three materialized, the void itself froze. A terrifying cold wave surged, encasing everything within a radius of several thousand miles in ice sculptures. Your Highness, these are members of the Ice God clan. It appears they have come specifically for you. Luo Heir's delicate face also changed, her voice dropping to a whisper. The Ice God Clan, one of the top races on par with the Flame God Clan, once allies of the human race. They stood shoulder to shoulder countless times against the incursions of external evil. However, ever since the 8th ancestor of the Ice God Clan was slain by a human powerhouse 16 million years ago, and their clan's treasured artifact, the Seal of the Heavens, was stolen, the two races have drifted further apart, becoming foes. To this day, the Ice God Clan has transformed from former allies into one of the most hostile races against humanity. Every 10,000 years during the Hidden Dragon Grand Assembly, countless human prodigies have been hunted and slaughtered by the Ice God Clan, perishing therein. Chapter 23. The Ice God Clan's Hunting Party. The Northern Shien Emperor descends. Human race, the divine son of the ancient celestial family, the Chu family, Chu Yuan. According to reports, this individual's cultivation should be at the pinnacle of the divine king realm. However, his two maidens possess formidable prowess. You will deal with those two maidens. I shall personally handle Chu Yuan, the leader of the Ice God Clan, a tall man named Frost Trace, wielding a colossal sword forged entirely from profound ice. Coldly commanded after scanning Luo Heir and Bai Su with his piercing gaze. He is Frost Trace, ranked among the top 10 prodigies of the Ice God Clan. Furthermore, he is the captain of this hunting party. Their purpose in entering the Hidden Dragon Grand Assembly is not to compete for the rankings, but rather to hunt down human prodigies, exterminating those who have yet to fully rise. Rest assured, Brother Frost Trace, we have our ways to deal with those two human wenches. However, brother, this Chu family divine son likely possesses numerous hidden cards. We must conclude this swiftly. The two companions of the Ice God Clan nodded in agreement, all three having studied under the same master, the Frost Moon King, one of the 12 kings of the Ice God Clan. Their years of cultivation have all been capped at the maximum threshold permitted within the Hidden Dragon Grand Assembly, totaling nearly 2,900 years. Frost Trace has reached the mid-stage of the Great Sage Realm, while his two companions have also attained the pinnacle of the Sage Realm, nearing the half-step Great Sage level. This time, the prodigies of the Ice God Clan are undoubtedly the most concealed existences within this Hidden Dragon Grand Assembly, each possessing extraordinary strength, not for the sake of rankings, but to hunt down humans. The hunting party of the Ice God Clan. Very well, let us eliminate this Chu Yuan. My disciple, Shien, must not perish in vain. Even if it is the scion of the Chu family, he must accompany him to the grave. The Lord of the Underworld Palace glared with a ferocious and chilling gaze, witnessing the brutal murder of his apprentice at the hands of Chu Yuan, and finding himself utterly powerless despite revealing all his trump cards. He had descended into a near-mad state. His resentment and hatred towards Chu Yuan and the Chu family had reached its zenith. Were it not for the presence of the Lord of Heaven's Gate guarding the Void Realm, he would have already charged into that domain to personally slay Chu Yuan. Come forth and meet your demise, Lord of the Underworld Palace. Yet, as the Lord of the Underworld Palace eagerly gazed at the luminous screen, hoping for Chu Yuan's downfall at the hands of the Ice God Clan's mighty warriors, a roar akin to thunder suddenly reverberated across the heavens above the Underworld Palace. Boom. With the expansion of this sound wave, the entire firmament shattered in an instant, fissures appearing in the air like a spider's web, rapidly spreading. Who dares to intrude upon the Underworld Palace? Swish, swish. Countless powerful beings from the Underworld Palace sensed the disturbance, their figures soaring upward, their energies surging, ready for battle. However, they were afforded no opportunity to react. A blinding pillar of pure white light descended upon the land, magnificent and radiant, instantly engulfing all the powerful beings of the Underworld Palace, obliterating them into nothingness. Boom. The pillar crashed down with a terrifying roar, audible even to cultivators millions of miles away. In but a fleeting moment, the grand headquarters of the Underworld Palace was utterly annihilated, transformed into a terrifying abyss-like chasm. Who? The Lord of the Underworld Palace was also caught in the aftermath, sustaining significant injuries. Upon witnessing the near-total annihilation of his forces, built over countless generations of effort, his eyes blazed with blood-red fury as he roared. Yet, the only response he received was that of an overwhelming pressure akin to the heavens and a voice as frigid as frost. Kneel immediately. Present the 10 halls of the underworld to me, and I shall spare your life today. As the voice fell, the dazzling pillar of light that pierced the sky exploded into fragments amidst the raging winds, revealing an imposing figure slowly emerging. Clad in a pale white robe, his countenance was strikingly heroic, yet his demeanor was as cold as iron. It was none other than one of the 5 great emperors of the Chu family, Emperor Baizong, Chu Baizong. The moment Emperor Baizong made his move, he exhibited unparalleled dominance, obliterating the Underworld Palace in a single strike, leaving only the lord of the underworld palace as a lone figure. This demonstrated the terrifying extent of his power, a true pinnacle existence within the Emperor realm, mere steps away from the Lord of Heaven's Gate, teetering on the brink of eternity. Damn it, Chu Baitsong, you have gone too far. The gathering of the hidden dragon is a stage for life and death. Moreover, my disciple has fallen, while your Chu family scion remains alive and well. Why have you come to annihilate my underworld palace? The Lord of the Underworld Palace's eyes became increasingly sinister as he beheld the newcomer. This underworld palace was the legacy built by generations of palace masters over millennia. And now, it was being destroyed just like that. The grand underworld palace was thus laid to waste by his hands. Chu Baitsong, the accursed Chu family. I shall see you dead. Oh, you do make a valid point, Chu Baitsong remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke indifferently. However, your underworld palace's juniors threatened my nephew first, which has greatly angered me. Today, I shall obliterate your underworld palace and seize that imperial weapon. To present it as compensation for my nephew. I shall do just that, and do you dare defy me? You. Chu Baitsong's indifferent and casual words incited a fury within the lord of the underworld palace. His fists clenched tightly as blood trickled from his fingertips. He, the lord of the underworld palace, an unparalleled powerhouse in the mid-emperor realm, who had dominated the Taitsong realm for countless eons, was being so contemptuously humiliated. In that moment, the fury in the lord of the underworld palace's eyes gradually dissipated, transforming into an overwhelming malice. Should you wish to seize the imperial weapon, you may do so, but you must first step over my corpse. The underworld palace is now under the protection of the Lu family, and your actions today will undoubtedly provoke their wrath, bringing a calamity upon your Chu family. His words were deep, laden with a palpable threat. Ha ha ha, the Lu family? And what of that? Chu Baitsong laughed heartily, a mocking smirk playing upon his lips. The Lu family in the upper realm is but a small clan established by golden immortals. Among the three great ancient families, my Chu family boasts the longest lineage, surpassing 1 billion years, and now stands as a supreme clan with an immortal king at its helm. How could I possibly regard a mere Lu family with any seriousness? At this juncture, he suddenly shifted his tone, a cold sneer escaping his lips. But you, if you refuse to yield the imperial weapon, then prepare to die. Chapter 24. Instant annihilation of the Lord of the Underworld Palace, the wrath of the Frost Moon King. Do not even think about it. The 10 halls of the underworld. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Underworld Palace's expression changed dramatically. With a fierce roar, he attempted to summon the imperial weapon to battle. Yet, what awaited him was another resplendent pillar of light descending. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. The Lord of the Underworld Palace had no time to evade. That indestructible imperial body was shattered with a single strike, as his soul barely escaped. It was immediately torn apart by countless void blades. From beginning to end, he exhibited no capacity for resistance. It was as if this was not a monumental battle between emperors, but rather a complete and utter crushing. With but a thought, Emperor Baitsong obliterated the Lord of the Underworld Palace's physical form and extinguished his soul, leading to the complete demise of this once mighty emperor who had roamed for millions of years. Buzz. Then, with a simple gesture, Chu Baitsong summoned the imperial weapon, the 10 halls of the underworld, into his grasp. With the master fallen, this imperial weapon, a legacy of millions of years, was now a masterless object. With a mere flick of his hand, Chu Baitsong eradicated the original spirit of the imperial weapon, allowing a new spirit to be born. For one who had reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm and wielded the legacy of the Immortal King, such feats were effortless and simple. It seems my 9-song divine art has become even more refined. In the mid-emperor realm, a mere wave of his hand could bring death. His strength now rivaled that of the old man S by 10 to 1 or 2. As if slaughtering chickens and dogs, he had annihilated the underworld palace. Chu Baitsong muttered to himself as he stowed away the 10 halls of the underworld. His innate technique was the Immortal King's 9-song divine decision, and he had now refined and mastered 9,000 true immortal laws. Should he refine 10,000 laws, he could directly transcend to the realm of eternity and reach the immortal domain. Yet, despite Chu Baitsong's formidable power, when he mentioned the old man of the Chu family, Chu Tianha, he couldn't help but shudder, a sense of reverence and awe rising within him. The Lu family? Haha. Merely frogs at the bottom of a well. If they knew that the old man had long since transcended to the immortal realm, choosing instead to seal his powers rather than ascend, they would likely be scared out of their wits. Chu Baitsong scoffed coldly, aware that Chu Tianha had already refined 30,000 true immortal laws within his body, creating a miniature world akin to a vast and boundless universe, teeming with an infinite sea of stars. Should he desire, he could single-handedly suppress the entire Taitsong realm. However, Such an act would inevitably attract the attention of the higher realms, forcing him to leave the Taitsong realm behind. Currently, with the city lord of Tian controlling the heavenly path and harboring hidden intentions, Chu Tian chose to seal his powers, continuing to safeguard the Grand Chu family. Oh, is this the Ice God Clan's crew? These beings have repeatedly slain our human prodigies, but this time, they have encountered a true iron wall in the form of Yuaner. The projection within the celestial dome continued to manifest. Chu Baitsong turned his gaze towards it, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his lips. He held high hopes for his nephew. In the upper echelons of the Void Realm, the Ice God Clan, you wish to hunt down this divine offspring? Truly a jest. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the three prodigies from the Ice God Clan in the heavens, a chilling expression crossed Chu Yuan's face. Huh. This human divine offspring is indeed arrogant. The opposing party consists of the divine offspring from an ancient immortal family. Should we succeed in slaying him today, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. The three representatives of the Ice God Clan, however, regarded Chu Yuan with utter disdain, their laughter echoing. The power of the ancient immortal family is formidable. Even in the outside world, the Ice God Clan would not dare provoke them lightly. Yet within this void realm, life and death hinge on a single thought. Who cares for divine offspring or divine maidens? Even if the Chu family's divine offspring were to perish today, the Chu family would not dare invade the territory of the Ice God Clan to confront their three ancestors. Human. To die beneath my Frostmark's sword is a privilege you should take pride in. The Ice God Clan prodigy, Frostmark, donned a flowing white robe and wielded an imposing ice sword measuring 3 zhang in length. The moment his words fell, his figure transformed into a streak of white, hurtling towards Chu Yuan with unparalleled speed. Whoosh! The chilling radiance sliced through the air. The bone-chilling icy currents surged like a tempest, tearing apart the surrounding void and freezing everything in their path. As a formidable saint-level warrior, Frostmark possessed extraordinary talent, capable of easily overwhelming even seasoned saints who had cultivated for countless millennia. His arrival at this hidden dragon gathering almost guaranteed his triumph over all prodigies. Unstoppable like a raging tide, even the Chu family's divine offspring was no exception. Ding. Detection complete. Target is not a child of destiny. Just as Frostmark charged forth, the system's voice echoed within Chu Yuan's mind, steady and unhurried. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan slightly shook his head, and as Frostmark bore down upon him, he casually snapped his fingers. Crack! Command of death. With the crisp sound of a finger snap resounding through the heavens and earth, the 3 members of the Ice God Clan abruptly halted mid-air, their eyes widened in horror. Clutching their chests, faces contorted with excruciating pain. In the next instant, 3 agonized screams reverberated through the air, including Frostmark. The 3 prodigies of the Ice God Clan were suddenly engulfed in a torrent of black blood that erupted from their orifices, and in mere moments, they collapsed into lifeless husks on the ground. No trace of life remained. Buzz. In an instant, Chu Yuan's void token trembled slightly. The score displayed above surged to an astonishing number exceeding 600,000. It was evident how many human prodigies had perished at his hands before this moment. Dead. The Ice God Clan's hunting party, which had instilled fear in countless human prodigies, was obliterated in a single encounter by Chu Yuan. In the outside world, countless cultivators watching the scene unfold in the Void Realm were left utterly speechless. The series of shocks brought forth by this Chu family divine offspring rendered their minds blank, plunging them into a state of numbness. Meanwhile, millions of miles away from the human territory, within the Great Hall of Frostmoon King, one of the 12 kings of the Ice God Clan, my disciple, Frostmark, has fallen just like that? Is that the power of the law of death? No. It bears a fundamental difference from the laws of death in the Taitsong realm. Could it be derived from the higher realms? Frostmoon King, clad in a flowing veil, sat regally upon her throne. Witnessing the demise of Frostmark and the others, her azure eyes turned colder than ever, as if wishing to freeze the boundless cosmos. Her silver hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her bare feet, as white as snow, pressed against the ancient ice beneath her. Rising slowly, she gazed towards the projection in the heavens. Chu family divine offspring, Chu Yuan, I shall remember you. Should you ever leave the human territory, I will claim your head. The icy voice echoed. In the next moment, Frostmoon King vanished without a trace. Crack! With her fury unleashed, the surrounding sea, stretching for 100,000 miles, froze instantly, transforming into an endless expanse of ice. Chapter 25. Divine Offspring of the Imperial Family, Celestial King's Tao Weapon. Simultaneously, as the Ice God Clan's interlude came to a close, Chu Yuan and his companions continued their journey through the Void Realm, commencing a relentless hunt for formidable demonic beasts, amassing a wealth of points. Soon, 3 days had passed. Chu Yuan reached the mid-tier realm of the Void Realm, and his points soared to a staggering total of 17,800,000, temporarily ranking 7th on the Hidden Dragon list. He truly stood atop the pinnacle among all prodigies. Yet, regrettably, during these 3 days, Chu Yuan had not encountered another child of destiny. However, today, as he delved into the depths of the mid-tier of the Void Realm, the long-unheard system voice resonated incessantly, causing Chu Yuan's expression to shift slightly. Ding. Detected a 3-star child of destiny. Defeating him will yield a substantial number of villain points and allow the plundering of intermediate heavenly fortune. Ding. Detected a 4-star child of destiny. Defeating him will yield a massive amount of villain points and allow the plundering of intermediate heavenly fortune. 2 children of destiny, including a 4-star child of destiny. Before him, 2 figures clad in golden robes stepped into the void. Beneath their feet lay a colossal demonic beast, akin to a heavenly mountain, sprawled on the ground, its black scales shed all around, drenched in blood. This demonic beast exuded a formidable aura, at least at the saint level. Yet now, it lay defeated, showcasing the extraordinary strength of its adversaries. Chu Yuan regarded these 2 children of destiny with indifference, his gaze penetrating as he absorbed all pertinent information. Name, Tian. Identity, divine offspring of the 3-eyed Saint Clan, reincarnation of the Heavenly King's weapon soul. The destruction apparatus. Fortune, 490. Child of destiny level, 4-star. Cultivation, late-stage saint. Special opportunity, divine eye of the ancient emperor, remnants of the Heavenly King's weapon soul within. Incomplete Heavenly King's laws. Fortune aura effect, unknown. Note, if the host defeats him, the Heavenly King's weapon soul could be reformed for personal use. The leading figure was none other than the divine offspring of the 3-eyed clan's supreme lineage. Furthermore, he was the reincarnation of a Heavenly King's weapon soul. Slaying him would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. Name, D. Identity, core disciple of the 3-eyed Saint Clan, inheritor of the ancient Supreme Emperor's legacy. Fortune, 300. Child of destiny level, 3-star. Cultivation, late-stage saint. Unique opportunity, Emperor's divine tower of eternal calamity, true immortal's law of calamity, and the seal of life burial. Fortune aura effect, growing stronger with every battle. In combat, the more severely injured one becomes, the greater the power that can be unleashed. Maximum potential can reach 100-fold of current strength. Having slain Shien, a child of fate of 3 stars, the latter, also of 3 stars, had his fortune effects clearly discerned and fully comprehended by Chu Yuan. Growing stronger with every battle? Does that mean an ultimate 100-fold of the great sage's power? Chu Yuan mused inwardly, but soon shook his head in contemplation. Even 100-fold, or 1,000-fold, could never hope to rival his own Quasi-Emperor late-stage strength. Yet these 2 must hold a prestigious status within the 3-eyed clan. If they were to be slain today, the 3-eyed clan would undoubtedly seek vengeance. The human race? At this moment, the 2 members of the imperial family sensed the presence of Chu Yuan and his companions. They turned with indifference, a pressure that surpassed all life suddenly enveloping the surroundings, their gaze lofty and disdainful, as though looking down upon mere ants. The 3-eyed clan, one of the foremost clans in the Taisong realm. Eons ago, they had reigned as the singular overlords of the entire Taisong realm, establishing the heavenly holy court and governing all things. All races were subjugated by them, including the human race. That protracted era of over 10 million years undoubtedly marked the darkest and most shameful chapter in the history of the human race within the Taisong realm, without exception. The 3-eyed clan regarded humanity as the lowest of slaves, referring to them as bipedal beasts resembling themselves, perceiving them as a base and inferior race. Even to this day, the 3-eyed clan maintains that same arrogance, elevated above all races, choosing to stand opposed to the human race, continuing to breed human servants, bullying and trampling them at will. Such actions have incited the ire of countless human race powerhouses. Yet even those who have reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm dare not recklessly invade the domain of the 3-eyed clan, harboring profound trepidation. After all, the 3-eyed clan, once the sovereign of the Taisong realm, possesses terrifying and horrific depths. There are likely more than 3 or 5 half-step eternal powerhouses among them, and within their ranks exists the true celestial artifact, which even the Lord of Tianke City must regard with caution. You are a scion of one of the ancient celestial families of the human race, the Chu Clan? I am called Tian, the scion of the imperial family of the 3-eyed clan, currently ranked 6th on the Hidden Dragon list. Tian did not even slightly lower his head, and though his tone was calm and polite, it exuded an arrogance that was almost indescribable. Humph, brother, why waste breath on these despicable humans? Since they have appeared before us today, let us eliminate them. The figure behind him, De, coldly snorted. As he spoke, he intended to slay Chu Yuan and his companions on the spot, deriding them as despicable humans. The three-eyed clan harbors a deep-seated loathing for the human race, and as children of fate, they possess an almost instinctual hostility towards Chu Yuan, the embodiment of villainy. Upon sighting him, they must eradicate him. This is a hatred originating from innate animosity, a mark almost imprinted at birth. However, just as De's words left his lips, he was halted by De Potion's hand. With indifferent eyes, he gazed at Chu Yuan and slowly remarked, "Human Chu Yuan, as a scion of the imperial family, I currently lack an obedient canine servant from your race. Your ranking of 7th on the hidden dragon list already attests to your talent. Why not submit to me? And I shall grant you the title of canine servant of the imperial family, ensuring your ascent to the emperor realm in the future. What say you?" De Potion's calm words incited the human cultivators observing this scene in the Taitsong realm to grit their teeth in anger. These two young scions of the imperial family are utterly insufferable. Chu Yuan, as a scion of an ancient celestial family of the human race, holds a position of immense nobility. How dare they demand him to become a servant or dog for the three-eyed clan? Your Honor, you need not hesitate to slay these two scions of the three-eyed clan, with the Chu Clan standing behind you, even if the heavens were to collapse. The Chu Clan would support you. Huh, what of the three-eyed clan? Once the rulers of the myriad races, how dare they contend with our human race now? Rest assured, should a three-eyed clan powerhouse tread upon our territory, I shall personally suppress them. Just as Chu Yuan's gaze began to grow cold, the voices of his father, Chu Jin, and grandfather, Chu Tianhe, suddenly resonated in his mind. It was their telepathic communication from an unfathomable distance, indicating that he could confidently slay this scion of the imperial family without any concerns. Very well, Chu Yuan silently acknowledged. At this moment, his gaze upon the two members of the imperial family was no longer that of one observing ordinary beings. It was as if he regarded two lifeless entities, infused with a chilling detachment and indifference. 10 breaths. He extended his right palm, fingers splayed, as if marking a countdown, subtly emanating an air of silent slaughter. Chapter 26. A single punch to annihilate. In an instant, the previously clamorous human cultivators in the Taitsong realm fell into an abrupt silence. Countless pairs of eyes fixated on Chu Yuan. The enmity between the three-eyed clan and the human race has existed since time immemorial. Should this scion of the Chu Clan triumph over the two prodigies of the three-eyed clan today, it would undoubtedly be a momentous occasion. Oh, sensing the trace of murderous intent, De Potion's eyes glimmered with amusement, a cold smile curling upon his lips. And he spoke. "It seems you have chosen to reject my proposal?" Boom. At that moment, the void trembled, for as soon as his words fell, De understood instantly. With a single palm strike, he summoned a tempest of thunder, as if boundless calamity was descending, fiercely enveloping Chu Yuan. Whoosh! The torrential winds and rains crashed like monstrous waves, each droplet bearing the terrifying power capable of shattering mountains. In this area, the void twisted instantaneously. Above the heavens, endless purple lightning manifested, resembling thousands of thunder dragons roaring, engulfing the entire sky. The moment De struck, he held nothing back. He unleashed the calamity of the celestial technique, the seal of life burial, manifesting endless heavenly tribulations, ultimately coalescing into a seal that obscured the sun and moon. 7 breaths. Yet even in the face of this cataclysmic onslaught, Chu Yuan remained unfazed, his demeanor as tranquil as ever, calmly stating. Then, he brought his fingers together and, with indifference, unleashed a punch. 33 Heaven's divine fist. In the blink of an eye, the full force of 33 times the Quasi-Emperor late-stage strength erupted entirely. Boom. The void shattered. Boundless golden light burst forth, illuminating the 9 heavens. This punch resembled the explosion of countless stars, its searing heat sweeping in all directions as if to incinerate the very fabric of existence. Whoosh! Below, a vast river spanning millions of miles was instantaneously evaporated, with countless demonic creatures perishing in an instant. Chu Yuan's points soared as if propelled by a rocket, instantly catapulting him to the 2nd position on the hidden dragon list, right beneath the holy sun of the Yin God clan. Boom! The unparalleled devastation continued to spread. The power of this strike was truly terrifying and awe-inspiring. Wherever it passed, everything vanished without a trace. Only a swirling cloud of dust remained, a massive pit resembling an abyss, and the remnants of De, reduced to nothing but ash and bone. De was dead. The contemporary younger brother of the divine son of the imperial family is also one of the most extraordinary prodigies of the three-eyed clan. Yet, in a single punch, he was annihilated by Chu Yuan, marking his complete downfall. Hiss! A A cacophony of gasps erupted as those witnessing this scene widened their eyes in horror, fixated on the figure clad in black robes, standing in the void. At this moment, the divine son of the Chu family remained as composed as ever, as if extinguishing that imperial prodigy was merely a casual act, akin to crushing an insignificant insect. One punch, merely one punch, and the esteemed D fell? It is essential to note that he was a mere 2,000-year-old great sage, a top-tier prodigy even within the illustrious Three-Eyed Clan. His master is none other than the current supreme being of the clan, the Annihilation Divine Emperor. DE's demise will undoubtedly drive the emperors of the Three-Eyed Clan to madness. They are likely to invade our human territories to demand an explanation. Countless individuals were filled with a mix of excitement and dread, but after the initial thrill, a profound sense of apprehension and fear settled in. Although the Chu family's divine son possessed formidable strength, such reckless behavior would inevitably lead him to calamity. After all, the individual he had slain was not an ordinary prodigy of the Three-Eyed Clan, but the scion of the supreme holy lineage of the imperial family. D.E. was the direct younger brother of the current divine son of the imperial family, and his background was likely not weaker than that of the ancient celestial families, perhaps even surpassing them. Boom. Amidst the cacophony and ashes, D. Tian's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that the strength of this human divine son would be so terrifying. With just a single strike, D.E., who was of equal cultivation, was obliterated before he could even wield an imperial weapon. He understood clearly that had he been in D.E.'s position, he would have been unable to withstand such overwhelming force. The answer was unequivocal. It was impossible, let alone a great sage. Even the power of a saint king was insufficient. Such might transcended the saint realm, likely reaching the level of a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor under 3,000 years of age. Could it be that the human race is about to produce another source law emperor? No, this must not be allowed. Human race, are you aware that your recent actions have utterly enraged my imperial family? When the armies of the Three-Eyed Clan descend upon your Chu family, all of you shall meet your demise. With this thought, D. Tian's eyes brimmed with fury, and a palpable malevolence surrounded him. Noisy, Chu Yuan shook his head, his gaze growing colder and more indifferent. Boom. He raised his hand once more, an overwhelming aura of death emanating from his palm, infused with the terrifying power of the true immortal level laws. With a mere thought, the deadly technique he commanded erupted anew. In an instant, D. Tian's entire corporeal form was obliterated, as if all the matter constructing his body had completely decayed, destined for utter collapse. Ha! Human race, you cannot kill me. My laws transcend your imagination, even if you reveal all your hidden cards. Today, you will find that you cannot harm me. However, even as his physical form shattered, D. Tian's soul quickly reappeared, untouched by the terrifying laws of death, cackling maniacally. Is that so? Upon hearing these words, Chu Yuan's expression remained unfazed. From deep within his mind, a notification from the villain system resonated at an opportune moment. Ding. Detected that the opponent is employing a flawed Immortal King law for protection. The host can activate the Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Sutra to disregard the opponent's laws and completely annihilate them. Foolish. With a detached utterance from Chu Yuan, the Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Sutra began to circulate. In that instant, the very nature of his power seemed to undergo a profound transformation. It was as if the true supreme authority of the Heavenly Emperor had descended. An unparalleled majesty emanated from Chu Yuan, enveloping the heavens and causing the entire sky to quake violently. D. Tian, who had initially resisted the encroachment of the laws of death, suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure on his soul, as if he were being crushed beneath countless torrents of water, finding it almost impossible to move even a fraction. Chapter 27. Enormous gains. The Immortal King Dao weapon obtained. What is happening? What is this overwhelming might? In my past life, as the soul of an Immortal King Dao weapon, I was invincible in this realm. How can this be possible? D. Tian's expression turned pale. At this moment, he felt his consciousness, true spirit, and essence being firmly suppressed, rendering him incapable of summoning even a fraction of his internal power. In a breath's time, from afar, Chu Yuan coldly uttered the final two words. It was as if they represented the last decree of death, sealing D. Tian's fate in that instant. Bang! With a mere gesture from Chu Yuan, D. Tian's soul was obliterated in an instant. The Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Sutra activated, devouring and refining all the flawed Immortal King laws and the essence of his original Immortal King weapon soul. This led to significant progress in the Supreme Chaotic Law, enhancing its power to a terrifying degree, allowing Chu Yuan to wield myriad laws from the vast heavens with ease. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a 4-star Child of Fortune, earning 1 million villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 4-star child of fortune, earning 3 million villain points, plundering 400 heavenly Tao fortunes. Due to the influence of the eternal calamity magic body, the effects of the heavenly Tao fortune have been significantly reduced. The host's fortune only increased by 100 points. Current host fortune, 550. In an instant, the sounds of rewards from slaying Tian echoed furiously. Previously, the defeat of had also yielded several 100,000 villain points and 200 heavenly Tao fortunes. However, the suppression effect of the eternal calamity magic body on fortune was incredibly strong. As Chu Yuan's fortune increased, this suppression became increasingly pronounced. The actual increase in fortune from slaying was merely 50. Even the slaying of the 4-star child of fortune Tian only resulted in a mere increase of 100 points. It could not meet the 500 fortune requirement to initially grasp the power of eternal calamity. Ding. Successfully plundered the opportunities of the child of fortune obtaining the imperial weapon, the 10,000 calamities divine tower. The true immortal law of calamity, burying life seal. Ding. Successfully plundered the opportunities of the child of fortune Tian, obtaining the Immortal King Tao weapons embryonic form. The ancient divine eye of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Emperor. The opportunities from both children of fortune were completely seized by Chu Yuan at this moment. The 10,000 calamities divine tower was once the life treasure of the Calamity Emperor. Its power was extraordinarily fearsome. Yet had not even had the chance to wield the imperial weapon before being struck down by Chu Yuan's punch. It was a most pitiful demise. Buzzing. With a mere thought from Chu Yuan, a small tower enveloped in dark clouds and thunder appeared, seemingly suppressing countless malevolent and wicked spirits, with ghastly howls occasionally echoing forth. Chilling to the bone. The 10,000 calamities divine tower. While this tower was impressive, it paled in comparison to my Howdy Shintian tower. Chu Yuan regarded the dark tower in his hand, nodding slightly. His Howdy Shintian tower was nearing the realm of an immortal tool, its might almost reaching the unparalleled pinnacle of imperial weapons. Although the 10,000 calamities divine tower was commendable, it could not compare to such supreme imperial weapons. Next came the Immortal King Tao weapon and the ancient divine eye. After examining the 10,000 calamities divine tower, a subtle change flickered in Chu Yuan's eyes, revealing strands of dark golden hues, as if a supreme deity, who had been asleep for endless ages, was now awakening. In that moment, the world fell silent. Only an incomprehensible, boundless pressure, surpassing all beings, enveloped the surroundings. Boom. In a mere glance from Chu Yuan, a colossal mountain, situated billions of miles away within the void realm, abruptly erupted. Countless immense boulders, amounting to trillions, were obliterated into ash, leaving not a single fragment intact. In an instant, it was as if heaven and earth were annihilated. The ancient imperial eye possessed by the Emperor Tian was undeniably terrifying, rivaling even the most formidable of eyes. At this moment, it lay in the hands of Chu Yuan, completely under his command, bestowing upon him a divine eye of unparalleled supremacy. Ultimately, the Celestial King's weapon. Obliteration. This was an intangible entity. It could morph its form at the behest of its master's thoughts, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, and could manifest in myriad forms, endowed with extraordinary mystical capabilities. Now, in the grasp of Chu Yuan, obliteration transformed into a resplendent long sword, its brilliance dazzling, its sharpness unparalleled, as if it could rend all asunder. Holding this sword, Chu Yuan sensed an ominous premonition. Even if a true emperor were to stand before him now, he could effortlessly slay the opponent with this sword forged from obliteration, causing imperial blood to rain down. At that moment, as Chu Yuan contemplated his recent gains, within the Three-Eyed Clan, the current patriarch of the imperial family was roused, his gaze fixated on the projection displaying the downfall of Emperor Tian. His aged visage contorted in a near-twisted fury. How dare they slay my imperial family's holy son? Cursed be the human race. The patriarch's roar reverberated like thunder, echoing across the entire domain of the Three-Eyed Clan. Instantly, every individual within the imperial family who heard this voice felt a chill of dread. The patriarch was truly enraged. With the demise of the Holy Son, the entire Three-Eyed Clan was likely to descend into madness, thus invading the human realm. Mobilize the entire army. I, the Emperor of the Celestial Heavens, shall personally lead the charge against the human race, and I will not rest until the Chu family has been utterly vanquished. The patriarch's voice continued to resonate, shaking the very cosmos. At once, from all corners of the imperial family, countless formidable figures emerged, forming a terrifying legion that stepped into the void. The immense pressure seemed as if it could collapse the very heavens. Each presence radiated a terrifying might, the weakest among them being at the quasi-saint level. Boom. An endless army traversed the void, stirring up tempests and toppling numerous palaces and towers. Many of the younger generation of the imperial family, lesser in cultivation, were rendered paralyzed by this overwhelming force, trembling uncontrollably. On this day, the supreme powerhouse of the three-eyed clan, the Celestial Emperor, led a million-strong army to confront the human race. However, he was soon confronted by an elder from the Dragon Clan, claiming to be the guardian of the Chu family, who single-handedly slaughtered his foes, leaving a sea of corpses and staining the heavens with blood. Splash! Blood sprayed across the void, a severed arm was flung away, and the Celestial Emperor was nearly decapitated, fleeing in panic. The human race shall inevitably face annihilation. This was the roar of his escape, resounding through the universe, shaking the world. Meanwhile, within the Void Realm, Chu Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. Having acquired a substantial amount of villain points once again, he promptly chose to establish a void dwelling, retreating within for seclusion. Ding! Consumed 200,000 villain points. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor, perfection. Continue to consume 2 million villain points to elevate to the early stage of the Emperor. The villain points required to breach the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor were not excessive, merely 200,000 points. However, the points necessary for a genuine breakthrough to Emperor status surged tenfold. The chasm between the Quasi-Emperor and the Emperor was indeed vast, though it was merely this final step. Countless prodigies had faltered at this threshold throughout endless ages, unable to ascend to the supreme realm of emperors. Thus, even though it required a full 2 million villain points, Chu Yuan felt no sense of impropriety. On the contrary, the prospect of directly breaking through to emperor status by expending these 2 million villain points seemed exceedingly advantageous to him. Chapter 28. Ascending to Emperor. The heavenly Tao's thunder tribulation descends. In the next moment, the 2 million villain points were expended in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yuan chose to break through to emperor status at the very first opportunity, even amidst the celestial gathering of the Void Realm. Let all the formidable beings of the Taitsong realm know, I, Chu Yuan, the contemporary scion of the Chu family, have ascended to the unmatched realm of the Emperor today. He truly stepped onto the pinnacle stage of this world, crushing all past and present prodigies, looking down upon all enemies. Boom! Within him, a tremendous power surged like a torrential flood, engulfing his entire being. Seated within this void dwelling, Chu Yuan radiated boundless divine brilliance. Streams of chaotic mist seeped from his pores, enveloping him, presenting Chu Yuan as an unparalleled deity, akin to a primordial sun, illuminating the heavens. Finally stepping into the realm of the Emperor, the power within him surged explosively. What once flowed like a river transformed into an infinite ocean, vast beyond description. Now, Chu Yuan had truly become an unassailable emperor. In an instant, boundless phenomena erupted within the Void Realm, shaking the heavenly Tao of the Taitsong realm, causing countless cultivators to gaze in astonishment towards the heavens. Such phenomena? Is it an emperor? Another emperor is born among our human race. Many powerful beings were filled with uncertainty, lifting their gazes skyward, only to witness endless clouds of brilliant colors ascending. A spectacle of stunning beauty. Wisps of ethereal mist enveloped the heavens, manifesting as a chaotic sea, shrouding the 9 heavens. Within the depths of that chaotic sea, a magnificent humanoid figure stood tall. He towered above, like a primordial deity descending upon the world, rendering heaven and earth pale in comparison. Who is this? To achieve emperor status, such extraordinary phenomena arise. Could it be that our human race has birthed another being akin to the Source Law Emperor? Yet another emperor. The human race has been revered by myriad races for countless eons. Unexpectedly, today another emperor is born. Many alien powers were astonished, their eyes filled with trepidation. They secretly lamented that the human race was indeed under the protection of the heavenly Tao, their fortune ceaseless. Otherwise, how could such a formidable existence emerge? Boom! Within the chaotic sea, the humanoid figure opened his eyes, golden pupils resembling blazing suns, shooting forth divine rainbows that pierced the heavens. His form was imposing, surrounded by chaotic energy, akin to a deity. With each breath, he stirred the vast tides of the chaotic sea, a sight to behold. Yet just as all were astounded, and countless humans felt invigorated by the birth of another emperor. Crash! Above the heavens, a terrifying sea of thunder suddenly engulfed the scene. It seemed as though this ascension to emperor status was intolerable to the heavenly Tao, summoning a tribulation to suppress him. Buzz! Thunder cracked, purple light flickered, and thick bolts of lightning descended like furious dragons, carrying destructive power. What is happening? Why has the heavenly Tao descended to punish? Could it be that this emperor is not of the human race, but a genuine extraterrestrial fiend? Many were horrified, and before they could react further, boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sea of thunder descended, obliterating all phenomena in its path, and the figure within the chaotic sea was enraged. With a single palm strike, he chose to confront the heavens directly. The collision between the two unleashed a dazzling brilliance, shattering infinite voids. Boom. The entire Taitsong realm quaked violently at this moment. Both human cultivators and those alien powers were gripped by fear. They could not discern the precise outcome of the battle. Only a chaotic void incessantly collapsing and healing remained. It was unclear how much time had passed. The endless thunderclouds above the firmament were violently obliterated, while the myriad chaotic phenomena dissipated, leaving behind a landscape of devastation that bore witness to the cataclysmic clash that had just unfolded. Had the heavenly Tao been defeated? Or had that newly risen emperor already fallen? A sense of trepidation gripped the hearts of all. In this moment, no one paid heed to the hidden dragon gathering within the void. All gazes were transfixed upon the heavens, seemingly unable to accept the reality, to ascend to the rank of emperor and challenge the heavens. Even more perplexing was the nature of the heinous deeds that prompted the heavenly Tao to unleash such terrifying retribution upon that emperor, seeking his obliteration. This child cannot die. He is destined to tread the path of eternity and ascend to the higher realms. Such a fate is fraught with peril. He exists in defiance of the heavenly Tao. And even if he miraculously survives today, he shall inevitably become a target of the heavenly Tao, destined to face calamity and demise. Various murmurs arose, and the expressions of the onlookers were a tapestry of complexities. Some felt horror, others reveled in schadenfreude, yet many were simply filled with regret. A figure so formidable, born from the territories of the human race, now subjected to the relentless wrath of the heavenly Tao, truly a lamentable fate. Many from other races could only sneer in derision. In their eyes, this emperor of the chaos sea must have been excessively defiant, thus inciting the heavenly Tao's wrath and leading to his annihilation. It seemed that the fortunes of the human race were beginning to wane. Yet, within the Chu family, the emperors remained silent, their gazes radiating a chilling, profound light. What thoughts occupied their minds? A vague, bone-chilling killing intent towards the all-controlling heavenly Tao emerged. Within the void, Chu Yuan, having just ascended to emperor, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Astonishingly, the mysterious emperor who had just clashed with the heavenly Tao was none other than Chu Yuan. His complexion was ashen, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated that merely breaking through to emperor would draw the attention of the heavenly Tao of the Taitsong realm, which sought to eliminate him. Fortunately, what had been present in the external realm was not Chu Yuan's true body. Otherwise, he would have sustained significant injuries, even facing the risk of death. Such a malevolent heavenly Tao, Chu Yuan murmured, a glacial chill flickering in his eyes. He would not let today's events pass without consequence. One day, he would trample the heavenly Tao of the Taitsong realm beneath his feet, completely dominating this world, and his words would become the decree of heaven. Chapter 29. Chu Yuan's Determination, the Illusory Void Demon Lord. Buzzing. With a single thought, Chu Yuan's figure departed from this spatial abode, returning once more to the void realm. Your Highness, what has transpired? Upon seeing the blood at the corner of Chu Yuan's mouth, Luo Air and Bai Su's expressions shifted dramatically, rushing forward to inquire. It is nothing. Merely a minor inconvenience encountered during my cultivation, Chu Yuan replied, shaking his head, and then produced a pill from his wrist, swallowing it. This pill was of modest grade, merely a Quasi-Emperor pill, possessing the ability to restore life to the dead. After consuming it, Chu Yuan's complexion improved significantly. The injuries he had sustained from clashing with the heavenly Tao had healed by nearly 90%, rendering him essentially unscathed. Now, he was a true emperor. Gazing at the system panel, he noted significant changes. Host, Chu Yuan. Fortune, 550, sealed. Subjected to malicious suppression by the heavenly Tao of the Taitsong realm. Cultivation, early emperor, requires 10 million villain points to advance to mid-emperor. Physique, eternal calamity body, sealed state. Can control eternal calamity power upon reaching 500 fortune. Ancient Emperor's Eye, one of the supreme divine eyes, capable of continuous evolution, ultimately transforming into the supreme Chaos Emperor Eye. Villain points, 1, 2 million. Technique, Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Scripture, Incomplete Chaotic Method, Level 1. Divine Abilities, 33 Heavens Creation Divine Fist, Immortal King Method, Control of Death, Rule Immortal Law, Calamity Burial Seal, True Immortal Law, Imperial Sky Palm, Emperor Rank. Ancient Emperor Sky Covering Seal, Emperor Rank. Magic Artifacts, Annihilation, Immortal King Weapon Embryonic Form, How Emperor's mysterious sky tower, Emperor weapon. 10,000 calamities divine tower, Emperor weapon. Yin Tai sword, Quasi-Emperor weapon. Emperor Dragon's dark radiance robe, Quasi-Emperor weapon. Malicious suppression by the heavenly Tao of the Taitsong realm? Huh. I shall see how this heavenly Tao intends to suppress me. Chu Yuan. His gaze fell upon the panel, a cold smile blooming within his heart. His murderous intent towards those favored by fortune intensified. Were they not the darlings of the heavenly Tao? Then he would hunt them down relentlessly, opposing the heavenly Tao to the bitter end, and ultimately, see who would live and who would perish. Not good. It is that Chu family scion. We must flee this place at once. Just as Chu Yuan's fury surged, several voices filled with trepidation echoed from 1,000 miles behind him, instantly diverting his attention. Ding. A one-star fortune child detected. Host. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a one-star fortune child, earning 10,000 villain points. In the next moment, as the system's voice resounded, Chu Yuan did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. The power of the ancient emperor's eye erupted. In an instant, he obliterated the fortune child who had intruded from afar. Not Xiaogu. Meanwhile, in a small nation known as Donghan within the Taitsong realm, one of the 4 great families, the Yun family, witnessed this scene. A young girl let out a heart-wrenching wail, her face awash with despair. Xianxiao, that once derided waste of the Yun family, who had been mocked for 3 years, had rapidly risen, surviving the 100 Dynasties War, and had finally entered the dragon gathering. Yet now, he was slain without reason by the Chu family scion, who resembled a true dragon from the heavens, without a shred of mercy. Miss. As the young girl knelt in tears, a figure clad in black robes appeared behind her, distorting the void. Upon witnessing the scene, even this powerful being from an ancient family could only feel profound helplessness and dread. The girl, named Xianxiao, although publicly acknowledged as a foster daughter of the Yun family, was in truth of direct lineage from the Shien family, one of the ancient families of the Taitsong realm. For years, she had harbored feelings for Xianxiao, assisting him in secret countless times, and their affections had blossomed. Even Xianxiao's father, a transcendent being on the verge of becoming an emperor, had tacitly approved of their union. But with the fall of Xianxiao today, all had turned to naught. Uncle Shun, I want this man dead. Let him accompany Xiaogu in death. I want him to suffer. Xianxiao cried out in a fury, tears in her beautiful eyes, pointing at Chu Yuan's retreating figure. This, the black-robed figure frowned deeply, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Miss, that is impossible. His identity is that of the scion of the celestial ancient family, the Chu family. The Chu family and our Shun family do not exist on the same level, let alone killing the scion of the Chu family. Even a common descendant of the Chu family is beyond our capacity to provoke. The man in the black robe slowly began to speak, his words emerging with considerable difficulty. The ancient celestial families and the primal families, while seemingly separated by a mere character, were in truth worlds apart, an insurmountable chasm that rendered comparison futile. Currently, within the Shien family, the most formidable presence was an aging ancestral figure at the emperor realm, whose lifespan was waning. Although an emperor, he had at most a mere century remaining. In stark contrast stood the Chu family. It was rumored that their number of emperor-level powerhouses exceeded 5, and just yesterday, the three-eyed clan invaded their territory only to be repelled by a mysterious strongman from the Chu family. Even the half-step eternal ancestor of the imperial family had his head severed, nearly falling in that encounter. This clearly illustrated the might of the Chu family. If the Shun family wished to contend with them, it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg, an exercise in futility. Miss, since young Master Xianxiao has passed, you should return with me to the Shien family. Remaining in this insignificant East Cold Kingdom serves no purpose, the man in the black robe advised after a prolonged silence. Agreed. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Xianxiao nodding resolutely, wiping away her tears, her gaze transforming into a fierce determination. She was set on returning to her family to cultivate diligently, for one day in the future, she would avenge her brother Xiao. Simultaneously, Xianxiao whispered within her heart, as if addressing a certain presence within her, Phantom Void Demon Lord, I shall agree to all your conditions, provided you grant me strength. I am willing to offer you anything, even my very life and soul. A sinister, raspy laughter echoed in her mind, sounding entirely otherworldly. Fear not, for I shall bestow upon you true power. That so-called Chu family scion is but a mere mortal. How could he ever compare to me? As for the cost, in the future, you need only to sacrifice yourself and the lifeblood of countless beings to truly awaken me. Heh. Are you willing? Countless beings? I am willing. The horrifying words spilled forth from the Phantom Void Demon Lord, and Xianxiao, after a moment's hesitation, readily acquiesced. What did it matter if she had to sacrifice her own life and the lives of innumerable beings? As long as she could slay that Chu Yuan, she would not hesitate to offer even the entire Shien family if it meant achieving her vengeance. Contract sealed. Rest assured, I am no ordinary being. I once slaughtered celestial beings in a bloodbath. Within 3 years, you shall personally bring an end to that Chu Yuan. At that time, I will re-emerge into the world, consuming all life in this Taitsong realm. Haha. The eerie voice continued to resonate in Shun Yao's mind. Even the Shun family powerhouse beside her remained oblivious, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he guarded her. Unbeknownst to nearly all, it seemed the entire Shien family had already been drawn into the abyss by Shun Yao, with no hope of return. Chapter 30. Entering the lower realm of the Void Realm. The killing intent from the Lu family. In the Void Realm, killing that uninvited lowly child of fate was as effortless to Chu Yuan as crushing an ant. There was no hesitation whatsoever. After all, from the moment the heavenly Tao revealed its murderous intent towards him, any semblance of pity or patience for these so-called children of fate vanished. If they regarded him as a natural enemy, then they were indeed his mortal foes. From this moment forth, any child of fate that appeared before Chu Yuan would meet only death. Days passed, and now the top prodigies of the Taitsong realm must have gathered in the lowest tier of the Void Realm. Let us go. Follow me to confront that Lu family goddess. The grievances of yesterday cannot simply be overlooked. Chu Yuan spoke with a chilling indifference. In an instant, a terrifying pressure swept over the entire Void Realm. The very void trembled as if unable to endure the overwhelming might emanating from Chu Yuan. This was the true majesty of an emperor, descending like a celestial dome, causing countless prodigies and demonic beings in the mid-tier realm to shudder violently. It was a fear that stemmed from the marrow, echoing from the depths of their souls. Under an emperor, all were but ants. In the eyes of a true emperor, these so-called geniuses were as insignificant as weeds. Having ascended to the emperor realm, Chu Yuan's power had reached an unfathomable level. At this moment, unleashing his imperial might was akin to sweeping through the heavens, suppressing the entire world. Even within the Taitsong realm, he could sit in a position of honor and command, capable of annihilating the firmament and shattering galaxies with a mere gesture. A tempest arose, darkening the skies. At this moment, Lu Yuni was still riding her bronze ancient chariot through the air. The hidden dragon assembly had progressed significantly, and the number of prodigies forcibly altered into servants had increased exponentially. Among them, the most astonishing was Lu Yuni herself. In just half a month, her cultivation had surged from the quasi-saint realm to the pinnacle of the saint realm, nearly stepping into the grand saint realm. It is noteworthy that Lu Yuni had only been cultivating for a mere 100 years. While a century-old grand saint could not compare to the terrifying prodigy of the Yin God clan, they were undeniably rare in the entire Taitsong realm. At this moment, Lu Yuni's rank had risen to 3rd place, surpassing even the scion of the Luo family, trailing only behind the Yin God clan Saint Sun and Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan? How could that waste possibly rank 2nd on the hidden dragon list? Has he been concealing his strength all along? Otherwise, with his mediocre talent, he could never have reached such heights, let alone surpass me. Lu Yuni's gaze swept over the current hidden dragon list within the bronze chariot. Her brows furrowed deeply as she beheld the name of Chu Yuan in 2nd place, a vague anger igniting in her heart. That prodigy of the Yin God clan, at merely 50 years of age, had become a Saint King and claimed the top spot. Even Lu Yuni, once a celestial king, could not help but feel admiration for his astonishing talent, suspecting he might be a reincarnated powerhouse from the higher realms. Yet, she would not allow Chu Yuan's ranking to exceed her own. That was a humiliation she could not tolerate. Everyone, swiftly proceed to the entrance of the lower realm of the Void Realm and lay in ambush. As far as I know, Chu Yuan has yet to step foot into the lower tier. Together, we have enough power to slay him. Lu Yuni coldly commanded, her gaze sweeping over the gathered prodigies. A sinister smile subtly gracing her beautiful features. From the very beginning of the Hidden Dragon Assembly, the Lu family's ancestor, the Empress of Unseen Marks, had commanded her to ensure the downfall of the Chu family scion during the assembly, aiming to strike a blow to the current arrogance of the Chu family. With the conclusion of the assembly drawing near, should Chu Yuan dare to enter the lower realm, he would meet his end. Understood, Your Highness. In an instant, the prodigies responded in unison, transforming into streaks of light as they surged forth into the distance. Boom. The bronze ancient chariot followed closely behind, racing across the celestial expanse, shattering the barriers of space with a speed that defied belief. However, shortly after Lu Yuni and her companions departed, in the void, black flames surged, coalescing into a shadowy figure. Ultimately, it manifested as Luo Yun, the scion of the Luo clan. He gazed skyward, his eyes fixed on the gradually receding bronze ancient chariot, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Heh, what utter fools. The overwhelming imperial might that resonated earlier was distinctly audible even in this lower realm. The scion of the Chu family is unfathomably powerful. He has likely ascended to the status of a great emperor, dominating the heavens. And that foolish woman, Lu Yuni, dares to impede him? It's akin to courting death. In the void realm, at the ethereal gate connecting the middle and lower realms, known as the Heavenly Gate, thunder roared. Chu Yuan merely flicked a finger, and the powerful demonic guardians stationed there burst apart in an instant, reduced to ash. At his current level, the likes of great saints and holy kings, let alone quasi-emperors, were nothing more than laughable insects, easily extinguished at his whim. With the Heavenly Emperor's reincarnation sutra and the Immortal King's Tao armament at his disposal, he harbored no fear of even the sliver of Immortal King's power residing within Lu Yuni. With a swift motion of his foot, Chu Yuan vanished, descending into the lower realm. As the two women entered the lower domain, a torrent of demonic mist surged from all sides, and amidst the enveloping darkness, countless crimson eyes flared open. The moment they set foot in this realm, they were besieged by a myriad of demons. However, they were merely a swarm of insignificant insects. Before this divine scion, death was the greatest mercy they could receive. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Yuan raised his hand, and the Quasi-Emperor weapon, the Yin-Yang Tai Chi sword, was drawn. Instantly, the energies of Yin and Yang swirled in the void, two colossal sword edges converging as though the heavens themselves were inverted, cleaving down upon the innumerable demons shrouded in black mist. With a piercing sound, the sword tore through flesh, blood splattering, and anguished wails echoed in all directions. Amidst the cacophony of screams, countless demonic bodies shattered, transforming into a torrential rain of blood that scattered across the heavens and earth. Chu Yuan's score surged dramatically as he vanquished millions of formidable demons, even surpassing the son of the Yin clan, claiming the top position on the potential dragon rankings. Was that an imperial weapon? It seems the Chu clan has treated you well, bestowing such a treasure upon you. But soon, from the distant sky, a cold, indifferent voice resonated. Chapter 31. The two ancient celestial families and the 10,000 stars burial emperor formation. Boom. Subsequently, the massive bronze ancient chariot tore through the void, revealing itself. Hundreds of top-tier talents stood suspended in the air, bowing respectfully towards the chariot, as if welcoming their supreme sovereign. Descending from the ancient chariot was a woman clad in a blue dress, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, a beauty of unparalleled grace. Indeed, it was Lu Yuni. Beside her stood the Holy Son of the Void and three other heroes of the great saint level, forming a protective entourage. The assembly of hundreds of talents, each at least a sage-level cultivator, was a truly extravagant spectacle. Lu Yuni occupied the central position, akin to a transcendent empress, gazing down upon the world. Finally, the moment had arrived. The divine maiden of the Lu clan faced off against the divine scion of the Chu clan. This confrontation symbolized the clash of two ancient, celestial families. The outcome bore immense significance. At this moment, not only in the Taitsong realm, but also countless other talents in the Void realm were drawn to the commotion, observing from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Gasping in awe, "Haha, Yunqi, kill that Chu brat for me. The Wuhan order you possess harbors the power of my casual strike. Even an ordinary great emperor would fall at its touch, let alone a mere junior like him." The Wuhan emperor, seeing the two confront, could no longer contain his laughter. For many years, although the Lu clan appeared to maintain a peaceful distance from the Chu clan, the Wuhan emperor had never forgotten the ancestors of the Lu clan who perished at the hands of the Chu clan's might. There was no possibility of reconciliation between the two ancient celestial families. Now, witnessing Lu Yuni leading her entourage, the Wuhan emperor eagerly anticipated the scene of Chu Yuan's demise. In the Void realm, although the opponent had demonstrated considerable strength, possibly reaching the Quasi-Emperor level, the Wuhan emperor had also prepared powerful trump cards for Lu Yuni. 3 Wuhan orders. Each token contained the strike power of the Wuhan emperor, a being on the cusp of eternity. Even a casual strike was enough to annihilate any Quasi-Emperor level powerhouse. Even some newly ascended great emperors could face peril. Thus, the Wuhan emperor harbored no worries about Lu Yuni's potential defeat. No matter how formidable Chu Yuan was, could he truly achieve the status of a great emperor at such a young age and become the next Source Law Emperor? It was utterly impossible. With this thought, the Wuhan emperor's satisfaction deepened. He raised his cup and drank heartily, casting a mocking glance at the projection in the sky. At this moment, the number of talents gathering in the Void realm continued to swell, all eager to witness this earth-shattering battle. The direct confrontation between the scions of the two ancient celestial families was a rare spectacle, one that might not be seen for millions of years. Lu Yuni, I had intended to seek you out personally, but it seems you have come to deliver yourself to death first. This indeed saves me considerable effort." Noticing the arrival of the Lu clan's divine maiden, Chu Yuan stood in the void with a smile, his words laced with a chilling, murderous intent. The opponent was a genuine 6-star child of fortune, the highest caliber he had encountered at this potential dragon conference. If he could slay this wretched woman today, the rewards would undoubtedly surpass imagination. Previously, merely slaying a 4-star child of fortune had garnered him millions of villain points and a genuine Immortal King's Dao armament. If he were to slay a 6-star, with that thought, the coldness in Chu Yuan's heart intensified. His gaze upon Lu Yuni became akin to that of a predator surveying its prey, causing her to frown deeply. "Chu Yuan, you merely wield an imperial weapon and happen to slay that fellow Qinan. Do you truly believe you can act arrogantly here?" Lu Yuni's stunning visage darkened, her voice sharp and commanding. "Do not forget, as the divine maiden of the Lu clan, I am not like that worthless young master of the underworld palace. I am a supreme talent destined to become a saint by 100 years and an emperor in 1,000. Since I am facing you today, I am fully prepared." As she spoke, her delicate fingers traced the air, drawing countless intricate patterns of profound formations. In an instant, the winds and clouds within the void realm underwent a dramatic shift. The array before Lu Yuni expanded exponentially, nearly enveloping the surrounding expanse of millions of miles. Vast and boundless, Lu Clan, the 10,000 stars burial emperor formation. Witnessing this scene, many talents within the void realm gasped in astonishment. This formation was one of the Lu Clan's most powerful ancestral formations. Once unleashed, it could summon the power of countless stars from the cosmos, bestowing true divine strength upon its wielder. Even a sage could temporarily gain strength comparable to that of a holy king. In the past, a powerful Lu Clan member had even slain a great emperor with this formation while wielding Quasi-Emperor strength, making the 10,000 stars burial emperor formation renowned throughout the Taitsong realm. Boom. Was this the power of the 10,000 stars? I stand at the pinnacle of sagehood. Yet my power rivals that of a sage king. Haha. I am profoundly grateful to Her Highness, the Divine Maiden, for her benevolence. My strength now may very well be comparable to that of a peak sage king. I fear not even a battle against a Quasi-Emperor. The 10,000 stars burial emperor array is indeed terrifying. In an instant, the hundreds of prodigies surrounding Lu Yuni experienced a surge in their cultivation, each bathing in the boundless starlight, their auras soaring, as if transformed into countless resplendent stars illuminating the heavens and the earth. Hundreds of beings on par with sage kings. Such a spectacle, if unleashed upon the outside world, would undoubtedly obliterate a feeble race, and could even contend against a force governed by an emperor. Yet at this moment, they converge together, pooling their strength solely to confront a single individual. This is truly astounding. This scene left countless onlookers, from various races, utterly speechless, their astonishment rendering them silent. Truly, the celestial ancient families are remarkable. It is said that the 10,000 stars burial emperor array is one of the mightiest formations in the Taitsong realm. I had my doubts in the past, but now it is evident that it is extraordinary. TSK. The divine maiden of the Lu family is indeed serious to have summoned such a grand formation. Surely Chu Yuan is doomed. Various disciples of ancient families whispered among themselves, clearly recognizing the might of this array and understanding its terrifying nature. As the formation was activated, facing the simultaneous onslaught of hundreds of sage kings, Chu Yuan remained tranquil, his demeanor unperturbed. As he spoke with an imperious voice that resonated like a cacophony of thunder, "Sage kings? Before me, the Emperor of the Abyss, mere ants dare to act presumptuously?" Chapter 32. I am the Abyss Emperor, my Emperor cultivation exposed. Kneel. The sound lingered in the void, as an overwhelming imperial pressure enveloped the entire sky, spreading forth like a flood breaching a dam. Bang! The prodigies, even with the divine power of the 10,000 stars at their disposal, momentarily attaining the Sage King realm, found themselves utterly powerless against this abyss-like pressure, their knees crashing down as they bowed and prostrated in midair. What is this? Lu Yuni's fair countenance could no longer maintain its composure. As the divine maiden of an ancient celestial family, she was acutely aware of what such might entailed. An emperor. This is the true essence of supreme imperial might. Even with the enhancement of the 10,000 stars burial emperor array, she trembled incessantly beneath this overwhelming pressure, contemplating whether to bow and submit alongside the other prodigies. This is impossible. In the Taitsong realm, several ancient families and the masters of supreme holy sites were rendered speechless in shock at this moment. An emperor, the scion of the Chu family, has actually attained the status of an emperor? How can this be? It must be known that the true soul age displayed on the potential dragon ranking reveals he is but in his 20s. just in his 20s. For cultivators of their longevity, this is merely a fleeting moment. To reach the 9th realm of the divine path at such an age is already an extraordinary talent. Even the mightiest prodigy of the Yin God clan, after countless epochs, was only at the quasi-saint level at the age of 20. But this Chu Yuan, in merely his 20s, he has stepped into the realm of emperors, becoming an unparalleled sovereign. How shocking is that? It is almost impossible to describe his talent with mere words of terror. The former Source Law Emperor was already the first prodigy of humanity, achieving Quasi-Emperor status at 1300 years and attaining the Emperor realm at 2400. Yet now, compared to this scion of the Chu family, that revered Source Law Emperor, idolized by countless prodigies, pales in comparison. The disparity between them is as vast as the abyss. Crack. An emperor at 20. The cup in the hand of the Wuhan Emperor of the Lu family shattered due to overwhelming shock. He gazed in disbelief at the figure standing tall in the light screen, his heart tumultuous. Though he is a half-step eternal, a respected emperor among emperors, it took him several tens of thousands of years to attain the emperor status. Comparing himself to Chu Yuan seems like a joke. This, beside him, another powerful figure of the Lu family, the great elder Tian Shien Emperor, gaped in astonishment, lost in thought. He had secretly investigated this Chu family scion multiple times. While he suspected there might be some hidden secrets, he never thought this Chu Yuan was extraordinary. He believed the most he could achieve was at the peak of Sage King, or even in the Quasi-Emperor realm. But now, this child must perish. After the initial shock, the gaze of the Wuhan Emperor turned icy cold. An emperor at 20. This surpasses the realm of imagination for the denizens of the Taizong realm. Even if a powerful being from the higher realms were to reincarnate, it would be utterly impossible to reach such heights. This prodigious talent must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, it will surely result in a catastrophic calamity in the future. Yuaner has actually broken through to become an emperor. Could it be that he has begun to master the power of the demon body and made significant progress in the heavenly emperor reincarnation scripture? Meanwhile, in the Chu family, within the sacred cloud realm, upon witnessing the projection of Chu Yuan emanating imperial might, subduing the surroundings, Chu Jin could not help but laugh out loud, filled with joy. Chu Yuan is his own son, and he naturally hopes for his rapid rise to tower overall. An emperor at 20. Yuaner has indeed given us a tremendous surprise. At this rate, he might ascend to eternity before us. Chu Baitsong nodded with a smile, utterly satisfied. Even he took several thousand years to attain the emperor status. Compared to his nephew, he was not worth mentioning. Truly, he is my grandson. To ascend to emperor during the potential dragon gathering is an unprecedented event. From this day forth, the position of the Chu family as the foremost ancient family shall be firmly established. The elder of the Chu family, seated at the highest position, burst into laughter, overflowing with excitement, nearly unable to contain his joy. Truly, it is thanks to Her Highness. Finally, the strongest protector of the Chu family, the Kangwu Dragon Lord, also made his appearance. Just days ago, he single-handedly defeated the army of the Three-Eyed Clan, forcing even the ancestral figure of the Emperor family to flee in a panic, barely escaping with his life. At this moment, the Kangwu Dragon Lord appeared as an elderly man with white hair and beard, exuding an air of celestial grace. Gazing at the figure of Chu Yuan in the light screen, he could not help but smile gently, his eyes filled with warmth and admiration. Yunshi, immediately prepare to use the Wuhan order I have bestowed upon you. This young scion of the Chu family has utilized some unknown means to step into the true realm of emperors. Quickly eliminate him here to prevent future troubles. In the Void Realm, Lu Yunshi suddenly heard the voice of the Wuhan Emperor echoing in her mind. At this moment, the Emperor Ancestor, who had presided over the Lu family for countless years, was also unable to maintain his composure, his tone tinged with a hint of urgency. A person of such an age stepping into the realm of emperors cannot be let go lightly. Regardless of the cost, Chu Yuan must be killed, allowing him to perish in this void realm. Very well. Lu Yunshi nodded solemnly, her gaze sweeping over the many prodigies under her command, and within her heart, a plan began to take shape. As you all are my servants, it is time for you to demonstrate your final sacrifice for this divine maiden. With a delicate wave of her jade-like hand, the power of the Celestial Emperor's Grand Destiny technique was once again set into motion. As per your highness's command, in an instant, the gazes of hundreds of prodigies became increasingly vacant and dazed, as if they were marionettes under manipulation. They made the audacious choice to directly confront the terrifying imperial might, willingly sacrificing their lives and souls, charging toward Chu Yuan in a reckless frenzy, only to self-destruct. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of sacred kings detonated simultaneously, unleashing a force of unimaginable magnitude. The entire void trembled as infinite ripples coursed through space. The atmosphere of annihilation raged, threatening to obliterate this small world entirely, shattering its very core. Madness. No, that is the third prince of my Tianlan Empire. Reduced to a mere pawn by the divine maiden of the Lu family, compelled to self-destruct? Holy Sun. The terrifying realm of destruction was presented to the outside world through countless projection screens. Countless cultivators were filled with trepidation, their hearts racing as they witnessed their own esteemed prodigies obeying orders and perishing in self-detonation. Their faces turned ashen with horror. The actions of the Lu family's divine maiden were truly malevolent. Those prodigies who followed her, each one was a core disciple painstakingly cultivated by their respective factions, sent to their deaths without hesitation, instilling a profound sense of dread. As the endless dust settled amidst a raging wind, the remnants of chaos began to dissipate. Is this your final trump card? Quite uninteresting. Even in the face of the self-destructive onslaught of hundreds of sacred kings, Chu Yuan remained composed and unflinching, his robe billowing and hair dancing, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Remarkably, the ground beneath him remained entirely unchanged. He withstood the cataclysmic force of the self-detonation, standing firm like an unyielding mountain. Hiss! As the onlooking prodigies in the void beheld Chu Yuan's current state, they were left speechless, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. They were situated in this void, undeniably the most affected by the awe-inspiring explosion. Even from millions of miles away, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within them. Should they be caught in the residual waves, their fates were sealed. Yet, even amidst such overwhelming dread, the esteemed son of the Chu family remained unscathed. Chapter 33. Crushing the Lu family's divine maiden, the projection of the emperor descends. Who exactly are you? Achieving the status of an emperor at such a young age, and it is evident you are far from a novice in the imperial realm. Chu Yuan, you cannot be a mere mortal of the Taizong realm. Tell me, what formidable being have you reincarnated from? Upon witnessing Chu Yuan's continued vitality, Lu Yunxi's fair complexion turned as pale as parchment, her beautiful eyes narrowing in disbelief as she fixated on the proud figure standing in the distance. At that moment, every hair on her body stood on end. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, she realized that Chu Yuan had utterly overwhelmed her. Despite her past as a powerful celestial king, she was now merely a lowly sacred realm cultivator, incapable of contending with a true emperor. You need not know much. Simply understand that dying at the hands of the Emperor Yuan is your greatest honor. Chu Yuan spoke indifferently, and in an instant, his right palm struck out casually. Slap. In the distance, Lu Yunxi's cheek contorted in an instant, her delicate form trembling violently as blood splattered. In a heartbeat, she was violently hurled downwards, shattering several layers of spatial barriers, plummeting from a height of 1,000 miles. Boom. A massive pit formed in the earth, rocks tumbling and earth scattering. Lu Yunxi, in utter disarray, soared back into the sky, her once pristine azure dress now drenched in blood, her formerly flawless visage swollen and grotesque, blood oozing from her features. This was the first time she had ever encountered defeat, the first time a mortal had utterly crushed her, driving her nearly to madness. Beneath that one strike, had it not been for her imperial artifact, the Qingshan Wanhua garb, shielding her, she would have been instantly obliterated, crushed like an insect. The sheer disparity in power ignited a furious flame within Lu Yunxi, nearly suffocating her. Ah! She howled in rage, her disheveled black hair cascading wildly, resembling a vengeful witch. In her past life, she had been a true celestial king. For countless ages, she had been of unmatched nobility, possessing the strength to command all beings across realms. How could she be reduced to such a wretched state now? Chu Yuan, you shall die. Lu Yunxi gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot, swallowing a Quasi-Emperor pill. Her external wounds gradually healed, but even so, the vivid crimson imprint of a palm remained glaringly visible on her cheek. Ding! Detected 6-star Destiny Child Lu Yunxi's Dao heart has been damaged, gaining 5 million villain points. The voice of the villain system echoed at that moment. Chu Yuan in the heavens above felt increasingly satisfied. He had not anticipated that merely damaging her Dao heart would yield a staggering 5 million villain points. Truly, she was a 6-star Destiny Child. It seemed he would need to fully exploit her value. With this thought, Chu Yuan's figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared above Lu Yunxi, looking down upon her with an icy demeanor. What? Is the illustrious divine maiden of the Lu family only capable of this much? Boom. Before Lu Yunxi could react, another palm descended with tremendous force. Ah! A chilling scream pierced the air, as Lu Yunxi was crushed as if under an ancient divine mountain, her entire form sinking heavily, bones shattering and flesh tearing, blood gushing uncontrollably. Had it not been for the protection of the imperial artifact she wore, she would have been reduced to a mere mist of blood, dead beyond measure. Die? I will kill you, even if I must chase you to the ends of the earth. Chu Yuan, exhausting her final ounce of strength, the truly hidden card. The Wuhan command was finally activated under Lu Yunxi's wrath, radiating an incomparably brilliant divine light. The radiance soared to the heavens, illuminating the cosmos. An incomprehensibly vast and majestic authority suddenly swept through the heavens and the earth. The overwhelming pressure felt as if a primordial deity had awakened, as if the heavenly laws themselves had descended. In an instant, countless beings prostrated themselves. Crack, crack. The very ground of the void began to fracture inch by inch. The sacred realm prodigies found themselves devoid of the privilege to even raise their heads, collapsing in submission under this overwhelming authority, trembling uncontrollably. Boom, boom. The other two Wuhan commands also shattered into pieces. In the void, the projection of the Wuhan Emperor fully materialized. Standing amidst the heavens and the earth like an ancient giant, the mere aura of imperial might it exuded was enough to terrify all beings to their core. This scene left all observing cultivators feeling a chilling dread, utterly shocked. The Emperor of the Lu family had personally descended, although it was merely a projection. As a half-step eternal emperor, it was impossible for any ordinary emperor to contend with such an existence. Even Chu Yuan, the son of the Chu family, would undoubtedly perish on the spot. Lu Wuhan. Seeing this scene, Chu Tianhe of the Chu family let out a furious roar, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he screamed madly, "You old wretch! How dare you meddle in this dispute among the younger generation? If anything untoward befalls my Yuan today, I shall surely raze your entire Lu clan to the ground." The roar resounded like thunder, reverberating across the vast expanse of the Van Di ancient kingdom. The fury of the heavenly river emperor caused the very heavens and earth to tremble, as if on the brink of annihilation. Haha, Chu Tianhe, even if you, the scion of the Chu family, are a prodigy of unparalleled talent, what does it matter that you became an emperor at 20? You will still fall at the hands of my Lu family. Today, my projection will descend upon Chu Yuan, and his demise is inevitable. Seemingly hearing the roar of Chu Tianhe, the projection of the Wuhan Emperor in the void realm abruptly lifted its head, laughing maniacally. You! Chu Tianhe's eyes widened with fury, his body trembling with rage. He immediately sought to unleash the seal of his celestial power and charged directly at the Lu family, intent on slaughtering them all. As one who had already refined 30,000 true immortal laws, he possessed every right to do so. Even if it meant forcibly ascending to the upper realms today, he was determined to annihilate the Lu family. At this moment, as Yuan faced a life-and-death crisis, he was ready to kill that Wuhan Lu. Father, wait. At that moment, Chu Jin quickly stood up, blocking the rampaging Chu Tianhe. Chu Jin. Yuan has only just entered the realm of emperors. He surely cannot match that old man's projection. Do not hinder me today. I care not who it is. Whoever dares to harm Yuan must meet their end. Chu Tianhe's fury intensified as he was obstructed, his voice low and filled with rage. Yet in the next moment, he paused, contemplating Chu Jin's words. Father, it is not just Lu Yunxi who possesses hidden cards. Yuan has his own, which is the last remnant of my power as an immortal emperor from my previous life. If this power erupts, even the Lord of Tian City could be slain in an instant. Therefore, you need not worry about Yuan, as my son. How could he lack any hidden cards or means? As he spoke, a faint smile graced Chu Jin's lips, exuding a profound confidence and pride. In his past life, he was the formidable Tianjin Immortal Emperor. Even a mere fragment of his power could easily shatter infinite worlds and obliterate the starry seas, leaving even immortal kings severely wounded. What is a mere half-step into eternity in comparison? Moreover, I believe Yuan has yet to reach his limits. This threat may be insignificant to him. Observing Chu Tianhe gradually calm down, Chu Jin continued to gaze at the battle unfolding in the void realm, a chilling smile appearing on his lips. Regardless, the Lu family no longer has any need to exist. Chapter 34, Immortal Artifact, the Ancient Seal of Tian's Song. Haha, Wuhan Emperor. As the venerable ancestor of the Lu family, a being half-step into the eternal immortal realm, how dare you lay hands on a junior? Do you truly not know the meaning of shame? High above in the heavens, as Chu Yuan witnessed the projection of the Wuhan Emperor descend, he remained unafraid, even curling his lips into a mocking smile. Junior? Humph. Since you have stepped into the Emperor realm and call yourself the Yuan Emperor, then you are no longer a mere junior. I have descended today solely to eradicate the Yuan Emperor. Boom. The Wuhan Emperor's words boomed like celestial thunder, his immense figure casting shadows over the entire void realm, causing it to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Lord City Master, is it not inappropriate for the ancestor of the Lu family to unilaterally interfere in the Qianlong Grand Assembly? Even though the Chu family scion has ascended to the Emperor realm, his training time is far too short, and he is vastly inferior to the Wuhan Emperor. He may be in grave danger. Indeed, to become an emperor at 20, the birth of the Yuan Emperor is a boon for our human race. He must not perish at this Qianlong Grand Assembly. In Tianke City, many high-ranking powers were visibly distressed, and among them, the elder sovereign of the Tianyu divine dynasty spoke up directly. In the Void Realm, life and death are decreed by fate. If the Yuan Emperor does not wish to engage in battle, he may choose to withdraw. This city master will certainly not stand idly by and will ensure his safety. However, upon hearing these words, the city master of Tianke merely responded with a stoic expression. With a wave of his hand, the barriers of the Void Realm became even more impenetrable, seemingly tacitly allowing the Wuhan Emperor to wreak havoc within and slay Chu Yuan. Withdraw. Tianke city master you? The elder sovereign of the Tianyu divine dynasty frowned upon hearing this. The other powerful figures also shook their heads in disappointment. It seemed that even the city master of Tianke was displaying hostility toward the Chu family. Today was undoubtedly a declaration of intent to use the Wuhan Emperor to suppress the Chu family. Ancestor, kill Chu Yuan. This child must surely harbor great secrets. If our Lu family obtains them, we could dominate the Taicong realm and give rise to many immortals. Please, Ancestor, strike down Chu Yuan and seize his opportunities. Behind the Wuhan Emperor, Lu Yuni once again consumed several Quasi-Emperor pills, her injuries rapidly healing. At this moment, her exquisite face was twisted into a ghastly expression, akin to a malevolent spirit from the underworld, wishing nothing more than to flay Chu Yuan alive. Chu Yuan, that despicable mortal dared to humiliate her thus, leaving her reputation in tatters and reducing her to a laughingstock. What if he achieved the Emperor realm? Her ancestor had personally intervened. She was determined to send him into a state of utter despair. Great opportunities? Great secrets? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Wuhan Emperor shimmered with a glint of greed. Indeed, to become an emperor at 20 is an unprecedented feat. The opportunities and secrets within Chu Yuan are likely beyond imagination. Not only in the Taicong realm, but even in the upper realms, they would be a magnificent boon. Such opportunities must be contested. Once obtained, such a monumental fortune would undoubtedly elevate the Lu family's power once more, allowing them to establish themselves firmly in the upper realms, evolving into a supreme clan. With this thought in mind, the Wuhan Emperor ceased his idle chatter. As he opened his right palm, a seal, seemingly crafted from white jade, materialized above his head, radiating boundless auspicious energy. Countless mysterious runes danced upon the seal, accompanied by strange resonances that echoed through the air. It was as if a divine hymn resounded, causing the souls of many cultivators to tremble, as if compelled to bow in submission. An immortal artifact, the ancient seal of Tian's song. Madness. The Wuhan Emperor is resolute in his intent to slay the Yuan Emperor. The ancient seal of Tian's song is the true ancestral treasure of the Lu family, an immortal artifact that surpasses Emperor weapons, even in its projected form. Its power far exceeds that of ordinary Emperor weapons. Once this immortal artifact is activated, let alone the newly ascended Emperor Yuan, even a figure as formidable as the Lord of the Underworld could be suppressed. In an instant, the expressions of many powerful figures atop Tianke City, as well as those observing this scene from the Taicong realm, changed dramatically. This is a genuine immortal artifact. The power of the ancient seal of Tian's song is boundless. The last time it was seen was a full 100,000 years ago, in the face of the invasion of 77 billion extraterrestrial demons. The Wuhan Emperor activated the ancient seal of Tian's song and annihilated the entire 77 billion demon army within mere breaths. That battle was a sensation throughout the entire Taicong realm, causing a massive uproar. Even the upper realms received word and dispatched 2 true immortal envoys to the lower realms, seeking to exchange the ancient seal of Tian's song for 3 ascension decrees. But ultimately, the Lu family refused, and the 2 true immortals departed empty-handed. It is over. With the projection of the ancient seal of Tian's song materializing, the eruption of such immortal artifact power means the Yuan Emperor will perish in an instant. With no possibility of survival, the Lord of Tianke City acts with great injustice. The illustrious and extraordinary Yuan Emperor is to be executed on the spot due to the selfish motives of the Lu family. From this moment forth, the Qianlong Grand Assembly shall merely be a jest. The multitude of powerful figures shook their heads, their voices laden with sighs of regret. Several formidable leaders allied with the Chu family erupted in furious denunciations, asserting that the Qianlong Grand Assembly has lost all semblance of fairness. The actions of the Lord of Tianke City are nothing short of wanton recklessness. Alas, at this moment, even if the Yuan Emperor were to activate the Void token to escape, it would be too late. The power of the Songtian ancient seal has already manifested, and no one can impede it. The Yuan Emperor, with such heavenly stature, what a pity. In an instant, all present sighed in lamentation. Yuan Emperor, beneath the might of my Songtian ancient seal, your only fate is to be reduced to ashes. The Wuhan Emperor, towering and majestic, with the white jade ancient seal atop his head, was enveloped in endless radiant patterns of light, resembling an ancient divine sun descending upon the world. At this moment, he truly showcased an unmatched, overwhelming aura that crushed all in its path. Boom. The laws of the void realm bent to his will, as if the supreme celestial emperor had descended, wielding dominion over the heavens and universe. Invincible. Go. With a single command, the Songtian ancient seal shot forth, expanding dramatically. What was once a mere few feet in size was magnified infinitely in an instant, completely obscuring the celestial dome of the void realm. A magnificent divine might filled the heavens and earth, suppressing the cosmos in all directions. Buzz. The jade seal trembled incessantly, emanating countless brilliant rays of light. Within that radiant brilliance lay an extraordinarily rich essence of celestial power, each strand potent enough to shatter mountains and rivers, capable of obliterating a profoundly established Quasi-Emperor. At this moment, as the Wuhan Emperor urged it forth, it descended with a rumbling force reminiscent of a cataclysmic tide, intent on reducing Chu Yuan to mere dust. Yet at this moment, Chu Yuan merely smiled indifferently. He stood at the center of the world, his eyes calm and serene, allowing the myriad rays of divine light to envelop his form without sustaining a single harm. Facing imminent death, he still dares to be arrogant. Boom. The Wuhan Emperor snorted coldly, a thought passing through his mind as the Songtian ancient seal, covering the heavens, began its slow descent. It was as if the very sky were collapsing, intent on crushing all living things beneath its dome, obliterating everything into eternal nothingness. This strike was comparable to the full-force attack of a late-stage emperor. Some of the powerful figures near the void realm even witnessed vast barriers of the world being forcibly shattered, revealing the infinite foundational laws within. Is this still the Qianlong Grand Assembly? The battle of ancient powerhouses pales in comparison. It is utterly insane. Such an assault. Even the ancestors of my Xianzhou ancient kingdom could not withstand it. The Yuan Emperor is undoubtedly doomed. Terrifying. Terrifying. Some exclaimed in horror, their faces frozen in disbelief. Feeling chilled to the bone, they knew that true emperor-level existences could obliterate star seas and rend the heavens with a mere thought. Yet witnessing it firsthand still left them in profound shock. That Wuhan Emperor, standing atop all beings. Even a mere projection of his presence could not be contended with by ordinary powerhouses, with a snap of his fingers capable of crushing everything. Chu Yuan, ultimately, you shall perish. You cannot withstand the might of this divine maiden. Behind, Lu Yuni, witnessing this scene, laughed wildly without regard for her image, her eyes bloodshot. Utterly exhilarated, she was confident that this strike would not miss. Chu Yuan was destined to meet a tragic end. However, in the next moment, the triumphant smile on her face abruptly froze, as if she had witnessed an unbelievable sight, her pupils contracting. How can this be possible? Boom. In an instant, a colossal roar reverberated through the skies, causing sharp pain in everyone's ears. The crowd turned their gazes once more to see that the immense ancient seal had crashed down just 100 feet above Chu Yuan, yet it made no further progress. It seemed as if an invisible force was obstructing it. No matter how much power it unleashed, it could not descend even a fraction, and Chu Yuan remained standing, calm and composed, his robes billowing in the wind. Astonishingly, at the critical moment, he slowly extended a long, fair finger, seemingly using just that one finger to halt the cataclysmic ancient seal, suspending it in midair. How can this be possible? This scene was too bizarre, leaving even the Wuhan Emperor momentarily dazed. The onlookers were left utterly speechless, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. Such a terrifying weapon, capable of obliterating the heavens, was actually held at bay by the Yuan Emperor's single finger. Chapter 35, Slaying Lu Yuni, the Power of the Three Lives Dao Fruit. Break. Then, as the crowd gazed in utter astonishment, the indifferent Chu Yuan, standing in the void, uttered another word softly. Crack. In that instant, the heavens trembled, and the projection of the Songtian ancient seal emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds. With a thunderous boom, it shattered into countless streams of light. As this celestial artifact's projection disintegrated, the Wuhan Emperor's incarnation also became largely ethereal, appearing as if it might vanish entirely, looking exceedingly dim. Only then did the crowd finally see clearly the small flying blade spiraling at Chu Yuan's fingertip. This flying blade was exceptionally tiny, akin to an inconspicuous speck of dust. Yet it was this diminutive weapon that had forcibly caused the projection of the Songtian ancient seal to shatter, leaving countless cracks in an instant, obliterating it entirely. This object was, indeed, the Celestial King's weapon, destruction, under the control of Chu Yuan. Destruction could change its shape at the will of its master. From as fine as a hair to as massive as a mountain, from as light as a feather to as heavy as 1,000 tons. Capable of both offense and defense, easily adjustable. The Songtian ancient seal was merely an ordinary celestial artifact. How could it compare to a true Celestial King's weapon? Even if destruction were merely in its nascent form, it surpassed it by countless magnitudes. Chu family child, no, Yuan Emperor. What is this thing in your hand? The Wuhan Emperor was also deeply shaken, wanting to inquire about the nature of the object in Chu Yuan's possession. Yet the next moment, swish. The blade formed from destruction instantly pierced through the projection, completely annihilating the manifestation of the Wuhan Emperor's power. The enormous form shattered in an instant, scattering into countless rays of light that rained down in all directions. What is it? You lack the qualifications to know. With a single strike, the projection of the Emperor was severed. Chu Yuan's gaze shifted, landing once more on Lu Yunxi. At this moment, Lu Yunxi, once a Celestial King, recognized the manifestation of destruction and could hardly believe the true identity of that flying blade. A Celestial King's weapon. Even in the upper realms, such a terrifying treasure would stir up bloodshed. In her past life, Lu Yunxi had also wielded a Celestial King's weapon, but it had been lost alongside her demise in some corner of the upper realms. No, this is impossible. How could such a thing appear in the Taitsong realm? Are you a being from the upper realms? Could you be the young master of a prominent clan, come to the Taitsong realm merely for training? Lu Yunxi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling, an overwhelming sense of regret and frustration surging within her. Had she known earlier that Chu Yuan possessed a Celestial King's weapon, how could she have dared to harbor murderous intent against him? His identity must be beyond imagination. Perhaps even the former her would not have dared provoke him. Had she known he was an unparalleled prodigy from the upper realms, how could she have offended him? In an instant, Lu Yunxi felt as if her heart were twisted with regret. Her entire being trembled uncontrollably with fear. She had fought hard to reclaim her life. Yet she refused to perish here. As long as she could survive, she would be willing to do anything, even becoming a concubine to this Chu Yuan. She pleaded for the mercy of the Emperor of Yuan. In an instant, Lu Yunxi cast aside her identity as a reincarnated Celestial King and Goddess, throwing herself to the ground, desperately kowtowing to Chu Yuan in a fervent plea for compassion. The once proud and imperious figure now resembled a wretched dog, prostrating herself at his feet, begging for mercy. Ding! 6-star fated child Lu Yunxi's Dao heart has collapsed, earning 10 million villain points. At that moment, the voice of the villain system resounded once more. Lu Yunxi's Dao heart had utterly shattered. Despite being the fated child, she chose to plead for her life from her enemy, Chu Yuan, a testament to the turmoil and dread within her soul. Has it come to an end? Acquiring a total of 18 million villain points, Chu Yuan felt quite pleased. He approached Lu Yunxi, who knelt before him, gazing down from his lofty position, and spoke indifferently, pleading for mercy. I ask you, what crime have you committed? Boom. The awe-inspiring might of the Emperor surged once more. At this moment, Chu Yuan no longer referred to himself as the son of the divine. He was now the Emperor of Yuan. He had repelled the projection of the imperceptible Emperor, fully revealing the brilliance of the mightiest Emperor. It was only natural for him to refer to himself as such. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yunxi's delicate face turned pale, her lips quivering as she finally spoke in a low voice. This servant should not have offended your excellency, the Emperor of Yuan. Nor should I have sent powerful figures to slay the talents of the Chu family, nor should I have spoken disrespectfully to you. Trembling, Lu Yunxi continued to plead from her position on the ground. Countless members of the younger generation in the Taitsong realm witnessed this scene, astonished that the once exalted and imperious goddess of the Lu family had fallen to such depths, reduced to begging for mercy while prostrated on the ground. Oh! Upon hearing her words, Chu Yuan's gaze turned increasingly frigid, a semblance of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Since you acknowledge your guilt, then you shall die. Clang! Before his words could finish, the destruction that hovered beside Chu Yuan roared forth once again, instantly piercing through the void. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yunxi was torn apart, becoming a mist of blood, her bones utterly obliterated. Yuan Emperor, how dare you? The furious roar of the imperceptible Emperor echoed through the heavens, threatening to shatter the 9 hells. Yet, no matter how he screamed, the princess of the Lu family had already met her end, her demise swift and decisive. What transpired, however, after personally slaying Lu Yunxi, Chu Yuan, situated in the void, could not help but furrow his brow. For at that moment, The system's voice did not relay the news of Lu Yunqi's death. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 6-star fated child, earning 30 million villain points. You may randomly seize one of the opponent's fortunes. Ding. The opponent's fated halo effect has been detected. 3 lives Dao fruit, remaining 0 times. 3 lives Dao fruit, forged from the convergence of heavenly fate. This fruit grants the possessor 3 lives. Even if slain, the soul can reincarnate. Now that the host has slain her, she has consumed her final reincarnation opportunity. She will randomly reincarnate somewhere in the Taicang realm. Upon examining the future effects of the fated halo, Chu Yuan grasped the situation. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. No wonder Lu Yunqi had never demonstrated her Celestial King's Dao fruit power. It turned out that it was fused with her fated halo, granting her a total of 3 lives, which allowed her to escape death at his hands. Nevertheless, Lu Yunqi's identity had been utterly obliterated. No matter how she reincarnated, she could never be a match for Chu Yuan again. Upon her return to the Chu family, a thorough investigation would be necessary. If any faction recently birthed a 9-aperture Linglong body, it would undoubtedly be linked to Lu Yunqi's reincarnation. As Chu Yuan's thoughts drifted, he quickly realized that no matter how Lu Yunqi reincarnated, she would possess the talents of a 9-aperture Linglong body. Should he receive news of this, he would simply need to eradicate any potential threats, eliminating any possibility of her future. Meanwhile, in one of the ancient clans, the Shien family, boom, thunder roared above the heavens, and strange phenomena unfolded. The sky was awash with radiant colors, and from the endless cosmos, a splendid celestial palace seemed to rise, radiating boundless brilliance. Congratulations, Patriarch. This is the phenomenon of the 9-aperture Linglong body. The second young lady is born with supreme celestial, destined to ascend like the goddess of the Lu family. Hearing the report from his subordinates, the current patriarch of the Shun family, Chu Yuan, could not help but burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Huh? My eldest daughter Shun Yao has recently made tremendous progress in her cultivation, nearing the 9th realm of divine Dao in just a short time. And now, this second daughter possesses such an unparalleled celestial body at birth. Heaven bless the Shun family. Heaven bless the Shun family. Pass it on. To celebrate the birth of my daughter, I shall host a banquet for the world's heroes. Let the people of the Taicang realm know that our Shun family has finally produced an unparalleled prodigy through the ages." Chapter 36. The conclusion of the Hidden Dragon Grand Assembly, the false son of destiny. 10 days later, the once in a millennium Hidden Dragon Grand Assembly finally came to a close. The Heavenly Dao Golden List was finalized, and Chu Yuan, this unprecedented young emperor, ascended to the top with absolute dominance. By the name of the Emperor of Yuan, he ensured that the world of the Taicang realm would remember what kind of terrifying prodigy had emerged from the Chu family. In the second place was the holy son of the Yin God clan. This individual had entered the Quasi-Emperor realm in the Void realm. And although the 50-year-old Quasi-Emperor was still exceedingly remarkable, his brilliance paled in comparison to Chu Yuan's. During the final 10 days, Chu Yuan did not confront the holy son of the Yin God clan directly. He merely hunted a few low-tier fated children and assisted Luo Air and Bai Su in slaying lower-tier demonic creatures, resulting in a significant surge in their points, allowing them to ascend the Heavenly Dao Golden List. At the edge of the Void realm, as the spatial rift continued to expand, Chu Yuan, clad in a black robe, led the talented members of the Chu family away, stepping once more into the city of Tian. It is over. As his figure flickered and landed atop Tian city, Chu Yuan mused. He could not deny the immense gains he had reaped from the Hidden Dragon Grand Assembly, merely from slaying Lu Yunqi. He had acquired a staggering 48 million villain points. Furthermore, through the random acquisition of opportunities, he had obtained the Celestial Emperor's Great Destiny technique, whose power and efficacy were astonishingly formidable. As long as Chu Yuan wished, even ordinary newly ascended emperors would have their fates altered, acting in accordance with his will. Host, Chu Yuan. Fate, 450, sealed state. Cultivation, late emperor, consuming 100 million villain points can elevate to peak emperor. Physique, eternal catastrophe body, initial mastery of eternal power. Ancient Emperor's Eye, villain points, 9 million. Techniques, Heavenly Emperor's Reincarnation Scripture, flawed chaotic technique, level 1. Divine powers, Great Destiny technique, Celestial Emperor technique. 33 Heavens Creation Divine Fist, Celestial King technique. Control of death, rule level Celestial technique. Catastrophe Burial Seal, True Immortal technique. Emperor's Palm, Emperor tier. Ancient Emperor's Sky Covering Seal, Emperor tier. Artifacts, Destruction, the embryonic form of the Immortal King's weapon. The Celestial Emperor's Xianxian Tower, Imperial weapon. The 10,000 Calamities Divine Tower, Imperial weapon. The Yin Yang Tai Sword, Quasi-Imperial weapon. The Emperor Dragon's Dark Radiance Robe, Quasi-Imperial Weapon. After a cursory glance at the current system panel, following the final slaying of several low-tier children of fate, Chu Yuan had finally activated a fraction of the power of the Eternal Calamity demon body. The power of Eternal Calamity. This force bestowed upon Chu Yuan a sensation akin to a profound agony that penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. Yet correspondingly, the might of the Eternal Calamity was utterly beyond imagination. While bearing the utmost suffering, it also granted Chu Yuan the true power to annihilate worlds. Even as a nascent emperor, when he unleashed such power, he could effortlessly obliterate a late-stage emperor like the Lord of the Underworld, erasing both body and soul without a trace. The dominance and terror of the Eternal Calamity power instilled a twinge of trepidation even within Chu Yuan himself. It was no wonder that even his father, once a transcendent being among immortal emperors, harbored profound apprehension when mentioning the Eternal Calamity demon body. I am the Abyssal Emperor. Now that I have acquired the power of Eternal Calamity, I can traverse the Taitsong realm at will. Even the ancient immortal clans and formidable beings of other races shall not be able to contend with me. With this thought, a cold smile crept upon Chu Yuan's lips. With the cultivation of a late-stage emperor, combined with the Immortal King's weapons, various celestial techniques, and the power of Eternal Calamity, he had truly stepped into the zenith of strength within the Taitsong realm. Even facing the incorporeal emperor could not instill fear in him. Boom. At this moment, with the official establishment of the Heavenly Dao Golden Rankings, the prodigies listed on the Hidden Dragon list throughout the realm were simultaneously bestowed with the divine radiance of fortune. From this day forth, for a millennium, they would receive genuine protection from the Heavenly Dao, making their cultivation efforts highly effective, and during times of dire calamity, they would have a substantial chance of emerging unscathed. This was the supreme fortune bestowed upon them, a celestial favor showered with myriad blessings. Yet at this very moment, while the majority of prodigies basked in the divine radiance of fortune, the hundreds of Chu family members ascending the Hidden Dragon list had not received a single glimmer of divine light, as if abandoned by the Heavenly Dao. Even Chu Yuan, ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list, was devoid of any bestowed fortune. Conversely, within the Yin God clan, boom, a pillar of fortune, seemingly capable of piercing through heaven and earth, stretched across the realm. The unparalleled Heavenly Dao fortune was entirely infused into the body of the Yin God clan's holy son, Fun Tianjue. With the immense influx of divine power, Fun Tianjue's cultivation surged wildly, and in an instant, he transcended the Quasi-Emperor realm to ascend to the Emperor level. Excellent. The Holy Son has received the favor of the Heavenly Dao, propelling him directly into the Emperor realm. Thus, the Abyssal Emperor of the human race pales in comparison. Today, even the Heavenly Dao has not bestowed any grace upon him. He has become nothing more than a discarded pawn. From this day forth, the Holy Son shall be known as the Shien Emperor. Shielded by the supreme Heavenly Dao, he may well become the next master of the Heavenly Dao, ruling over myriad races. The strong members of the Yin God clan were fervently enthusiastic, bowing down to the meditative Fun Tianjue, who resembled a deity of flames, chanting his title as the Shien Emperor. What of the human race's Abyssal Emperor? Even having become the top of the Hidden Dragon list, he too has been abandoned by the Heavenly Dao, receiving not a shred of protection. In contrast, their Shien Emperor is truly the one chosen by the Heavenly Dao. It would not be long before he wields the divine authority of the Heavenly Dao and reigns supreme over Taitsong. Such is the true destiny bestowed upon him. The human race's Abyssal Emperor. At this moment, Fun Tianjue, seated within the boundless sea of flames, finally opened his eyes. He gazed into the distance, seemingly confronting Chu Yuan atop the Heavenly Gate City from afar. In a detached whisper, he intoned, "One day in the future, I shall personally slay you, making you truly comprehend who is the sole destiny of the Taitsong realm." Boom. The anomalies in the heavens ultimately manifested into a terrifying sight of the primordial divine fire scorching the 9 heavens. The strong members of the Yin God clan bowed in reverence, worshipping fervently. Meanwhile, from the endless distance, Chu Yuan also keenly sensed the overwhelming killing intent emanating from the foreign realm. The voice of the villain system resonated at this moment. Ding. Detected a child of destiny, pseudo. The target is the Yin God clan's holy son, Fun Tianjue. Defeating and slaying him will grant the host a vast amount of villain points and significantly weaken the Heavenly Dao's power in the Taitsong realm. Another child of destiny? Chu Yuan's gaze turned cold and indifferent upon witnessing all the Chu family prodigies not receiving the fortune, while Fun Tianjue was endowed with such abundance. He began to piece together the underlying schemes. The Heavenly Dao of the Taitsong realm seeks to eliminate me through Fun Tianjue, unable to act openly. The City Lord of Heavenly Gate fabricates a false child of destiny to challenge me. It is a pity that the heavenly Tao's calculations have failed to foresee that Chu Yuan's strength has already surpassed reason. Even if Fan Tianjue ascends to the level of emperor, endowed with divine power, he would still find it impossible to escape death against the current Chu Yuan. Chapter 37. Suppressing Fan Tianjue, the Wrath of the Eastern Emperor. Arrogant fool, let me teach you a lesson today. Chu Yuan's expression was as cold as frost. Despite the immeasurable distance separating him from Fan Tianjue, he reached out with his right palm, delivering a strike forward. Boom. Suddenly, above the territory of the Yin God clan, a colossal palm imprint, capable of obscuring the heavens, instantly manifested, catching everyone by surprise as it descended upon the earth below. Bang! The vast expanse trembled for millions of miles. Beneath this strike, countless strong members of the Yin God clan were brutally crushed. Fan Tianjue was also caught in the backlash, violently spitting blood, as he was directly ground beneath the mountains, causing torrents of magma to erupt and large areas to collapse. Abyssal Emperor, if this grudge is not avenged, I, Fan Tianjue, vow not to be human. The roar echoed through the heavens and earth. This holy son of the Yin God clan had just ascended to the Emperor realm when he suffered such humiliation, and his rage reached its peak. Meanwhile, in the endless distance, Chu Yuan calmly retracted his palm, as if the events that transpired among the Yin God clan were nothing more than trivialities, merely a minor act. City Lord of Heavenly Gate, pray tell, why have none of the Chu family's prodigies, not even the Holy Son, been granted the fortune of the Heavenly Tao? At this moment, a bewildered Chu family prodigy could no longer contain his frustration. After enduring countless hardships to finally rank on the Hidden Dragon list, they had received no rewards whatsoever. How could they possibly accept such a fate? This is the act of the Heavenly Tao. I, as the City Lord, merely represent the Heavenly Tao and cannot fully interfere with its will. Your Chu family has perhaps been regarded as an extraneous evil by the Heavenly Tao and thus abandoned. Upon hearing this, the City Lord of Heavenly Gate maintained a calm demeanor, yet his tone carried a hint of mockery and derision. What? Extraneous evil? Hearing this, the Chu family's prodigies changed countenance, their hearts ablaze with fury, believing the City Lord was spouting nonsense and reversing black and white. Yet before they could voice their outrage, a chilling question reverberated through the heavens once more. City Lord of Heavenly Gate, you call my Chu family extraneous evil? From my perspective, perhaps you are the true one? In the distance, an immense cauldron of dark yellow abruptly materialized above the void, exuding an ancient and profound aura. It swept across the vast sky and soon loomed over the city of Tian. A resonating hum filled the air as the cauldron's reverberations echoed ominously. In the next instant, a towering figure clad in a gray-yellow robe and adorned with a jade crown tore through the fabric of space, standing above the city. With arms crossed behind his back, he gazed condescendingly at the myriad powerful beings within Tian, a chilling smile curving at the corners of his mouth. I pose a question to you, Lord of Tian City. As a representative of the human race, why have you allowed the forces of alien races to swell unchecked over the past millennia, continuously suppressing our human fortune? What is your true intention? With each word spoken by this formidable figure, waves of terrifying power erupted, enveloping the entirety of Tian City, causing countless prodigies present to tremble in fear, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence. This existence was simply too powerful. Soon, some recognized the identity of the imposing figure. It was one of the 5 visible emperors of the Chu family, a terrifying powerhouse who once single-handedly guarded the abyss of Taizong, instilling fear in countless foreign malevolences. The Emperor Donghan, Chu Qianshan. He wielded the ancient celestial artifact, the Xianhuangding, capable of obliterating mountains and rivers, causing the sun and moon to plunge into darkness. Although he appeared to be at the late stage of the Emperor realm, in secret, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Emperor domain, his strength rivaling that of the Northern Song Emperor, perhaps even surpassing him. The Lord of Tian City furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly regained his composure, responding with indifference. I, the Lord of Tian City, represent the will of heaven and treat all races equally, without bias. Huh, treating all races equally? The Emperor Donghan's gaze darkened as he scoffed. If that is the case, why has the heavenly fortune not descended today? Why have all the members of my Chu family been excluded, even when our divine son ascended to the top of the rankings, unable to receive any favor from the heavens? The Lord of Tian City shook his head, insisting, I have stated before, today's events are merely the actions of heaven and have nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? Upon hearing this, the Emperor Donghan erupted into laughter. How utterly absurd. You are the representative of the heavens, and yet you dare claim it has nothing to do with you. Very well. In that case, I, on behalf of the Chu family, officially sever ties with Tian City. From this day forth, It shall be a fight to the death between us." As his words fell, an overwhelming aura exploded around him. The air surged with a torrent of power, akin to a colossal divine mountain descending to engulf the entire Tianke city. "Hold. Do you truly believe there is no one in Tianke city to contend with you, daring to wreak havoc within its walls and seek your own demise?" Instantly, several latent Emperor realm powerhouses hidden deep within Tianke city emerged. They were all formidable figures under the command of the Lord of Tianke city, diverse in race. Yet without exception, they were all blessed by the heavens. Their strength surpassed that of their peers in the Emperor realm, and even in death. They could be reborn within Tianke city. Merely ants. The Emperor Donghon retorted coldly, casually raising a finger, unleashing an immense and overwhelming pressure. Boom. A powerful Emperor realm warrior was instantly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments, unable to utter a single cry before meeting his demise. However, endowed with the power of the heavens, he quickly reformed. Yet after his rebirth, his complexion remained as pale as paper, his body trembling uncontrollably. How terrifying. This is one of the 5 emperors of the Chu family. The Emperor Donghon is truly fearsome. The sight of him effortlessly slaying an Emperor realm warrior left all the prodigies and esteemed leaders present in utter shock. Was this still a human? The ease with which he executed an Emperor realm powerhouse was akin to slaughtering livestock, a display of terrifying power that sent chills down their spines and rendered them incredulous. "Emperor Donghon, do not cause trouble before me, the Lord of Tianke city. Today, I acknowledge my prior missteps and shall not pursue this matter further. Depart swiftly with your Chu family prodigies, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The Lord of Tianke city's expression darkened, with a resounding crack. As his fury peaked, endless crimson thunder rumbled from the heavens, as if the apocalypse had descended, engulfing the world in a dark chaos that threatened to devour everything. The oppressive pressure was so intense that it felt as though their very blood was freezing. Yet, upon witnessing this, the Emperor Donghon's countenance grew grave. With a wave of his hand, he gathered all the Chu family disciples into the cauldron, then turned to the Lord of Tianke city, coldly declaring, "Remember, no one in the Taitsong realm can provoke my Chu family, not even you, the Lord of Tianke city. One day, you shall face our retribution." As his words echoed, the massive Xinhuang Ding thunderingly departed, leaving behind countless shocked and horrified gazes that lingered long after. Chapter 38. The Indomitable Lord of Tianke city and the Master Plan to Control the Taitsong realm. Yuan, from this day forth, my Chu family declares enmity with Tianke city. The human forces throughout the Taitsong realm will likely splinter into 3 factions. One that continues to follow my Chu family, another that obeys the orders of Tianke city, and a third that may remain neutral, refraining from engaging in any conflict. Within the inner world of the Xinhuang Ding, Chu Qinshan and Chu Yuan sat facing each other. The former took a delicate sip of the spirit tea and slowly spoke, "Uncle Tian, since our Chu family has long been aware of the Lord of Tianke city's treacherous intentions, why not seize this opportunity to eliminate them all at once?" Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his curiosity. The true strength of the Chu family must far exceed what the people of the Taitsong realm can imagine. Yet, even so, it seems we still harbor some trepidation towards the Lord of Tianke city, which leaves me puzzled. "Haha," Chu Qinshan chuckled lightly, gradually explaining, "Yuan, the Lord of Tianke city is far more complex than you perceive. Indeed, if our Chu family were to reveal our full strength, we might be able to slay him multiple times. However, that would still be insufficient. His soul is intrinsically linked to the will of heaven. As long as the heavens endure, even if he were to be reduced to ashes, he would remain immortal, just like those emperors endowed with the power of the heavens. Only by utterly shattering the will of heaven in the Taitsong realm can we truly eradicate him. Otherwise, he will never be extinguished." As he spoke, Chu Qinshan took another sip of spirit tea, a profound gravity etched upon his brow. "Thus, our Chu family has been reluctant to sever ties completely over the years. After all, once we engage in battle, the repercussions will be vast, impacting many, which would be detrimental to our Chu family. But this time," his eyes sparkled with a cold light, revealing a hint of ruthlessness, "my Chu family has resolved to take the plunge. It is time to seize complete control of the will of heaven in the Taitsong realm. The rulers of this world must change." Chu Qinshan's words were undeniably domineering. Having decided to be irrevocably at odds with Tianke city, they might as well pursue their goals to the fullest, to directly ensure the downfall of the Lord of Tianke city, and even go so far as to reshape a new will of heaven, ultimately allowing the Chu family to unify this realm. However, returning to the matter at hand, Yuan, you may indeed be the key to the plan to slay the Lord of Tianke city. With that, Chu Qinshan suddenly turned his gaze to Chu Yuan. "You have now stepped into the Emperor realm, and I can sense that the power of the demonic body is already under your preliminary control. According to your father, the power of eternal calamity is the most mysterious, the most violent, and also the most wicked and destructive force among the heavens. If the Lord of Tian City were to be slain by such formidable powers, even if his essence were intertwined with the heavenly Tao, he would face utter annihilation, vanishing without a trace. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Qinshan's eyes as he spoke slowly. I see, Chu Yuan nodded slightly. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of the eternal calamity's power. It was precisely this force that rendered the eternal calamity demon body the most formidable of all. A presence that even the celestial emperors must regard with trepidation. Of course, the actual execution of this plan may not come to fruition for a century, or even a millennium. The preparations required are truly extensive, for this battle will significantly impact the myriad factions of the Taizong realm, and even the foreign evil entities will seize the opportunity to invade. Therefore, for now, you need only to focus on your cultivation. Worry not. Everything shall be shouldered by my Chu family. Chu Qianshan patted Chu Yuan's shoulder with a gentle smile. I understand, Chu Yuan replied. Then suddenly recalled something and inquired of Chu Qianshan once more. Uncle Qian, have you heard any news regarding the birth of the 9-aperture Linglong body in recent days? The 9-aperture Linglong body? Isn't that the unique constitution possessed by the divine maiden of the Lu family? I recall she was slain by you on the spot. So how could that be? Chu Qianshan was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, a smirk crept upon his lips. I remember now, indeed. Within these few days, a prodigy bearing such a constitution has emerged. She hails from the ancient family of the Chu Clan, and to celebrate her birth, they are currently inviting all factions from the world to attend the ceremony, with our Chu family among the honored invitees. What of it? Do you harbor a grudge against this 9-aperture Linglong body? Chu Qianshan's gaze sparkled as if he had pierced through all mysteries, playfully questioning. The true identity of Lu Yuni is that of the reincarnation of the Linglong celestial king from the upper realm. This daughter of the Shun family is her third reincarnation, and I must eliminate her root to prevent future troubles for the Chu family. In response to Chu Qianshan's inquiry, Chu Yuan remained utterly calm, revealing nothing as he spoke directly. The Linglong celestial king? Huh, truly. My Chu family's Yuan Emperor possesses remarkable prowess to have caused the fall of that celestial king in her reincarnation. Indeed, impressive. However, upon hearing this, Chu Qianshan burst into raucous laughter. It was unexpected that Lu Yuni, being the reincarnation of a celestial king from the upper realm, had still been thoroughly suppressed by his nephew, Chu Yuan. Even in rebirth, she could not escape her fated demise. Here is the invitation from the Shun family. You may wreak havoc as you please. After all, the Shun family has had a close relationship with the Lu family for many years, so it is bound to be quite a spectacle. Chu Qianshan's smile faded, his gaze becoming profound and cold. And if the Shun family insists on opposing you this time, then they shall be obliterated. Naturally, in their casual conversation, the fate of the Shun family seemed to be sealed, destined to escape catastrophe. Meanwhile, within the Cultivation's secret realm of the Shun family, boom, the tremendous commotion from the breakthrough reverberated across the land, akin to the sound of thunder. Shun Yao stepped into the void, her black gown billowing gracefully, and her entire demeanor exuded an increasingly noble and ethereal quality. Particularly, her dark and profound eyes resembled a flowing galaxy, containing unfathomable charm. With every movement, an invisible aura of authority seemed to envelop her. At this moment, she had truly ascended to the 9th realm of the divine path, igniting the divine fire and transcending to divinity. Indeed, in less than a month, you have advanced to the divine fire realm. It seems the heavenly demon soul-devouring art bestowed upon you by this demon lord has proven remarkably effective. Merely consuming a few mortal souls has bestowed you with such progress. The eerie, hoarse voice of the illusory void demon lord echoed, revealing a hint of approval. The heavenly demon soul-devouring art is a quintessential demonic technique, capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation by devouring the soul essence of powerful beings. Yet, its side effects are equally terrifying. For this technique is one practiced by true demons from the upper realm. Each time a soul essence is consumed, one's own soul becomes increasingly chaotic, teetering on the brink of madness. Such side effects, when applied to a being already classified as a true demon, are hardly consequential. However, for an ordinary human cultivator, they are utterly fatal. Each instance of soul consumption inflicts excruciating pain akin to soul rending, and over time, one may completely lose their consciousness, succumbing to madness. Yet for Shun Yao at present, these side effects are of no concern whatsoever, as long as she can slay Chu Yuan. Even if it requires her to forsake her humanity and become a true demon, Shun Yao would hesitate not. Chapter 39. The Shun Family Feast. the terrified Shun Yuan. All thanks to the opportunities granted by the Demon Lord. Hearing the voice of the illusory void Demon Lord in her mind, Shun Yao spoke calmly, her expression betraying no hint of change. Heh! The illusory void Demon Lord let out a cold chuckle, his ethereal gaze now directed into the distance as he spoke softly. From the essence of your sister's soul, I detect a sense of familiarity. She is likely a reincarnation of a certain powerful being from the upper realm. If you could find an opportunity to consume her soul essence, your strength would witness an earth-shattering increase. It is not yet the time to act. Upon hearing this, Shun Yao's gaze remained indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, even at the notion of consuming her sister's soul. My sister possesses the 9-aperture Linglong body. In 3 days, our father will host a grand feast in her honor, inviting various factions to attend. If she were to go missing beforehand, I would undoubtedly be implicated. After the celebration concludes, I can find a suitable opportunity to consume her. At that time, I can even fabricate a false narrative of her untimely demise. As she spoke, a flicker of cold light danced in Shun Yao's eyes, her thoughts racing. She had already devised a complete plan for devouring her sister's soul. Whispering like a demon in the shadows, the illusory void Demon Lord within her fell silent for a moment before responding. Indeed, you have begun to embody my way of doing things. Then let us await the day after 3 days in silence. And may there be no unforeseen complications in the meantime. The Demon Lord's chilling voice resonated before falling silent, as if descending into slumber. At this moment, the third reincarnation of the Linglong Celestial King, the second daughter of the Shien family, Shun Yuan, who had only just been born 10 days prior, suddenly felt an icy chill envelop her entire being. The memories of her past life, as Lu Yuni, surged into her mind like a tidal wave, awakening an overwhelming sense of foreboding within her. 3 days later, the grand feast to celebrate the birth of the 9-aperture Linglong body finally commenced. The expansive Shien family was adorned with festive decorations, exuding an atmosphere of joy as various factions received invitations and arrived, presenting gifts to congratulate the birth of the second daughter of the Shun family. Esteemed guests, thank you for your arduous journey. The head of the Shien family, Chu Yuan, sat at the head seat, his face glowing with delight as he gestured for everyone to take their seats. Despite his advanced age, having lived for over 10,000 years and reached the late stage of Quasi-Emperor, his lifespan extended for 200,000 years, he showed no signs of aging. Master of the Shun family, congratulations. The 9-aperture Linglong body is indeed a legendary true celestial body. In my several millennia, I have only heard of the fallen divine maiden of the Lu family possessing such a constitution. The birth of such a prodigy in your Shien family truly signifies profound blessings. A middle-aged man clad in white clapped his hands and laughed, his face filled with envy. He is also a sovereign of Quasi-Emperor rank, and although there are countless prodigies within the sect, none can compare to this genius endowed with the exquisite 9-aperture spirit body. My daughter, Shun Yuan, possesses the innate grandeur of a great emperor, rivaling even the divine maiden of the Lu family. She is destined to ascend to immortality. Our Shien family shall surely thrive. Shun Yuan laughed heartily, his demeanor exuding satisfaction and pride. He then waved his hand towards the rear and called out, Yuan, why do you not come forth to greet the esteemed guests? Yes, father, came a clear and melodious voice in response. Following this, the soft sound of footsteps approached, revealing a young girl of about 7 or 8 years old. Gracefully stepping forward, clad in a snow-white dress, she stood tall for her tender age, her beauty ethereal, her skin as delicate and rosy as congealed fat, and her lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. With each step she took, a faint celestial fragrance wafted through the air, enchanting all who beheld her. Greetings to the esteemed guests. Shun Yuan bowed respectfully, her demeanor far from that of a mere infant barely a month old. An aura of transcendent grace subtly emanated from her every movement. A month? You tell me that the second young lady of the Shien family, at less than a month old, already possesses such a visage, and she has even begun to cultivate. Truly, the 9-aperture spirit body is astounding beyond measure, leaving one in awe. No wonder that Lu Yuni achieved quasi-saint status after a century of cultivation. It must be due to such innate talent. Upon witnessing Shun Yuan's appearance, the formidable figures present were struck with astonishment, engaging in fervent discussions. In their youth, they had to wait until at least 4 or 5 years of age before they could officially embark on the path of cultivation. Yet here stood the possessor of the 9-aperture's spirit body. Born merely half a month ago, she already resembled a child of 7 or 8. She had truly begun cultivating from the womb, attaining the second realm of the mortal path, the spirit sea, before even reaching a month old. She had bypassed the first realm of body refining entirely, directly arriving at the spirit sea realm. This level of talent is unprecedentedly terrifying. Had it not been witnessed by their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Indeed, her gifts are astonishing. Nearby, even the voice of the illusory void demon lord emanated from Shun Yao's mind, filled with awe. This child's past identity is surely not simple. Perhaps she is of Quasi-Immortal King caliber. After all, the 9 apertures spirit body, even in the upper realms, is an extraordinarily formidable celestial body. Once you devour her soul, this demon lord may be able to seize her physical form, temporarily possessing a body to traverse this realm. Hearing this, Shun Yao remained calm and indifferent, gazing into the distance. However, when her eyes grazed a certain object in the sky, her pupils involuntarily constricted sharply. Her heart began to race furiously. Her hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh without her noticing. Her expression twisted in agony. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as a spiritual vessel descended upon the vast Shun estate. When the assembled guests turned their gazes to the newcomer, they felt their breath catch, an overwhelming sense of dread rising within them. The Chu celestial vessel. The colossal craft obscured the heavens, casting a shadow over the Shun family, plunging the area into darkness. The Abyss Emperor has arrived. Why do you not kneel? The guardian thunder warrior manifested in the sky, his voice like a tempest, resounding with immense power, sweeping across the land for thousands of miles. Many powerful figures trembled at his words. Humph! The Abyss Emperor of the Chu family certainly wields great authority. The Lu family members could not help but scoff. The very criminal who slaughtered the divine maiden of the Lu family. And now he dares to offend the lord of Tian City, declaring a complete vendetta against it. In the eyes of the Lu family strong, the Chu family was merely seeking its own demise. In the Taizong realm, no one could stand against the heavens. Not even the ancient celestial families were exceptions. Therefore, the day after the Chu family declared themselves enemies of Tian City, the Lu family announced their allegiance to the lord of Tian City, vowing to eradicate the Chu family together. Yet, in this moment, the most terrified and agitated of all present was not any of the esteemed powers gathered, but rather the day's protagonist, Shun Yuan. Upon witnessing the celestial vessel representing Chu Yuan, her small legs nearly gave way from fear, her entire being trembling from overwhelming terror. She had never imagined that she would encounter the very man who had killed her in a previous life so soon. Chu Yuan, the man who had ruthlessly crushed her previous incarnation as Lu Yuni to death, had once again appeared before her. Chapter 40. The Arrival of the Abyss Emperor. The terrifying force of destiny. The arrival of the Abyss Emperor was utterly domineering. It was as if a supreme sovereign from the ancient times had descended, commanding the celestial vessel to traverse the void, suppressing the entire Shun family. At this moment, the entire Shun estate, along with the surrounding void for hundreds of thousands of miles, felt as though it had solidified, as everyone experienced an unprecedented sensation of suffocation. Merely the unintentional release of imperial might by Chu Yuan caused all present to tremble in terror. Even the ancestors of various factions, and Shun Yuan, the peak Quasi-Emperor of the Shun family, felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts. The Abyss Emperor of the Chu family. His cultivation had likely broken through once again. He was no longer the same as when he first entered the imperial realm in the void world. His strength had surely ascended to the mid-emperor level, capable of contending with those venerable emperors. The Abyss Emperor has arrived. I, Shun family, have failed to extend a proper welcome. It is truly an honor for you to grace us with your presence at my daughter's birth celebration. With this thought, Shun Yuan promptly set aside his myriad distractions. Bowing towards the heavens with a smile, I, Shun Yuan, humbly invite the Abyss Emperor to honor us with your presence. Welcome, Abyss Emperor. Numerous guests from lesser factions also rose to pay their respects, while only the Lu family and a few ancient sect powerhouses remained unmoved, seated in their places. These factions, like the Lu family, had chosen to align with the lord of Tian City. Naturally, they would not show the Chu family any courtesy, let alone bow. No need for formalities. On the massive celestial vessel, Chu Yuan stepped into the void and descended slowly. His imperial dragon robe shimmered with dark golden radiance, further accentuating his noble and unfathomable aura. Thud, thud. Each step he took upon the heavens felt as if it bore the weight of mountains, pressing down on the hearts of everyone present, intensifying their sense of suffocation. In an instant, numerous guests lowered their heads in unison, not daring to meet his gaze. Shun Yuan, too, bowed deeply once more, despite being the head of an ancient family, resembling a servant welcoming a master. His demeanor was exceedingly humble. After all, Shun Yuan was acutely aware that the Chu family had chosen to sever ties with Tian City, and countless human factions were aligning against them. The Shun family, being a mere minor ancient family, naturally did not dare to oppose either of these two powers. In this chaotic situation, the only way to ensure their survival was to refrain from engaging in any form of conflict. You are too kind, Lord Shun. This emperor has merely come as a guest today. There is no need for such restraint. Chu Yuan spoke softly, waving his sleeve with a flick, and in an instant, a gentle yet forceful breeze lifted Shun Wuyun into the air. At that moment, Shun Wuyun felt an icy chill run down his spine. As a peak Quasi-Emperor, he found himself utterly devoid of any reaction. If the Emperor of Yuan wished to take his life, it would be as simple as a snap of his fingers. How terrifying. A mere youth in his 20s possessed such earth-shattering power. No wonder the heavenly Tao of the Taitsong realm could not accommodate him. A prodigy of this caliber, should he continue to grow, would surely instill fear even in the heavenly Tao itself. As a token of my congratulations, I present you with a Quasi-Emperor artifact. The Thousand Silks. Chu Yuan flicked his fingers, and in that instant, a brilliant divine light emerged, transforming into a resplendent and translucent feather robe. It fluttered gracefully, as countless shimmering silks materialized out of thin air, intertwining in the void to create a magnificent landscape. The Thousand Silks, one of the pinnacle Quasi-Emperor artifacts. This item could both attack and defend. When transformed into the feather robe, it could withstand a strike from an emperor. If its power were unleashed, it could summon countless silks to become swords that could shatter stars and cleave through the heavens. Nearby, a white-clad female cultivator at the Saint King level could not help but exclaim. The value of the Thousand Silks was exorbitant. Did the Emperor of Yuan intend to compel the Shien family to ally with the Chu family and completely sever ties with the Lu family? Your Excellency, this Thousand Silks is far too precious. My Shien family cannot possibly bear such a burden. Shun Wuyun exclaimed, his face filled with horror, hastily gesturing to refuse. He did not believe that the gesture was merely a simple gift. Accepting the Emperor's offering today would undoubtedly lead all factions to regard the Shien family as aligned with the Chu family, resulting in endless repercussions in the future. Such a trivial gift, why would I concern myself with these matters? Chu Yuan chuckled lightly, shaking his head, his gaze cutting through the crowd in the estate and landing directly on Shun Yueqing. As that inscrutable gaze fell upon her, Shun Yueqing's heart filled with even greater dread. Her beautiful visage paling, she continuously reassured herself internally. She was no longer Lu Yunxi, no longer the divine maiden of the Lu family slain by the Emperor of Yuan. He could never recognize her. Do not be afraid. Just remain calm. Treat him as an ordinary stranger. Having met your Excellency, I am Shun Yueqing, and I humbly greet you. Shun Yueqing took a deep breath, her voice dry as she forced a smile that was more sorrowful than tears, bowing to Chu Yuan. Seeing the terrified appearance of the third life of the Lingxu Immortal King, Chu Yuan smiled indifferently. With a thought, her complete profile was revealed before him. Name, Shun Yueqing, third life of the Lingxu Immortal King. Identity, second miss of the Shien family. Reincarnation of the Lingxu Immortal King from the upper realm. Fate, 690. Son of Fortune level, 6 star. Cultivation, initial stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Special opportunity, 9 aperture Lingxu body. Shattered Immortal King's Tao fruit. Can burn the source to unleash a fragment of Immortal King power, momentarily possessing the strength of a peak emperor. Immortal Emperor's Great Fate Technique. Fate Halo Effect. 3 lives Tao fruit, currently ineffective. Remarkably, this was her last life. The Immortal King's Tao fruit within her had completely shattered, transforming into her final trump card. Yet even in this dire state, she could unleash nearly peak emperor-level strength. One could only marvel at the Lingxu Immortal King. As a 6-star son of fortune, even at her weakest, she held a terrifying trump card. Should she be completely annihilated today, eradicating any possibility of the Lingxu Immortal King's rebirth, what incredible rewards might await. With this thought, Chu Yuan lifted his chin, regarding Shun Yueqing with an icy gaze as though assessing prey, causing the fleeting remnants of her dissipating fear to surge anew, her entire body trembling violently. He has noticed me. He has discovered me. Who is Chu Yuan? Could he be an enemy from my days as the Lingxu Immortal King, pursuing me from the upper realm to utterly annihilate my existence? No, I cannot fall here so easily. The Immortal King's Tao fruit has been completely shattered, leaving me with only a final flicker of life, yet I still have a chance. With this realization, Shun Yueqing's thoughts sharpened. In her mind, she calculated rapidly. Though she was at an unprecedented disadvantage, she was not powerless to turn the tide. After all, this place was not the Void Realm. As a former Immortal King, how could she be unaware of the overwhelming fortune she possessed? The heavenly Tao of the Taitsong realm would not permit her demise so easily. All the powerful beings present today would become her pawns in countering Chu Yuan, granting her the final opportunity to escape. She must flee. Escape from the human territories of the Taitsong realm, into a secret realm where even the Chu family could not locate her. to survive. As long as she did not perish today, there would come a day when she could rise again. Having resolved this, Shun Yueqing's gaze turned cold. Subtly scanning the members of the Shun family, she thought to herself, the Shun family is surely doomed today, but if you mortals can buy me a sliver of life, then I shall die without regret. However, even with such thoughts, Shun Yueqing maintained an outward facade of innocence, gazing at Chu Yuan with wide, watery eyes, timidly saying, Your Excellency, I implore you to withdraw this gift. I, Yueqing, am still young and may not bear such a grand offering. As she spoke, her delicate form trembled, her beautiful eyes slightly reddening, on the verge of tears. This pitiful appearance instantly stirred the hearts of many powerful figures present, who began to chide Chu Yuan for using the Chu family to oppress a young girl. Under the influence of an invisible aura of fortune, all present, including Shun Wuyun, felt an overwhelming desire to protect Shun Yueqing, as if they wished to shield her from all calamities and suffering. Chapter 41. A sudden turn of events. The demon lord descends. Sensing this emotion, a hint of mockery surfaced within Shun Yueqing. It appeared her assumptions had been correct. Beneath the immense fortune, she merely needed to feign a slight facade to compel those around her to fight for her. She was indeed the legendary child of fortune. The heavenly Tao would never allow her to perish easily. Shun Yueqing chuckled coldly within, yet her exterior remained that of a weeping, delicate flower. Evoking great sympathy from her father, Shun Wuyun, who couldn't help but address Chu Yuan, Your Excellency, please rest assured, my Shun family will not choose to stand against the Chu family, nor align with the Tian City faction. We merely seek your mercy and hope you will spare the Shun family. Chu Yuan, go to hell. However, just as Shun Wuyun declared their neutral stance, his elder sister, Shun Yao, suddenly surged towards Chu Yuan. Her demonic aura roared like thunder, shaking the surroundings, as her sword transformed into a streak of black light, piercing directly towards Chu Yuan's brow. This strike was exceedingly fierce. In the blink of an eye, it traversed thousands of miles, reaching the area before Chu Yuan's forehead. Yet the force it carried was far too weak. So feeble was the resistance that even Chu Yuan harbored no thoughts of obstruction. The moment he was a mere 3 inches from her, she was utterly obliterated by his protective imperial aura, vanishing without a trace. Who dares? Behind him. Both Luo'er and Bai Su cried out in furious unison. Their innate powers surged forth, swiftly seizing Shun Yao from the crowd and forcefully pinning her to the ground. PFF. Shun Yao, merely a practitioner at the Divine Fire Realm, could scarcely withstand the suppression of these two formidable Saint Realm experts. Under the mere influence of a strand of sacred power, she was sent spewing blood, her bones shattered, her internal organs nearly ground to dust. Yet, such injuries were of little consequence to her in her current state. At this moment, Shun Yao's visage was a mask of madness as she glared at Chu Yuan, her countenance contorted in a terrifying grimace. Her eyes were ablaze with a crimson hatred as she screamed in a frenzied howl. Chu Yuan, you have slain my brother, Shao? I will assuredly kill you. Her fingers dug deeply into the earth, crimson blood dripping through her clenched fists. Her gaze fixed on Chu Yuan like a vengeful specter. Within her, the Lord of the Void was cursing vehemently, pondering how Shun Yao had truly become a lunatic. To reveal oneself at this juncture, to oppose the enemy, was tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Who are you? In the void above, Chu Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Gazing down upon Shun Yao with the indifference one might reserve for an ant, he spoke coolly. This emperor recalls no enmity with your Shun family. Why then do you strike at me? His voice was imbued with utmost detachment. The act of slaying the lowly fated child named Yun Shao in the Void Realm was to Chu Yuan as inconsequential as squashing a mere insect. In other words, would an ordinary person keep count of the ants they have crushed? Clearly not. Thus, Chu Yuan was utterly unaware of why she had chosen to attack him. What he did know was that her actions had furnished him with the perfect justification to annihilate the Shun family and slay the third incarnation of the Lingxu Immortal King. He felt a peculiar inclination to express gratitude towards her. Ding. Detection complete. The opponent is not a fated child. However, to err on the side of caution, Chu Yuan conducted a cursory examination of Shun Yao. Upon receiving the news that she was not a fated child, he merely shook his head. Do not remember? How dare you say you do not remember? Chu Yuan, in the Void Realm, you coldly murdered my brother Yun Shao. He bore you no grudge whatsoever. Why then did you take his life? Why? Upon hearing Chu Yuan's response, Shun Yao's wrath intensified, her delicate features twisted into a mask of fury. Her voice a hoarse scream, bordering on madness. Void Realm, life and death are decreed in the dragon's rising assembly, even if this emperor were to slay him. What of it? Do you, a mere insect, think to avenge him? Witnessing Shun Yao's deranged demeanor, A sense of revulsion stirred within Chu Yuan. How many prodigies had he slain in the Void Realm? That Xianxiao was perhaps merely a minor character he had casually erased. Why would he ever hold him in regard? Spare me, Emperor Yuan. Spare me. This is but the young lady Xianxiao. She never intended to strike at you. That Xianxiao was merely a prodigy from a small nation and has nothing to do with my Shun family. Instantly, Shun Yuan and many high-ranking members of the Shun family were struck with terror, collapsing to their knees in front of Chu Yuan, beseeching him for mercy, their anxiety palpable. Xianxiao's actions today, if mishandled, could bring catastrophic disaster upon the Shun family. The once great ancient clan could be obliterated in a single day, reduced to mere dust of history. Unrelated? Father, are you afraid of the Chu family? I have truly misjudged you all. Misjudged the entirety of the Shun family. You all deserve to die. You must all accompany my brother Xiao to the grave. Despicable, despicable. Seeing the Shun family hastily disavow any connection to Xianxiao, Xianxiao descended into utter madness, her features a grotesque mask of rage. Blood streaming from her visage as she emitted a beast-like roar. In her heart, she directed her thoughts to the Lord of the Void. Lord of the Void, I offer you my body, my soul, everything. I know our fates are intertwined. Should you wish to avoid perishing with me today, then seize control of my body and slay everyone present. Devour the entire world and its myriad lives. I want the entire Taizong realm to accompany my brother Xianxiao to the grave. You dare to threaten this lord? Soon, the Lord of the Void's unprecedented fury reverberated. It was unfathomable that as a being of the upper realm, once capable of contending with immortal kings, he was now being manipulated and coerced by a mere mortal. What? Do you consider yourself the Lord of the upper realm? Are you now quaking in fear? Xianxiao retorted with a cold laugh. Shall we perish together, or will you truly demonstrate your might and eradicate everyone present? The time for choice has arrived, my lord. Upon hearing this, the fury of the Lord of the Void flared even more intensely, nearly taking on a tangible form, scorching the very heavens. Mortal, threatening this lord shall become the gravest regret of your life. This lord will not slay you today. Rather, I shall imprison your soul in eternal purgatory, enduring the torment of 1,000 blades and the shattering of your essence for all eternity. Then come. As long as I can achieve my revenge, I will willingly bear the burden, whether it be endless torment or 1,000 tortures, I shall endure. Xianxiao's madness deepened, and in the face of the Lord of the Void's thunderous roar, she merely laughed uproariously. You will regret this. You will regret this. Amidst the Lord of the Void's deafening rage, power surged violently. Xianxiao's form instantaneously broke free from the suppression of Baisu in Luo. Boom! A terrifying roar shook the very heavens and earth. Endless demonic light surged skyward, enveloping a radius of 100,000 miles in a shroud of darkness, as if plunging into a realm of endless demons. Sizzle! Xianxiao's body was now undergoing a frenzied tearing and distortion, 6 massive black demon wings unfurling from her back, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. The sudden transformation left everyone present aghast, their eyes wide with dread. And at this moment, above the firmament, that boundless demonic light slowly coalesced into a dark throne, Xianxiao's form no longer resembling that of a human. She gradually retracted her 6 pairs of black demon wings to ascend the throne. In the next heartbeat, her blood-red eyes gleamed like rubies. With the opening of this terrifying demonic visage, the vast expanse seemed to lose all illumination in an instant. Only 2 blood-red moons hung in the heavens, casting their glow upon all things. Chapter 42, The Identity of the Lord of the Void, the Intervention of the Attaining Emperor. The blood moon hung high, as if the inferno of hell had returned to the mortal realm. Everyone present couldn't help but shiver, a chilling sense of horror seeping into their bones. What is happening? Yaoer, how have you become this way? What on earth have you done? Shen Wuyan bellowed, his face a mask of utter panic. How had his eldest daughter, Xianxiao, transformed into such a deranged and fearsome figure? She was now indistinguishable from a demon. Master of the house, the young lady has likely fallen into the path of darkness. She may no longer be under control, murmured an elder of the Shien family, anxiety etched on his brow. Xianxiao, as the eldest daughter of the Shien family, had secretly practiced such vile techniques, transforming into a demon. If the outside world were to learn of today's events, the Shien family would undoubtedly be shamed. I, from the Shien clan, will not tolerate the existence of any demonic forces. Today, I shall personally take action and eradicate this abominable creature. Suddenly, from the depths of the Shien family, a resounding and majestic roar erupted. In the next moment, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a commanding gaze stepped forth, donned in a long robe. Despite his advanced age, this venerable elder possessed an imposing stature, towering over 10 feet tall. His sinewy muscles were as solid as iron, exuding an overwhelming and formidable pressure from within. He was none other than the ancestral figure of the Shun clan, the Emperor of Danyang. This Emperor of Danyang once exhibited extraordinary talent, mastering both body refinement and alchemy to reach the imperial realm. However, it was precisely due to his dual cultivation that his progress has stagnated, remaining at the mid-level of the imperial realm. Although the Emperor of Danyang's lifespan is nearing its end, he still retains an aura of grandeur. Upon seeing the appearance of the Emperor of Danyang, the gathered powerful figures could not help but change their expressions, whispering among themselves. The Emperor of Danyang is renowned for his terrifying alchemical prowess, capable of concocting numerous imperial elixirs. His physical form has also reached its zenith, able to withstand imperial weapons, making him a paragon among mid-tier emperors. It is precisely because of his presence that the Shun family has maintained its status as an ancient clan. After all, a body-refining emperor may not hold much significance, but an alchemical emperor capable of producing imperial elixirs is an entirely different matter. Even to this day, many imperial realm experts seek the Emperor of Danyang for elixirs. Even those from the highest echelons of sacred lands and ancient nations do not wish to incur enmity with this venerable figure. Ancestor, Chu Yuan, witnessing the Emperor of Danyang stepping forth to personally slay the possessed Xianxiao, felt his heart sink. He was about to intervene, but ultimately abandoned the thought amidst a whirlwind of emotions. Xianxiao had already offended the Abyss Emperor, and now she has further sullied herself with demonic forces, transforming into a demon. Even if he were to rescue her, he could not possibly account to the Chu family and that Abyss Emperor. It would be better for her to be slain by the ancestor. As for Yueqing, being a 9-aperture spirit body, perhaps she might be the hope for the future of the Shun family. I am sorry, Yaoer, but with matters having developed to this extent, I can only sacrifice you for the sake of the Shun family's future. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuan clenched his fists tightly. For the future of the Shun family, he had no choice but to sacrifice his own daughter, Xianxiao, to avert a catastrophe. At this juncture, there were no other options left. For 1 billion years, this demon lord could never have anticipated being driven to such a dire state by a mere mortal. At this moment, upon the dark throne in the heavens, Xianxiao, with her blood-red eyes and white hair, was enveloped in an overwhelming demonic mist. 6 pairs of pitch-black wings loomed behind her, radiating a suffocating and eerie aura, as if a true supreme demon had descended upon the world. This vessel, so weak, so utterly feeble, it has completely disrupted my plans, forcing me to descend prematurely. With my powers diminished by over 90%, Xianxiao, or rather, the phantom demon lord whispered. His voice was chillingly cold, brimming with unmasked murderous intent. This vessel is too weak. Furthermore, there has been no blood sacrifice from any living beings to aid in the restoration of my former strength. According to the original plan, at least 1 trillion lives were required for the blood sacrificial ritual, along with at least 1 emperor or an immortal body like the 9-aperture spirit body as a vessel. Only then could I, the phantom demon lord, truly descend into this world. Once I descended, I would possess a terrifying power comparable to that of the immortal realm, capable of crushing everything and devouring the heavens. But now, Xianxiao, that foolish and contemptible mortal has completely disrupted my plans. Forced to descend due to her, in this mere divine fire realm vessel, I can only exert power equivalent to the peak of this realm's imperial stage. The disparity with true immortal power is vast. In the realm of souls, Xianxiao's soul was bound atop a pillar of black flames, her form completely unclothed, every inch of her flesh ablaze with unquenchable black fire, enduring excruciating pain. In just a few breaths, the manifestation of her soul was reduced to nothing but blackened bones. Yet in the next instant, flesh began to grow anew. The black flames ignited once more, and Xianxiao was subjected to this brutal torment again. This cycle continued, an endless loop. Mortal, this demon lord shall not allow you to die easily. You will languish in my soul realm, enduring an eternity of torment. Gazing down upon Xianxiao's plight, the phantom demon lord chuckled coldly, a glint of bloodthirsty madness flashing in his eyes. He is the true demon of the upper realm. Furthermore, he is a being of the royal bloodline among true demons, destined to step into the domain of the Immortal King in the future. No one can defy his commands or resist his will. This mortal dares to compel me, and thus, this shall be her eternal fate. This child is destined to live in endless despair and suffering, truly unable to seek life or death. Such a feeling is exquisite. The phantom demon lord cackled endlessly. And in the outside world, the body of Xianxiao, under his manipulation, bore a sinister and twisted smile. From afar, Chu Yuan observed this scene and could not help but utilize his system to examine the attributes of this entity. Name, Void Demon. Identity, royal bloodline of the true demon race, Phantom Demon Lord. Cultivation, Semi-Immortal King, significantly reduced power. Currently equivalent to Peak Emperor. Special opportunities, fragment of the supreme sacred artifact of the demon race, the moonlit blood demon eye. Immortal King's divine ability in the demon domain. Note, this entity is not a child of destiny, but should the host slay them, 3 major opportunities can be forcibly seized. Among them, seizing the moonlit blood demon eye could even cause the Xianxiaaudiobooks Emperor eye to undergo a transformation. Royal bloodline of the true demon race. Phantom Demon Lord? Chu Yuan's gaze shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that in his attempt to slay the reincarnation of the Lingxu Immortal King today, he would encounter a genuine demon from the upper realm. Although this entity is not a child of destiny, they are certainly superior to one. Even without obtaining villain points or fate, he could still seize those 3 terrifying opportunities, allowing the Xianxiaaudiobooks Emperor eye to evolve. This has become quite interesting. However, at present, I can choose to observe for a while. Chu Yuan's eyes flickered, a faint, indifferent smile gracing his lips. Since we have crossed paths, I cannot let this opportunity slip. This true demon must die. Yet, he is in no rush to act. He can allow the Emperor of Danyang and the other powerful figures present to test the waters against the Phantom Demon Lord. The aura of a true demon. Damn it. This person is actually hosting a true demon from the upper realm. Today, with the arrival of this demon lord, it seems all shall perish here. On another front, Shun Yuan also sensed the source of the demonic aura emanating from Xianxiao. Instantly, beads of cold sweat broke out on her forehead, her heart racing, filled with dread. A true demon from the upper realm. Today, not only has Chu Yuan appeared here, but now a true demon has descended. Even though she is a wielder of great fortune, it feels as though the heavens are conspiring against her, plunging her into utter despair. Chapter 43. The Transformation of the Universe Fist, Instant Defeat. Xianxiao, today, as you have fallen into the demonic path, I shall personally cleanse you to uphold the dignity of the Shien family. And in the next moment, alongside the furious roar of the Emperor of Danyang, the skies trembled. The momentary interruption of Shun Yuan's thoughts was shared by all present, as they collectively lifted their gazes to the heavens, eager to witness the lethal techniques of the venerable Emperor. A low hum reverberated through the void. The Danyang Emperor spread his arms wide, and with a surge of power, a grand alchemical cauldron, embodying the cosmos, began to ascend behind him. Thunder rumbled across the empty expanse. Amidst the tumultuous clouds surging and roaring, the immense cauldron manifested the interplay of yin and yang, releasing a vibrant spectrum of colors, resembling a miniature world sprawling across the firmament. Boom! A fierce divine flame erupted. And in this moment, it seemed as though the Danyang Emperor's very flesh was igniting. An endless cascade of divine brilliance flowed forth, vast and boundless, radiant as the sun. The complete majesty of the Emperor was revealed, instilling fear and trepidation among the powerful present, who recognized that this was no mere dying man. His vitality remained robust and unscathed. With this punch, I can divide yin and yang, manifest the cosmos. Xianxiao, to perish beneath my fist is indeed your great fortune. The voice of the Danyang Emperor resonated through the void, booming with pride and dominion. Following this, the cataclysmic punch was unleashed. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted. In the eyes of countless astonished onlookers, the left side of the sky was inexorably drawn into a collapse, while the right half was transformed into a spectacle of interwoven yin and yang, birthing myriad worlds. The power of this punch was simply beyond imagination. Those among the Quasi-Emperors present were profoundly shaken, coming to a stark realization of the vast chasm that separated them from the Emperor. The Imperial Technique. The Fist of Cosmic Transformation. This was the Danyang Emperor's unique creation, harnessing the pinnacle of physical strength, paired with the explosive power of the Imperial artifact, the Yin-Yang Cauldron. Under such a strike, even the most formidable late-stage emperors would retreat in haste. The ancestor is indeed invincible. The young lady is surely doomed. Many marveled, while some of the younger members of the Shun clan beamed with admiration. Yet, a few lamented the impending fall of Xianxiao, the direct descendant of the Shien family, who had just begun to showcase her remarkable talent, now facing demise at the hands of the ancestor due to her descent into darkness. Mortal, do you truly believe your paltry skills can harm this demon lord? At that moment, Xianxiao's voice, now sharp and hoarse, suddenly echoed throughout the realm. In an instant, atop the obsidian throne, the illusory demon lord casually pointed, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that pierced through the terrifying shadow of the punch that had obscured the heavens for hundreds of thousands of miles. Then, without losing momentum, it surged toward the Danyang Emperor. In the blink of an eye, the anguished cry of the Danyang Emperor rang out. Splat! blood sprayed across the sky. In the astonished gazes of countless witnesses, even as the Danyang Emperor reacted in an instant, he could not fully evade that dreadful, dark energy. His entire right shoulder was utterly obliterated, the force continuing to seep into his flesh, causing his very bones to rot and threaten to collapse entirely. Splatter. The Danyang Emperor winced in pain, but quickly regained his composure. Without hesitation, he transformed his hand into a blade and severed his entire right arm. In the next moment, that severed limb fell to the ground, and within mere breaths, it had completely transformed into a pool of pitch-black blood, causing the earth beneath to decay and form a terrifying abyss. What? The Danyang Emperor has been defeated. What kind of being has possessed the Shun family's young lady, rendering her so formidable that even an emperor cannot contend with her? The incredulous and fearful gazes converged in the heavens, seemingly frozen in disbelief. The Danyang Emperor's power was immense, rivaling the heavens. Yet, in the hands of the corrupted Xianxiao, it was effortlessly dismissed with a mere gesture. Huff, huff. The Danyang Emperor clutched his right arm's wound, gasping for breath. Sweat cascading down his brow like a waterfall. Restoration was impossible. No matter how much power he channeled into the severed stump of his right arm, it would not regenerate. Even consuming an imperial elixir bore no effect. That severed arm seemed eternally lost, never to be restored by any means. Who are you? What do you seek by possessing a descendant of my Shien clan? The Danyang Emperor gritted through clenched teeth, his tone rife with apprehension. The figure before him was undoubtedly not his family's young lady, Xianxiao, a mere cultivator of divine fire, even if she had fallen into darkness, could not possibly possess such overwhelming power. It was inconceivable that a mid-stage emperor could be repelled with a single strike. Now, only one possibility remained. Xianxiao had been overtaken by a powerful figure of the demonic path, or perhaps someone had possessed her. What do I seek? I, the illusory demon lord, have descended upon your mundane world solely for the purpose of annihilation and slaughter. The chilling declaration reverberated across the realm, stirring a tempest in the skies. Boom. In an instant, an unfathomable darkness surged once more, the blood moon above becoming increasingly crimson, as if it were about to bleed. The Shun family shall serve as the inaugural sacrifice for my descent. The illusory demon lord's hand stretched wide, suddenly reaching toward a specific location within the Shun family estate. Sizzle. In an instant, within the confines of the Shun residence, regardless of age or status, whether young or old, even servants and slaves, all were caught under the grip of an invisible, colossal force. In a heartbeat, they were utterly obliterated, transformed into a cloud of scarlet mist. The stench of blood permeated the air. Then, the illusory demon lord opened his mouth wide and devoured all the blood mist in one greedy gulp, a hint of satisfaction flickering across his features. The taste he had not savored for a billion years. Sweet. Exquisite. Ha ha ha. It was as if he were savoring each morsel. The illusory demon lord's sinister grin radiated a glimmer of avarice. This scene filled countless hearts with dread. Danyang Emperor, I come to assist you. In the next moment, a streak of light shot down from the distant sky. Upon materializing, it revealed a stout, red-robed elder with crimson hair and beard, wielding a cane. The blazing flame emperor, a close friend of the Danyang Emperor, with two emperors appearing. This fiendish entity would surely meet his reckoning. This demon is too terrifying. He indiscriminately devours our human cultivators. If he is not slain, my Shien clan shall surely fall. Kill him, avenge our kin. In an instant, the members of the Shien family, who had nearly succumbed to despair, once again felt a surge of hope. This red-robed elder was none other than the blazing flame emperor, a formidable mid-stage emperor who commanded the celestial fire to incinerate all evil spirits. A true bane to the demonic path. With the blazing flame emperor joining the fray, even the so-called illusory demon lord, no matter how powerful, would have no choice but to face his demise. Chapter 44. The Blazing Flame Emperor, Despair and Blood Rain. The Blazing Flame Emperor? His unique fire truly is the nemesis of all evil spirits in the xianxia realm. But this illusory demon lord hails from a higher realm and is a true demon sovereign. The so-called Blazing Flame would likely prove ineffective. In the rear, Chu Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, observing the two figures high in the heavens with an air of detachment, pondering slightly. The origin of the illusory void demon lord was extraordinary, not merely a reincarnation like that of the Lingxu Immortal King, but rather a genuine demon lord from the upper realms, possessing the terrifying cultivation of an approximate Immortal King. Although his current strength was diminished, it still far surpassed that of a typical reincarnated great power. Even now, Chu Yuan felt the need to approach the situation with caution. Your Highness, are you prepared to make a move? Noticing Chu Yuan's slight movement, the enchanting Luoer, with her beautiful eyes shimmering, inquired softly. The previous battle between Emperor Danyang and the illusory Void Demon Lord had left her deeply shaken. Both were indeed true emperors. The fact that Emperor Danyang, as the ancestor of the Shien family and a long-standing emperor for millions of years, had so easily fallen to the other party was somewhat alarming to her. However, gazing at Chu Yuan now, the flickering worries and anxieties within Luo were dissipated, replaced solely by an overwhelming trust. The Prince of the Divine is invincible. He is the current emperor of the Chu family, a prodigy that even the family heads revere. The boy who once hid behind her had long vanished, replaced by the supreme emperor destined to reign over the world and gaze down upon the heavens. Let us wait a moment. Shen Yao has dared to confront me today. The Shun family is destined for annihilation. Allowing this illusory Void Demon Lord to assist in obliterating the Shun family will indeed simplify matters. Chu Yuan waved his hand, his gaze cold and ruthless. Until this moment, he had no intention of intervening in the battle. Having returned to the Chu family a few days prior, he had already thoroughly investigated the true nature of the Shun family. On the surface, they appeared neutral, led by their patriarch Shun Wuyan. Yet, in the shadows, the ancestral figure of the Shun family, Emperor Danyang, had long since allied with the Lu family, crafting numerous imperial pills for them. His aim was to utilize the demonic secret technique of the Shun family, the cycle of eternal life, to extend his own lifespan. This method was exceedingly sinister and malevolent. It could siphon the remaining lifespan of beings based on their cultivation, converting it for his use, albeit with significant loss. He would only receive a mere fraction, perhaps 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 100,000. Yet Emperor Danyang cared not for such trivialities. He merely sought to prolong his life. In just a millennium, he had secretly refined nearly 50 marginal nations, plundering the lifespans of countless beings, ultimately shifting the blame for his demise to the outer demonic forces. Hence, the terrifying vitality of Emperor Danyang remained. His remaining lifespan was far beyond just a century, under the accumulation of the lifespans of billions of beings. Even with immense consumption, he had extended his life by nearly 1,000,000 years. To put it bluntly, this ancestral figure of the Shun family was a true hypocrite. Publicly, he professed to despise all things demonic, masquerading as a righteous emperor intent on exterminating evil. Yet his actions were more ruthless than anyone else's. What he did was no different from the illusory Void Demon Lord, who devours beings. He would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. Of course, Chu Yuan himself was not a saint of compassion. In the Taitsong realm, if figures like Emperor Danyang were commonplace, it would hardly surprise him. Even if the other party had committed no wrongdoing, he would still personally escort them on their journey, ensuring their souls scattered and fell eternally into the abyss. Simply because the Shun family posed a considerable threat, and Chu Yuan despised all threats. To eradicate threats completely, this was his survival strategy in this realm, devoid of any compassion or hesitation. Boom. The battle in the skies continued unabated. The Flame Emperor joined the fray, his staff shaking as it erupted with boundless flames. Surging towards the illusory Void Demon Lord, the searing ocean of fire engulfed the void in an instant, transforming the entire world into a colossal furnace, where all things boiled and burned, aiming to incinerate all sins of the world. The burning demon heaven flame. Once this otherworldly fire was unleashed, the illusory Void Demon Lord would undoubtedly perish. The Flame Emperor was indeed formidable. This otherworldly fire could obliterate any demonic practitioner. Witnessing this scene, numerous strong figures from the Shun family erupted in ecstatic roars. This burning demon heaven flame was indeed a legendary fire. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, even a peak imperial realm demonic giant was consumed entirely by this fire, obliterating them completely. And now, the cultivation of the illusory Void Demon Lord was far inferior to that ancient demonic behemoth. If engulfed by this fire, how could he possibly survive? Your mundane flames are commendable, perhaps lethal against some lesser demons from the lower realms. But alas, before me, the illusory Void Demon Lord, they remain feeble and contemptible. Facing the surging inferno of the burning demon heaven flame, the illusory Void Demon Lord did not flinch or evade. Rather, a smile played upon his lips. He remained seated upon his dark throne, not having shifted an inch. The 6 pairs of demonic wings behind him remained retracted, merely extending a hand towards the sea of flames, then devouring it. A bizarre demonic sound resonated like thunderclaps across the heavens. The illusory Void Demon Lord opened his palm, uttering a simple yet profound word. In the next moment, it was as if an unfathomable black hole manifested in his hand, unleashing an insatiable gravitational pull. In an instant, the vast sea of fire was entirely consumed, vanishing without a trace. What? How could this be? The Flame Emperor's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief etching itself into his features. Although his burning demon heaven flame was not the most potent otherworldly fire in the Taitsong realm, it was indeed a treasure of slaughter for the demonic path. Any ordinary demon, even merely touched by a wisp of it, would be reduced to nothingness. However now, this illusory void demon lord had effortlessly devoured it with a single gesture, emerging entirely unscathed, as if the burning demon heaven flame were merely a joke. Furthermore, in the next moment, the illusory void demon lord smirked coldly. He raised a finger, and the previously consumed burning demon heaven flame reappeared, as if entirely under his control. With a flick of his finger, it surged towards the Flame Emperor with a howling rush. How is this possible? This is my burning demon heaven flame. How can a demon like you possibly control it? The Flame Emperor was gripped by a mix of fear and astonishment. Seeing the fire that belonged to him rushing back, he hastily attempted to summon his flames again, hoping to suppress and reclaim control over the burning demon heaven flame. Yet this time, the outcome was far beyond his expectations. Boom. The flames of the Flame Emperor were rendered utterly feeble before the burning demon heaven flame unleashed by the illusory void demon lord. Upon collision, the roaring inferno collapsed instantaneously, transforming into boundless light and vanishing completely. This is bad. The Flame Emperor's heart sank. He urgently sought to retreat, yet it was already too late. Boom. The sea of flames soared into the sky. The searing heat seemed poised to scorch the heavens, warping the void within 1,000,000 miles, as if it would melt away everything beneath this terrifying otherworldly fire. Under the horrified gazes of all present, the Flame Emperor, known for controlling fire and extinguishing countless demons, was now incinerated to death by the very otherworldly fire he commanded. His flesh, soul, and everything else were reduced to ash within that inferno, leaving only his cries of struggle and agony echoing in the heavens. Ultimately, all fell into utter silence. Desolation. The world fell silent in that moment, as countless powerful beings stood frozen in place, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. This scene was utterly shocking. The blazing demon flame, which had once incinerated the endless forces of darkness, was now under the control of a demon lord, who had even turned it against the Flame Emperor, annihilating both his flesh and soul. The Flame Emperor could never have imagined that one day he would be consumed by the very otherworldly fire he commanded, dying with his eyes wide open in disbelief. With a loud crash, the Emperor fell, and the heavens mourned. Blood rained down from above, cascading like a river of crimson, staining everything in a vivid, piercing red that threatened to tear at the very hearts of those who witnessed it. At this moment, countless strong individuals could not help but feel a sense of despair, trembling uncontrollably. What manner of being was this illusory void demon lord? Even the blazing demon flame could not contend with him, as he effortlessly brought the Danyang Emperor to ruin. The Flame Emperor was even directly incinerated, meeting a tragically brutal end. Pitiful mortals. The illusory void demon lord retracted his finger, gazing down upon the faces distorted by terror and despair, his expression a cruel mockery. He slowly rose, his 6 pairs of ominous demonic wings spreading fully behind him, nearly blotting out the sky and plunging the area into eternal darkness and silence. Danyang Emperor felt a surge of fear. Although the Flame Emperor was weaker than him, he was nearly unparalleled in combating the demon race. If such a formidable emperor, skilled in slaying demonic foes, could fall in an instant, who could possibly stand against this illusory void demon lord? It appeared that today, the Shun family was destined to become a slaughterhouse, their vast ancient lineage annihilated to nothingness. Chapter 45. The Deathly Abyss. The illusory void demon lord's past grievances. What? Has no one dared to challenge me any longer? Ha! You mortals truly are worthless. The illusory void demon lord cackled, stepping through the air. With each step he took, hundreds, even thousands of Shun family members burst apart, and some guests who had come were instantly slain, transforming into a mist of blood that filled the heavens. Gulp! The Danyang Emperor's throat constricted. His gaze shifted, teeth clenched, as he seemed to make a momentous decision. Thud! In an instant, his legs trembled, and he fell to his knees, proclaiming, I, the aged Danyang, am willing to serve the demon lord from this day forth. Let this Shun family be a sacrifice for you today. Please, enjoy at your leisure. Ancestor. No. How could this be? Ancestor. Are you abandoning us to ally with this damned demon race? What in the world are you doing? The Shun family will never bow to such a despicable creature, even in death. As the words left Danyang Emperor's lips, a storm of outrage erupted. Numerous young talents of the Shun family erupted in furious protests, their hearts filled with dread, yet their gazes towards the illusory void demon lord remained rife with resentment and hostility. Amidst the uproar, the Danyang Emperor's furious shout rang out. His hand reached downward, and in an instant, 6 or 7/10 of the Shun family's cultivators were reduced to blood mist, coalescing into an ever-deepening sea of crimson in the sky. Ancestor, the family head, Chu Yuan, stood frozen, his mind blank, as if carved from stone. The sudden action of the Attaining Emperor caught everyone off guard. The various forces present felt a chill run down their spines. They never imagined the Shun family's ancestor would go to such lengths to preserve himself. Demon Lord, allow me to assist you. Attaining Emperor quickly turned, his expression shifting to one of obsequiousness. This demeanor bore no resemblance to the once proud and fearless hero who had vowed to oppose the demon race, instead resembling a pitiful, tail between the legs old dog. But in an instant, the illusory void demon lord coldly smirked. With a swift motion, he struck, tearing apart the Attaining Emperor's head. Following this, a tempest of demonic energy surged forth, devouring the remnants of the Attaining Emperor's body and soul, leaving no trace behind. In that fleeting moment, the Emperor did not even have time to let out a scream before being entirely consumed by the illusory void demon lord. His fall sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. Even as Attaining Emperor submitted, he could not escape the clutches of death. The being before them was a true embodiment of evil, here solely for annihilation and slaughter. Flee. Some powerful individuals from other ancient families and sacred lands could no longer afford to hesitate. With the Shun family's ancestor and the Flame Emperor having fallen, there was no one left capable of opposing this demon lord. Their only choice now was to escape. Boom. In an instant, the void erupted. Powerful figures surged into the sky, wielding various artifacts, fleeing in all directions. Escape? The illusory void demon lord let out a disdainful laugh. With a wave of his right arm, the entire realm erupted in chaos, the dark clouds roiling and roaring. Roar. The endless demonic clouds transformed into a fearsome dark beast, blotting out the sun, as if to cleave the heavens and the earth asunder. With a single bite, it devoured all the fleeing powerhouses. No. I am an elder of the Tai sacred land. If you kill me, my Lu family will not spare you. No, I do not wish to die. Despairing cries echoed through the skies, the overwhelming demonic might sweeping across the land, sending chills to all who heard it. Every soul attempting to flee was unceremoniously swallowed by the dark beast or crushed underfoot, their essence and spirit obliterated. In the blink of an eye, the Shien family, once bustling with celebration for the birth of the unparalleled 9 orifices Lingxu body, had transformed into a true hell, awash in boundless bloodshed and terror. Tremble in fear. In the hands of this demon lord, this world is doomed to face annihilation. You ants should await your demise, for that is the greatest mercy. The illusory void demon lord licked his lips, emitting a sharp, eerie laugh. His gaze swept across the faces filled with utter despair, their pallor ghostly white, and he felt an undeniable sense of pleasure swell within him. This was a feeling he had not experienced in billions of years. After feasting upon the countless souls of this world, he would surely ascend once more to the upper realms. He would trample and humiliate that existence, which had nearly led to his own demise with but a single glance. Lingxu, celestial king, the humiliation you bestowed upon me, I shall return 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. One day, I will ensure that you, a mere woman, are trampled by countless demons, humiliated, and ultimately brought to death. The illusory void demon lord roared with fury, unleashing the hatred and suppressed grievances of 1,000,000,000 years. 1,000,000,000 years ago, in a certain secret realm of the upper realms, he had merely cast a distant glance at the Lingxu celestial king. With one look from her, his entire cultivation was nearly extinguished, his demonic body obliterated, and he was cast down to the lower realms, plunging into a slumber that lasted 1,000,000,000 years. To not avenge this grudge would be to forsake his identity as a true demon. In a hidden corner of the Shun residence, Shun Yuan, trembling and clutching her knees, was suddenly seized by a violent shudder upon hearing those words. The Lord of Illusions, it turned out, had been cast down to the mortal realm by her former self. Should he discover that she had been reincarnated as the Lingxu Immortal King, he would undoubtedly storm her abode, torturing her countless times in his relentless fury. Everything was lost. Utterly lost. Even if she could evade Chu Yuan, escaping the clutches of this deranged demon was an impossibility. Oh, you, a mere human, dare to show no fear before this demon lord? The Lord of Illusions cast his gaze across the surroundings. Ultimately, his eyes settled upon the distant figure of Chu Yuan, who had retreated to observe. As if recalling something, he lifted his chin, his crimson eyes narrowing with a glimmer of interest. I seem to have forgotten. You are the divine heir of the Chu family, Chu Yuan, are you not? You are also the target of this vessel's vengeance. Your appearance has forced me to descend prematurely, disrupting my plans. As he spoke, the Lord's voice grew increasingly distorted and terrifying. imbued with a palpable rage and murderous intent. Not only Shen Yao, but also Chu Yuan was the instigator of his thwarted schemes. He must die? Chapter 46. The True Might of the Demon. The Legacy of the Lord of Eternal Calamity. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan merely smiled indifferently. He stepped forward, distorting the void, traversing an immense distance in an instant until he stood face to face with the Lord of Illusions, gazing down upon the Shun family below, which resembled a hellscape, nearly transformed into a sea of blood. His eyes were profound and indifferent as he spoke. Lord of Illusions, today I must extend my gratitude to you. Your annihilation of the Shun family has spared me quite a bit of trouble. Otherwise, I might have had to expend some effort. Chu Yuan's tone was calm, even as he beheld the gruesome scene below, remaining utterly unfazed, as though he were merely observing a mundane occurrence. Yet, these words ignited a tempest of fury within the Lord of Illusions. Spare you trouble? Arrogant mortal, soon you shall fall alongside them, becoming a sacrifice for this demon lord's resurgence. With a flourish, 12 demonic wings unfurled, unleashing a cataclysmic hurricane. In that instant, an overwhelming and suffocating might swept across the heavens and the earth. Boom. Within the Shien family, the few who managed to survive were gripped by an even deeper terror, their minds teetering on the brink of collapse. Some knelt on the ground, their foreheads nearly touching the earth. This was a majesty that stemmed from the very depths of their bloodlines, a supreme intimidation from a higher echelon of life. Even without the Lord of Illusions lifting a finger, the sheer presence of his true demonic might was sufficient to plunge countless mortals into despair. Awaiting the inevitable arrival of death, he was a genuine quasi-immortal king. Even though his current power was diminished, he was still beyond the reach of mere mortals. Today, this audacious mortal would witness with his life the unparalleled might of the true demon. Whoosh! The wind howled fiercely as the Lord of Illusions was shrouded in demonic mist. His true demonic blood was fully awakened, and the overwhelming aura of a true demon lord caused the very void to shatter and collapse. The darkness enveloping the world deepened, with two blood-red moons glowing ominously. Like the eyes of an ancient demonic god, they gazed down upon the myriad beings of the lower realm, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter. What a fearsome might! The Lord of Illusions was indeed insurmountable. In this era, perhaps only those at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, or figures like the Eternal Emperor and the Heavenly River Emperor, could rival him. Within the Shien family, everyone was gripped by sheer horror, their hearts shattered with dread. Particularly, Chu Yuan and several elders of the family turned pale as if drained of blood, nearly fainting from the sheer terror. Such overwhelming power was beyond imagination. In a daze, they seemed to perceive that with a mere gesture from the Lord of Illusions, the entire expanse of heaven and earth could be overturned. A single glance could obliterate an entire starry realm. For the mighty Shien family, they likely appeared no different than a mere stone beneath his heel. Mortal, the Lord of Illusions, embodying the form of a true demon lord, surveyed the world disdainfully, standing proud in the clouds, his gaze icy and unyielding. Kneel and submit, and I shall spare your wretched forms. Foolishness. Chu Yuan, however, merely chuckled coldly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The Lord of Illusions' might was indeed terrifying, having consumed countless powerful members of the Shien family, and his strength was rapidly surging. Even among the apex of the Emperor realm, he could be considered a formidable adversary. Yet, it was the true demon that brought both rise and ruin. In the face of an ordinary peak emperor, Chu Yuan might have felt a degree of trepidation, treating him with utmost caution. But against this Lord of Illusions, he felt no fear, and could even suppress him with a mere flick of his hand. The reason lay in the eternal calamity demon body, a supreme demonic form, unparalleled among demons. Upon truly awakening the power of eternal calamity and activating a fraction of this formidable body, Chu Yuan came to a profound realization. The eternal calamity demon body was not merely a special constitution. It was, in fact, a legacy, originating from the fabled Lord of Eternal Calamity, the primordial demon ancestor's inheritance. To completely bear this power meant inheriting all the legacies of the Lord of Eternal Calamity, transcending even the immortal emperors and becoming a supreme being. Should one fail to bear this power, they would become like the previous wielders of the Eternal Calamity demon body, losing all will and descending into a state of mindless destruction, a harbinger of annihilation. The Lord of Eternal Calamity, the supreme progenitor of the demon race, also known as the primordial demon ancestor, an existence of unfathomable antiquity. Even Chu Yuan's father, once an immortal emperor, spoke of this legendary figure with reverence. And when Chu Yuan's power of eternal calamity manifested, it would instill fear in every demon across the myriad realms, compelling them to submit and worship. Not even a true immortal-level demon could dare defy the eternal calamity. Before the supreme progenitor, they could only tremble and bow. Stubborn and ignorant. At this moment, witnessing Chu Yuan's audacity in disregarding him, the Lord of Illusion's expression darkened. Boom. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted. The vast, boundless might of the true demon surged forth, shaking realms across billions of miles. Even the distant emperors felt the shift, their forms ascending into the air, gazes filled with confusion as they peered toward the source of the disturbance. What on earth was happening? Despite the great distance, they could distinctly sense the overwhelming power. That was the direction of the Shun family. Rumors had spread that the Emperor Yuan had descended upon the Shun family today. Could it be that a battle had erupted between him and the ancestral spirits of the Shun family? An elder from a sacred ground pondered, his eyes flickering. No. This is unmistakably demonic energy. The Shun family is in peril. A great demon has emerged. In the distance, an ancient emperor bore a grave expression. Observing the many powerful beings within the Shun family, some even employed divine abilities to glimpse into the endless distance, seeking to understand the true nature of the unfolding events. What kind of existence was emanating such a terrifying aura? Darkness engulfed everything. Truly a great demon had descended. Yet this presence also bore the unmistakable signature of the Emperor Yuan. He had indeed arrived. In no time, the formidable being employing divine powers to observe exclaimed in astonishment. Although the perimeter of the Shun family was completely shrouded in black mist, the distinct auras of the Phantom Void Demon Lord and Chu Yuan were unmistakably perceptible. However, the next moment, as several emperors from the outside were poised to investigate the Shun family, a thunderous explosion erupted from that direction. A colossal mushroom cloud, soaring to a height of nearly several million miles, obscured the sun, with billowing smoke and dust engulfing the surrounding small nations entirely. The entire sky was utterly concealed by the dense haze. Chapter 47. Crushing the Phantom Void Demon Lord with a single finger, a tremendous harvest. This is utterly terrifying. Even as a powerful emperor, I could never withstand such a blow. If struck, I would be reduced to ashes. The Abyssal Emperor is likely in grave danger. The expressions of numerous emperors transformed dramatically, halting their advance towards the Shun family. What a jest! To contend with such a formidable demon is tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Shun family, the earth-shattering strike from the Phantom Void Demon Lord obliterated nearly the entire estate. Countless mountains were flattened, and fearsome rifts in the ground spread like abysses, extending over 1,000,000 miles. Such destructive power is nothing short of horrifying. Moreover, the Phantom Void Demon Lord's force carried an overwhelming decaying power. Anything that encountered it head-on would be corroded into nothingness in an instant. Were the Emperor of Danyang and the Emperor of Blazing Fire present, this strike would have been sufficient to ensure their demise 100 or 1,000 times over, utterly insurmountable. Is this your power? Ridiculous. Yet soon, Chu Yuan's voice echoed once more, cold and indifferent. With a mere wave of his hand, the swirling smoke and dust dispersed. Stepping upon the void, he faced that terrifying blow head-on, remaining unscathed, even using his remaining strength to shield the two women, Luo Er and Bai Su, behind him, who remained unharmed. His black robe billowed in the wind, and with a detached demeanor, he gazed at the astonished Phantom Void Demon Lord, casually remarking, "You, the Demon Lord of the Upper Realm? Allow me to enlighten you on what true demonic power entails." As his words fell, Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a thought, he temporarily lifted the seal of the eternal calamity demon body, unleashing the boundless, ferocious power of eternity at that moment. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying demonic might, far surpassing that of the Phantom Void Demon Lord, erupted from within Chu Yuan. Amidst the resounding roars, the pervasive black mist dissipated instantaneously. It transformed into an endless chaos of fog, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Crack! Above the sky, calamity clouds gathered, and lightning flashed furiously. With the liberation of this supreme power, it seemed as if the heavenly Tao of the Taizong realm had become alert. Once again, as if it were reminiscent of the tribulations Chu Yuan faced during his ascension to emperor, it aimed to descend calamity thunder to obliterate him, erasing all traces. However, at this moment, Chu Yuan was no longer the same. Boom. In an instant, the boundless demonic might surged forth. As if the Milky Way were cascading through the heavens, Chu Yuan walked upon the sky, enduring the ceaseless agony brought by the power of eternity. Yet his expression remained unchanged, a chilling detachment that was nothing short of terrifying. Annihilate. With merely a finger, the primordial chaos of darkness surged forth, engulfing the entire cosmos. Everything was rendered void. The calamity clouds in the sky were instantly reduced to ashes. Upon witnessing this terrifying power, the heavenly Tao seemed to have quelled its fury in an instant, no longer daring to unleash even a trace of thunder. In the presence of this overwhelming demonic might, the phantom void demon lord found himself utterly immobilized, unable to move even a fraction. Even lifting his eyelids was a Herculean effort. Articulating a single word seemed to drain him of all his strength. And within his eyes, fear, astonishment, despair, and disbelief intertwined, causing his body to tremble violently. On the brink of collapse, this was an ultimate oppression stemming from his very bloodline. It resembled a mortal facing the supreme emperor of 10,000 realms, utterly devoid of the courage or will to resist. This scene, witnessed by Shun Yuan and others, left them utterly horrified. They had never anticipated that the Abyssal Emperor, a powerful figure of the demonic path, had grown to such an extent. Even someone as formidable as the Phantom Void Demon Lord was suppressed by a mere glance, unable to struggle in the slightest. Shun Yuan's heart quaked, paralyzed with fear. Even if they were fortunate enough to survive the Phantom Void Demon Lord's grasp, the revelation of the Abyssal Emperor's deeply hidden secret would surely lead them to a dead end. Wait, I am willing to serve the Demon Ancestor. The Phantom Void Demon Lord finally grasped the terror of Chu Yuan's identity, and under the oppressive weight, he struggled to speak, invoking the title of the Demon Ancestor in a desperate plea for mercy. Yet, how could Chu Yuan grant him such an opportunity? As soon as the words left his lips, death awaited him. Boom. With another pointed gesture, the Phantom Void Demon Lord disintegrated entirely, dissolving into a nebulous cloud of black mist suspended in the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Phantom Void Demon Lord and successfully seizing the following opportunities. Fragment of the supreme sacred artifact of the Demon Clan, the Demon Annihilation Record. Celestial Grade Demon Eye, the Phantom Moon Blood Demon Eye, Celestial King Divine Ability, the Realm of Demons. Ding! The Ancient Emperor Eye has successfully merged with the Phantom Moon Blood Demon Eye, evolving into a Celestial King Grade Divine Eye. At that moment, the voice of the villain system resounded swiftly. The three opportunities possessed by the Phantom Void Demon Lord were entirely plundered, and the Ancient Emperor Eye underwent a transformation into a Celestial King Grade Divine Eye, its power surging exponentially. Chu Yuan also exited the state of the Eternal Calamity Demon Body at this moment. His gaze shimmered with divine radiance. With the addition of the Celestial King Grade Ancient Emperor Eye, each glance possessed the might to pierce through the heavens and the universe. Though the slaying of the Phantom Void Demon Lord did not yield any villain points, the spoils were equally staggering. After experiencing the transformation of the Ancient Emperor Eye's power, Chu Yuan immediately turned his attention to the other two gains. Realm of Demons, Celestial King Grade Divine Ability, capable of creating a true dominion of demonic power. Within this realm, all foundational laws shall be recklessly disrupted and restructured. The master of the realm becomes the genuine sovereign. With unfettered will, he can suppress all entities within the dominion. The Demon Annihilation Record, fragment a supreme artifact of the Demon Clan, rumored to contain 6 sealed supreme annihilators. Each one is a terrifying existence surpassing even the Celestial Emperors. By collecting more fragments, one can summon one of these annihilators to eternally pledge allegiance to the host, the realm of demons, distorting rules and truly becoming the sovereign of the domain. This Celestial King Divine Ability is extraordinarily tyrannical. Had the Phantom Void Demon Lord showcased the realm of demons from the outset, the entire Shien family would have likely been obliterated in an instant, leaving no survivors but Chu Yuan and his companions. As for the future, the Demon Annihilation Record serves as a relic to summon the so-called annihilators. Once more fragments are collected, successfully summoning an annihilator would grant Chu Yuan the allegiance of a terrifying being surpassing the Celestial Emperor, allowing him to traverse not only the Taitsong realm but the entire upper realm with impunity. Chapter 48, Supreme Pressure, the Linglong Celestial King. Dead. The Phantom Void Demon Lord, a terrifying fiend who caused the fall of both the Ancestor and the Blazing Fire Emperor, has perished at the hands of the Abyssal Emperor. With the final fall of the illusory Void Demon Lord, many who had been hiding within the ruins of the Shun family emerged cautiously, peering towards the heavens. Upon realizing that the illusory Void Demon Lord had indeed transformed into nothingness, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Has the young Master's power ascended to such formidable heights? The Guardian, Lei Wu, was equally taken aback, his gaze trembling. He had witnessed the entire process of the illusory Void Demon Lord's demise, profoundly sensing the overwhelming darkness that had emanated from Chu Yuan, a force so vast and formidable that it sent shivers down his spine. Merely perceiving it had raised the hairs on his body, instantly extinguishing all fighting spirit. His very soul trembled involuntarily. The source of this power must undoubtedly be the greatest secret harbored by the young master. Today, aside from themselves, the remaining strong members of the Shien family had also witnessed this scene, and they could not afford to let it slip by. At this thought, Lei Wu's eyes suddenly turned icy. Such a monumental secret could only be known by the members of the Chu family. As for any other witnesses, regardless of who they were, they would be met with merciless slaughter. If the young master did not take action today, then it would be Lei Wu's duty to cleanse all remnants of the Shun family. At that moment, Shun Wuyun, the head of the Shien family, emerged from his state of shock and fear, darting towards Chu Yuan with reverence etched across his face. He slowly knelt in the void, bowing deeply, adopting a posture of utmost humility, filled with palpable trepidation. Though Chu Yuan was significantly younger than him, in the Taizong realm, strength reigned supreme. As a mere quasi-emperor, he was inconsequential before the peak of the emperor realm embodied by Chu Yuan, who could effortlessly slay the illusory, void demon lord. From this day forth, the entire Shien family shall willingly become servants of the Chu family. Today, we shall also voluntarily erase all memories of your secret, ensuring not a whisper escapes our lips. Shien Wuyun took a deep breath and spoke solemnly, aware of the greatest secret of the Emperor of the Abyss. He realized that the only path left to preserve the Shien family was to align themselves with the Chu family. Henceforth, the ancient Shien family would be completely expunged from existence, replaced by the insignificant vassal family under the celestial Chu family. As Shun Wuyun's words echoed, Chu Yuan cast a detached glance around, his eyes as cold as ice, yet offered no response. In that instant, the hearts of the many Shun family members raced wildly. They held their breath and collectively knelt before the towering figure of Chu Yuan, pleading for him to accept their submission. They understood deeply that their fates lay entirely in the hands of the Emperor of the Abyss. Should he desire their annihilation, they would possess no means of resistance. Thus, this bow was filled with sincere trepidation. Even the third reincarnation of the Lingxu celestial king, Xianxiaaudiobooks, trembled as she fell to her knees. Having witnessed Chu Yuan display the power of eternal calamity, her pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, filled with an indescribable dread and shock. That force, akin to a bottomless abyss, seemed to originate from the primordial chaos. She had heard of it before, the most powerful and malevolent demon body across the realms. A taboo eternal calamity demon that could only exist once per era in the vast sea of countless worlds. This was a bloodline demon body so unfathomably monstrous that it transcended the 9 supreme celestial bodies of the upper realm. In ancient legends, there had been an owner of the eternal calamity demon body who transformed into a world-destroying demon, tearing apart and annihilating countless realms, ultimately provoking an immeasurable primordial deity to appear, which brought an end to that great demon. The possessor of such a demon body intrinsically bore unparalleled misfortune and sin, rendering any world a target of the heavenly path's rejection, even seeking to obliterate its existence. Yet, in exchange for such a cost, the growth and power gained were unfathomable. Even if born in the most humble and ordinary of worlds, within mere years, one could effortlessly ascend to immortality. In the upper realm, the rate of transformation would become increasingly astonishing. The more misfortune and suffering endured, the faster one would grow. If one could maintain their reason, perhaps in merely a millennium, they could achieve the status of a celestial king, condensing the essence of calamity within, standing at the pinnacle upon entering that realm. However, if one were to succumb completely to madness and lose all rationality inherent to sentient beings, they would descend into a path of frenzied slaughter, consuming all, ultimately growing into a terrifying existence rivaling even the celestial emperors. Just like that world-destroying demon of yore. Why would such a demon body exist in this world? Chu Yuan, this child will inevitably lose all reason and transform into a demon, becoming a harbinger of slaughter. The Taizong realm shall likely face annihilation as a result. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a chill run down her spine, daring not to lift her gaze. Her body quivered slightly, her heart and mind nearly consumed by an overwhelming sense of fear. She now only hoped that Chu Yuan had yet to notice her presence, allowing her to depart from this place unscathed. But soon, in the next moment, all her hopes were utterly shattered. A chilling and eerie voice echoed in her ears. Lingxu celestial king, do not continue your charade. The last time, I killed your second reincarnation, Lu Yuni. This time, I shall ensure your complete eradication to eliminate any future threats. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' heart plunged into terror, reaching its zenith, leaving her nearly dumbstruck. Her first reincarnation identity, the Lingxu celestial king, was known to Chu Yuan, who had come specifically to eradicate her. Lingxu celestial king? May I inquire? Who do you speak of, Lord Emperor of the Abyss? My Shien family. In that instant, an elder of the Shun family, bewildered, attempted to rise to inquire of Chu Yuan, but in the next instant, "Uft, did I permit you to speak?" Chu Yuan's expression turned frigid, and the power of the ancient emperor's eyes surged forth. With a single glance, the Quasi-Emperor elder of the Shun family was instantly obliterated, his body exploding and soul dissipating, falling dead on the spot. A single glance to annihilate. The fallen elder was the second elder of the Shun family, a figure at the pinnacle of Quasi-Emperors. And now, he could not even muster a semblance of resistance. This scene caused the remaining members of the Shun family to feel their hearts shatter, burying their heads deeper, afraid to make even the slightest movement. The Emperor of the Abyss from the Chu family was indeed far more terrifying than the tale suggested. Would the Shun family truly escape from disaster today? Chu Yuan, the name of the Lingxu celestial king, has never been divulged to a single soul in this world. Where did you obtain this information? In the next moment, amidst the horrified gazes of the Shun family, the second daughter of the Shun family, the extraordinary prodigy with the 9 apertures Lingxu body, Shun Yuan, slowly rose. Her eyes seemed to shed all fear and timidity, transforming her entire demeanor as if she had been reborn. There was an unprecedented sharpness and authority about her. As she took a step forward, her form underwent a complete metamorphosis. From the appearance of a mere child, she instantly transformed into a stunning maiden clad in white, as if she had stepped forth from a painting. Yet her gaze was chillingly cold, though she appeared to be merely in her youth. A commanding aura of one who had long resided in high positions radiated from her. Every movement she made seemed to embody the rhythm of the great Tao, faintly revealing an essence of celestial law. In the fleeting moment when she transformed into such a form, an unimaginable, boundless celestial might descended from the heavens. It reverberated through the entire void with a thunderous roar. All members of the Shun family felt as though they were being crushed beneath an immense mountain, nearly suffocating. On the brink of unconsciousness. What is this? Even Chu Yuan felt a faint sense of alarm. The eruption of this pressure instilled within him a profound sense of crisis. As if the very moment he dared to move, he would be struck down by Shun Yuan, who had assumed the form of the exquisite celestial king, in an instant. This is the true pressure of a celestial king. Even a mere wisp of it could suppress all in the mortal realm, instilling fear even in the heavenly Tao itself. One could only submit. Chapter 49, The False Celestial Might, the End of the Celestial King. No, this is not right. The current Tao fruit of the exquisite celestial king has been completely obliterated, leaving only a trace of insignificant power remaining. How could she still possess true celestial strength? It is merely the pretense of authority, an attempt to intimidate him into retreating and escaping. In an instant, Chu Yuan comprehended this. His gaze turned suddenly cold, fixating on Shun Yuan in the distant void. He was determined to see what tricks she still had up her sleeve. Chu Yuan, you are but a mere mortal. Do you truly believe that by killing a mere incarnation of mine, you have earned the right to stand against me? As she observed Chu Yuan's demeanor, Shun Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Nevertheless, her outward expression remained calm. Buzz. Countless celestial patterns manifested around her, forming an unparalleled killing formation that enveloped Chu Yuan from all directions, accompanied by the illusory emergence of billions of celestial swords. It seemed that once they fell, the entire Taizong realm would be obliterated in an instant. All beings would be extinguished. This was the heavenly slaughter formation of a myriad of swords, designed to eradicate demons. Though it was not an innate great formation, it was more than sufficient to annihilate a quasi-celestial king, crushing mere insects. With a gentle utterance, Shun Yuan waved her jade hand, and a celestial sword surged forth, slicing past Chu Yuan's side. Boom. Behind her, it appeared as though half of the Taizong realm had collapsed and been destroyed. The boundless sky was torn apart by the sword. Countless miles of heaven and earth were swept clean in an instant, annihilated into a colossal chasm resembling a celestial trench. Rivers and mountains within it evaporated entirely. The sheer power of a single sword was terrifying beyond measure. The numerous strong members of the Shun family were rendered speechless, utterly unprepared for the revelation that their second young lady, who had only recently come into being, possessed such formidable prowess. A celestial king, in the upper realms. She was indeed a true figure of great significance, capable of shaking the myriad realms with a stomp, an unparalleled powerhouse. To have such a terrifying being among them was an extraordinary stroke of fortune for the Shun family. With the second young lady's strength, today's crisis would surely be deftly resolved, and the Shun family could soar to heights comparable to those of ancient celestial families. Haha, Yuan Emperor, you killed our second elder. Today, you have truly encountered an iron wall. Second young lady, slay that Yuan Emperor. As a reincarnated celestial king, you will undoubtedly lead our Shun family to become the sovereign of the Taizong realm. As they witnessed Shun Yuan unleash such astonishing might, The members of the Shun family erupted in ecstatic joy, fervently shouting to kill the Yuan Emperor and avenge their second elder. Oh, yet at this moment, Chu Yuan merely cast a detached glance at the ravaged landscape behind him. The ancient emperor's gaze pierced through the veil of illusion, instantly revealing everything. The so-called myriad swords slaying demons, along with the terrifying power of the previous sword, were merely illusions, although they bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. The moment the sword swept past him, a profound sense of deathly threat surged within Chu Yuan. But ultimately, it was all a fabrication. If this exquisite celestial king had possessed such power from the start, she would have revealed it long ago during her time as Lu Yuni, to annihilate him in the void. Why wait until now? Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed slowly. A smirk curved on Chu Yuan's lips. His expression playful. Exquisite celestial king, your performance is quite commendable. If you have the chance to reincarnate again, perhaps you should become an actor. I assure you I will personally attend your performances. Acting? Huh. Chu Yuan, have you truly been so frightened by me that you would utter such absurd words? Upon hearing this, Shien Emperor scoffed repeatedly. With a flick of her hand, boundless celestial might began to manifest, seemingly intent on crushing the very heavens. It appeared as though none of this could possibly be false. She still retained a modicum of genuine celestial king power. Boom. The endless celestial might awakened the pinnacle powers of the Taizong realm. The Wuhan Emperor, the Lord of Tianke City, the Vantian Emperor, and even the Tianhe Emperor of the Chu family all turned their gazes toward the Shun family, their hearts stirred. The might of a celestial being. Moreover, it was not merely the ordinary might of a true celestial. Could it be that a powerful entity from the upper realms had descended upon the Taizong realm? And what were their intentions? However, at the very moment Shun Yueqing's words fell, a resounding slap reverberated across the heavens, clear for all to hear. On the face of Shun Yueqing, who had just displayed boundless celestial might, a vivid crimson palm print suddenly appeared, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and an overwhelming resurgence of fear. Continue to pretend, O Emperor. Chu Yuan's voice was cold and indifferent as he appeared directly before Shun Yueqing. Raising his hand once more, he delivered another fierce slap. Smack! With a crisp sound. A vivid red imprint appeared on both sides of Shun Yueqing's cheeks. Blood spilled from her lips, and the illusory, celestial might around her could no longer be maintained. Even the cataclysmic scene behind her dissipated entirely, revealing the truth of the illusion. Shun Yueqing was thoroughly awakened. She was no longer the exquisite celestial king who could traverse the heavens. She was merely an exceedingly frail reincarnator, in a real confrontation with Chu Yuan. She had no chance of victory whatsoever. Spare me. Smack. Boom. Just as she attempted to plead for mercy, she was met with nothing but Chu Yuan's icy palm. Following that, he delivered a powerful kick that resonated loudly. She was sent crashing into a mountain range, utterly disheveled. Trembling in fear, she had failed. The plan to display the might of a celestial king to force him back had utterly collapsed. Her illusionary arts could not deceive his keen perception. This time, there was no glimmer of hope left. Haraha! Shun Yueqing lowered her head, her eyes vacant, murmuring to herself. At this point, all was lost. The celestial might has dissipated? Could it be that some powerful entity from the upper realms passed through the Taizong realm and has now departed? As Shun Yueqing's plan crumbled, the various emperors felt the abrupt reduction in that overwhelming power and began to speculate. They presumed that perhaps a powerful being from the upper realms had traversed this realm, thus provoking such astonishing celestial might. Yuan Emperor, spare me. At this moment, the members of the Shun family, realizing Shun Yueqing's power was but a facade, were thrown into utter chaos, hastily begging for mercy again. Yet, Chu Yuan's gaze turned frigid, and he struck out with a hand. Boom. The vast Shun family has been utterly annihilated, every formidable warrior laid to waste beneath a single strike, leaving no trace behind. Only Shun Yueqing remains, despairingly kneeling upon the ground. Lingxu, Immortal King, do you have any final words? Chu Yuan's gaze was frigid, indifferently surveying the desolate figure of the woman in supplication, akin to a deity surveying the myriad of sentient beings. Huh, go die? It seemed she had exhausted her last vestiges of strength, yet Shun Yueqing unleashed a maniacal laugh. Then, in a sudden surge, she rose, striking forth with a palm, as the final vestige of her Immortal King's divine power erupted forth. Boom. In an instant, the void quaked, and a gale swept through. However, Shun Yueqing's desperate last strike failed to harm Chu Yuan in the slightest. At this moment, he had once again transformed into the visage of the eternal calamity demon body. Endless dark demonic light surged around him, as he wielded a sword forged from the essence of eternal calamity, piercing through Shun Yueqing's chest. A last-ditch struggle before death. What a pity, it holds no significance. Boom. As he effortlessly withdrew the demonic sword, Shen Yueqing's body erupted into a cloud of ash, her very soul obliterated by the power of eternal calamity. There would be no possibility of rebirth. A generation of immortal kings had been completely extinguished. Chapter 50. Pinnacle of the Emperor Realm, 10,000 True Immortal Laws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying a 6-star Child of Destiny, earning 100 million villain points. Current Destiny, 300. Successfully plundered all opportunities from the target Child of Destiny, acquiring the embryonic form of the Immortal King's divine fruit. Additional reward of 10,000 True Immortal Laws. The moment the Linglong Immortal King was slain, the voice of the villain system resonated violently within Chu Yuan's mind. Boom. Upon acquiring a staggering 100 million villain points, the embryonic form of the Immortal King's divine fruit was born within Chu Yuan. A terrifying pressure descended like the heavens collapsing, vast and incomprehensible. It carried true immortal might. And what was originally merely one true immortal law now surged wildly to 10,000. It was on the verge of meeting the standards for ascension to immortality, rendering him nearly invincible among the powerful in the mortal realm. Utilizing 100 million villain points, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm today. Having sensed the formidable power of those 10,000 true immortal laws and the embryonic form of the Immortal King's divine fruit, Chu Yuan's thoughts stirred, and he began to whisper within his heart. It was time to formally step into the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, possessing the supreme power to sweep across the entire Taizong realm. Boom. At this moment, the pressure surged once more. With the expenditure of 100 million villain points, Chu Yuan ascended to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm as if it were a natural progression, and at this juncture, his system panel underwent a monumental transformation. Host, Chu Yuan. Destiny, 300, sealed state. Cultivation, pinnacle of the Emperor, consuming 1 billion villain points, may enter the eternal immortal realm, one true immortal realm. Special, Immortal King's divine fruit, embryonic form, containing 10,001 true immortal level laws. Physique, eternal calamity demon body, initial mastery of eternal calamity power. Flowing with indestructible chaotic demonic blood, ancient emperor's gaze, immortal king's divine gaze. Villain points, 10 million. Techniques, Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Sutra, fragmented chaotic law, first layer. Divine abilities, Great Fate Technique, Immortal Emperor Law. Domain of Ultimate Demons, Immortal King Law. 33 Heavens Creation Fist, Immortal King Law. Mastery of Death, Rule Immortal Law. Calamity Burial Seal, True Immortal Law. Emperor's Grasp, Emperor Level. Ancient Emperor's Heaven Shrouding Seal, Emperor Level. Magic Artifacts, Destruction, Embryonic Form of Immortal King's Weapon. Emperor's Demonic Annihilation Record, Fragment. Emperor Haotian's Mysterious Sky Tower, Emperor Artifact. 10,000 Calamities Divine Tower, Emperor Artifact. Inyang Tai Sword, Quasi-Emperor Artifact. Emperor Dragon's Dim Radiance Garb, Quasi-Emperor Artifact. The resurgence of destiny points allowed Chu Yuan to harness even greater power of the eternal calamity demon body without any detrimental side effects. At this moment, the supreme bloodline belonging to the Chaos Demon Ancestor began to flow within Chu Yuan. The indestructible chaotic demonic blood. It could be aptly described as truly immortal and indestructible, and merely referring to it as rebirth through blood would be an understatement. In simpler terms, from now on, Chu Yuan's true body would cease to exist in any original form. He would exist within the memories of boundless sentient beings. Even if his body were to be utterly annihilated, all that would be needed was for others to call upon his name or inadvertently recall matters concerning Chu Yuan. He would thus be reborn anew, attaining eternal life within the memories of all. Pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. A further breakthrough would lead to the true realm of immortality. Achieving true immortal status in the upper realms. Chu Yuan gazed at his palm, clenching his fist. The power he possessed at this moment was unprecedentedly terrifying. Having successfully broken through to the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm and obtained the embryonic form of the Immortal King along with 10,000 true immortal laws. It was as if his strength had multiplied beyond tenfold, akin to a complete metamorphosis. If he had previously been but a narrow stream, now he was a vast ocean, roaring and surging forth. Boom. At this moment, empowered by the might of the true immortal laws, Chu Yuan's physical form felt as heavy as 10,000 divine mountains, each step causing the ground within a radius of several 100,000 miles to tremble violently. The indestructible chaotic demonic blood surged within him, flowing like molten lava. Those previously scarce eternal calamity energies had now completely merged with that demonic blood, becoming extraordinarily dense. With my current strength, I could rank among the foremost even within the Chu family, and surveying the entire Taizong realm, It is unlikely that anyone could obstruct my path. Chu Yuan muttered indifferently, a fierce battle intent gleaming in his eyes. Though he had only just broken through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, he remained supremely confident in his ability to sweep aside all Emperor-level experts across the Taizong realm, even the Lu family. He could annihilate them single-handedly. Has the Shun family been destroyed? Yuan Emperor, although my Lu family does not concern itself with the fate of the Shun family, that Danyang Emperor has fallen here today. You have surely gone too far. Just as Chu Yuan pondered, two voices suddenly echoed in his ears. Immediately after, a vast and overwhelming imperial aura swept forth, distorting the surrounding space. Chu Yuan's expression remained indifferent as he turned to look. Behind him, Lei Wu's eyes turned fierce upon seeing the newcomers. And he barked coldly, Lu family, Ancient Emperor Yunhe, Emperor Lei Zhan. Two more emperors had arrived, both belonging to the Lu family, appearing just as the Shun family was annihilated. It seemed they had anticipated Chu Yuan's destruction of the Shun family, timing their arrival perfectly to confront him over the fallen Danyang Emperor. Oh, it's Lei Wu, that little brat from back then, who has now become the servant of the Chu family's divine son. Haha, you truly chose the wrong master. A derisive laughter rang out as the ancient Emperor Yunhe descended upon clouds, standing with hands clasped behind his back. He bore the appearance of a seemingly amiable elder, with hair of black and white cascading to his waist, exuding an air of ethereal elegance, and radiating an immense imperial might that rivaled even the Eastern Han Emperor. This was a genuine pinnacle Emperor-level powerhouse. Only a hair's breadth weaker than the Emperor-level true immortals, he was a prominent figure within the Lu family. Having survived for nearly 10 million years, he was a terrifying existence revered as an ancient emperor in the Taizong realm, the ancient Emperor Yunhe. Yuan Emperor has slain my Lu family's divine maiden. The crime is unforgivable. Now, you, Chu family's Tianjin Emperor, and Beizong Emperor have unlawfully invaded our Lu family's ancestral grounds, engaging in battle with our ancestor. Today, no one can save you, Chu Yuan. Beside him stood a towering figure, ensconced in crackling thunder and bearing a formidable giant sword upon his back. His voice resonated like a bell, revealing him to be none other than the esteemed thunder-slashing emperor from the illustrious lineage of the Lu family. Although he was considered a youthful presence among the peak emperors, his prowess was by no means inferior to that of the ancient Yunhe Emperor. Presently, he commanded a mastery over 1,000 true celestial thunder laws and boasted victories over alien emperors, ranking him among the top 5 of the Lu family's emperors. This was indeed a troubling predicament. The young master's ability to effortlessly slay the phantom demon lord was predicated upon the suppression offered by that demonic body. However, now confronted by these two pinnacle emperors, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The expressions of Lei Wu and the others reflected their apprehension as they turned their gazes toward Chu Yuan, only to find him remarkably composed, devoid of any semblance of panic. Though the two peak emperors were formidable, what they remained unaware of was that Chu Yuan had likewise ascended to the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Moreover, he wielded command over an astounding 10,000 true celestial laws, empowered by the embryonic force of the celestial King Dao fruit. His strength was likely sufficient to obliterate the Lu family's ancestor, the imperceptible emperor. With such might, how could he possibly fear mere peak emperors? Chapter 51. The Assault on Tianke City by the Radiant Emperor. The Lu family? I had intended to seek you out personally, yet here you are, delivering yourselves to me. In that case, you shall remain. Chu Yuan's expression remained impassive, a chilling smile gracing his lips. As he spoke, he lifted his right arm and forcefully grasped downward into the void. Suddenly, a vast portion of the heavens shattered, and a colossal, obsidian demonic hand emerged, shrouding the world in darkness. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated through the cosmos. Mountains within a radius of millions of miles were obliterated, and the earth itself caved in. The entire topography of the region reshaped under the weight of that singular hand, an epitome of terror. What? The eyes of the Lu family's two emperors narrowed in disbelief, their faces contorting in shock. Within the shadow of that hand, they felt an overwhelming chill, as if rendered insignificant to the point of dust. To dare oppose it would mean certain annihilation, leaving not a trace behind. They were shaken, pondering the sheer magnitude of power encapsulated within that strike, rivaling even the Lu family's ancestor, the imperceptible emperor. Retreat. Withdraw at once. The expression of the Yunhe ancient emperor changed drastically, and without hesitation, he retreated. In a flash, he summoned the emperor weapon, the divine crane seal, and a celestial crane manifested in the heavens. The crane raised its head and cried out, its immense wings flapping to summon a tempest, as it channeled the wind laws to their utmost, hoping to withstand the impending terror of that descending hand. The thunder-slashing emperor's expression fluctuated between light and dark as he too summoned his emperor weapon, the 9 Thunder Emperor's sword. Boom! The massive sword descended, gathering endless heavenly thunder, resembling a silver dragon descending from the sky. In an instant, the heavens dimmed and the void trembled. As the 2 emperors fled, they unleashed a terrifying onslaught towards the looming handprint. However, that handprint was far too formidable. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of reality fractured. The strikes from the 2 emperor weapons failed to shatter it even slightly, merely managing to momentarily delay its descent. Damn it! How has Chu Yuan's strength surged to such an extent? This is no longer the power of a peak emperor, but the true might of an emperor. Even among the emperors, this is a force to be reckoned with. The Yunha ancient emperor's face twisted in horror. They had believed today would be an effortless victory, only to discover that this young man's power had surged to such heights. Just as the 2 Lu family emperors were overwhelmed with dread, the colossal hand finally descended, shattering all barriers they had erected and causing the ground to collapse violently, raising clouds of dust. Puffed amidst the swirling dust. Both the Yunha ancient emperor and the thunder-slashing emperor suffered unprecedented injuries. Their bodies were on the brink of complete annihilation, and under Chu Yuan's seemingly casual strike, even their emperor weapons appeared diminished, their power significantly waning. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably, aging them by decades in an instant, their eyes dimming. How could it be? The Yunha ancient emperor, who has traversed for 9 million years, am to perish in such a manner. What fortune has this Chu Yuan encountered? A profound sense of impending doom enveloped them, as both peak emperors felt an overwhelming suffocation. You shall embark on your journey now. Chu Yuan spoke coldly, his fingertip flicking forth a wisp of dark demonic light that ripped through the air, aimed directly at their foreheads. The 2 emperors' pupils constricted in terror and fury. Yet, their injuries were too grave to allow for a proper escape. They could only attempt to evade, but to no avail. Buzz! Just as the 2 Lu emperors resigned themselves to their fate, a sudden, formless radiance flickered before them, and the dark light emitted by Chu Yuan was inexplicably absorbed, dissipating into nothingness. Chu family, Yuan Emperor, the city lord has issued a decree. You are deemed as extraterrestrial fiends, and all your actions are deemed malevolent, warranting extermination. An imposing celestial voice resonated from the clouds. Above, a colossal flying ship loomed in the sky. Countless soldiers stood in rigid formation upon it, each clad in silver divine armor adorned with celestial characters, exuding an aura of lethal intent that struck a powerful visual impact. At the forefront of the ship's deck stood a high platform constructed of white jade. A solitary figure stood there, hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by shimmering radiance, appearing unremarkable, yet exuding an overwhelming authority. At that moment, he was gazing coldly down at Chu Yuan, his indifferent voice resonating like a divine proclamation throughout the vast expanse of the Taitsong realm. I am one of the leaders of Tianke City, the Radiant Emperor. In accordance with the city lord's decree, I lead the Tianke divine army to eradicate the fiends and uphold the peace of all races. As his words echoed, the Tianke divine army roared in unison. We humbly request the Radiant Emperor's holy judgment. Annihilate the Chu family's fiends and cleanse our Taitsong realm of this malignant tumor. The sound surged like a tidal wave, reverberating through the hearts of all. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Radiant Emperor, Lei Wu's expression shifted dramatically. The city lord of Tianke? It had only been a few days since the Chu family had severed ties with Tianke City, and now they launched a direct assault against them. The Radiant Emperor. At last, Tianke City has taken action. This being is a timeless existence under the protection of the heavenly Tao. His strength rivals that of an emperor, and even the Lu family's ancestor regards him with trepidation, let alone this Chu family Yuan Emperor. The arrival of the Radiant Emperor brought forth expressions of joy from both the Yunha Ancient Emperor and the Thunder-Slashing Emperor, their eyes sparkling with the hope of survival. This was undoubtedly a response to the actions of the Great Flame Emperor and the Northern Song Emperor against the Lu family, inciting the city lord of Tianke to unleash his wrath. Thus, he decreed that the Chu family be treated as extraterrestrial fiends and eliminated thoroughly. However, upon witnessing the emergence of the powerful figures from Tianke City, a smirk graced Chu Yuan's lips as he disdainfully shook his head, neither amused nor intimidated. In the grand city of Tianke, the opportunity to take action was indeed a coveted one. The opponent's proud protection of the heavenly Tao was, under the might of my eternal power, merely a laughable facade. Once struck down by Chu Yuan, resurrection would be an impossibility, leading to a complete demise. With the Radiant Emperor personally leading the charge, I am eager to witness how audaciously you dare to act. The ancient Emperor Yunha cast a frigid gaze towards Chu Yuan, filled with profound resentment, as if wishing to flay him alive, to subject him to 1,000 tortures. That damn brat. Had it not been for the timely appearance of the Radiant Emperor, both of them would have already perished here today, unless the opponent was reduced to ash. The hatred in his heart would remain unquenched. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan merely smirked indifferently. The Radiant Emperor? A mere insect dares to claim the title of Emperor? Chapter 52. The Arrogance of Tian City, the Radiant Divine Domain. Such audacity. Upon the colossal ship soaring through the sky, countless soldiers of the Tian Divine Army roared in unison, their voices echoing like thunderous waves. A surge of formidable power erupted, enveloping the surrounding void for millions of miles, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Haha, the arrogant lad, the title of Emperor bestowed by the Lord of Tian City, was conferred personally. He was a terrifying existence, the number one on the Hidden Dragon list 50,000 years ago, achieving the status of Emperor at the tender age of 4,000. Though your strength is considerable, you remain but a novice at the pinnacle of this realm, utterly unaware of the might wielded by the strong of Tian City. The ancient Emperor Yunhe cackled, his gaze towards Chu Yuan akin to that of a butcher eyeing a lamb for slaughter. The Radiant Emperor was once an unparalleled prodigy who suppressed an era, accepted as a direct disciple by the Lord of Tian City, granted the divine protection of the heavenly Tao. From this moment forth, he is immortal and indestructible, acting as the agent of the celestial heavenly Tao. Even a powerhouse of the Emperor-respected tier must show utmost reverence before this esteemed figure, not daring to overstep. Although the Emperor of the Abyss possesses great strength, he ultimately cannot match the indomitable leaders of Tian City. Even if he were to defeat or slay the Radiant Emperor, it would be of no consequence. In an instant, the latter would reconstitute his body and soul, returning to his peak state. Oh, yet in the face of the furious shouts and encirclement of the Tian Divine Army, Chu Yuan remained calm, a hint of regret in his voice. The Radiant Emperor, I never expected you to be a former genius. However, now you are merely a lackey of the heavenly Tao, unworthy of mention. Come at me together. I am pressed for time and will end this battle with a single strike. As soon as the words left his lips, the scene fell into silence. The soldiers of the Tian Divine Army were filled with rage, their fingers gripping their weapons tightly, wishing they could charge forth and tear Chu Yuan apart. How could a mere demon dare to insult the esteemed Radiant Emperor? Such arrogance. A being forsaken by the heavenly Tao, who attained power through demonic means, dares to utter such words. Today, you shall pay a bloody price. Your entire Chu family shall be wiped out. A chorus of soldiers from the Tian Divine Army roared. All of them possessed considerable cultivation, numbering 100,000, each reaching the realm of the sacred. Among them, many minor leaders had attained Quasi-Emperor status, their eyes now icy with unprecedented coldness, filled with murderous intent as they loomed over Chu Yuan. No one could insult the strong of Tian City. They represented the will of the celestial heavenly Tao, the only supreme existence in the Taitsong realm. Any who dared to defy them would be exterminated, their entire lineage obliterated. Thus, the soldiers of the Tian Divine Army stood proudly, viewing themselves as a true divine race, sovereigns towering above the heavens. No one could defy them. Beneath Tian City, all were but insignificant ants. Humph! With a cold snort, the leading Radiant Emperor stepped through the void. With a slight gesture of his hand, all the soldiers of the Tian Divine Army fell silent, retreating to the sides. Clad in a long platinum robe, surrounded by ethereal radiant light, he appeared as though the supreme of the heavenly Tao had descended upon the mortal realm, exuding an overwhelming majesty. Within his gaze lay an infinite universe, containing the cycles of destruction and rebirth of countless stars. Just a single glance, even from millions of miles away, sent shivers through Lei Wu and the others' hearts, as if witnessing an extraordinary scene of cosmic birth and decay. Yuan Emperor. The Radiant Emperor strode forth, looking down upon Chu Yuan. You and I are both true geniuses. A 20-year-old Emperor-level powerhouse, regardless of the methods you employed or the rare treasures you consumed, is enough to astonish the world. I appreciate talent and am willing to extend an olive branch. If you declare your submission to Tian City today, the Lord of the city shall bestow upon you the divine power of the heavenly Tao, and I shall guarantee your life. As he spoke, the Radiant Emperor's aura deepened, seemingly merging with the universe itself. His eyes sparkled with boundless divine light. The Radiant Emperor was terrifying indeed. In just 50,000 years, he had grown into a formidable existence rivaling the Invisible Emperor. Although he was destined, under the influence of the heavenly Tao's power, to never ascend to immortality, his strength had reached an unfathomable level, surpassing that of true immortals. Submit? Tian City? Chu Yuan shook his head, seemingly oblivious to the implications of the Radiant Emperor's words. What was Tian city to him? He, Chu Yuan, the son of the celestial emperor, the foremost demonic body of the heavens, the inheritor of eternal reincarnation. Would he ever bow to a mere Tian city? It was laughable. Insect-like beings think they can command me? Rather, you should kneel and inscribe a slave mark upon yourself. And perhaps you might live on as a loyal hound of the Chu family. Otherwise, I shall send you on your way. His voice, devoid of emotion yet laced with mockery, resonated through the void. The celestial king Chu Yuan's divine eyes gradually opened, within which a chaotic expanse lingered, reflecting the primordial wilderness. The overwhelming celestial might swept across the heavens and earth. Boom. In an instant, countless soldiers of the Tian divine army felt their chests violently tremble, their breaths nearly halting. Their bodies shaking like chaff, filled with terror. It was a power that transcended all, far surpassing the mundane. The rules of true immortals? Yuan Emperor, it seems you have chosen the path of death. If this is the case, I shall make you understand that I, endowed with the divine power of the heavenly Tao, can withstand even the might of true immortal laws. The radiant emperor's eyes gleamed with brilliance, instantly discerning the truth and falsehood, and without mercy, he waved his sleeve. Kill. The single word erupted like thunder, and in that moment, countless soldiers of the Tian divine army roared in unison. Waves of surging energies surged forth, shaking the 8 directions and creating massive ripples. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of swords and spears resonated, as numerous divine soldiers erupted with blazing divine light. Ultimately, all energies converged into one, transforming into a terrifying sword shadow that blotted out the heavens, crashing down in the void of chaos. The brilliance of the radiant emperor shone forth. He formed a seal with his hand, aiming to suppress Chu Yuan from afar. Boom. With a single gesture, the heavens and earth changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. All things appeared to dissolve into chaos, revealing realms akin to the void, devouring the 8 desolations and collapsing the 9 hells. This is a terrifying divine ability unique to the radiant emperor, capable, under the promise of the heavenly Tao, of fundamentally rewriting the laws and principles governing an entire realm, thereby creating a domain of radiance that belongs solely to him, subduing and obliterating his adversaries within. The radiant domain. This is truly a forbidden imperial art. Without the endorsement of the heavenly Tao, even the mightiest of emperors could not wield it. Observing this scene, the Thunderstrike Emperor's eyes sparkled with cold electricity. The outcome of this battle is already determined. Within the radiant domain, all resembles a chaotic primordial void, where everything shall be governed by the radiant emperor. Ordinary spiritual energy and the laws of heaven and earth shall be utterly sealed, unable to unleash even the slightest fraction of power. Meanwhile, the radiant emperor and his formidable subordinates shall experience extreme enhancement within this domain, akin to the innate deities of primordial chaos, endowed with boundless augmentation. In this ebb and flow of power, there is no suspense in this battle. The Abyss Emperor is destined to perish. The Radiant Emperor is assured victory. My lord, danger approaches. Witnessing the tumultuous spectacle before her, Luo'er's beautiful eyes flickered, and a faint sense of anxiety rose within her heart. The art of the Radiant Domain can only be wielded by the Radiant Emperor himself. No one else has the capacity to perform such a technique capable of fundamentally altering the rules of heaven and earth, a truly insurmountable art. Under the promise of the heavenly Tao and the bestowal of limitless power, even formidable beings like the Northern Song Emperor must temporarily retreat from the limelight. What should my lord do in the face of this move? Just as she was filled with concern and prepared to warn Chu Yuan to evade, a resounding boom echoed. An invisible dark magical light suddenly permeated the world in all directions, transforming the chaotic scenery into an eerie shade of black and red, as if countless malevolent spirits were wailing and roaring within. What is happening? Having just unleashed the Radiant Domain, the Radiant Emperor now witnessed this strange transformation. His pupils constricted as he instantaneously sensed that his already formed Radiant Domain had completely slipped from his control. It was replaced by an unprecedented and bizarre power, rendering him incapable of struggling or resisting. Chapter 53, The Domain of Sovereignty, the revealed hidden cards of the Lu family. A domain that rewrites the rules? Preposterous. Allow me, this Emperor of Demons, to enlighten you on what constitutes a true domain of sovereignty. The instant the frigid voice resonated, Chu Yuan's eyes flew open. Using his finger as a quill, he inscribed in the heavens with the power of eternal calamity. All who stand against me, the Abyss Emperor, shall perish. With a thunderous roar, the rules were irrevocably inverted at that moment. Within the demon domain, Chu Yuan was the true sovereign. Except for those whose cultivation far surpassed his own, all beings that stepped into the domain would be under absolute control. at Chu Yuan's mercy to command as he pleased. Even the entirety of heaven and earth was no exception. Suddenly, agonized screams filled the air. In an instant, the once mighty and fearsome celestial army of the heavenly hall found themselves affected by some unseen force. Their bodies and souls disintegrated in a bizarre manner, crumbling into nothingness like dust, utterly annihilated. What is this? Unlike the absolute sovereign rules of the demon domain, the Radiant Emperor's domain merely allowed for slight modifications to the rules, significantly weakening enemies while enhancing oneself. Now, confronted with this endlessly bizarre scene, the Radiant Emperor felt a surge of dread within. He opened his mouth to speak, but the next moment, gurgling, a rush of metallic sweetness flooded his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Attempting to wipe his right hand, he discovered it too was gradually disintegrating like dust. Unmatched agony surged through him, twisting his face into a grotesque mask of despair. Murderous intent? Is it murderous intent? The Abyss Emperor has rewritten the rules of this realm. All who regard him as an enemy shall meet their demise. Yet, being a top-tier powerhouse, the Radiant Emperor quickly regained his composure, forcibly suppressing all animosity and murderous intent directed at Chu Yuan. In that instant, his body ceased to crumble, and the wounds began to regenerate. However, the celestial army under the Radiant Emperor was far less fortunate. A full 100,000 soldiers had now transformed into crimson-stained dust. Some remnants of limbs lay scattered, intensifying the macabre horror of the scene, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. Is resurrection impossible? Had the heavenly Tao's divine power within them been devoured and annihilated by some substance? The Radiant Emperor's heart was filled with extreme terror as he beheld the ancient Emperor Tian and the Thunderstrike Emperor, both lay dead without a trace, the once mighty Peak Emperors now reduced to mere ashes. Such a sight was beyond anything he had ever experienced. The heavenly Tao's divine power, the true pinnacle of strength in the world, had been devoured and annihilated, rendering it ineffective. With this thought, an endless wave of fear surged within him. The Radiant Emperor involuntarily took several steps back, his gaze towards Chu Yuan filled with profound dread and trepidation. Who exactly are you? No, what on earth are you? This youth is far too terrifying to render the heavenly Tao's divine power ineffective. Perhaps he is not even human, but rather an unparalleled evil entity from beyond the realms of Taicang. Alone, he is utterly incapable of contending with such a being. However, Chu Yuan paid no heed to his terrified inquiry. He spoke with an air of indifference. So you forcibly severed your animosity towards me, thus escaping a calamity? Regrettably, you shall still meet your end. As his words fell, Chu Yuan's gaze suddenly deepened into an unfathomable abyss. With merely a wave of his hand, the distant Radiant Emperor's form wilted dramatically. He could not even muster a plea for mercy. In just 3 breaths, he was transformed into a putrid pile of ashes, scattered into the void. The Radiant Emperor has fallen. Gasp. Witnessing this scene, both Luo'er and Lei Wu were struck with profound shock, their eyes betraying an unmistakable horror. That was the Radiant Emperor, a being who had traversed the Taicang realm for years, nearly undefeated. Furthermore, as one of the direct disciples of the city Lord of the Heavenly Hall, he was an existence that could not be utterly obliterated by ordinary means. Yet now, he was annihilated here by the young master. Nearly a complete massacre. Old Lei, what is the current situation of my father and the others? If we are to attack the Lu family, this emperor can also lend assistance. Chu Yuan withdrew his hand, allowing his power to dissipate as the world began to restore itself to its formerly ravaged state. He then distorted and flickered, appearing behind Lei Wu and the others. Reporting to the young master, we have just received news that the Northern Song Emperor has decisively defeated the Wuhan Emperor, and a significant portion of the Lu family's power has also perished. However, Lei Wu immediately clasped his hands in report, but as he spoke halfway, his voice suddenly grew somber, as if he were wary of something. Chu Yuan's brow furrowed. But what? Young master. It is as follows. Although our Chu family has defeated the Lu family's main forces, severely wounding the Wuhan Emperor in the process, this has driven the Lu family into a frenzy, leading them to decide to utilize their hidden cards and fight to the death against our Chu family. They have activated the Ascension Immortal Order, wasting an opportunity for early ascension to the upper realm. They have requested support from our main family in the upper realm. And now 3 true immortal powerhouses have already descended. The head of the family is embroiled in a fierce battle against the North Song Emperor, while the Dragon Lord hastens towards the Lu family. Meanwhile, the Ancestral Guardian remains steadfast at the Chu family stronghold, vigilant against any surprise attacks from other celestial beings. What? Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming chill radiating from his being. 3 true immortals. He had not anticipated that the Lu family possessed such a hidden advantage, capable of summoning support from their ancestral home in the upper realm at will. No wonder they dared to provoke the Chu family repeatedly, even attempting to take his life during the Ascendant Dragon Conference. However, dear young master, do not be overly anxious. The true immortals from the upper realm cannot linger for long in the Taitsong realm, and both the head of the family and the North Song Emperor possess terrifying strength. Even if they are overwhelmed, they will surely have a means of escape. We merely need to await the arrival of the Dragon Lord, and all will be resolved. Observing the surging wrath within Chu Yuan, Lei Wu immediately offered words of comfort. The Dragon Lord? Is it the esteemed Kangwu Dragon Lord? Though formidable, facing true immortals may pose a challenge. Chu Yuan promptly regained his composure, recalling the Kangwu Dragon Lord, who had safeguarded the Chu family for countless millennia. Just as he was about to speak again, he was abruptly interrupted by Luo Air beside him. Your Highness, you underestimate the Dragon Lord. It is said that 600,000 years ago, the Dragon Lord achieved a terrifying feat by slaying celestial beings. The prowess of that elder far exceeds imagination. Even when confronting 3 true immortals, he can surely suppress them at will. Luo Air's eyes sparkled with fervor and admiration. The Dragon Lord's intervention will undoubtedly annihilate the Lu family. Even the celestial beings from the upper realm pose no threat whatsoever. Having been taken in by the Kangwu Dragon Lord to the Chu family in her youth, her reverence for him was deeply ingrained. Now, witnessing his impending action, she was utterly exhilarated, her exquisite visage flushed with excitement. In that case, I shall hasten to the Lu family for support before the Dragon Lord arrives. Chu Yuan nodded. Yet an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. He immediately summoned the celestial vessel, leading several individuals aboard and choosing to proceed directly to the Lu family. Unwilling to remain idle any longer. Chapter 54. The Celestial Ancient Strife. The 3 great true immortals descend. Meanwhile, within the Qingxian realm controlled by the Lu family, one of the 3 great ancient families of the Taitsong realm. Boom. The terrifying roars of battle reverberated, shaking the very heavens. Within the Lu family estate, countless structures crumbled, reduced to ruins. Billowing clouds of dust obscured the sun, as the majestic celestial might surged like a tidal wave, seemingly intent on engulfing the skies. Haha, Chu Jin, Chu Baitsong. Today, with our Lu family's celestial beings descending, you are fated to have no escape and meet your demise. The imperishable emperor, with disheveled hair and a frenzied expression, was filled with rage. As the esteemed ancestor of the Lu family, a transcendent being on the brink of eternity, he found himself on the verge of defeat at the hands of these 2 Chu family emperors, with the vast Lu family facing imminent annihilation. It was a profound humiliation. In the depths of his endless fury, the imperishable emperor finally unveiled the Lu family's true trump card. Sacrificing a celestial ascension decree, he summoned the Lu family's ancestral branch from the upper realm to dispatch celestial beings and decisively conclude matters with the Chu family. Boom. A pillar of light connecting heaven and earth erupted. Ferocious winds howled like a tempest, and overwhelming celestial might swept across the expanse. This fluctuation was astonishingly powerful. As if the very fabric of reality were tearing apart, countless surviving Lu family members knelt in reverence, their eyes ablaze with fervor, trembling with excitement. Celestial beings. True celestial beings from the upper realm. It was said that the Lu family was also a formidable power in the upper realm, with their ancestral elder being a genuine golden immortal. Golden immortals, who transcend all time and space, are eternally at ease. Among the myriad celestial beings, they stand as titans, wielding immense authority and dominion over countless worlds. Now, the Lu family's celestial beings have finally descended. Their intervention will undoubtedly obliterate the Tian Emperor and the North Song Emperor. The long-standing enmity between the Lu and Chu families shall only find resolution with the Lu family's triumph. In an instant, the realm erupted in an uproar. Boundless cheers resonating throughout the heavens. The many powerful members of the Lu family gazed at the resplendent celestial light soaring into the sky, their eyes reflecting fervor and elation. The conflict between the Chu and Lu families had endured for millions of years, with countless strong beings perishing in their mutual strife. Today, the victor would finally emerge. Buzz. The void trembled, brilliant light illuminating the surroundings, as a magnificent, colossal portal manifested in the boundless sky. The portal, translucent and shimmering like crystal, radiated splendid brilliance. Enveloped in a faint golden hue, as if a divine miracle. The moment this portal appeared, boom, an unparalleled aura surged forth, sweeping across the expanse, causing the entire Taitsong realm to tremble violently. Even outside, many powerful beings felt this overwhelming, terrifying pressure, leaving them aghast. What is happening? Who possesses such terrifying power? Is this the celestial beings? Have the celestial beings from the upper realm descended upon my Taitsong realm? What could have transpired? In an instant, the world was abuzz. The various powerful leaders wore grave expressions, their minds racing to deduce the reasons behind the upper realm's involvement. They all turned their gazes towards the source of the pressure, and upon realizing it emanated from the Lu family's Qingxian realm, they collectively exhaled in relief. It is the Lu family's celestial beings descending. It seems that the conflict between the Lu and Chu families has indeed reached its final stage. The Lu family's true foundation has been revealed, intent on completely eradicating their foe. And how will this battle of the ancient celestial families conclude? In an instant, many leaders focused their attention on the Lu family, eager to witness the outcome of this celestial conflict. Within the Qingxian realm, boom, the heavens erupted in radiant celestial light, accompanied by thunderous explosions. The void of the Taitsong realm was utterly torn asunder, revealing the grand celestial portal connecting to the upper realm. From within, 3 figures emerged slowly. Damn it! I never expected the Lu family to harbor such a move, daring to summon celestial beings from the upper realm. Upon seeing those 3 figures, Chu Baitsong's expression darkened ominously. The 3 figures were shrouded in celestial light, their forms surrounded by ethereal patterns of true immortal laws, clearly indicating their formidable cultivation. True beings of the eternal celestial realm, transcending the mundane as true immortals. Though he currently commanded the laws of 3,000 true immortals, facing genuine celestial beings left him with no chance of victory. Celestials are indeed celestial. Their lifespans are nearly infinite, their bodies transformed into eternal celestial forms. In the lower realm, even the weakest true immortal is an existence revered by all, akin to legendary figures. They are the ultimate aspiration of countless cultivators. Celestials, high above, gaze down upon all mortal life, representing absolute invincibility within the Taitsong realm. Having received the inheritance of the celestial king, Chu Baitsong was acutely aware of the chasm between mortals and celestials, akin to an insurmountable abyss. No matter how powerful he became, he remained merely a mortal emperor. Compared to the truly eternal celestial beings, there remains an enormous chasm, rendering them utterly invincible. Such murky spiritual energy in the world. Is this indeed the lower realm? Truly, as the elders of my family have described it, despicable, filthy, barbaric. Does my Lu family even have branch families existing here? It is indeed a loss of face for our ancestors. As the celestial light dissipated, the true forms of the 3 celestial beings from the upper realm finally manifested before all. Contrary to the previous imaginations of the Lu family, the celestial beings appeared remarkably youthful, resembling those around 20 years of age, all donned in white robes emblazoned with the character Lu, exuding an air of boundless arrogance and nobility. However, at this moment, their gazes were not directed towards the 2 emperors of the Chu family. Instead, they swept disdainfully and contemptuously around, looking down upon the Qingxian realm of the Lu family, occasionally erupting in laughter and mockery. Their words were filled with profound disdain and disgust, exuding a haughty air of superiority. Salutations to the 3 celestial beings. I am Lu Yuan, the ancestral elder of this branch family within the Taitsong realm, and I have summoned you here today. The Emperor Yuan, overwhelmed with joy, was about to implore the 3 celestial beings for assistance in annihilating the Chu family when suddenly, boom, without warning, the youth in white on the far right, bearing a proud demeanor and a hint of mockery, abruptly lifted his foot and kicked out with unmatched speed, shattering the void in an instant. Bang! In that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated. Under that kick, Emperor Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a towering mountain behind him, causing it to collapse and shatter. Blood splattered. Amidst a piercing scream, Emperor Wuhan's chest caved in, half of his body nearly obliterated by that single kick. Drenched in blood. Chapter 55. The dominant aristocratic family of the upper realm, Chu Yuan arrives. Mortal, did I permit you to speak? An icy, indifferent voice followed. The white-clad youth's eyes sparkled with a purple lightning-like glare, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Merely by uttering a single word, his overwhelming celestial might cause the surrounding void to tremble violently, as if the end of days had arrived. Emperor Wuhan's pupils constricted, gritting his teeth against the pain as he crawled up, bowing deeply to the white-clad youth. I acknowledge my errors, and I implore the celestial being to forgive my transgressions. Boom. Before his words could even fade, the white-clad youth stepped forward once more. A punch pierced through the void, landing squarely on Emperor Wuhan's back, driving him deep into the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. Emperor Wuhan was on the brink of death, his entire spine completely crushed, his body nearing annihilation. Yet even so, he struggled to rise, prostrating himself before the 3 celestial beings. This time, he dared not utter a single sound. This is sufficient. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We, the three, are all descendants of the Lu family from the upper realm, named Lu Xiao, Lu Jingqian, and Lu Ju. Observing the profound silence in the world, and that Lu Wuhan and the Lu family members had not uttered a single sound, the proud white-clad youth finally smiled, casually introducing himself with an air of languid indifference. His name was Lu Xiao, possessing strength at the mid-stage of the true celestial realm. In the upper realm Lu family, he was merely an ordinary descendant. His status, while decent, was far from exalted, rendering him an unremarkable presence. Yet at this moment, having descended into the lower realm, Lu Xiao's long-suppressed rage and ferocity were finally unleashed. At this instant, Lu Xiao felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration, as if he had become the sole sovereign of this world. Everything was at his mercy, allowing him to indulge in unrestrained pleasure. This sensation captivated Lu Xiao immensely. After all, this place was not the upper realm. His true celestial realm powers here were already deemed supreme. At this thought, a cruel smile curled at the corner of Lu Xiao's mouth. He gazed down upon the countless Lu family members prostrated on the ground, grinning menacingly. Since he had arrived in this lower realm, he intended to revel in it, to fully unleash his emotions during this fleeting moment. They were but a horde of mortal ants, entirely unworthy of his concern. Lu Ao, in this descent, let us first accomplish what we must. However, soon after, a voice at his side interrupted Lu Ao's fanciful thoughts. He merely nodded slightly, a trace of barely perceptible coldness flickering in his gaze. Lu Jingqian, a fellow descendant of the Lu family, both possessing nearly equal talents. Yet several years prior, this individual had been unexpectedly favored by an elder of the Lu family, becoming his direct disciple, instantly elevating his status immensely. This descent was entirely orchestrated by Lu Jingqian, with himself and Lu Ju assisting him in completing the task. Lu Wuhan, I have heard of the Lu family's request in the Taicong realm. Lu Jingqian spoke indifferently, stepping through the void, gazing down upon Emperor Wuhan. Our primary task in descending here is to assist in annihilating another family within this realm, the Chu family. Do you have any questions? His tone dripped with an air of haughty superiority. Lu Jingqian, even within the upper realm Lu family, held a significant status. His master, Lu Nuteo, was a terrifying powerhouse of the Xianxian realm, wielding dominion over a celestial kingdom, commanding billions of lives. In the upper realm Lu family, he was a true figure of importance, second only to the golden Immortal Ancestor. Among numerous Xianxian powerhouses, he was considered an exceptional talent. Therefore, Lu Jingqian's treatment of these lower realm cultivators was marked by boundless arrogance. Though he did not directly strike like Lu Ao, he nonetheless exuded an invisible yet extreme pressure, instilling fear into Lu Wuhan's heart. At this moment, his head inclined closer to the ground, trembling as he spoke. I have no questions. I beseech the celestial beings to annihilate the Chu family. Lu Wuhan's demeanor had sunk to the utmost humility. If the outside world were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly astonish countless cultivators, leaving them incredulous. The venerable ancestral elder of the Lu family, the Emperor Wuhan, standing at the pinnacle of the Taicong realm, now exhibited such a lowly, fearful, and servile demeanor akin to that of a slave. Observing Lu Wuhan, who was prostrated and trembling, not daring to raise his head, Lu Jingqian felt quite satisfied, nodding lightly. He then turned to gaze directly at the towering figures of Chu Jin and Chu Beizong in the distance. As if recalling something, he remarked with a playful smile. The Chu family? Speaking of which, the upper realm's dominant aristocratic family, controlling 100,000 celestial domains, bears the surname Chu. It is unfortunate that you are but a lower realm family. How could you possibly be associated with such a colossal entity? Haha. Lu Jingqian's voice was light and nonchalant, yet it carried an extremely chilling undertone of murderous intent, causing one to involuntarily shiver. As if plunging into an endless abyss of cold, it was utterly frigid. Humph, youngster. What if I were to say that the upper realm's Chu family is indeed our true family? Upon hearing this, Chu Jin finally spoke, his words laced with a hint of amusement, seemingly mocking the oblivious Lu family celestial beings before him. Oh, is that so? You actually have ties to that Chu family? Should I then feel fear and grovel before you? Ha! Lu Jingqian laughed coldly, as if he had heard the greatest joke, utterly dismissive and scornful. The upper realm's Chu family. Indeed, it is a truly colossal entity, rumored to be an unparalleled lineage overseen by the celestial king. Even the most casual scion of the Chu family would compel the venerable ancestors of the Lu clan to extend a respectful welcome, treating them as esteemed guests. Yet now, I hear from the lower realm that a mere mortal Chu family dares to proclaim an immense connection to the exalted Chu family of the upper realm. This is nothing short of a farcical absurdity. Lu Jingxin's words elicited immediate derision from the other two, particularly Lu Ao, who burst into uproarious laughter, as if he had heard the most hilarious jest. Ha, you slay me. These two insignificant mortals claim ties to the upper realm's Chu family? How utterly ignorant they are. That dominant lineage is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Even we, the Lu Clan, can only gaze up in awe. And you too. Do you truly think you are worthy to associate yourselves with that Chu family? It's laughable. Lu Ao's smile twisted into a menacing grin, his eyes gleaming with malice, gazing at Chu Jin and his companion as though they were mere jesters. In the end, Lu Ju also coldly smirked, an aura of celestial might radiating from him, seemingly poised to unleash a devastating strike upon Chu Jin and his companion, one at the early stage of true immortal, and two at the mid-stage. The Dragon Sovereign of Kangwu is en route to this location. We need only delay for time. As the three true immortals revealed their murderous intent and prepared to strike, Chu Jin maintained an astonishing calmness, his gaze flickering as he discerned their strengths. He discreetly conveyed a message to Chu Baitsong beside him. Boom. At that moment, the very fabric of the void in the Qingxian realm was violently torn apart. The immense heavenly vessel manifested in the skies, its voice imbued with boundless malice reverberating like divine thunder, echoing throughout the surroundings. True immortals of the upper realm? You dare to rampage in the Taitsong realm like mere ants. You shall perish before my Abyss Emperor. Chapter 56. Battle against true immortals, two celestial artifacts. Boom. Accompanying that thunderous roar, the heavens abruptly shattered, giving way to an unfathomable abyss. Within it lay an endless darkness, as if it connected to the depths of the netherworld, emanating a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spine. It was as if an unparalleled demon god roared within, instilling terror that could almost shatter one's soul merely by its sound. Who goes there? The three true immortals of the Lu family shouted in anger, simultaneously lifting their gazes toward the colossal vessel in the sky. The vessel was but a mere object of the mundane, yet the aura emanating from one within it subtly instilled a sense of danger in them, causing their hearts to tremble slightly. Yuan? Is this the aura of the power of eternal calamity? Has he truly begun to master the powers of the eternal calamity demon body, and even reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm? Chu Jin was equally astonished. Upon sensing the boundless dark demonic energy pervading the world, he immediately realized this was indeed the power of eternal calamity, the exclusive force of the eternal calamity demon body, a terrifying annihilation force that rendered all notions of immortality and eternal life meaningless. However, at present, Yuan had yet to genuinely step into the realm of eternity. Even possessing some control over the power of eternal calamity, he would likely still fall short against these three true immortals. The situation remained dire. If it came to the worst, he would have no choice but to employ some of the contingencies he had left behind in the past, to swiftly eliminate these three true immortals. Chu Jin clenched his fist slightly. The contingencies he had left behind as the celestial Emperor Tianjin were not insignificant. Even within Chu Yuan, there lay a trace of genuine celestial emperor power, sufficient to inflict severe damage upon an ordinary celestial king. A mere true immortal could be extinguished in an instant. Yet, such power could ultimately be wielded but once. Unless absolutely necessary, it should not be used lightly. Thus, even knowing the vast disparity between friend and foe, Chu Jin did not waver in the slightest. Mere ants from the lower realm dare to challenge us. They are merely courting death. Gazing upon the colossal heavenly vessel descending slowly, along with Chu Yuan standing at the bow, the three true immortals of the Lu family snorted coldly, their murderous intent boiling. Lower realm ants daring to provoke the dignity of immortals shall meet only the path of death. Lu Ju, go and slay him, a mere mortal emperor, and it would be effortless for you to eliminate him with your true immortal strength. Lu Jingxin's eyes were icy, his voice chilling. He commanded the white-clad youth at the back, who had remained silent throughout. Fear not, brother Jingxin, I shall certainly take his life. Lu Ju responded, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he moved, vanishing from his spot in an instant. He was Lu Jingxin's cousin, and within the Lu family, he was loyal to Lu Jingxin above all else. Now that Lu Jingxin had issued a command, Lu Ju would naturally not hesitate. Die. Lu Ju moved with incredible speed, crossing billions of miles in an instant, leaping to within 3 zhang of Chu Yuan. He raised his right fist, a sharp gale howling. With a single punch, boundless power converged, momentarily forming a blazing sun that radiated dazzling light. Then, it erupted with a thunderous explosion. Boom! The void shattered, fierce winds sweeping through. Clouds of dust and debris swirled outward, engulfing all in a tumultuous tide. Lu Ju had not utilized an ounce of celestial power. With merely his eternally indestructible celestial body, He unleashed a punch of overwhelming might. Even an ordinary high-grade Emperor artifact would be shattered by this strike. There was no way to resist, even a fraction. You insignificant being, do not be so arrogant in your next life. Lu Ju remarked indifferently, his eyes filled with disdain. To him, despite Chu Yuan's formidable abilities, he remained an inconsequential mortal, destined to meet death. However, in the very next instant, boom, the clouds of dust were suddenly dispersed by a fierce wind. And beneath that terrifying punch, the heavenly vessel across the sky remained entirely unscathed. Even at this moment, Chu Yuan stood at the bow, hands clasped behind his back, his figure towering and resolute, unmoving as a mountain. True immortal? If this is the extent of your power, then you have truly disappointed me. Chu Yuan's gaze was indifferent as he looked down upon Lu Ju, as if everything lay within his control, exuding an unparalleled dominance that overshadowed all. What? Yuaner, he actually withstood a true immortal's strike unscathed, and he remains unfazed. This scene left everyone astonished. Even Chu Baitsong felt a jolt of shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. How could Yuaner, so young, possess such defiant strength? Just previously, he had barely stepped into the Emperor realm, yet in this brief span, he had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, even able to confront a true immortal directly, without faltering. Such progress was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, even in the upper realm, there were likely only a handful of prodigies who could rival Yuaner. Upon realizing that Chu Yuan had emerged unscathed from his punch, Lu Ju's eyes suddenly turned frigid, his expression growing exceedingly grim. Although he had not used celestial power, that punch was by no means a force mere mortals could withstand. A single punch carried the might to annihilate myriad stars and shake the cosmos. Yet this individual before him remained completely unscathed. This boy is peculiar. Mortal. It seems I have severely underestimated you. Alas, mortals are but mortals, forever incapable of contending with celestial beings such as ourselves. Ultimately, you are far too feeble. With that, Chu Ju let out a chilling sneer. With a flick of his right hand, a broad, formidable blade suddenly materialized in his grasp. This knife, entirely ebony, bore resemblance neither to iron nor gold, yet it was enveloped in a dense aura of malevolence. The sound of the blade resonated through the vast expanse. Lu Ju's expression was frigid as he stood resolute with the sword, radiant celestial light shimmering around him, transforming into a suit of silver battle armor for his protection. This blade is known as the Slaughter of Grief. It has slain countless true immortals, and even the powerful heavenly immortals have perished beneath its edge. The armor is called the Silver Spirit Celestial Armor. Once donned, even an ordinary true immortal cannot inflict the slightest harm upon me, let alone you. Today, I, Lu Ju, shall demonstrate the immense chasm that exists between a mortal and us celestial beings through the might of these two genuine celestial artifacts. Lu Ju exuded an air of arrogance as he advanced, each step unleashing a vast pressure that subdued the 8 realms. He had cultivated for 17,000 years in the upper realm to finally attain the status of true immortal, stepping into eternity. These two celestial artifacts are his greatest assets. The Slaughter of Grief, the Silver Spirit Celestial Armor, with one for offense and the other for defense. Together they are nearly invincible. Even though Lu Ju is merely at the initial stage of true immortality, with these two artifacts, he could easily overpower even a mid-stage true immortal. At this moment, he intended to use the power of these two celestial artifacts to utterly annihilate Chu Yuan. Chapter 57. The Law of Devouring, the Fall of a True Immortal. Flash. Lu Ju's gaze was icy as he gripped the jet-black blade and swung it with ferocity. With a whoosh, in an instant, the void trembled, and the blade's aura surged like a tide. With a single strike, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked, an infinite wave of murderous intent ravaging all directions. Lu Ju commanded 12,000 laws of true immortality, all of which pertain to the power of spatial laws. And he had mastered the celestial technique of 36 blades of the void, renowned for his prowess in the art of void blade techniques. At this moment, he unleashed all of it, the power terrifying beyond comprehension. As the blade swept through the air, the entire Xianxian realm seemed on the verge of annihilation. Billions of miles of space shattered in its wake. This is bad. Yuaner is in danger. This true immortal has become utterly enraged and is preparing to unleash his full power. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the void, Chu Baitsong's expression changed drastically. A strike from a being of true immortal caliber, fueled by rage, would undoubtedly devastate the heavens and the earth. Even an existence of imperial rank would be instantly slain. Unable to escape death, Yuaner cannot withstand this. If he tries to endure, he will surely perish. Do not worry. Beside him, Chu Jin's eyes sparkled, and he suddenly smiled, exuding an air of utmost ease. What is so amusing? Yuan is in a precarious situation. How can you remain unconcerned? Upon witnessing Chu Jin's demeanor, Chu Baitsong's brows furrowed in agitation, his heart racing with anxiety. Yuan's life hangs in the balance, yet as his father, Chu Jin remains so calm and composed. Brother, do not underestimate the power of the eternal calamity demon body. Observing Chu Baitsong's anxious expression, Chu Jin spoke with a hint of caution, his gaze profound. His tone was elongated, as if recounting the tale of a certain legend, carrying a note of trepidation. The power of this demon body is not merely limited to wielding the force of eternity. Devouring is also one of its fundamental powers, capable of absorbing all forms of energy and matter within the heavens and the earth, be it demonic power, spiritual power, celestial power, or even laws. Any force shall be consumed by the demon body. At this juncture, Chu Jin's expression grew grave, as if recalling the legends of the upper realm regarding that world-destroying demon. This terrifying entity, surpassing even the celestial emperors, had once devoured an unfathomable number of world origins. With a mere thought, it could consume an entire boundless cosmic sea, transforming all living beings, matter, and laws within into its own power, undergoing an endless cycle of frenzied evolution. Although Chu Yuan has only just begun to activate the eternal calamity demon body, its basic devouring ability must have already awakened. Celestial power, for countless mortals, is terrifying to the utmost degree. It is a force that truly surpasses all, completely crushing everything in its path. Yet for the possessor of the eternal calamity demon body, it is akin to a delectable feast. If the level of celestial power does not exceed one's own cultivation by too great a margin, it can be freely devoured, plundering its laws. Die, mortal! At this moment, Lu Ju's enraged strike was already upon him. The terrifying blade light tore through layers of void, carrying a tidal wave of ferocity, aimed directly at Chu Yuan. Boom! Within him, all 12,000 laws of true immortality erupted simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying celestial force that swept across the four corners, dimming the entire sky. However, in the face of this overwhelming celestial power cascading like a flood, there was no sign of panic on Chu Yuan's face. In fact, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips as he raised his right hand and spoke nonchalantly, "Devour." Boom! The power of eternity surged like a howling storm, sweeping through the entire Xian realm in an instant. In that fleeting moment, it collided directly with Lu Ju's true immortal laws. Yet, upon contact, Lu Ju's true immortal laws instantly melted away like ice in the sun, vanishing rapidly as if all power had been consumed, unable to resist even a fraction. The laws. My true immortal laws. I have lost a full 3,000 in an instant. What have you done? Within mere breaths, Lu Ju sensed something was amiss. He hastily retracted his power, retreating 1,000 miles in shock, his face pale with horror. The void laws he had prided himself on had suffered an instantaneous loss of 3,000. It was as if they had been devoured alive by his opponent. No matter how much power he summoned, it all dissipated without a trace. Damn it. This outcome left Lu Ju utterly horrified. To directly plunder an opponent's law power during battle was something he had never heard of, nor even imagined. Yet at this moment, he was indeed confronting such an extraordinary situation. In an instant, cold sweat drenched Lu Ju's forehead, and he trembled involuntarily. In the upper realm, the laws of the celestial path are the source of all power. Now, faced with an enemy capable of devouring laws, Lu Ju was utterly at a loss on how to respond. Who are you truly? What have you done to my true immortal laws? He glared at Chu Yuan, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He shouted with venomous fury, yet his body dared not move, fearing another devouring of his laws. However, all that met Lu Ju was merely a cold laugh from Chu Yuan. Then, Chu Yuan slightly curved his right palm, pressing down fiercely from thousands of miles away. Boom! In an instant, an even more colossal and terrifying force of eternity manifested. The terrifying power contained within was capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, subduing an entire realm. Upon witnessing the renewed assault, Lu Ju's heart sank in terror, nearly losing his mind. If he engaged in combat, all his power would be consumed. The true immortal laws he had painstakingly cultivated over countless years would be ruthlessly plundered. Flee! A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Lu Ju, without a second thought, turned to escape. Crack! However, the moment he took a step, Lu Ju abruptly froze in place, for he realized that the surrounding space had been entirely sealed off. There was no escape. Lu Ju, you are merely facing a mortal. Are you truly afraid? If you escape today, what face will the Lu family have left? The one making the move is none other than Lu Jingchen, a member of the Lu family. At this moment, he coldly barks another order to Lu Ju, demanding him to slay Chu Yuan. Jingchen, That mere mortal is problematic. Let me go? Release me at once. Lu Ju's eyes burned crimson, nearly howling in desperation. To outsiders, it appeared as though he had inexplicably retreated, retracting all his celestial power. Yet only he understood. It was utterly impossible to contend with. That monstrous being, which devoured the very laws of existence, was far beyond his reach. Useless. However, Lu Jingqian's fury erupted, his voice a harsh reprimand. You cannot even handle a mere mortal. What right do you have to follow me? Jingqian, Lu Ju had just opened his mouth, wishing to argue. Yet, before he could utter another word, he was completely engulfed by the suffocating power of eternal darkness, his body and soul disintegrating chaotically. The immortal celestial form, which was deemed indestructible, crumbled under such terrifying strength. In just a matter of breaths, Lu Ju, this true immortal from the upper realm, was reduced to ashes amidst a wailing that echoed through the heavens. All of his celestial laws were devoured and seized by Chu Yuan, becoming his own. Chapter 58. The Dragon Lord descends, crushing all. What? This scene unfolded with such swiftness that even Lu Jingqian and Lu Ao could not intervene in time. By the time they reacted, Lu Ju had already been obliterated. His remains non-existent, and all his celestial laws stripped bare. The entire event transpired in a flash. Lu Jingqian's mind buzzed, his complexion paling slightly as he clenched his fists tightly. How could this be? Panic and wrath surged within his eyes. A dignified true immortal, a direct descendant of the Lu family, had lost his life before a mere ant of a mortal. If he returned to the family now, he would undoubtedly face the Elder's wrath and might even be subjected to a millennium of imprisonment. How could Lu Jingqian not be furious? Meanwhile, Lu Ao's face turned ashen as he began to reproach. Lu Jingqian, Lu Ju is dead. Just look at the mess you've made. Why didn't you let him leave? Just because he was to become that elder Raging Tide's disciple, did you truly believe you had the power to act with impunity? Silence, silence. Lu Jingqian roared in fury. Lu Ju's death is not my fault. Ultimately, it is this mortal who is to blame. He must pay with his life. The two argued incessantly, nearly coming to blows. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan observed them with indifference, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Having devoured Lu Ju's 12,000 celestial laws, he now possessed a staggering total of 22,000 laws. This accumulation of power had already reached the threshold for ascension to immortality. He merely needed to continue refining his body with vast amounts of celestial energy, allowing it to undergo a complete metamorphosis into an immortal form. Without the need to utilize any villainous points, Chu Yuan could ascend to immortality and rise to the upper realm at any moment. By continuing to devour these two great true immortals of the Lu family, he could truly become an immortal and wield the power to crush the entire Taicang realm. At that time, after slaying the Lord of Tianke City and aiding the Chu family in seizing control of the Taicang Heavenly Tao, he could ascend to the upper realm with peace of mind. Chu Yuan mused, a semblance of a smile playing upon his lips. Thanks to the arrival of these three true immortals from the Lu family, he had been able to plunder a vast array of celestial laws and genuine upper realm power in the lower realm. With this accumulation, he could successfully achieve immortality and reach eternity. By that time, even if the Lord of Tianke City had numerous hidden cards, they would not be able to affect Chu Yuan in the slightest. A true immortal has fallen. Meanwhile, Chu Baizong and the Imperator Wuhan, upon witnessing Lu Ju's demise, were engulfed by a tumultuous storm of emotions, each face marked with disbelief. That was a genuine upper realm immortal. The ordinary forces of the lower realm could not inflict even the slightest harm upon his celestial form, let alone slay him. Chu Yuan must possess an extraordinary secret. The Imperator Wuhan felt a chill run down his spine. Even he, standing at the pinnacle of the Taicang realm, had felt like an ant in the face of those three upper realm true immortals, utterly incomparable. Yet now, a true immortal had not fallen to the hands of the Chu family's Tiangi Imperator, nor had he succumbed to the mysterious Kangwu Dragon Lord, but rather to a mere junior, a newly ascended Emperor Yuan. This scene was utterly shocking and threatened to upend their understanding. In the past, a junior who could barely match a fraction of his projection had now grown to the terrifying point of being able to slay immortals, leaving the Imperator Wuhan struggling to accept the reality. Damnable ant. At this moment, the two members of the Lu family in the distance ceased their quarrel, their gazes locking onto Chu Yuan with piercing coldness. Lu Jingqian's face contorted with rage, his aura surging violently. All of this is your fault. You mortal. You killed Lu Ju, my cousin. Since that is the case, I shall personally slay you to avenge Lu Ju. Boom. As his words echoed, the very fabric of space around him trembled violently, instantly compressing the surrounding vast expanse of space into a series of explosive ruptures. A horrifying pressure swept through, collapsing numerous mountains within the Qingxian realm into dust. This is bad. Sensing the rapid surge of Lu Jingqian's power, Chu Yuan's expression shifted slightly. This man was not merely a mid-stage true immortal, but an unequivocal late-stage true immortal. The number of celestial laws within him likely exceeded 100,000, placing him among the elite of the late-stage true immortals. With this sudden outburst of power, even if Yuan could devour celestial energy, he would likely struggle to withstand it. Do the Lu family truly believe my Chu family to be easy prey? A mere late-stage true immortal junior dares to be so arrogant in the Taitsong realm. Just then, a resounding voice of awe-inspiring authority echoed from the depths of the void. In an instant, a torrent of power, akin to a tsunami, swept across the land, overwhelming the 8 directions and the 6 realms. Roar! Above the firmament, it seemed as if countless dragon roars erupted at that moment. A massive dragon claw, as thick as a star and enveloped in resplendent purple-gold celestial radiance, materialized from thin air, descending fiercely towards Lu Jingqian. Crack! With a single strike, Lu Jingqian's protective celestial aura was shattered. The gargantuan claw, wielding unimaginable might, rendered Lu Jingqian's efforts to unleash his celestial energy utterly futile. With just one claw descending, it firmly pinned him down, leaving him no chance to struggle. What is happening? The sudden turn of events left Lu Ao dumbfounded, his face drained of color. Haha. Presumptuous junior, I am the Kangwu Dragon Lord, the manifestation of the Kangwu Taoist will of the Chu family from the upper realm. You ignorant fools dare to intrude upon my Chu family's domain in the lower realm. Do you seek to provoke my family's limits? Angering the 12 supreme immortal kings who stand at the pinnacle of the heavens. From the depths of the void, a detached voice resounded once more. Following this, an elderly figure clad in a dark robe and crowned with a high hat slowly stepped forth. His brows were as white as snow, and his dragon-like whiskers cascaded down to his chest, exuding an air of refined elegance and ethereal grace. With each step he took, the heavens seemed to stir, and the clouds roiled and surged. It was as if he trod upon the Milky Way, causing the very firmament to tremble and resonating with the boundless worlds beyond. The Celestial of Kangwu? Upon hearing this name, Lu Ao's entire being became rigid, his body quaking like chaff in the wind, nearly collapsing to the ground. The Celestial of Kangwu, one of the elders of the Chu family from the upper realm, a true celestial sovereign, a formidable ancient being capable of crushing the Lu family with a mere finger. Never did he expect such a presence to materialize here. Below, Lu Jingqian, who had been suppressed, was gripped by a terror so profound that he felt his very soul shatter, abandoning any thoughts of vengeance for Lu Ju. All that remained was an endless abyss of fear and regret. Chapter 59. The former celestial court of Chu, the Chu family of the upper realm. One must understand that in the upper realm, celestial cultivation is divided into the eternal 9 realms, encompassing the realms of Celestial King and Celestial Emperor. The eternal 9 realms are as follows: True Celestial, Heavenly Celestial, Mysterious Celestial, Golden Celestial, Primordial Celestial, Supreme Celestial, Holy Celestial, Mixed Origin Holy Celestial, and Quasi-Celestial King. A true celestial is merely the lowest existence in the upper realm, barely scraping by in that vast world, needing to tread carefully to avoid provoking any powerful beings who could obliterate them at will. Only upon reaching the realms of Heavenly Celestial and Mysterious Celestial could one be considered a formidable force. Heavenly Celestials can serve as attendants or minor leaders within certain upper realm factions, while Mysterious Celestials can attain the status of elders or even rulers of minor sects and nations. Only upon achieving Golden Celestial status can one claim a firm foothold. They are entitled to wield considerable authority, to establish an immortal lineage or a vast nation, nearly surpassing all other celestial beings. In the Lu family, the supreme ancestor who founded their lineage was a Golden Celestial. To this day, he has survived countless ages, a span so vast that it defies conventional measures of time. Best described only in epochs. Note: one epoch in the upper realm equals 10,020,000 years. Yet, a Golden Celestial is not invincible. Above the Golden Celestial lies the Primordial Celestial, and beyond that is the realm of the Celestial of Kangwu. Supreme Celestial. This tier is also known as the Celestial Sovereign. Even among countless celestial beings, a Supreme Celestial is a figure worthy of reverence, one who truly gazes down upon the heavens. And what of the Lu family's ancestor? Even at the pinnacle of Golden Celestial cultivation, what significance do they hold before a genuine Supreme Celestial Sovereign? Moreover, upon witnessing the manifestation of the Celestial of Kangwu, Lu Jingqian realized that the Chu family of this realm was indeed intricately connected to the dominant Chu family of the upper realm. They were utterly incapable of meddling in affairs beyond their means, a folly that would surely lead to their demise. The upper realm's Chu family possesses a full 12 celestial kings. It is over. The Lu family is doomed. Merely contemplating the terror of those 12 celestial kings sent Lu Jingchen's mind into a haze, his heart racing violently, an overwhelming dread washing over him, nearly causing him to faint. A single supreme celestial sovereign could crush the entire Lu family like ants, effortlessly obliterating them. Not to mention the 12 colossal celestial kings. These are true celestial kings. They transcend the eternal 9 realms, reigning as the supreme sovereigns in the upper realm, the true kings among celestial beings. Even Lu family's ancestor would not qualify to serve as a mere servant to one of these celestial kings, let alone resist. No, we acknowledge our errors. The Lu family acknowledges its mistakes. At that moment, the 2 members of the Lu family fell prostrate to the ground. All celestial might dissipated, and in that instant, they resembled 2 sinners who had committed egregious offenses, trembling in fear. In contrast, the celestial dragon lord of Kangwu remained indifferent, his expression cold and forbidding. Witnessing the sudden shift in the battlefield, Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to inquire, he saw the celestial dragon lord of Kangwu abruptly turn his gaze towards him. Then, he bowed deeply, half kneeling in the void, and spoke. Esteemed head of the family, Your Highness the Divine Son, I trust you both are well. If any misfortune were to befall you today, Kangwu would be too ashamed to face you. Please forgive me. The celestial dragon lord, who had just moments ago appeared as a supreme deity, overwhelming all in his path, now spoke with utmost humility, a palpable fear in his tone. Terrified that anything might befall Chu Yuan and Chu Jin today. Chu Jin, you honor, this is. Even Chu Baitsong found himself perplexed. Why did the celestial dragon lord today refer to himself as the celestial of Kangwu, and why did he exhibit such deference towards Chu Yuan and Chu Jin, even kneeling to apologize? One must understand that the position of the dragon lord within the Chu family is exceedingly exalted. Even the higher echelons of the Chu family must treat him with utmost respect. Even the celestial emperor of the Milky Way would not dare to be presumptuous in his presence, treating him as an equal. Yet today, the celestial dragon lord displayed such humility, a notion beyond Chu Baitsong's comprehension. Please rise, dragon lord. Today's events are not your doing. Chu Jin smiled and nodded, gesturing for him to stand. He then turned to the bewildered Chu Yuan and Chu Baitsong, explaining, Elder brother, you honor, regarding the upper realm's Chu family. Even within our own ranks, the details are rather ambiguous, merely categorized as a significant force in the upper realm. Today, however, I shall unveil the true nature of the upper realm's Chu family to you. Chu Jin's eyes shimmered with brilliance, as if they could illuminate the stars. And he spoke softly. The Chu family, even in the upper realm, is one of the most ancient and prestigious clans. At its zenith, under my leadership as the former celestial emperor of the Burning Abyss, alongside another celestial emperor of annihilation, we established the celestial court of Chu. The celestial court flourished, once dominating 800,000 celestial domains in the upper realm and ruling over 480 million cosmic seas. Thousands of celestial kings pledged their loyalty, with countless quasi-celestial kings in their ranks. Yet, even the splendor of the celestial court of Chu had its twilight. I, the celestial emperor of Burning Abyss, unexpectedly perished, leaving only my remnant soul to reincarnate in the lower realms after countless eons. The celestial emperor of annihilation vanished without a trace. In an instant, the once mighty celestial court lost its 2 sovereigns, and the multitude of powerful beings who had gathered gradually dispersed. Ultimately, it collapsed entirely. To this day, billions of epochs have passed, and the former celestial court has transformed back into the Chu family, with barely a fraction of its former strength remaining. It now occupies but 100,000 celestial domains, with a mere 12 celestial kings stationed therein. As he concluded, Chu Jin's tone grew complex. A hint of nostalgia for past glories mingled with bitterness. The splendor of yesteryear had long since faded into history, reduced to dust. The present Chu family was no longer the illustrious and thriving entity of old. Though the 12 celestial kings were formidable, they could not be compared to the former grandeur of the celestial court of Chu. Indeed, the upper realm's Chu family had long been aware of your and the Divine Son's birth. Thus, they dispatched me to the lower realms, preparing millions of years in advance to prevent any unforeseen calamities. The celestial dragon lord nodded, inhaling deeply, and spoke. The reincarnation of the celestial emperor of Burning Abyss and the eternal calamity body represents the sole opportunity for our Chu family to restore its former glory in the upper realm. We must not allow any missteps. He had secretly safeguarded the Chu family for millions of years, awaiting the arrival of Chu Jin and Chu Yuan to lead them to ascend to the upper realm. So this is how it is. Unbeknownst to me, the might of the Chu family in the upper realm exceeded my expectations. Upon absorbing all that had transpired, Chu Baizong could not help but slightly shake his head, his gaze towards Chu Yuan and Chu Jin reflecting a hint of complexity. The heavenly flame Immortal Emperor, indeed. Is it not fitting to say that he is a true Immortal Emperor, a formidable figure who stands at the pinnacle of the entire upper realm? Even if he is merely the remnant soul reincarnated, he still possesses the power to influence the entire landscape of the upper realm, prompting the present-day Chu family to protect him as if he were a deity. Chu Yuan, maintaining a calm demeanor, smiled faintly. He had long been aware of his extraordinary lineage, yet learning the true facts today still left him profoundly shaken. His father, Chu Jin, the founder of the Great Chu Immortal Court, once commanded 800,000 immortal domains, making countless immortal kings submit to his unparalleled dominance. The heavenly flame Immortal Emperor. Hearing such legendary tales firsthand, even with Chu Yuan's resolute heart, he found himself deeply moved. Master, how should we deal with these two? The Kangwu Dragon King inquired, gesturing towards Lu Jingchen and Lu Ao, then clasping his hands in respectful inquiry. I have already sent word to the upper realm Chu family. The Lu family shall undoubtedly perish within a day. Anyone daring to lay eyes upon my Chu family deserves the utmost punishment. Yuaner, you currently lack some accumulation of true immortal laws. Thus, you may deal with these two at your discretion, Chu Jin responded, gazing into the distance at Chu Yuan with a smile. Thank you, father, Chu Yuan replied, bowing respectfully, and then turning to face the pale and trembling Lu Jingchen and Lu Ao, who looked as though they might collapse at any moment. At this moment, these once proud true immortals had been thoroughly reduced to captives of the Chu family, lacking even the courage to mount a feeble resistance. After all, in the face of the true embodiment of the supreme immortal sovereign, all struggles were but futile efforts. My lord, from this day forth, I, Lu Jingchen, am willing to become your servant. I pledge eternal loyalty to you and shall never betray you. I beseech you to grant me a single path to survival. I am willing to offer you everything. Lu Jingchen and Lu Ao prostrated in the void, trembling and wailing for mercy. They had initially believed this to be merely a trivial descent to the lower realm for amusement. Yet now, they had inadvertently provoked the formidable power of the Chu family. And they were consumed with regret, wishing they could turn back time. Had they been granted a second chance, they would never have set foot in the Taicong realm. Nor would they have dared to provoke such a terrifying existence as the Chu family. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Amidst their pleas for mercy, Chu Yuan merely let out a cold snort, indifferent to their cries. With a mere thought, the insatiable power of eternal obliteration surged forth once more, swiftly enveloping the two. No. The chilling screams echoed across the land, sending the Lu family in the lower realm into a state of utter chaos. Even the Wuhan Emperor felt unsteady, nearly toppling over. They could hardly fathom the terrifying extent of the upper realm's Chu family. The Lu family's influence in the upper realm was nothing but that of ants in the face of such might. Even in the lower realm, the Kangwu Dragon King, a powerful figure from the upper realm, stood guard in secret, leaving them with no glimmer of hope. Everything the Lu family had done was laughably absurd, akin to that of a jester. Even if they sought support from their family in the upper realm, their fate was inevitably sealed to be crushed. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding roar, under the relentless onslaught of Chu Yuan's power of eternal obliteration, the bodies and souls of Lu Jingchen and Lu Ao crumbled in an instant, reduced to ashes that scattered across the heavens. Two formidable true immortals had thus fallen to the lower realm. Chu Yuan had successfully plundered a total of 140,000 true immortal laws, along with an immense reservoir of immortal power. He was now poised to step into eternity and attain the status of a true immortal. A brilliant explosion of celestial light erupted from within Chu Yuan, dazzling and boundless, illuminating the world. Amidst the swirling brilliance, ancient and intricate celestial bodies could be faintly discerned, orbiting Chu Yuan in an endless dance. An overwhelming pressure permeated the surroundings, causing all to breathe rapidly, their hearts pounding. Yuaner is about to become a true immortal? Chu Baizong was utterly astonished. He had cultivated for many years and still found himself distanced from the realm of eternity. Yet, in just over 20 years, his nephew had already surpassed him, ascending to immortality ahead of schedule. How could this not leave Chu Baizong in awe? Congratulations, master. This time, the young divine son's ascendance into the immortal realm will naturally lead to his elevation to the upper realm. Let the esteemed members of the Chu family behold. The Kangwu Dragon King, filled with joy, could not help but laugh heartily. Yuaner's talent is undoubtedly extraordinary. His entry into the immortal realm is but a natural progression. Chu Jin, as if he had anticipated this moment, spoke with a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with pride. Yet, In just a fleeting moment, his expression shifted. The immortal radiance within him surged forth, the sealed laws of the immortal path erupting forth in a torrent, like a vast ocean eclipsing the heavens, or an ancient primal beast awakening to sweep across the world. Boom! An endless might of the celestial realm bore down upon the world. Chu Jin's cultivation had, at this moment, broken free from the shackles of the mortal realm, propelling him directly into the realm of eternity. Upon stepping into the realm of true immortality, he grasped over several million laws, enveloped by an infinite aura of celestial harmony. Since Yuan is on the verge of attaining immortality, then my past seals may be loosened. In this ascent to the upper realm, I shall once again establish the great Chu immortal court. I shall be the sovereign of the immortal court, and Yuan shall be the crown prince of the great Chu. Will you all follow? At this moment, Chu Jin's voice reverberated through the heavens, as if he had transformed once more into the heavenly flame Immortal Emperor, proclaiming his return to the upper realm's Chu family before the 12 immortal kings. I pledge allegiance to your majesty, declared the Moonlight Immortal King. From this day forth, I shall remain eternally loyal to your majesty and lead our great Chu immortal court in battles across the upper realm. The Solar Crown Immortal King. I vow to serve your majesty. Allow me to lead our immortal court in subduing the universe and vanquishing foes from all directions. Haha, I, the Thunder Annihilation Immortal King, have awaited this day for countless epochs. Since your majesty has spoken, I and my kin are willing to swear our lives in allegiance, never to let your majesty down. From the heavens above, the voices of the immortal kings transcended infinite worlds, reaching Chu Yuan's ears as they collectively bowed in reverence. Their words bore an unparalleled might, potent enough to shatter the cosmos. Any ordinary being who merely heard even a fragment would find their consciousness succumbing to absolute void, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter stupor. The very laws of the Taizong realm trembled in this moment, and the lord of Tianke City quaked within, his gaze vacant. Though he was the esteemed ruler of Tianke City, governing all rules of the Taizong realm, he could not help but feel overwhelming fear and nearly kneel in submission upon hearing the voices of the immortal kings. Is this truly happening? The immortal kings of the upper realm were responding to Chu Jin's summons. Such a terrifying presence. Why has it appeared in my Taizong realm? And how could the Lu family be so oblivious as to provoke them? In this moment, every soul was nearly paralyzed with dread, particularly those of the Lu family, who were now all prostrated upon the ground, realizing the magnitude of the terror they had provoked. The higher echelons of the Lu family, including the Wuhan Emperor, were also pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably, their hearts filled with endless regret. Immortal kings. Even in the upper realms, they are true sovereigns, beings of unimaginable strength. Yet now, they collectively proclaimed their subservience to Chu Jin, reverently acknowledging him as their master, and once again establishing the illustrious De Chu immortal court of Yur. In the face of the immortal court, the Lu family is scarcely worth even a mere pest, an existence even more insignificant than an ant. Their diminutive presence is akin to mere dust in the air, utterly laughable. At this moment, I, Chu Yuan, also undergo my transformation from mortal to immortal. It is here that Chu Yuan completes the final step of his ascension to the immortal realm, shedding his earthly form to become a true immortal. With a mighty roar, he reverberates through the void, invoking a resonance across myriad paths. Boundless chaotic mists surge and howl, as a vague and towering silhouette materializes behind Chu Yuan, enveloped in an infinite aura of eternal demonic light, radiating a terrifying pressure capable of annihilating the heavens. Chapter 61. The Prince of the Immortal Court. The Fall of the Lu family in the upper realm. This silhouette is unmistakably the ephemeral manifestation of the Lord of Eternal Calamity, merely a wisp of shadow. Yet it casts a pall over the celestial kings above, dimming their might. Terrifying gazes are filled with awe, as they retract their imposing demeanor and respectfully declare, "We humbly greet His Highness the Prince. Today, Your Highness ascends to the immortal throne, revealing the true body of the Eternal Calamity Ancestor. Our De Chu immortal court shall surely rise to unparalleled glory once more." The voices of the celestial kings resound throughout the entirety of the Taizong realm. The powerful beings of myriad races tremble, prostrating themselves in fear, their hearts racing with trepidation. They are acutely aware that, from this moment forth, the history of the Taizong realm is poised to be irrevocably rewritten. From now on, no one shall rival the Chu family, not even the heavenly Tao, which shall bow in submission beneath them. All celestial kings, no need for formalities. Henceforth, I, Chu Yuan, shall be the prince of the De Chu immortal court. Together with my father, we shall traverse the myriad realms and restore the glory of De Chu. Accompanied by the congratulations of the celestial kings, Chu Yuan steps into the void, ascending to the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with his father, Chu Yuan. His dark golden robes billow, his 3,000 strands of hair dance wildly, as the chaotic mists swirl tumultuously, faintly revealing the ominous, eternal demonic light, instilling dread in all who behold it. We shall await your return in the upper realm, your majesty and his highness the prince. The voices of the 12 celestial kings resonate once more. Gradually, the overwhelming aura of the immortals dissipates, allowing the beings of the Taitsong realm to finally draw a breath, their hearts still filled with unease. As the pressure of the celestial kings fades, the world falls into a long silence before gradually erupting into tumult. Words such as the Chu Immortal Court, celestial kings, and the Prince of the Immortal Court circulate among the populace, creating a tremendous uproar. How can this be? The Chu family, even the true celestial kings, are bowing before the human clan, the Chu family. Within the Yin divine clan, the once promising Finchen, who was bestowed with boundless fortune by the heavenly Tao of the Taitsong realm and was nearly comparable to the Son of Destiny, is equally shaken, filled with an unsettling dread. Empowered by this immense fortune, he had only trained for a millennium within the secret realm of time and space, and now stands at the pinnacle of the imperial realm. Yet, just as Finchen is filled with pride and prepares to venture into the human realm to slay Chu Yuan, the voice of the celestial kings echoes from the heavens. Among them, Chu Yuan's voice emerges, having become the so-called prince of the Chu Immortal Court, commanding the respect of even the celestial kings. How can one fight against such odds? He is merely a humble holy son of a lower realm clan. There exists no semblance of comparability with such a grand upper realm immortal court. At this moment, all of Finchen beliefs and pride collapse in an instant. The vast fortune he once possessed gradually dissipates, leaving his gaze vacant and lifeless. In the face of such an overwhelming disparity, he willingly relinquishes his false identity as the destined child, having lost any qualification to resist. In the upper realm, the Yunlin immortal domain. Within the territory controlled by the Lu family, lies the Tianzhong cloud vein. The Tianzhong cloud vein is but one of the countless mountain ranges within the Yunlin immortal domain, extending over an astonishing 9 trillion miles, a vastness beyond mortal comprehension. The headquarters of the golden immortal family, the Lu family, is precisely situated in this locale. A stroke of great fortune. By chance, I have acquired the inheritance of a supreme immortal technique, and from this day forth, my Lu family shall ascend. We shall rule over the entire Yunlin immortal domain. The patriarch of the Lu family returns to his clan in a disheveled state. Despite his ragged appearance and visible injuries, the ecstasy on his face cannot be concealed. He has obtained an ancient supreme immortal technique known as the Source Law Immortal Sutra. It is said that upon reaching perfection, one could be considered among the elite, even among supreme immortals, their inner laws boundlessly abundant, akin to the vastness of a starry sea. However, just as the Lu family rejoices at this revelation, and the patriarch prepares to announce their imminent rise, an inexplicable sense of dread suddenly arises within him, as if an immense danger is about to descend. Boom! In the next instant, a resplendent bolt of lightning cleaves the sky above, tearing through the heavens. The only sight left for the onlookers is a colossal handprint that obscures the boundless firmament descending upon them, accompanied by a voice as frigid as ice. Eradicator. Chu Yi of the Chu Immortal Court. Boom. A hand descends, unleashing a tempest of thunder, obliterating all existence. The vast Tianzhong cloud vein, spanning 9 trillion miles, is reduced to a flat expanse, and the grand Lu family is utterly annihilated. The patriarch of the Lu family fails to react in time, instantly erased along with countless Lu family members, leaving no trace behind. Holy Immortal? Has a Holy Immortal taken action? Why would such a formidable being strike in our humble Yunlin immortal domain? The thunderous strike reverberates throughout the entire immortal domain, clear to all the powerful beings within. They all engrave the name of the Chu Immortal Court, Chu Yi, in their minds. Among them, the domain lord, the Shien Emperor of the Yunlin immortal domain, trembles violently. Though he is a supreme immortal, he cannot help but shudder in the wake of that terrifying, boundless power. Holy Immortal. The being who claims to hail from the Chu Immortal Court is at least within the realm of Holy Immortals, a terrifying powerhouse among the countless immortals, nearly approaching the domain of celestial kings. As the ruler of this small immortal domain, he feels no more significant than an ant in comparison. What manner of terrifying power is the Chu Immortal Court, that they would dispatch a holy immortal merely to eradicate a small clan? The Shien Emperor's heart quakes with fear, realizing that the more he contemplates, the more horrified he becomes. Yet, just as he shakes his head, intending to dismiss this day's events as mere illusion, he turns to find a black-robed youth casually seated within his domain lord's hall, leisurely sipping tea. Thud. However, the Yuan Emperor's initial reaction is not one of anger or confusion, but rather to prostrate himself upon the ground. Trembling, he speaks, "Holy Immortal Senior." This black-robed youth is none other than the one who has just descended upon this realm and obliterated the Lu family, Chu Yi. Yuan Emperor, you are the lord of this Yunlin immortal domain, correct? Chu Yi speaks with an air of indifference, his gaze exuding an aloofness akin to that of a supreme deity surveying all of existence. In response to the esteemed senior, "I am indeed the lord of this humble domain." The Yuan Emperor bows his head, forehead touching the ground, filled with trepidation, not daring to raise his gaze. "You need not fear." With a faint smile, Chu Yi waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You and I have no grievances, nor do we harbor any animosity. There is no necessity for me to take your life. However, in the coming days, significant figures from the great Chu celestial court may ascend to the upper realm through this domain's ascension platform. Therefore, from this moment forth, the Yunlin celestial domain shall be governed by the great Chu celestial court. Do you comprehend?" His words, delivered with an air of indifference and tranquility, succinctly determined the future ownership of the Yunlin celestial domain, entirely excluding the Cloud Emperor from any authority. Yes. The Cloud Emperor hesitated briefly, but upon recalling the terrifying might of the opponent's prior strike, he ultimately had no choice but to comply with a forced acceptance. A holy immortal is a force he cannot defy. Though the distinction between a true immortal and a holy immortal is but a single realm, the chasm between them is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Defiance would surely lead to death. 3 days later, within the sacred cloud realm of the Taitsong world, where the Chu family resides, with a deep breath, Chu Yuan opened his eyes, exhaling a long, murky sigh. After several days of seclusion, his cultivation has now solidified within the true immortal realm. He commands over 100,000 true immortal laws within him. Although he is only at the initial stage of true immortal, his actual combat prowess can rival that of a celestial immortal, if not surpass it. Gazing at the system panel, he noted significant changes. Host, Chu Yuan. Identity, Crown Prince of the Great Chu Celestial Court, Inheritor of the Eternal Calamity Lord. Fate, 300, Sealed State. Cultivation, Initial stage of True Immortal, can be upgraded to mid-stage of True Immortal for the expenditure of 20 billion villain points. Special, Celestial King Dao Fruit, Prototype, containing 1,080,000 True Immortal level laws. Constitution, Eternal Calamity Devil Body, Initial Mastery of Eternal Calamity Power. Flowing with indestructible chaotic devil blood, Ancient Emperor's Eye, Celestial King's Divine Eye. Villain points, 10 million. Cultivation Method, Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Sutra, Incomplete Chaotic Law, Layer 1. Divine Abilities, Great Destiny Technique, Celestial Emperor Law, Ultimate Devil Domain, Celestial King Law, 33 Heavens Creation Divine Fist, Celestial King Law, Mastery of Death, Rule Immortal Law. Calamity Burial Seal, True Immortal Law, Emperor's Palm, Imperial Rank, Ancient Emperor's Covering Heaven Seal, Imperial Rank. Magic Artifacts, Annihilation, Prototype Celestial King Weapon, Emperor Devil's Annihilation Record, Fragment. How Emperor's Shien Tian Tower, Imperial Weapon, Infinite Calamity Divine Tower, Imperial Weapon, Yin Tai Yi Sword, Quasi-Imperial Weapon, Emperor Dragon's Dusk Attire, Quasi-Imperial Weapon. Though his fate has not improved, upon entering the realm of immortality, Chu Yuan's true strength has undeniably experienced an earth-shattering surge, far surpassing his former capabilities. After attending to several matters within the Taitsong world, it is time to ascend to the upper realm. Clenching his fist lightly, he mused to himself. His current status is as exalted as that of a deity from the heavens. Even in the upper realm, he possesses an astonishing background. 3 days prior, his father, Chu Jin, had already ascended to the upper realm ahead of him. Additionally, he had heard from the Kangwu Dragon Lord that, with the assistance of the 12 Celestial Kings, Chu Jin has successfully reclaimed a portion of the Celestial Emperor's power. Merely 2 days after ascending to the upper realm, he has already achieved the stature of a Celestial King. He has also taken on the name Tian Jin, as in his past. Chu Yuan originally believed that with the villain system as his golden finger, his rate of cultivation would be unparalleled. However, he now realizes that in comparison to his adoptive father, his speed is indeed far from sufficient. To achieve immortality is to achieve it. Upon entering the upper realm, one becomes a celestial king. Even the most illustrious children of fate would feel inferior upon seeing this, their hearts seething in indignation, pondering who the true child of fortune is. System, you are rather underwhelming at this moment. With this thought, Chu Yuan couldn't help but murmur inwardly. His true immortal cultivation renders him disdainful of the inferior children of fate in the Taitsong world. Only by continuing to slay the city lord of Tianke can he reap some rewards. Yet, if he fails to hunt any children of fate, the numerous benefits bestowed by the villain system would diminish significantly. Moreover, given his recent awakening of the eternal calamity devil body's devouring capabilities, he often finds he need not expend villain points to break through. He merely needs to endlessly absorb the laws of his enemies, and his cultivation would naturally ascend. Presently, the villain system seems somewhat ineffective. Beep. The system has detected the host's doubts about its efficacy. The system is undergoing corruption. Initiating automatic upgrade. Upgrade complete. New system module activated. Celestial Lottery. Celestial Lottery. Within it lies the essence of all things. Utilizing a lottery opportunity will allow for random selection from among them, presenting infinite possibilities. Beep. From now on, upon slaying any enemy, the host may obtain a lottery opportunity. The Celestial Lottery module has been activated for the first time, granting the host 10 lottery opportunities. The continuous sounds of the system reverberated in his mind, leaving Chu Yuan momentarily stunned. He had merely expressed a casual doubt about the system, yet it reacted so dramatically, not only corrupting but also activating a new system module, the Celestial Lottery. Lottery, you say? Then let us give it a try. Chu Yuan smiled faintly, his eyes fixed upon the Celestial Lottery module. Boom. As his thoughts settled, the very fabric of the world around him seemed to shift in an instant. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself transported to an extraordinary space, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. Beneath his feet flowed an expansive river of stars, teeming with countless worlds, formidable beings, and the faint glimmers of numerous supreme celestial artifacts. With the use of his lottery opportunities, he could randomly acquire an item from this vast expanse. Even obtaining a Celestial Emperor-level weapon or commanding the subservience of Celestial Emperors would be entirely feasible. Let us proceed with the tenfold draw. Chu Yuan's gaze remained tranquil, and with a thought, he cast all of his current lottery opportunities into the starry river. Buzz. Instantly, the vast river of stars surged and roared, an endless brilliance illuminating the void. 10 luminous orbs, enveloped in starlight, soared into the sky, each presenting itself before Chu Yuan. The lottery has concluded. Beep. Congratulations, host, for receiving 10 billion supreme celestial stones. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a golden immortal level being, the Sea Transformation Immortal. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a divine ability comprehension card X1. Upon use, it will allow for the ultimate mastery of all divine abilities below the Celestial Emperor level, transcending the peak. Congratulations, host, for receiving 50 billion villain points. Congratulations. The system's voice echoed repeatedly. The 10 celestial lottery draws have indeed bestowed upon Chu Yuan considerable delight, particularly with the divine ability comprehension card. It can directly grant complete mastery over all divine abilities beneath the Celestial Emperor level. It is worth noting that achieving complete mastery of a Celestial King law using villain points typically requires an expenditure of at least several hundred billion villain points. The value of this comprehension card is thus, without question, monumental. My lord, the summoned Golden Immortal, the Sea Transformation Immortal, quickly manifested from the void, appearing as a Taoist clad in blue robes. Upon his arrival, he respectfully bowed his head to Chu Yuan. No need for formalities. Chu Yuan nodded. A Golden Immortal in this lower realm is indeed a formidable weapon, truly invincible, although any casual strike might attract the attention of the upper realm, necessitating forced ascension. However, Chu Yuan does not intend to linger in the Taicang world for long. After eliminating the city lord of Tian and ensuring the Chu family controls the celestial laws of this realm, he shall depart for a broader world. 50 billion villain points. Quite impressive. System, elevate to the mid-true immortal realm at once. Once again, I cast my gaze upon the rows of rewards behind me. Chu Yuan's brow did not twitch even slightly as he directly expended 2 billion villain points to ascend into the mid-true immortal stage. Boom. The cultivation bestowed by the villain system was truly exquisite and perfect. The mid-true immortal realm was instantaneously attained, and the celestial power within Chu Yuan's body grew ever more refined and substantial. The true immortal laws within the Tao fruit surged to 3 million, and amidst the intertwining of boundless laws, a nascent cosmic sea began to take form. One could faintly discern countless universes and worlds rising and falling within. An unparalleled force infused Chu Yuan's being, causing even him to marvel at the terrifying enhancement of his own strength. Chapter 63. Absolute Domination, the End of Tian City. System. Utilize that divine ability comprehension card to fully master the ultimate demon comprehension. This Celestial King's law aligns perfectly with my eternal calamity body, should I master it flawlessly. Even at the true immortal level, I could contend with the profound immortal and easily crush celestial immortals. Subsequently, Chu Yuan spoke again in his heart. With the activation of the Divine Ability Comprehension card, in but an instant, the boundless insights regarding the ultimate demon domain fused into Chu Yuan's mind. At this moment, he felt as if he had transformed into the very creator of this celestial king's law. He comprehended every aspect of it to the utmost degree. And when he enacted the ultimate demon domain again, he would face no limitations. Rather, this domain was now perpetually manifesting within a 3-inch radius around him, enabling Chu Yuan to instantaneously dominate all the powers of the world around him. Among peers of the same tier, Chu Yuan was utterly invincible. He could effortlessly eliminate celestial immortals. In the face of profound immortals, he was not at all inferior, although merely at the true immortal cultivation. Chu Yuan at this moment could already be deemed invincible beneath the golden immortal realm. Furthermore, this power would only grow more terrifying as his cultivation advanced. Even upon reaching the Celestial King realm, it would provide immense assistance, far beyond what an ordinary Celestial King could compare. It was high time. The Lord of Tian City had repeatedly targeted my Chu family. It was time for his demise. The void twisted, and Chu Yuan's figure reappeared within the Chu family estate. Prince. At this moment, many powerful members of the Chu family were already waiting here, eager to accompany Chu Yuan to ascend the heavens, to bring an end to Tian City's long-standing rule and oppression. Indeed, Chu Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the gathered Chu family members. Currently, nearly all the emperors of the Chu family had ascended to the upper realm, taken by his father, Chu Jin, to the great Chu celestial court to embark on a new path of cultivation. Those remaining in the lower realm were merely the Kangwu Dragon Lord, responsible for guardianship, along with several clan elders and younger disciples. Chu Kanglan, once I depart from the Taitsong realm, you shall be the new head of the Chu family in the lower realm. Slay the Lord of Tian City, and you will wield a fraction of the heavenly Tao authority. Do you understand? Chu Yuan slowly addressed a young man in a white robe amidst the crowd. Chu Kanglan, now the most powerful among the Chu family's prodigies. He was also third in the last Hidden Dragon Assembly and had just entered the Emperor realm with extraordinary talent. Yes, I will obey the prince's command. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, Chu Kanglan immediately bowed in response, but halfway through, he suddenly realized, his gaze fervently altering. The current Chu Yuan is no longer merely the prince of the lower realm's Chu family. He is the crown prince of the great Chu celestial court in the upper realm, truly beneath one, but above countless others. The lower realm's Chu family will soar alongside the great Chu celestial court, and everyone will have the chance to ascend. Even the entire Taitsong realm will be dominated by the Chu family for generations to come. Once your cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, someone from the celestial court will naturally come to escort you to the upper realm. I hope you do not tarnish the reputation of our Chu family. Chu Yuan slightly nodded. After his words fell, he turned to gaze at the distant heavens, his eyes chillingly resolute. Everyone, let us depart. In the next moment, all members of the Chu family transformed into streaks of escaping light, surging like a tidal wave toward Tian City. Chu Yuan led the charge at the forefront, his speed reaching unimaginable heights, each step covering millions of miles. Beside him, the golden immortal transformation of the sea-transforming immortal appeared leisurely, his gaze sweeping over the distant Tian City before reporting to Chu Yuan, "Your Highness, there are no upper realm powerhouses within Tian City. The strongest among them is merely a half-step true immortal, likely that Lord of Tian City, representing this realm's heavenly Tao." Excellent, Chu Yuan replied indifferently, his eyes flickering. Soon, as the Chu family arrived at the city gates, they discovered that the entire Tian City had been thoroughly ravaged, leaving only 3 commanders standing in the void. The city was drenched in blood, as if a civil war had erupted prior to the Chu family's arrival, resulting in heavy casualties. Stop! One of the commanding leaders of Tian City bellowed. He was the Black Abyss Emperor, a figure far more formidable than the Radiant Emperor whom Chu Yuan had previously slain. Now he stood alone in the void, exuding an overwhelming aura, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Flanking the Black Abyss Emperor were 2 other commanders, each summoning their imperial weapons, their oppressive auras enveloping the entire realm, causing the distant Chu family members to change countenance. Chu Yuan, I am aware of your formidable background and the threat it poses. The Black Abyss Emperor sneered. Many within Tian City have retreated in fear, even inciting internal strife to submit to your Chu family. But we are all favored by the heavenly Tao of Taitsong. What does the upper realm's celestial court matter? As long as your Chu family remains in this realm for a day, Tian City shall remain undefeated. You, Chu Yuan, are still far from annihilating Tian City. As his words fell, the Black Abyss Emperor suddenly flicked his wrist, and a blood-red spear shot forth with a thunderous roar, carrying a tide of malevolence straight toward Chu Yuan. The other two commanders also unleashed their powers, showcasing their earth-shattering might. The combined might of the three emperors, in the past, would have been a terrifying force capable of overwhelming everything in the Taicang realm. Yet now, in the eyes of Chu Yuan, it all appeared utterly laughable. It was as if these three were but insignificant ants, oblivious to the true meaning of strength. Foolish. Chu Yuan shook his head, casually raising his right hand. Astonishing celestial power coalesced at his fingertips, radiating with a brilliance akin to the stars. In the next instant, he flicked his finger. Boom. Instantly, a resounding thunderclap reverberated through the heavens. All the Chu family members present were left dumbstruck, watching as the three emperors were obliterated in an instant. With Tian City crumbling into a cloud of dust. What unparalleled might! With a mere finger, three emperors were vanquished, and that vast Tian City shattered. So simple, so direct, so straightforward. It was breathtaking. Hiss. After a brief silence, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the scene. The Chu family members, who had been prepared to charge into the city, found their steps frozen in place. Countless gazes were fixed upon the now non-existent Tian City, their hearts stirring with tumultuous waves. This is what it means to be a true immortal. The prince's power has grown to such a degree. How terrifying, how awe-inspiring. Damn it. But in the next moment, before the crowd could voice more astonishment, a terrifying figure resembling a primordial giant suddenly manifested in the void. Suddenly, the true visage of the Lord of Tian City emerged, his power akin to an ocean, shrouding the heavens and exuding a terrifying pressure that seemed to transcend even the true immortals. Chu Yuan, even if you annihilate my Tian City today, what of it? I have already infused 60% of the heavenly Tao's power into myself. Even true immortals would not stand a chance against me. You should obediently retreat to the upper realms and cease meddling in the affairs of this world. The Lord of Tian roared, surrounded by the laws of the heavenly Tao, his divine abilities intertwining. The sheer intensity of his aura was not at all inferior to that of the three great true immortals of the Lu family from days long past, perhaps even eclipsing them. He had now completely harnessed the power of the heavenly Tao within this realm. Even if he could not slay Chu Yuan, he would force him to unleash his true immortal powers, banishing him from this realm forever. The Taicang realm was to belong solely to him, the Lord of Tian. No one could lay claim to it. Boom. As the words of the Lord of Tian echoed, the void trembled violently. Following that, an indescribable, colossal aura surged forth from within the Lord of Tian, enveloping the entire universe. My lord, this individual's power has temporarily surged to the pinnacle of true immortality. Should I intervene? The sea transformation immortal whispered to Chu Yuan. With but a single command from Chu Yuan, he, a golden immortal, could reduce the Lord of Tian to ashes in an instant. Even though he could not entirely annihilate him under the protection of the heavenly Tao, he could sever all the power the Lord had gathered. No. However, Chu Yuan merely shook his head lightly. Then, with a single step, he appeared behind the Lord of Tian in an instant, casually extending a finger. Annihilate. The understated words reverberated. Chu Yuan's finger seemed to contain an ineffable profundity, capable of suppressing all living beings across the myriad realms, rendering their struggles utterly futile, leaving only annihilation in its wake. Boom. In that instant, the immense frame of the Lord of Tian trembled violently, and then exploded with a thunderous roar. Blood mist erupted. The connection between him and the heavenly Tao was abruptly severed, as if the vast fortune of the heavens had surged into Chu Yuan's very being. This scene unequivocally signified that the master of the Taicang realm had truly changed hands. Chapter 64. Mastering the Taicang realm. A single palm to annihilate a clan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the destined child of this realm, earning 50 billion villain points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the destined child of this realm, earning 100 billion villain points. Successfully plundering all the heavenly Tao's fortune of the Taicang realm. Current host fortune, 0. Ordinary heavenly Tao fortune can no longer be increased. It is necessary to ascend to the upper realms and seize the primal fortune to continue growth. The eternal calamity demon body's abilities have been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Chaos Authority, Level 1. Chaos Authority, one of the core powers of the Lord of Eternal Calamity, capable of mastering the fundamental aspects of all things, distorting reality, rewriting life and death, and transforming the void into reality. In the moment the Lord of Tian fell, the system's incessant notifications echoed wildly. At this juncture, Chu Yuan's fortune finally reached 0, no longer a negative value. He had successfully liberated himself from the extreme misfortunes imposed by the eternal calamity demon body and had fully awakened all the basic abilities of this terrifying demonic form. Chaos Authority. Should this power reach its utmost potential, it would be nearly invincible, an omniscient and omnipotent existence. All of reality could be rewritten at Chu Yuan's whim. The resurrection of the dead, the recreation of the heavens, all merely awaited his command. However, at present, the influence of level 1 chaos authority was quite limited, only capable of affecting beings below the Shien immortal level. It would require Chu Yuan's cultivation to grow, or the level of the authority to increase, to truly unveil its terrifying potential. Buzzing, the Taitsong realm, an endless void, trembled incessantly at this moment. This was the will of the heavenly Tao submitting to Chu Yuan. From this day forth, the Taitsong realm would eternally belong to the Chu family. Too weak. In an instant, having obliterated Tian city and seized control of the heavenly Tao of this realm, Chu Yuan coldly uttered 2 words, expecting the Lord of Tian to present him with some semblance of surprise. Yet, with a mere flick of his finger, the Lord was left utterly lifeless. This entire affair was utterly devoid of intrigue. What had been anticipated as a battle lasting several days concluded in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. All clans of the Taitsong realm, I am Emperor Yuan Chu Yuan, the new master of the heavenly Tao in this realm. I hereby decree that for countless ages to come, only the human race shall reign supreme in this realm. The Chu family shall be the utmost exalted. And all beings must obey this decree. Those who defy it shall meet death. Boom. Thunder roared across the heavens, as if proclaiming to the world, announcing the celestial rules set forth by Chu Yuan. Bow before Emperor Yuan. We shall honor the human race. We shall honor the Chu family as supreme. In an instant, the sound of countless kneeling filled the air. Those hidden in the shadows, having witnessed the instantaneous fall of the Lord of Tian, were now shaking with fear. And when Chu Yuan issued his command, how could they dare to disobey? They could only prostrate themselves upon the ground, bowing and proclaiming their loyalty. To honor your human race as supreme, I, the Ice Goddess 3 ancestors, shall be the first to object. Your human race once slaughtered our ancestral kin and seized our treasures. This grudge is irreconcilable. Even if you merge with the heavenly Tao, we shall never submit. Yet at that moment, in the domain of the Ice God, the 3 surviving Ice God ancestors manifested in the void, accompanied by the 12 rulers of the Ice God clan, including the Frost Moon King, who had passed grievances with Chu Yuan. They all wore expressions of cold fury, their murderous intent surging. Chu Yuan's gaze turned frigid. If you refuse to submit, then perish. Nonsense. You are separated from us by an immeasurable distance. Even if you achieve true immortality, do you think you can annihilate our entire Ice God domain? Emperor Yuan, today, I wish to see how you intend to kill us. Hearing the resounding voice of the heavenly Tao echoing once more, the 3 Ice God ancestors laughed coldly. Although Chu Yuan's power was indeed celestial, they were still half a Taitsong realm away from him, and had no cause for concern, unaware of your impending doom. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan merely chuckled coldly, then displayed the chaos authority, merging it with the power of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, he completely locked onto the domain controlled by the Ice God clan. He struck forth with a single palm. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of impending death enveloped the hearts of the 3 Ice God ancestors. This is impossible. Even if this Emperor Yuan is a true immortal, he should not be able to launch an offensive against us from such a distance. Yet this ominous premonition was undeniable. Boom. Just as the 3 Ice God ancestors felt a twinge of fear, a colossal hand suddenly appeared above the heavens of the Ice God domain. This hand was so immense it defied imagination. Stretching across billions of miles, it nearly obscured the entire sky of the Ice God domain, plunging the vast earth below into profound darkness. Boom. An unparalleled sense of oppression engulfed the void. Hiss. Before the gigantic hand even made contact, under the extreme pressure, countless billions of Ice God clan members had already burst apart, turning to blood mist, their bones obliterated. What is this? It was as if the hand of a creator deity was about to descend upon them, heralding their annihilation. The 3 Ice God ancestors were nearly suffocated by the overwhelming force. Beneath that colossal hand, all spatial laws were entirely sealed, even if they wished to flee. They had no chance. They could only await the descent of that world-ending hand, sealing the fate of the entire Ice God clan. Boom. The world-shaking hand had finally descended. In an instant, an expanse of billions of miles was utterly obliterated. Mountains, earth, rivers, and vast seas. Everything was ruthlessly erased, extinguished to the last. The heavens and earth shattered, enveloped in a pallid gray. No living being could escape this calamity. The 3 primordial ancestors of the Ice God clan, the 12 monarchs, and the entire tribe, numbering in the trillions, were all annihilated. Even the territories they once controlled vanished completely. replaced by an incomprehensibly colossal handprint. Extinct. The entire Ice God clan was obliterated in a single strike by the Abyssal Emperor. The myriad powerful beings trembled in shock, their fear reaching a peak. They all quaked and knelt on the ground, bowing towards the void. We humbly abide by the Abyssal Emperor's decree, willing to serve the human race. Willing to honor the Chu family as our sovereign. Eternal submission. Even the scion of the Flame God clan knelt in fervent worship. Having completely abandoned his enmity with Chu Yuan, now resembling a fervent devotee of him. Those few dissenting voices among the Flame God clan strong were swiftly silenced by his own hand, as he fervently called out the name of the Abyssal Emperor. In the Taitsong realm, this moment was almost unprecedented. All clans bowed in submission, and no one dared to defy. Chu Yuan cast a detached glance across the heavens and earth, proclaiming, "From this day forth, there shall be no other forces in the Taitsong realm. All clans shall be vassals of my great Chu Empire. The great Chu Empire is a part of the upper realm's great Chu Celestial Court. You all shall exert your utmost effort to seize the opportunities valued by the Celestial Court." In that casual declaration, a force, the great Chu Empire, was born as the eternal sovereign of the Taitsong realm. In the lower realm, it would govern all. In the upper realm, the great Chu Celestial Court would command the heavens, and even celestial emperors would bow their heads in submission. Chapter 65. All matters resolved. Ascension to the upper realm. Although this act left all forces in the Taitsong realm awestruck, they no longer dared to voice dissent. Chu Clan, heed the command. Following Chu Yuan's authoritative order, the figure, a once great prodigy of the Chu family, designated to be the future head of the family, soared into the void, respectfully saluting, "Present. I shall transfer a portion of the control of the heavenly Tao to you. From this moment on, you shall not only be the head of the Chu family in the lower realm, but also the first emperor of the great Chu Empire, ruling over all clans in this realm. I am unworthy of the title of the founding emperor. Only you, Abyssal Emperor, can bear such a name. Please bestow upon me your grace." Chu Clan solemnly replied, but soon spoke again. The title of founding emperor of the great Chu Empire is one he could never presume to hold. Only the Abyssal Emperor, who had slain the lord of Tian city and truly grasped the heavenly Tao of the Taitsong realm, was deserving of such an imperial title. Haha, in that case, you shall be the second emperor of the great Chu Empire. Chu Yuan smiled upon hearing this, showing no concern. The title of the founding emperor of a mere lower realm empire was not something he cared for. In the future, the entire great Chu Celestial Court would belong to him. These titles were merely embellishments. He then cast his gaze over the members of the Chu family and gently said, "This realm is entrusted to you. I, Abyssal Emperor Chu Yuan, shall ascend to the upper realm today." With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth, Chu Yuan's true immortal power was fully manifested. A colossal portal, suffused with celestial radiance, slowly emerged in the sky, exuding an unfathomable aura. It was indeed the Ascension gate belonging to the Taitsong realm, leading to the true celestial domain of the upper realm. We bid farewell to our emperor. We bid farewell to the Abyssal Emperor. We bid farewell to His Majesty the founding emperor. In an instant, all members of the Chu family knelt, fervently exclaiming. Before everyone's eyes, Chu Yuan and the figure of the sea transformation immortal stepped into the Ascension gate and vanished. In the upper realm, in the Yunlin celestial domain, at the 722nd Ascension platform, the Ascension platform was nearly the only method for lower realm cultivators to ascend to the upper realm. Within the upper realm, a single celestial domain was vast beyond imagination, far greater than countless Taitsong realms combined. Thus, within just one celestial domain, there existed at least tens of thousands of Ascension platforms. Connecting billions of lower realms, it received nearly billions of ascenders daily, who were then absorbed and assimilated by the various powers of the celestial domain, strengthening themselves. I, the ancient Flame Emperor, have cultivated for 40 million years, utilizing the immortal elixir to live 3 lifetimes, and finally today, I ascend to the upper realm. At the edge of the Ascension platform, amidst the gazes of countless powerful beings waiting here, the first ascender of the day was an elderly man with red hair, his red brows and long beard. His eyes, like blazing suns, radiated an imposing aura that instilled terror. Surrounding him was a swirl of celestial flames, faintly tinged with golden patterns, seeming to contain boundless profundities. 40 million years to attain immortality? In the lower realm, that would be considered among the least gifted. This ancient Flame Emperor is of no interest to my Shinkong sect. Upon witnessing the appearance of the ancient Flame Emperor, a cold man stepping through the void shook his head indifferently, signaling to the other powers to choose freely. A mere initial stage true immortal with such poor talent. My Qianquan immortal sect has no need for him. Though we currently lack 3,000 miners for the Immortal Cloud Ancient Mine, Sending him there would be quite fitting. Nearby, a white-clad elder with a goat horn beard smiled. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the ancient Flame Emperor. The latter, noticing the sudden appearance of this elder and sensing not the slightest aura, immediately adopted a cautious expression and slightly clasped his hands. You are a celestial being of the upper realm? I, the ancient Flame Emperor, pay my respects. Haha, indeed. I am by Mo, a deacon of the Xianxiaaudiobooks immortal sect, a celestial being of the heavenly immortal realm. Would you be willing to join my Xianxiaaudiobooks immortal sect? Simply endure a decade of training in a special secret realm, and you shall naturally become a disciple of the sect. His words were rather veiled, not fully revealing that the special secret realm was, in fact, the immortal cloud ancient mine. The so-called decade of training merely meant enduring 10 years of hard labor in the mine before being summarily dismissed. This tactic had proven effective on many newcomers to the upper realm, and countless ascenders had already fallen victim to his deception. However, this ancient Flame Emperor had lived for 40 million years in the lower realm. What kind of schemes had he not encountered? Surely he understood the elder's intentions. His expression turned frosty, and he scornfully shouted, "A secret realm? Do not think this emperor is unaware of your schemes. Such a person as I will become a leader even in the upper realm. How could I be easily manipulated by you? You seek death. How bold." Upon hearing this, the elder's face darkened, and with a mere thought, a myriad of celestial laws surged forth. Boom. In an instant, the ancient Flame Emperor was pressed to the ground. Unable to move an inch, he would be sent to the immortal cloud ancient mine to serve as an eternal slave, to toil for the miners. The elder snorted coldly and then waved his sleeve, departing without a care for the ancient Flame Emperor's furious roars. On the Ascension platform, there were countless lower realm individuals like the ancient Flame Emperor, unable to discern the situation. They still believed they were in a realm where they could act with impunity. But this was the true upper realm, the absolute center of the myriad worlds, a place where countless celestial beings converged. A mere mortal ant dared to act imperiously against him. Sheer folly. Truly foolish. In the void, the cold man of the Xianxiang sect also mocked with a sneer. The Ascension platform, which appears daily, is graced by the presence of dominators from various realms or individuals of exceptional prowess. Yet, those past glories, upon reaching the upper realm, are destined to be rendered insignificant. After all, how numerous are the lower realms? They are as abundant as the stars in the heavens, infinite as the sands of the Ganges, truly boundless. Even a ruler of a lower realm, within this singular upper realm of myriad heavens, is but a trifle. The actions of the great Emperor Gu Yin undoubtedly showcase his ignorance and absurdity. Buzzing. At this moment, the Ascension platform once again radiates with celestial brilliance. Another ascender? Today's influx of ascendants is indeed considerable. Observing this, the horned elder and the cold man redirect their gaze, preparing to select suitable newcomers for their respective sects, or perhaps for servitude. Behind them, many figures from various factions share similar thoughts, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the ascendants. There are unexpectedly two individuals. Two figures gradually materialize amidst the celestial glow. The horned elder is the first to exclaim in astonishment, intent on employing the same deceitful tactics he had used with the great Emperor Gu Yin to ensnare these two ascenders. Yet, in the next moment, boom, a multitude of terrifying, overwhelming pressures descends, nearly compelling all present to bow in submission, their hearts suffocated by an oppressive celestial might that suddenly manifests. In that unavoidable bowing posture, his gaze drawn close to the ground, he hears a voice that reverberates through the heavens. General Zhang Yuankong of the Great Chu Celestial Court pays his respects to His Highness the Prince. Chapter 66, The Black Dragon Army. A gift from the Great Chu Celestial Court. Amidst the resounding thunder, one can see thousands of figures traversing the void, collectively bowing in reverence towards the Ascension platform. Their demeanor exuding utmost respect. At the forefront stands a figure whose celestial might is like an ocean, vast and unfathomable, his cultivation far surpassing that of everyone present. Just a single voice from him renders the horned elder and the effeminate man to prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. The Great Chu Celestial Court? The general? The horned elder's pupils constrict in horror. His sect, the Qianqian Celestial Sect, is already one of the powerful factions within this Yunlin celestial domain. Yet, the pressure he now senses exceeds that of the sect elders, nearly rivaling the highest-ranking individuals. The Great Chu Celestial Court. What kind of force is this? Merely a single general possesses such overwhelming strength. It is likely that his cultivation lies beyond the golden immortal realm, reaching the astonishing level of the Yuan immortal. However, before the horned elder could continue to be astounded, rumbling from the distant heavens, countless oppressive auras rush forth. Roar. The roar of dragons and tigers. the cries of divine beasts. Under the pull of several ancient celestial beasts, a magnificent and noble celestial carriage breaks through the void, emanating an unparalleled celestial radiance. This carriage is entirely dark golden in hue, inscribed with the images of 16 black dragons, as if they were tearing apart the very fabric of the world. Surrounding the carriage are over 10,000 formidable celestial soldiers, each clad in pitch-black battle armor, exuding an imposing presence. General Chu Yi of the Black Dragon Army pays his respects to His Highness the Prince. The celestial carriage hovers before Chu Yuan. Subsequently, countless celestial soldiers bow in unison. And at the forefront, a young man in black robes, identifying himself as the first commander of the Black Dragon Army, bows deeply in salute. Oh, it seems that the celestial court was already informed of my ascension today and had prepared for your arrival, Chu Yuan remarks. Exhibiting no trace of astonishment amidst the shock-laden gazes of those present, he calmly steps off the ascension platform, gracefully accepting the bows of all the powerful figures from the great Chu celestial court, before slightly raising his right palm, signaling them to rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Chu Yi, along with General Zhang Yuankong and several other generals, promptly stands erect, exuding an air of solemnity. What? This scene undoubtedly leaves the onlookers in a state of utter disbelief. An ascender, already hailed as a prince by the so-called Great Chu celestial court. The moment he arrives in the upper realm, he is met by such an array of powerful figures, all treating him with the utmost respect, as if in a pilgrimage. This, the great Emperor Gu Yan, who had just ascended only to face being coerced in his servitude, stands utterly dumbfounded. How can the disparity between individuals be so vast? He, upon stepping into the upper realm, is on the verge of becoming a slave, enduring humiliation, whereas the other, upon ascension, is greeted by numerous powerful beings and revered as His Highness the Prince, enjoying an infinitely exalted status. In comparison, it is as if one is in the heavens while the other is on the earth, akin to the difference between an ant and the bright moon. Your Highness has just arrived in the upper realm. His Majesty and the 12 celestial kings have sent me here to lead the Black Dragon Army under your command. Moreover, this Yunlin celestial domain is also bestowed upon you as your first territory in the upper realm to aid you in your conquests. Chu Yi speaks with utmost respect, entirely devoid of the icy demeanor he had displayed earlier when annihilating the Lu family and threatening the Yun Emperor. At this moment, he bows deeply, his tone filled with humility and flattery. After all, the person before him is none other than the prince of the great Chu celestial court, the future ruler of the celestial court. Even the 12 celestial kings must treat him with the highest reverence. Understanding this principle, Chu Yi exhibits genuine deference towards this legendary prince, showing unwavering submission, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. What? Our Yunlin celestial domain is governed by His Majesty the Yun Emperor. When did it become your great Chu celestial court's jurisdiction? The Yun Emperor has yet to speak. What right do you have to claim this celestial domain as your own? However, no sooner had Chu Yi finished speaking than a furious voice erupted from the crowd. A middle-aged man clad in purple robes stepped forward, his hair standing on end, his face ablaze with indignation. He is an elder of the powerful faction, the Xianxiang divine sect, possessing golden immortal cultivation, and is quite formidable within this celestial domain, capable of independently supporting a vast sect. Since ancient times, apart from the sovereign of the celestial domain, the Yun Emperor, it has been under the control of 3 sects, 2 nations, and 5 major powers, namely, the Xianxiang divine sect, the Frostwind celestial sect, the 10,000 sword sect, as well as the 2 celestial nations, the Xiantian celestial nation and the Zixing celestial nation. And now, this great Chu celestial court, which has appeared from nowhere, dares to claim the entire celestial domain as a gift to their prince. Such audacity cannot be tolerated. Impudent. In the presence of His Highness the Prince, how dare you, a lowly individual, raise your voice? Before Chu Yi could respond, Zhang Yuankong moved in an instant, appearing before the purple-robed elder with blinding speed. He seized the elder's throat, sealing off all his celestial energy and laws. Without allowing him to utter another word, he crushed his neck with a brutal grip. Puff! Blood splattered, the lifeless body crumpling to the ground. A flicker of celestial brilliance enveloped Zhang Yuankong as he swiftly obliterated the escaping celestial soul, ensuring complete annihilation. In an instant, a golden immortal has fallen. The crowd fell into a profound silence, their bodies shivering with fear. The great Chu celestial court, this previously unheard of force, undeniably possesses the terrifying power to easily overturn the entire Yunlin celestial domain. From this day forth, the dynamics of the celestial domain are bound to undergo a profound transformation. Your Highness, it is my failure. Due to the pressing time, I have yet to completely deal with those wretched rodents. Chu Yi knelt before the ground, his voice heavy with guilt. In his heart, a seething desire for vengeance against the 3 sects and 2 nations of the Yunlin Immortal Domain brewed. A hatred that ran deep. The Crown Prince had just arrived in the upper realm, yet he was met with such contempt from these insignificant creatures, causing him to lose face before his subordinates. They must die? They deserve nothing less than death. Nevertheless, just as Chu Ye's fury reached its peak, contemplating how to cleanse the adversaries in a bloody purge to establish the prince's authority, he saw Chu Yuan slightly wave his hand, indicating that there was no need for concern, and spoke indifferently. This prince has only just arrived in the upper realm, and matters are still unsettled. For now, we shall hold our ground and wait until I fully comprehend the dynamics of this realm before addressing any destabilizing elements. Rest assured, this Yunlin Immortal Domain, being the first territory bestowed upon me by my father, shall from this day forth belong solely to the great Chu Immortal Court, to me. Anyone who dares to encroach upon it shall meet their demise. Chapter 67. The Solar Crown Immortal King, Pinnacle of True Immortality. Chu Yuan's gaze was imperial, surveying the crowd with an air of unassailable authority, radiating a terrifying majesty that demanded respect. Instantly, the numerous elite warriors of the Black Dragon Army felt their blood surge within their chests, their minds echoing with a resonant hum. They could not help but kneel in reverence, collectively proclaiming, "We shall heed the prince's decree. Let us go. Take this prince back to the palace to rest. As for other matters, we shall discuss them later." With a flick of his sleeve, Chu Yuan turned and stepped into the luxurious Black Dragon palanquin. The entire Black Dragon Army followed suit, soaring through the air back to the heart of the Yunlin Immortal Domain, to the Eastern Emperor Palace, specifically constructed for Chu Yuan. In the Yunlin Immortal Domain, the Eastern Emperor Palace, the palanquin moved with the speed of lightning, traversing the void in the brief time it takes for an incense stick to burn, arriving at the absolute center of the Yunlin Immortal Domain. The grandeur of the palace was astonishing, even causing Chu Yuan to gasp in awe at first sight. Such magnificent craftsmanship. The Eastern Emperor Palace spanned across the heavens, stretching for billions of miles to the north and south. Countless paradises nestled within, veins of spiritual energy aplenty, an abundance of celestial materials, and a myriad of rare and exotic beasts, all that one could desire. In terms of opulence, this Eastern Emperor Palace was undoubtedly the most extravagant and magnificent palace Chu Yuan had ever laid eyes upon since his arrival in this realm. Upon entering the palace grounds, a rich aura of celestial spirit swept over him like an ocean. It nearly condensed into liquid in the air, and even a single breath would equate to what an ordinary cultivator would achieve through a million years of arduous training in the lower realms. Truly incomparable. Presenting my respects to your highness. In every corner of the Eastern Emperor Palace, maidens bowed gracefully. Each maiden was a paragon of beauty, and many possessed formidable cultivation, with several reaching the realm of golden immortals or even the Yuan immortal level, showcasing the strength of the great Chu Immortal Court. Your Highness, this way please. The Solar Crown Immortal King has been awaiting you here for some time. This Eastern Emperor Palace has been specially constructed for you, to serve as your retreat for cultivation. It was not until they reached a particularly grand hall within the Eastern Emperor Palace that Chu Yi halted, bowing slightly. Thank you for your efforts. Chu Yi smiled and nodded, stepping inside. Within the hall stood a man clad in brocade robes, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He was tall and imposing, his features striking, and his eyes resembled 2 blazing suns. Even without the slightest hint of celestial fire, his mere presence caused the surrounding space to warp and shift, as if it were on the verge of being consumed. This man was none other than one of the 12 immortal kings of the great Chu Immortal Court, a towering pillar that had supported the Chu family through endless epochs, the Solar Crown Immortal King, Chu Clan. I, Chu Clan, have the honor of meeting your highness. I hope you find this small gift I have prepared for you to your liking. Upon seeing Chu Yuan enter, the Solar Crown Immortal King first offered a respectful bow, then spread his arms to gesture at the entire Eastern Emperor Palace, smiling as he spoke. You are too kind, Immortal King. Naturally, I am fond of this Eastern Emperor Palace. I am grateful for your thoughtfulness. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. The Eastern Emperor Palace was far more than an ordinary palace. He could clearly sense the formidable celestial formations hidden within, their power truly astonishing. Even ordinary immortal kings would find it difficult to breach. Such a grand gift was indeed of the utmost value. Very well. The Solar Crown Immortal King replied with a satisfied smile, as if his purpose for coming here was merely to greet Chu Yuan. Soon, his figure dissipated, leaving behind a resonant voice that echoed within the hall. Prince, I hope you can grow stronger at the swiftest pace. The great Chu Immortal Court will forever be your steadfast support in the upper realm. Fear not. Pursue your endeavors without hesitation. As his words faded, the Solar Crown Immortal King's form vanished completely. It was evident that this was not his true body. His original self was engaged in fierce combat with other Immortal Kings at a celestial gate, expanding the dominion of the Immortal Court. Of course, Chu Yuan nodded slightly. Gazing at the splendid and magnificent celestial palace before him, his expression gradually turning cold and solemn. The meteoric rise of the great Chu Immortal Court would inevitably attract countless formidable foes. Though the Immortal Court appeared strong for now, the day would come when they faced truly terrifying adversaries, even the threat of immortal emperors. Therefore, he, Chu Yuan, could not afford to be lax in the slightest. He must elevate his own strength in the shortest time possible. Current cultivation, mid-true immortal realm, 40 billion villain points required to advance to late true immortal realm. Villain points, 180 billion. Looking at the system panel, he was currently at the mid-true immortal realm. To elevate to the late true immortal realm required 40 billion villain points. From there, he would continue to accumulate until he reached 160 billion villain points to break through the true immortal realm and ascend to the celestial immortal level. System. Elevate my cultivation to the pinnacle of true immortal realm. Tomorrow, this prince shall cleanse the remaining forces within the Yunlin immortal domain, undoubtedly devouring and plundering vast amounts of celestial energy and laws, even discovering one or two prodigies of fortune from the upper realm. With a casual glance, Chu Yuan made his decision. He was merely at the true immortal level, although his true combat strength could rival that of a mystic immortal. This level ultimately placed him at the lower echelons of the upper realm. He must ascend as swiftly as possible. As the prince of the great Chu Immortal Court, he could not tarnish the court's reputation. Boom. In an instant, as he expended 40 billion villain points, the number of laws within his Dao surged dramatically, soaring to 6 million. But this was not the end. With an additional 80 villain points invested, his cultivation continued to rise, reaching the pinnacle of true immortal realm. The laws within him also surpassed the maximum number that true immortal cultivators throughout the ages could wield in the upper realm, successfully breaking through the 10 million mark. He reached a staggering total of 12 million. 12 million true immortal laws. In my current state, I could effortlessly vanquish even a peak mystic immortal. Complete annihilation. Even golden immortal powerhouses could be matched, and should I harness the Celestial King's weapon, I might even slay them. Taking a few deep breaths, a hint of joy flickered across Chu Yuan's face. The benefits of breaking through two minor realms were exceptionally vast. Now, as a peak true immortal, he could easily crush mystic immortals and contend with golden immortals. Once the breakthrough continues, the power is bound to surge wildly once more, reaching an even more exaggerated magnitude. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that an entire night had already passed. The resplendent 10 suns of the upper realms stretched across the heavens, illuminating the entire Eastern Imperial Palace with an extraordinary brilliance. Let Chu Yi and several generals of the Black Dragon Army enter the palace for a council. From this day forth, this prince hopes that only the voice of our great Chu Celestial Court will resonate within the Cloud Rain Celestial Domain. Chu Yuan spoke indifferently to the void, and his command was instantly transmitted into the minds of Chu Yi and the others. Whoosh! The sound of rushing air echoed from outside the palace, as the 16 commanders of the Black Dragon Army quickly gathered here. Even though they suppressed their oppressive auras, they still emanated an extremely terrifying wave of energy that sent chills down one's spine. Chapter 68. The Might of the Black Dragon Army, the Landscape of the Upper Realm. The Black Dragon Army is now one of the 3,000 legions of the great Chu Celestial Court. The strongest among them, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, is a veritable quasi-immortal king. After cultivating in the upper realm for countless years, despite being an outsider, he remains fiercely loyal to the Chu family, with a strength that reaches an exceedingly terrifying level. Even among quasi-immortal kings, he is regarded as an absolute peak powerhouse. Under his command, the Black Dragon Army consists of 500,000 soldiers. Compared to other legions that boast tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, the number of the Black Dragon Army is indeed quite small. It is evident that this legion is not renowned for its quantity, but rather for its quality. Each soldier has emerged from countless bloody battles, all of whom are elite warriors. The weakest among them has reached the profound immortal realm. The captains generally possess golden immortal cultivation, while the 10,000-man commanders, like Zhang Yuan Kong, have reached the Yuan immortal category, able to dispatch ordinary golden immortals with a mere flick of their fingers. Above the 10,000-man commanders are the 16 leaders currently assembled in the Eastern Imperial Palace, along with their respective vice-commanders. The vice-commanders of the Black Dragon Army typically possess celestial-level cultivation, capable of declaring themselves sovereigns in the upper realm, instilling awe. and even controlling a small celestial domain. As for the 16 leaders, they all reach above the Holy Immortal level, with the 3 strongest among them being at the mixed element Holy Immortal level, truly immortal, and standing tall among the myriad realms. Even in the vast upper realm, the strength of the Black Dragon army can undoubtedly be deemed as exceptional. Yet, this is merely one of the 3,000 legions currently possessed by the great Chu celestial court. This implies that if the Black Dragon army is such a formidable iron-blooded legion, the great Chu celestial court also boasts another 2,999 powerful armies of nearly equal strength, or even surpassing it. Such a lineup is enough to make countless major forces in the upper realm tremble. Bow before His Highness the Prince. Pay your respects, Your Highness. At this moment, the 16 leaders knelt before the ground in unison. Their voices were like thunder, their presence overwhelming, as if they could shake the sun and moon. The sight of these terrifying powerhouses above the Holy Immortal level was truly awe-inspiring. Even if just one among them were to strike, they could easily incite turmoil in a celestial domain, leading to the annihilation of countless ancient powers. Rise. Chu Yuan sat upon the gilded throne in the palace, a throne encircled by 9 dragons, lifelike and vibrant, imparting an intangible sense of majesty and pressure. Clearly, the throne upon which Chu Yuan sat was no ordinary object, but rather an undeniable half-step Immortal King artifact, known as the 9-Dragon Emperor throne, the absolute center of the entire Eastern Imperial Palace. As long as he resided here, Chu Yuan could command the full force of the Eastern Imperial Palace at will. Even quasi-mortal kings would find themselves utterly suppressed, unable to resist even a fraction. Your Highness, the commander is currently accompanying the Solar Crown Immortal King to the Ancient Candle Celestial Domain for a campaign. Thus he is unable to attend today. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, the 16 leaders did not immediately express their thanks and rise. Instead, they once again performed a bow, apologizing for the absence of the commander of the Black Dragon Army. The commander of the Black Dragon Army? No matter. Our celestial court is in urgent need of capable individuals, and this prince shall certainly understand. Chu Yuan waved his hand, his expression calm. I have summoned you all today to comprehend the current situation of the major forces in the upper realm. Additionally, to thoroughly eradicate the disloyal elements within the Cloud Rain celestial domain. As his words fell, the 16 leaders below displayed slight excitement. Among them, a particularly towering leader, standing at 2 to 3 meters tall, slowly rose, clasping his hands toward Chu Yuan and speaking in a deep voice. I report to Your Highness. My name is Zhong Wu, 9th Commander of the Black Dragon Army. Regarding the current situation in the upper realm, as well as the primary enemies of our great Chu celestial court, I shall provide a detailed report to Your Highness. Zhong Wu, the 9th Commander of the great Chu celestial court, has reached the pinnacle of the Holy Immortal realm. Now standing, he emanated a sense of grandeur and might, as if the very particles of the void would be crushed into nothingness. As Zhong Wu continued his account, Chu Yuan quickly grasped the general landscape of the upper realm. The upper realm is an eternal world that transcends all realms. The enormity of this magnificent world is beyond even the Immortal Emperor's comprehension. Compared to the boundless cosmic seas, it is truly vast and unfathomable. Currently, the great Chu celestial court, along with many major forces in the upper realm, resides in an area regarded as the absolute center of the upper realm, divided into 1,080,000,000 celestial domains. Furthermore, the closer one is to the core of the upper realm, the more expansive the celestial domains become. The Cloud Rain celestial domain, where Chu Yuan is presently located, merely lies at the periphery of these 1,080,000,000 celestial domains, regarded by many immortal kings as a minor celestial domain. Nevertheless, even so, the vastness of the Cloud Rain celestial domain far surpasses mortal imagination, being infinitely larger than the Taitsong realm. Among the 1,080,000,000 celestial domains, the great Chu celestial court occupies 100,000 celestial domains, the majority of which are genuine major celestial domains, incomparable to minor ones like the Cloud Rain celestial domain. An immortal king is a true sovereign who overlooks the world, capable of shaking the very foundations of countless celestial domains with a single stomp. Once a force has an immortal king presiding over it, its scale and influence will experience an unprecedented surge, becoming a formidable power within the upper realm. Only by reaching this level can one be considered a first-class force in the upper realm. Presently, the great Chu celestial court stands at the pinnacle of first-class forces. One step further would elevate it to an extraordinary super first-class force. This entails possessing an immortal emperor in residence, capable of influencing the entire landscape of the upper realm, an existence of terrifying invincibility. Such transcendent forces are exceedingly rare, even among the upper realm today. According to Zhong Wu's knowledge, there are merely 8 factions in the vast upper realm that can be deemed as super first-class forces. Furthermore, until now, these 8 Immortal Emperor factions have yet to have any conflicts with the Great Chu Celestial Court. After all, with the current strength of the Great Chu Celestial Court, it is certainly not a match for these terrifying behemoths that have endured countless epochs. Therefore, it is wise for the Great Chu Celestial Court to remain low-key and avoid major conflicts, focusing its gaze upon other first-class forces. Only when Chu Jin regains his Immortal Emperor strength can they truly contend with these 8 Immortal Emperor factions. Currently, our Great Chu Celestial Court is engaged in a fierce battle against the Ancient Eye of the Saint Sect. Upon mentioning the Ancient Eye of the Saint Sect, Zhong Wu's tone turned notably colder. The Ancient Eye of the Saint Sect is a first-class force with 4 Immortal King powerhouses in residence. Even before the establishment of the Great Chu Celestial Court, the opposing faction had been one of the bitter enemies of the Chu family for countless eons, their animosity already having deepened to a state of irreconcilable conflict. The personal disciple of Zhong Wu was slain by a formidable being from the Sacred Eye Ancient Sect. Thus, every time the name of the Sacred Eye Ancient Sect is mentioned, Zhong Wu cannot help but exhibit a palpable hatred, wishing fervently to annihilate their entire lineage. Chapter 69. The Fallen Celestial Monarch. The Purge begins. The Sacred Eye Ancient Sect is on the brink of annihilation. Just yesterday, 2 of their esteemed Celestial Monarch founders were slain by the powerful beings of the Great Chu Celestial Court. The remainder are nothing more than a rabble, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Upon hearing this, another commander spoke up, his tone ominous. Clad in a dark robe and donning a half-skull mask, his crimson gaze exuded an aura of ferocity and bloodlust. This was Xuandu, the 8th commander of the Black Dragon Army, known as the most bloodthirsty among the 16 commanders. It is said that before joining the Great Chu Celestial Court, his entire clan of 3,600 souls met with humiliation and slaughter before him, nearly driving him to madness. Although this event occurred long ago, with the assistance of the Black Dragon Army's leader, Xuandu had long since achieved his revenge, freeing himself from the shackles of rage. Yet the primal thirst for vengeance still lingered within him. When confronting foes, he would show no mercy, utterly tearing them apart. I have also heard that yesterday, the Celestial Monarchs of Heavenly Prison, Solar Crown, and 10,000 Swords united to slay the 2 founders of the Sacred Eye Ancient Sect. The remaining 2 founders are gravely wounded, with one fleeing to the lower realms of the Cosmic Sea. Countless powerful beings from our Great Chu Celestial Court are in pursuit, and good news shall surely arrive soon. The demise of the Sacred Eye Ancient Sect is imminent, is it not? Haha. Many commanders of the Black Dragon Army echoed in excitement at the prospect of the Sacred Eye Ancient Sect's destruction. The Sacred Eye Ancient Sect, steeped in antiquity, once boasted dozens of celestial monarchs at its zenith. If we can obliterate them and seize their territories and resources, the foundation of the Great Chu Celestial Court will undoubtedly swell once more, gradually restoring its former, unparalleled renown. The fall of 2 celestial monarchs? Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's gaze subtly shifted. He had not anticipated that the Solar Crown monarch he encountered yesterday possessed such terrifying strength, and within a single night, news of their slaying of enemy celestial monarchs had emerged. Celestial monarchs are nearly immortal beings. To truly kill a celestial monarch is an arduous task. Even the reincarnation of the exquisite celestial monarch he once faced was incredibly difficult to eliminate, possessing multiple lives. Therefore, even a joint effort to slay one serves as undeniable proof of the overwhelming terror of these 3 celestial monarchs, who are indisputable titans among their peers. This prince understands. For now, let us set aside discussions about the upper realm circumstances. As for the foolish denizens of this Yunlin celestial domain, this prince must make them truly recognize who the true master of this celestial domain is. With this realization, Chu Yuan's gaze abruptly turned cold as he slowly rose from the 9-dragon throne, looking down upon Chu Yi, Zhong Wu, and Xuandu. You 3. Assemble 100,000 Black Dragon Army troops, and follow this prince. Understood. Chu Yi and the others responded in unison, their eyes glinting with coldness and cruelty. They were acutely aware of what the prince intended to do at this moment. The Yunlin celestial domain would undoubtedly face a tempest of blood and carnage today. We shall see you off, your highness. The remaining Black Dragon commanders bowed respectfully, their expressions solemn and grave. Boom. The heavens trembled, and thunder roared. The chariot inscribed with the shadows of 16 black dragons soared into the sky, piercing through the void. In the Yunlin celestial domain, the most formidable powers are the 3 sects and 2 nations. Chu Yuan had long been informed of this through Chu Ye's report. Thus, his first target for suppression today is the Immortal Gang sect. The location of the Immortal Gang sect is a majestic mountain range, shrouded in clouds and mist, with endless peaks stretching into the horizon. Known as the ancient Cloud Mountain Range, it is one of the areas in the Yunlin celestial domain rich in celestial spiritual energy. Filled with countless paradises, and the concentration of celestial energy is exponentially greater than that of the outside world. The headquarters of the Immortal Gang sect is situated here. At this moment, within the conference hall of the Immortal Gang sect. What? Elder Li was slain by a powerful being from the great Chu celestial court yesterday. And with a single strike, he was instantaneously killed without any resistance? The senior elders of the Immortal Gang sect gathered here. And upon hearing the report from their disciple, the sect master's expression abruptly changed, a deep sense of trepidation evident in his eyes. The other elders were equally astonished. It must be noted that Elder Li was an immortal-level cultivator with an endless lifespan, transcending all time and space with his exceptional prowess. Even an ordinary primordial immortal could not hope to eradicate him in an instant. It is evident that the one who struck yesterday must be an extraordinarily powerful entity. Master, it seems that the great Chu celestial court is far from ordinary. To be able to instantly slay Elder Li, their cultivation must have reached the late stages of primordial immortality, perhaps even its pinnacle. One elder spoke, his tone heavy with gravity. Given our current strength, it appears we are utterly unable to contend with them. We should consider letting Elder Li's matter rest and refrain from provoking them further. However, before he could finish, another elder, stout and with red eyebrows and a long beard, shook his head. This is untenable. Should we allow Elder Li's slaying to pass without retaliation? Such a course would severely damage our sect's reputation, inviting mockery from countless others for our cowardice. Now that our ancestor has broken through to the half-step to immortality, wielding immense celestial might, do we truly fear them? We must march forth to demand an explanation and avenge Elder Li. As he spoke, the red-browed elder cast an imposing glance around the assembly, an invisible pressure enveloping the room. The previously outspoken elder's complexion turned ashen, yet he felt compelled to lower his head. Master, please make a decision. With a single command. We of the Immortal Gang sect shall march upon the great Chu celestial court today and take the prince's head to honor Elder Li. Seeing this, the red-browed elder appeared satisfied and continued. The Immortal Gang sect master, however, remained hesitant, his brow furrowed as if in deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally raised his head, his gaze sharp. In that case, boom. Before he could finish, the ceiling of the conference hall suddenly cracked open. A mangled corpse plummeted down with a thunderous crash, and as the assembly regained their senses and beheld the true visage of the corpse, they were all struck with horror. Trembling and screaming, Ancestor? Chapter 70. Suppressing the Immortal Gang sect, the child of destiny appears. The ancestor of the Immortal Gang sect, a half-step to immortality. An ancient powerhouse who had survived for over 10,000 eons, now lay here in a wretched state, devoid of life, his soul extinguished. What sent chills down the spines of the onlookers was that at this moment, from the heavens above the Immortal Gang sect, countless powerful auras suddenly descended. Each aura was terrifyingly potent, overwhelming and vast, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. In an instant, the minds of those within the conference hall were thrown into turmoil. Their brains buzzed, nearly losing all capacity for thought. Members of the Xian Gang divine sect. Today, His Highness, the Crown Prince of the great Chu celestial court, graces us with his presence. Why do you not hasten to kneel and pay homage? As the aloof yet authoritative voice of Chu Yi resonated, an overwhelming celestial might enveloped the heavens. The terrifying pressure of the sacred celestial realm descended like an abyss, sweeping forth with unrestrained ferocity. In an instant, it engulfed the entire Xian Gang divine sect, casting a shadow over the hearts and minds of all present. This aura surpassed even that of Lord Yun Huang by unfathomable degrees. A sacred celestial. The great Chu celestial court is fortified by a sacred celestial powerhouse, and we, in our hubris, had previously contemplated invading their celestial court and slaying the crown prince. It is over. Sect Master, our Xian Gang divine sect is in grave peril. Waves of sheer terror and trepidation echoed throughout the hall. The elders of the Xian Gang divine sect trembled uncontrollably, rendered speechless by the oppressive might. As for the numerous disciples within the sect, they were crushed under the weight of this presence, reduced to prostration on the ground, shivering in fear. The sacred celestial realm. Even the mightiest of our Yunlin celestial domain, Lord Yun Huang, is but a mere emperor celestial. Before a true sacred celestial, he is but a fragile existence. What hope do we have as a mere small sect of the Xian Gang? In that fleeting moment, the sect master and the previously imposing Elder Qi may realize the magnitude of the formidable enemy they faced. Should their adversary wish to annihilate the Xian Gang divine sect, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. I, Su Wan, the sect master of the Xiangang divine sect, humbly greet His Highness the Crown Prince. Overwhelmed by the terrifying, mountain-like pressure of the sacred celestial, the sect master fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Beside him, Elder Chi Mei was rendered utterly paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, he bore no semblance of the earlier fierce demeanor. Intent on slaying the great Chu celestial court, he resembled a frightened old dog, too terrified to even lift his head, his forehead pressed deeply against the ground, the only cold sensation beneath him preventing him from succumbing to unconsciousness from sheer fear. No need for formalities. In the void above, Chu Yuan sat regally upon the black dragon throne. The attire he once donned in the lower realms, the semi-imperial garment known as the Emperor Dragon Dark Radiance robe, had now been replaced by the true celestial artifact, the Abyssal Emperor's robe, a 9th-tier celestial artifact, the Abyssal Emperor's robe. In the upper realms, aside from the chaotic imperial weapons controlled by the celestial emperors and the celestial king's path weapons, the remaining celestial artifacts are classified into tiers 1 to 9, along with semi-celestial king path weapons. Presently, the Abyssal Emperor's robe worn by Chu Yuan was of the highest 9th tier. Capable of both offense and defense, its power was boundless. When invoked to its maximum defensive capacity, it could even withstand a typical strike from a celestial king. Its value is indeed extraordinary, rivaling that of an ordinary semi-celestial king path weapon. Furthermore, his crown was the Shien Divine Crown, also a 9th-tier celestial artifact. Its origin is exceedingly prestigious. Legend has it that it belonged to one of the ancient clans of the Upper Realm, the Shien Divine Clan, its depths containing unimaginable power. Once activated, its might would instantly transcend that of ordinary celestial artifacts, comparable to the top-tier celestial king path weapons. In his right hand, he wielded one of the largest spatial rings in the Upper Realm, capable of containing countless worlds. An 8th-tier celestial artifact, the Wonkong Celestial Ring. In his left hand, he possessed a protective ring as well, a 9th-tier celestial artifact, the Yinyang Void Escape Ring. It could instantaneously unleash a protective barrier strong enough to contend with the celestial king, and after the barrier shattered, it could teleport its wielder across unfathomable distances. Truly a life-saving device. Lastly, the most precious and fearsome item upon Chu Yuan's person was a seemingly unremarkable necklace etched with the image of the ancient ferocious beast, Tao Dai. A celestial king path weapon, the soul-devouring lock chain. This item was gifted by the Corona Celestial King, said to have been obtained after slaying a true demon celestial king. For one like Chu Yuan, with a demonic physique, it was perfectly suited, capable of unleashing tremendous power. With a mere thought, he could summon the sealed ferocious beast Tao Tai within. Infusing it with the power of eternal calamity would allow him to instantaneously seal the souls of his enemies, leading to their utter annihilation. In this moment, Chu Yuan sat imperially upon his throne, gazing down upon the Xiangang divine sect with an unfathomable depth in his eyes, a chilling calm enveloping him. I am Chu Yuan, the crown prince of the great Chu celestial court, and today I am the sovereign of this Yunlin celestial domain. However, I suspect the name of the great Chu celestial court may be somewhat unfamiliar to you. Perhaps the name of the Chu clan will ring a bell. His indifferent, sonorous voice reverberated through the air above the Xiangang divine sect, carrying with it a strange cadence, as if some inscrutable power were brewing. In an instant, upon hearing this name, the elders of the Xiangang divine sect turned pale with shock, especially sect master Su Wan, who could not help but shudder, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. They had never heard of the great Chu celestial court, but the name of the Chu clan was indeed thunderous in its resonance. A dominant family that occupied 100,000 celestial domains. With a total of 12 celestial kings in their ranks, their might and influence were unparalleled. And now they learned that the Chu clan was synonymous with the great Chu celestial court. We shall submit. The Xiangang divine sect willingly offers its allegiance. From now on, we shall be your highness's loyal hounds. Even if it means traversing fire and water, we shall not hesitate. Please forgive our foolish transgressions. Thud, thud, thud. After a brief moment of shock, the sect master immediately proclaimed their submission, his head bowing fervently, heedless of the blood streaming from his forehead. The other elders, upon hearing his declaration, promptly followed suit, bowing their heads in repentance and pleading for mercy. What kind of existence is the Chu clan? Even 1,000 Yunlin celestial domains are but ants in their eyes. The Xiangang divine sect is even less than that. Akin to the stark contrast between the fireflies of the lower realms and the blazing sun of the upper realms, a disparity so vast it is beyond imagination. Father, wait. However, just as everyone was bowing in submission, pleading for Chu Yuan's forgiveness, an untimely voice rang out, causing all to turn their gazes toward the speaker. It was Su Wen's third son, Su Tsang. Many millennia ago, Su Tsong had pledged himself to a mysterious powerhouse, breaking away from the Xiangang divine sect. Now, after countless years, his return took everyone by surprise. Hearing the plea interrupted, many of the elders revealed expressions of terror, fearing that this utterance would provoke the Crown Prince's wrath and lead to the annihilation of their sect. Great Chu Celestial Court's Crown Prince, depart from this place at once. The Xiangang divine sect is not a place you can meddle in. If you wish to live, then leave. Following this, Su Tsong's next words sent shockwaves through everyone's hearts. It is over. Chapter 71, Lord of the Xiaotian Domain, the Nirvana Halo. Su Tsong dared to rebuke the esteemed Crown Prince of the Celestial Court. It was nothing short of courting death. Today, the Xiangang divine sect was doomed. Everyone would pay the price for this foolish man's actions, and all would be for naught. Preposterous. The moment the words fell, a commander from the Black Dragon Legion, a peak Yuan celestial powerhouse, surged through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword down fiercely, intent on swiftly executing the one who dared to speak disrespectfully before the Crown Prince, setting an example for all. Thunderous. However, at a moment of dire crisis, the commander of the Black Dragon army suddenly felt an overwhelming and magnificent force erupting from afar, which instantaneously struck him with tremendous force, compelling him to retreat 1,000 miles. The Crown Prince of the Great Chu Immortal Court, what an imposing presence. Does my disciple dare to be slain? The cold, menacing words echoed, followed by an oppressive aura that descended like a dreadful shadow. The void shattered inch by inch, as if countless shards of glass scattered across the sky, and a terrifying energy permeated the surroundings. All eyes turned towards a singular point. There, a figure descended from the void, stepping upon the firmament. His visage was unremarkable, clad in coarse linen garments and wooden sandals, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet beneath this seemingly ordinary facade, an oppressive aura emanated that was chilling to the bone. He resembled a blazing sun illuminating the realms, invoking an instinctual desire to kneel and worship, rendering one unable to gaze upon him directly. At this moment, he stood poised in the void, hands clasped behind his back, akin to a celestial emperor surveying all beneath him. With a flick of his wrist, an unending tempest surged forth. His linen attire transformed instantaneously into a resplendent silver robe, adorned with jade at his waist, his countenance radiant as jade, exuding an aura of unparalleled nobility. The master of the Xiaotian Domain. Upon the appearance of this individual, the trio beside Chu Yuan, Chu Yi, Chong Wu, and Xuandu, each felt a shiver of solemnity wash over them. The master of the Xiaotian Domain, sovereign of one of the great immortal domains, the Xiaotian Immortal Domain, a cultivator of the mixed Yuan Saint Immortal rank, nearly stepping into the realm of quasi-mortal kings, his combat prowess was nothing short of terrifying, unrivaled among his peers. Moreover, the crucial detail was that this individual's master was none other than the supreme powerhouse, Immortal King Lu Tian. Immortal King Lu Tian, one of the oldest immortal kings in the upper realm. His existence could be traced back to the glorious era of the Great Chu Immortal Court. Having witnessed the rise and fall of innumerable powers, a colossal figure nearly invincible among immortal kings. Even now, the Great Chu Immortal Court must regard him with trepidation. Master of the Xiaotian Domain. This realm is under the dominion of the Great Chu Immortal Court. Do you come here today seeking enmity with the Immortal Court? Chu Ye's voice rang out coldly, his expression frigid, his aura surging wildly. At this moment, the military commander was still far away, and the solitary approach of the master of the Xiaotian Domain instilled within him a profound sense of vigilance. The Crown Prince must be protected at all costs. Should any misfortune befall him, he would bear the blame. There's no need to be so tense. The master of the Xiaotian Domain waved his hand, a light smile gracing his lips, appearing particularly carefree, even carrying a hint of warmth. I have merely come to rescue my disciple. I care not for the affairs of the Great Chu Immortal Court, but should my disciple be harmed, that would be intolerable. Whoever dares to harm my disciple shall face death. His laughter crescendoed, imbued with a palpable threat that sent chills down the spine. Ding. Detected a 5-star child of fortune, upper realm. The host can gain substantial villain points by defeating or slaying them. Additionally, a small portion of primordial fortune can be plundered, granting 10 opportunities for celestial draws. The abrupt turn of events elicited a response from the system within Chu Yuan's mind. Evidently, he had encountered a child of fortune in the upper realm. A cold smile crept across Chu Yuan's face as he surveyed the attributes of his opponent. Name, Su Tsong. Identity, disciple of the master of the Xiaotian Domain, a mixed Yuan Saint Immortal. Primordial fortune, 570. Child of fortune level, 5-star. Cultivation, mid-stage mystic immortal. Special opportunity, Immortal King's law of 9 slashes, bestowed with the ancient blade soul, greatly enhancing all blade techniques' might. Fortune halo effect, in perilous situations, will unleash unprecedented blade power. Upon demise, the remnants of the soul will transform into a nirvana divine cocoon. Reborn after 10,000 years, will gain even more primordial fortune, elevating the child of fortune level to 7-star. Having slain 6-star children of fortune, Chu Yuan now possessed the means to penetrate all fortune halos below 6 stars. Sutsong's halo effect was indeed formidable. Not only could he unleash extreme power when on the brink of demise, but even after death, he could undergo a rebirth. After 10,000 years, he would emerge as an even more formidable child of fortune. This individual posed a threat that must be eliminated. After reviewing the opponent's panel, Chu Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, yet boundless killing intent simmered within, placing Sutsong firmly on his must-kill list. A 7-star child of fortune would undoubtedly grow into the realm of immortal kings in the future, and the number of times Sutsong could be resurrected remained uncertain. Should he ascend to 8-star or even 9-star status as a supreme child of fortune, he would undoubtedly become a true and significant threat. And Chu Yuan, he harbored no affection for any threats. Crown Prince of the Great Chu, you are merely relying on the strength and influence behind you. Dare you descend and engage in a fair combat with me? This battle shall not involve our backgrounds. Whoever loses, whoever wins, even if one perishes, it shall be merely a matter of skill. Upon witnessing the arrival of the master of the Xiaotian domain, Sutsong felt increasingly emboldened, immediately issuing a cold taunt. Audacious! What status does His Highness hold? Why would he engage in a duel with a lowly wretch like you? Impudent! You seek death. The trio, Chu Yi, Chong Wu, and Xuandu, were incensed, their voices rising in anger, as if they wished to rend this fiend asunder 100 times. The crown prince of the great Chu immortal court. How noble he was! How could he be provoked and humiliated by a despicable insect? It was utterly preposterous. Huh! Seeing the three of you enraged, the master of the Xiaotian domain's face revealed a cold, sinister smile, his gaze chillingly sharp, mocking as he spoke. What? The esteemed crown prince of the immortal court dares not accept the challenge from my inferior disciple? Then upon my return, I shall surely spread the word that the crown prince of the great Chu immortal court is but a coward. Ha ha ha. You dare to insult His Highness the crown prince, I shall slay you. Chong Wu and Xuandu's faces contorted with rage, their fists clenched so tightly they threatened to shatter. Unable to contain their fury, ready to strike down the offender with thunderous force. Wait, however, in an instant, as Chu Yuan's voice resonated, the impending wrath of the two was immediately quelled, and they halted their steps. You wish to challenge me? Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. This battle will determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Do you consent? Chu Yuan descended from his throne, standing firm in the void, gazing intently at Sutsong. An overwhelming, imposing, and fearsome aura emanated from him, rendering the atmosphere stifling. The entire world seemed to freeze at that moment. Countless powerful members of the Black Dragon army were filled with dread, yet none dared to contradict Chu Yuan's decree. They held their breaths, hearts racing as if on the verge of bursting, breaths coming in quick succession. The crown prince had actually agreed. Moreover, it was a genuine life and death battle. It appeared the crown prince was truly enraged. Chapter 72, 9 slashes to annihilate heaven, a battle of domination. Haha, a battle that determines both victory and defeat, as well as life and death. I naturally accept. However, crown prince, should you inadvertently perish at my hands, do not blame the great Chu immortal court. Sutsong laughed madly, his eyes glinting with a chilling murderous intent. From the moment of his inception, he was imbued with the ancient blade soul. At the tender age of 1, he began to master the art of the sword, and by 2, he was already contemplating the essence of swordsmanship. By the time he reached 5, in terms of his proficiency in the sword path, even the most ordinary true immortals would find themselves unable to catch up. And now, Sutsong has traversed 76,000 years along the immortal path. His cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm, and within a hidden domain. He unexpectedly acquired the Celestial King's technique, the 9 strikes of annihilation, elevating his swordsmanship to an unprecedented pinnacle. With the power of the Celestial King's technique, even the most common golden immortal would stand no chance against Sutsong. Consequently, he was accepted as a true disciple by the Lord of the Xiaotian domain, who bestowed upon him the 8th-tier celestial weapon, the Thunder's Silence Blade, undoubtedly amplifying his already formidable strength. He is among the elite prodigies within the myriad of celestial domains, towering over countless peers. At this moment, although he is aware of the terrifying background of the crown prince of the great Chu celestial court, to the extent that even his master is filled with trepidation, Su Tsang does not believe that this prince possesses power commensurate with his status. A mere glance reveals the absurdity. He is merely at the pinnacle of true immortal cultivation. As a prince of the celestial court, he must have been inundated with resources since childhood, yet today he has likely spent tens of thousands of years in cultivation, yet remains stagnant at the true immortal realm, never having even stepped into the celestial immortal stage. Truly laughable. Even with numerous hidden trump cards, he could never hope to match Su Tsang. In the sky, witnessing Chu Yuan's proactive challenge, the lord of the Xiaotian domain could not help but chuckle coldly. He is well aware of the immense power of the great Chu celestial court, but as a disciple of the celestial king Luo Tian, he harbors no fear of retaliation from the great Chu celestial court. The celestial king Luo Tian is among the most ancient and powerful celestial kings of the upper realms. Who would dare provoke him? Who would dare seek revenge? My disciple, if you can slay him today, or render this great Chu prince's cultivation null and void, I shall grant you a quasi-celestial king's weapon. Furthermore, you shall become the lord of this Yunlin celestial domain. With this thought in mind, the lord of the Xiaotian domain directly transmitted his words to Su Tsang. Over the years, he has maintained close ties with the ancient Sacred Eye sect, and one of the elder patriarchs has been particularly kind to him, bestowing numerous celestial treasures. Now, witnessing the ancient Sacred Eye sect's annihilation at the hands of the great Chu celestial court, and the elder patriarch who aided him perishing as a result, the lord of the Xiaotian domain is consumed with rage. Spotting an opportunity, he is determined to eliminate Chu Yuan here to vent his pent-up resentment. What? Upon hearing the lord of the Xiaotian domain's words, Su Tsang, who had previously appeared somewhat indifferent, was suddenly jolted. His eyes sparkled with brilliant light. Is my master truly serious? Could it be the Blood Emperor's slaughter blade? Instantly, Su Tsang could not contain his excitement as he transmitted his thoughts. The Blood Emperor's slaughter blade, one of the celestial weapons collected by the lord of the Xiaotian domain over the years. Its rank reaches that of a quasi-celestial king's weapon. Once its master achieves the status of celestial king, this blade will naturally become a true celestial king's weapon, possessing terrifying might. Naturally, this blade was prepared for you from the very beginning. The lord of the Xiaotian domain did not deny it. After receiving confirmation, the battle intent in Su Tsang's eyes surged intensely, almost igniting into flames. A quasi-celestial king's weapon. Such a treasure, even among the thousands of celestial domains nearby, is exceedingly rare. Slay this great Chu prince, and the Blood Emperor's slaughter blade will be mine. With this thought, Su Tsang's breath quickened significantly. His gaze burned with fervor, nearly yearning to devour his opponent. Your Highness, please. Facing the slowly descending Chu Yuan, Su Tsang coldly smiled, gradually drawing his blade from its sheath. This blade is named Thunder Silence. Remember this well, for it is the blade that shall bring about your demise. Su Tsang gently caressed the blade's edge, feeling its icy sharpness. In that moment, all eyes, whether from the Celestial Power Sect, the Black Dragon Army, or the Lord of the Xiaotian domain, were fixated upon this scene. Although the members of the Black Dragon Army felt a surge of tension, the thought of the numerous high-tier celestial weapons on their prince's person eased their worries. Meanwhile, the Celestial Power Sect and the Lord of the Xiaotian domain all wished for Chu Yuan's demise. The leader of the Celestial Power Sect was filled with joy. He had not anticipated such a turn of events in a dire situation. If they could align themselves with the towering figure of the celestial king Luo Tian, the Celestial Power Sect would undoubtedly rise to prominence, becoming a dominant force. A blade meant to kill me? In the arena, upon hearing Su Tsang's haughty declaration, Chu Yuan merely smiled indifferently. Perhaps what you should be contemplating now is not how to kill this prince, but rather how to preserve your own life. His words reverberated through the heavens, instantly spreading in all directions. An arrogant fool. Su Tsang's eyes blazed crimson, resembling a beast fixated on its prey. Boom. With a single step, he transformed into a streak of purple lightning, soaring into the sky with blinding speed, as if propelled by thunder. In an instant, he traversed 1,000 miles, arriving before Chu Yuan. So fast. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Such terrifying speed was nearly imperceptible to the other celestial beings present. Only by utilizing their celestial energy could they catch glimpses of fleeting shadows. Yet they could only discern vague traces. Too slow. Chu Yuan, however, remained calm, betraying no hint of emotion. Without even a glance, he struck down towards an empty space, instantly unleashing the domain of annihilation, accompanied by the terrifying force of eternal destruction. Boom. The expansive arena of the Celestial Power Sect crumbled almost instantaneously. A tremendous wave of energy surged outward, sweeping away clouds of dust and obscuring the sky. Whoosh. Su Tsang was violently propelled backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his attire now slightly disheveled. His eyes reflected an uncontrollable horror, as if he had encountered some monstrous entity. He saw through it. This person could actually keep pace with his speed. Furthermore, he completely perceived the first strike of the 9 strikes of annihilation, the falling thunder. Is he truly just a true immortal? If he has not deliberately concealed his cultivation, then this great Chu prince's power exceeds all expectations, presenting an unprecedented threat. Su Tsong's thoughts were in turmoil, racing with countless ideas. Yet at this moment, he could not afford to ponder further. Boom! Chu Yuan casually unleashed another wave of terrifying force. Within the domain of annihilation, everything was within his clear perception. His mastery of the power of eternal destruction was akin to adding wings to a tiger, making it exceedingly difficult for Su Tsong to respond. In their first clash, Su Tsong suffered considerably. Every attack seemed to anticipate his retreat. No matter how he dodged, he could not escape. After just a few casual strikes from Chu Yuan, Su Tsong found himself spitting blood repeatedly. Unable to even unleash the sword techniques he prided himself on, steadily retreating. He had already begun to fall into an absolute disadvantage. Chapter 73, The Gluttonous Apparition, the Lord of the Xiaotian Domain in Retreat. Su Tsong, take this seriously. As my disciple, do you possess only this level of strength? In the void, the Lord of the Xiaotian Domain could not help but roar in anger. How could Su Tsong, at the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm, be so utterly dominated by a mere true immortal of the Great Chu? It was an utter disgrace. Yes, master. Upon hearing the Lord of the Xiaotian Domain's reprimand, Su Tsong swallowed the metallic taste in his throat, forcefully stabilizing the tumultuous celestial energy within him while adjusting his mindset. The 9 strikes of annihilation. The second strike, exterminate the gods. The celestial king's technique was once again activated, and the terrifying might of this strike far surpassed its predecessor. The blade's radiance swept across, shattering the void. It resembled a cataclysmic blade capable of annihilating all existence, intent on erasing everything from reality. Futile. In the face of this unparalleled strike, Chu Yuan remained remarkably composed, extending a hand and clutching fiercely. The chaotic power, obliteration. Buzz. In an instant, the void trembled, the vast expanse around them disintegrated, reverting to its primordial chaotic state. In the incredulous gaze of Su Tsong, that divine execution was also instantaneously obliterated, transforming into chaos before vanishing without a trace. Not only that, but the residual waves surged forth, relentlessly crashing towards Su Tsong. Boom. At this moment, the heavens and earth reverted to chaos. Everything that was freed from that annihilating force disintegrated into the most fundamental particles, dissolving within the cosmos. Hiss! A gasp of astonishment erupted among the crowd. The leader of the Xiangang sect was left utterly dumbfounded, his pupils constricting violently. What unfathomable power was this? Just moments ago, Su Tsong's terrifying strike. Even a primordial immortal like himself would not dare to withstand. Yet, under this bizarre force, it was instantly shattered, leaving no room for even the slightest resistance. You? Evading the residual force of obliteration, Su Tsong's heart raced, his body drenched in cold sweat. The divine execution. That was the second of the celestial king's 9 blades of annihilation, sufficient to pose a threat to primordial immortal beings. If a golden immortal were struck, death would be inevitable. Yet, the incredulity in his heart reached its zenith, compelling Su Tsong to look up. He was met with the sight of Chu Yuan, who had remained aloof from the beginning, now standing before him, less than a yard away. This is bad. A profound sense of danger enveloped Su Tsong's mind, and instinctively, he attempted to turn and retreat. However, at this moment, he had truly stepped into the domain of Chu Yuan's chaotic power. Within this sphere, Chu Yuan was omniscient and omnipotent. He possessed the true ability to distort reality and rewrite everything. The master. In the next moment, Chu Yuan's icy voice rang out. Su Tsong's fearful gaze instantly dimmed, his retreat halted in an instant, his body rigidly frozen in place. Disciple. The Lord of the Xiaotian Domain was alarmed. Immediately breaking the rules to intervene, he tore through the void to reach Su Tsong's side, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Chu Yuan to save Su Tsong. This is bad. Quickly protect the crown prince. As a powerful sage immortal, the Lord of the Xiaotian Domain moved with a speed that was impossible to react to. Even the 3 black dragon leaders of the Chu Knight were equally urgent, all rushing to act. Yet just then, an astonishing turn of events unfolded that left everyone in shock. Lord of the Xiaotian Domain, did this prince summon you? Chu Yuan's cold words echoed, and in an instant, a thread of eternal power connected to the soul-binding chain on his chest. The patterns of the gluttonous beast erupted in a brilliant dark glow. Devour. Roar. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, a roar that seemed to originate from the primordial wilderness reverberated through the heavens and earth. Then, an enormous gluttonous avatar, towering 10,000 miles, manifested. The moment it appeared, it viciously bit down on the right arm of the Lord of the Xiaodian domain, who, had he not reacted swiftly, would have found himself a meal within the belly of the glutton. Celestial King's weapon. The terrifying celestial might enveloped the skies. The oppressive aura of the dark glutton spread like a tidal wave, crushing those below with weaker cultivation, causing their bodies to explode into a mist of blood. In the distance, the Lord of the Xiaodian domain was thrown into a state of utter panic. The strength of this gluttonous avatar far surpassed his own. This was the true Celestial King's weapon. Moreover, even among celestial weapons, it could be considered one of the most formidable. Has the great Chu celestial court lost its mind, bestowing such a treasure upon a mere prince of true immortal cultivation, and carrying it at all times? This arm shall be the price for daring to strike at this prince. Chu Yuan's expression remained indifferent, as if he had already anticipated that the Lord of the Xiaodian domain would intervene, and had made thorough preparations. Beside him, the gluttonous avatar roared ferociously, devouring all energy in the heavens and earth. In an instant, the Lord of the Xiaodian domain's right arm was consumed and refined, the power and pressure becoming even more terrifying. Damn it, my arm. Why can't it regenerate? The Lord of the Xiaodian domain's severed arm writhed, desperately attempting to grow back, but no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. It was as if an invisible force was persistently obstructing him, akin to maggots gnawing at his bones, rendering healing impossible. Great Chu Prince, this domain Lord will remember you. I shall not let this matter rest. When the Celestial King of Luotian emerges, even your great Chu celestial court will pay a painful price. The Lord of the Xiaodian domain's eyes turned blood red, his voice filled with venomous rage as he vanished without a trace. The power of the glutton was exceedingly terrifying. Perhaps only a quasi-celestial king could barely contend with it. Remaining here would surely lead to death. Thus, the Lord of the Xiaodian domain decisively fled. He prepared to report today's events to his master, the Celestial King of Luotian, urging him to pressure the great Chu celestial court. Humph! Observing the Lord of the Xiaodian domain flee in panic, Chu Yuan snorted coldly. He naturally wished to eliminate the opponent. But how swift could a sage immortal's speed be? Even with the Celestial King's weapon in his grasp, he could not kill a sage immortal intent on escape. Therefore, leaving him with a severed arm was the maximum punishment he could impose. Next, he then turned his gaze back to Su Tsang, who was entirely enveloped by chaotic power. Chu Yuan, with a semblance of a smile, extended a finger and gently tapped Su Tsang's brow. Deprivation. Chapter 74. Slaying Su Tsang, Pinnacle of Celestial Immortals. Ugh, ugh, ah. As Chu Yuan's cold voice resonated, Su Tsang seemed to instantaneously suffer an indescribable and immense agony. It was as if 1,000 blades were piercing him, extracting his soul and obliterating his essence. Crack, crack. Amidst the intense screams and tremors, Su Tsang's physical form began to collapse. His soul also began to disintegrate. That unique power of rebirth after death vanished entirely at this moment, as if an endless darkness consumed everything Su Tsang had. All was lost. Boom. The sound of flesh exploding, enough to make one's scalp tingle, echoed. Su Tsang's body, soul, and origin were completely obliterated. Even with his luck aura's powerful effects, there was no chance for survival at this moment. His very existence was nearly erased. He died more thoroughly than ever before. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 5-star Fate Child Su Tsang, earning 100 billion villain points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the 5-star Fate Child Su Tsang, successfully plundering 100 primordial luck, earning 400 billion villain points. Current host fortune, 100. Chaotic power elevated to level 2. Expanding influence. The ability to distort reality has greatly increased. All of the opponent's opportunities have been plundered, gaining the following rewards: the Celestial King's method of annihilation, the 9 slashes, and the ancient blade soul, the remnant of the Chaos Emperor's weapon spirit, the abyssal blade. Should more remnants be obtained, there lies a chance to reconstruct the abyssal blade. Additionally, 10 opportunities for celestial lotteries have been granted. The voice of the antagonist system reverberated incessantly. In an instant, a new Celestial King's method materialized in Chu Yuan's mind. With the blessing of the ancient blade soul, his comprehension of the path of the blade surged to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, having plundered the primordial fortune possessed by this favored son of the upper realm, Chu Yuan's own fortune finally rectified itself at that moment, elevating his chaotic authority to the 2nd tier. The dominion over power became increasingly terrifying. Songer has perished? Below, the demise of Su Tsang seemed to sever the last lifeline of the Celestial Gang sect's members. The sect leader trembled, staring vacantly at the horrifying phantom of the gluttonous beast in the void. Within the sect, hundreds of thousands of disciples bore expressions of dread, their hearts filled with despair. They had initially believed that, relying on Su Cang's master, Lord Xiaodian, even if they did not slay the Prince of Chu, they could easily compel him to retreat. Yet, they never anticipated such a dire outcome. The Prince of Chu wielded the true Celestial King's weapon, rendering even the Hunyuan Holy Immortal powerless against him. The gluttonous phantom loomed across the sky, devouring all things, casting a shadow over the realms. We surrender. Your Highness, we beseech you to spare us. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of Celestial Gang sect disciples, even all the high-ranking members within the sect, knelt in unison upon the ground, their faces etched with terror as they implored. Some even showcased their talents, hoping to join the Chu celestial court to evade calamity. Your Highness, I, Luan, have only cultivated for a mere 10,000 years, and my cultivation has already reached the early stage of the celestial immortal. I beg you to spare my life, and allow me to join the Chu celestial court. I shall undoubtedly become a formidable ally, eternally loyal to you. A strikingly handsome young man suddenly bowed thrice and knocked his head to the ground before Chu Yuan, embodying utmost sincerity. He was the direct descendant of the Lu family, a golden immortal lineage, gifted and cherished by his family since childhood. As long as he did not perish, he was destined to achieve the status of a golden immortal, a force to be reckoned with in the upper realm. And I, Your Highness, you cannot slay me. My father is the sovereign of the Eastern Cold Immortal Kingdom, and I, as the Crown Princess, am the most beautiful in the Yunlin Immortal Domain. If Your Highness allows me to join the Chu Celestial Court, I shall serve you day and night, ready for your every command. The speaker was a young woman, adorned in a light white dress, her beauty unparalleled, her countenance captivating enough to be deemed breathtaking even in the vast upper realm. Yet at this moment, the pleas of the crowd below failed to reach Chu Yuan's ears. After briefly assessing the harvest from this endeavor, he turned resolutely towards the three leaders of the Black Dragon clan, Chu Yi, Zhongwu, and Xian Du, and spoke. Kill them. Leave not a single one alive. His indifferent voice reverberated like thunder across the heavens. All within the Celestial Gang sect heard this clearly. Instantly, the faces of those still begging in supplication twisted in horror. As you command. Chu Yi bowed in obedience, gazing down at the Celestial Gang sect, his lips curling into an increasingly chilling and cruel smile. These despicable beings. Today, they nearly endangered His Highness. They deserve death. Wait. The sect leader attempted to speak further, but what awaited him was merely a dismissive wave from Chu Yi, signaling the 100,000 Black Dragon soldiers to launch a coordinated assault, obliterating this place. Yes, accompanied by the unified response of the 100,000 Black Dragon soldiers, a cataclysmic assault erupted. Its magnitude was akin to a world-ending catastrophe sweeping across the expanse. The heavens were entirely obscured by this overwhelming force. At this moment, it seemed as though a dragon shadow descended from the heavens, roaring down with destruction capable of annihilating all. In an instant, boom, a terrifying shockwave surged forth, turning the surrounding mountains into dust, clouds of debris billowing. The sect leader of the Celestial Gang was the first to perish, swept away by the residual force, his entire being reduced to ash, drifting through the void. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As for the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Celestial Gang sect, they scattered like chaff in the wind, screaming in terror as they fled. Yet ultimately, there was no escape from their doom. Their souls shattered, disappearing into oblivion. The once mighty Celestial Gang sect, a dominant force that had stood in the Yunlin Immortal Domain for millennia, was thus reduced to a desolate wasteland. None from the Celestial Gang sect survived. Even the ancient Yun mountain range they occupied was utterly obliterated in the Black Dragon Army's cataclysmic assault, ceasing to exist. 3 days later, the Eastern Emperor Palace, Hunyuan Secret Realm. The Hunyuan Secret Realm, the highest-level cultivation sanctuary within the Eastern Emperor Palace, was exclusively designated for Chu Yuan. The concentration of celestial energy within surpassed that of the outside world by millions of times. With abundant Hunyuan energy capable of allowing holy immortals to ascend to the realm of Hunyuan holy immortals, it was truly an invaluable cultivation sanctuary, enough to make even quasi-celestial kings envious. At this moment, boom, Chu Yuan sat cross-legged in the deepest part of the secret realm. The sound of his breakthrough resonated from within. Remarkably, having consumed a staggering 500 billion antagonist points, coupled with the absorption and refinement of the Shien immortal laws possessed by Su Cang, Chu Yuan's cultivation experienced an explosive surge. He reached the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. The 500 billion antagonist points enabled him to ascend to the mid-stage of celestial immortal. Yet, Through the complete integration of the ancient blade soul and the refinement of the 2 million Shien immortal laws controlled by Su Tsang, he achieved the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Chu Yuan opened his eyes. The aura of celestial might surrounding him had undergone a transformative change. All true immortal laws were transmuted into a higher tier of celestial laws, shimmering like countless ancient runes, enveloping Chu Yuan in an aura of unfathomable magnificence. Chapter 75. Another lottery draw, the terrifying primordial artifact, the celestial immortal realm. This is the true realm of the upper heavens. True immortals are merely at the threshold, a state achievable in the lower realms. Yet, to attain the celestial immortal status in the lower realms is utterly impossible. This is solely due to the absence of the genuine celestial spiritual energy of the upper realms, forever confining one to the realm of true immortal. Hence, the power of the celestial immortal realm represents a significant increase compared to that of true immortal. At this moment, Chu Yuan's perception deepened. His 12 million true immortal laws transformed into 120,000 celestial laws. Upon stepping into the celestial immortal realm, he further condensed 3 million celestial laws. Finally, with the absorption and refinement of Su Tsang's Shien immortal laws and ascending to the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, Chu Yuan's total count of celestial laws now surpassed even that of his true immortal days. He reached an astonishing figure of 32 million. 32 million celestial laws. What a terrifying and formidable number this is. It is essential to recognize that celestial laws are not as simplistic as true immortal laws. The power contained within a single celestial law far surpasses that of a true immortal law by 100-fold. Most formidable beings, upon ascending to the realm of celestial immortals, experience a significant reduction in the quantity of laws within their bodies, yet witness a remarkable enhancement in their quality. Typically, an ordinary celestial immortal can only master a mere 100,000 celestial laws. Exceptional prodigies might wield several 100,000. Even those truly monstrous talents can, at most, control 1 million celestial laws. And what of Chu Yuan now? An astonishing 32 million celestial laws. This figure exceeds the upper limit of the most elite prodigies by over 30 times. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the ranks of celestial kings, prompting them to rush forth in a fervent bid to take Chu Yuan as their disciple. With a long exhale, Chu Yuan gradually withdrew from his meditative state. 32 million celestial laws. Each law is exquisitely pure and refined, truly perfect in its essence. At this moment, an indescribable and terrifying power radiated from Chu Yuan's entire being. Now, even without the aid of celestial artifacts, I could effortlessly slay golden immortals, even the weaker primordial immortals. Chu Yuan's gaze burned with intensity. Should I reach the realm of profound immortals, my power would likely rival that of the most formidable cloud immortals. While I may not be able to match the celestial emperors in strength, with the assistance of several celestial artifacts, I could still engage them in combat. Host, Chu Yuan. Fortune, 100. Cultivation, peak celestial immortal, can be elevated to early profound immortal realm by consuming 8 billion villain points. Special, Celestial King Dao Fruit, prototype, 32 million celestial laws. Physique, Eternal Calamity Body, Chaos Authority Level 2, Ancient Emperor's Eye, Celestial King's Divine Eye. Villain points, 400 million. Heavenly Lottery, 10 chances remaining. Techniques, Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Scripture, Fragmented Chaos Law, Level 1. Divine Abilities, Great Fate Technique, Celestial Emperor Law, 9 slashes to annihilate heaven, Celestial King Law. Domain of Ultimate Demons, Celestial King Law. 33 Heavens Creation Divine Fist, Celestial King Law. Mastery of Death, Rule Immortal Law. Calamity Burial Seal, True Immortal Law. Magical Artifacts, Soul Locking Chain of Devouring Void, Celestial King Dao Artifact. Record of Imperial Demons Annihilation, Fragment. Annihilation, Prototype of Celestial King Dao Artifact. Dark God Crown, 9th Grade Celestial Artifact. Yin-Yang Void Escape Ring, 9th Grade Celestial Artifact. Abyssal Emperor Robe, 9th Grade Celestial Artifact. 10,000 Void Celestial Ring, 8th Grade Celestial Artifact. Upon briefly inspecting the current system panel, I was astonished to find it had undergone significant changes. After fully entering the celestial realm, the techniques and artifacts from the lower realm no longer appeared, replaced instead by the latest celestial laws and artifacts acquired by Chu Yuan. I had nearly forgotten that there remained 10 opportunities for the Heavenly Lottery, allowing this prince to test his luck once more. With a thought, Chu Yuan instantly found himself in the peculiar space where the celestial rivers of the universe swirled. 10 consecutive draws. Chu Yuan spoke with calm assurance, showing no sign of hesitation. Buzz. As his words fell, a violent tremor resonated through the air. Instantly, 10 luminous orbs soared into the heavens from the celestial sea before him, one of which radiated a resplendent golden glow, like the sun at its zenith, illuminating the entire cosmos. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Chu Yuan's heart raced with palpable excitement. A treasure. It must be a genuine treasure of great significance. Ding. 10 consecutive draws concluded. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 300 billion villain points. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Celestial King Dao artifact, the Heaven-Subduing Seal. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Northern Howling Sage, Holy Immortal. The system's voice echoed as the luminous orb before Chu Yuan slowly unfolded, revealing the treasures he had received. At last, the orb that had shone with golden brilliance began to open. The system's tone seemed to swell with excitement, infused with an exhilarating fervor. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Judgment, one of the 4 primal artifacts, capable of severing all things, both formless and formed. Legends say that when the Judgment Sword emerges, it heralds the end of all realms. As the orb opened, there appeared an exceedingly ancient long sword, its blade marred with cracks. The sword's shape was bizarre. The hilt resembled a balanced scale, while the blade was shrouded in darkness, adorned with fine fissures. Within these cracks, strands of crimson seeped through, both eerie and unsettling. A primal artifact? Chu Yuan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He understood the concept of chaotic artifacts and celestial king artifacts, yet had never heard of the name of this primal artifact in the upper realms. It was likely that the grade of this sword surpassed all imagination. A dread existence even his father's previous incarnation had no right to know. The epitome of power that transcends all. Reaching out to touch the Judgment Sword, Chu Yuan instantly felt an unparalleled sharpness surge through his fingertips, as if it sought to tear apart his flesh and soul. Any mortal daring to touch this artifact would be reduced to ash. Yet, almost immediately, this power seemed to find something within Chu Yuan's being. It suddenly became extraordinarily stable, and the Judgment Sword, floating in the air, instantaneously merged into the center of Chu Yuan's brow, settling within his sea of consciousness. No matter how Chu Yuan summoned or urged it, it remained in a state of eternal tranquility. However, despite this stillness, the moment the Judgment Sword integrated into Chu Yuan's body, it left behind a thread of power that was nearly imperceptible, though seemingly trivial. Merely channeling that power caused Chu Yuan's expression to change dramatically. It was terrifyingly strong. No, it was simply unfathomably powerful. Just the slightest trickle of that power coursing through the Dao fruit caused the eternal chaotic blood within Chu Yuan to tremble with fear. The power of the Judgment Sword. Even the master of eternal calamity, who transcended celestial emperors, quivered in trepidation. A careless release of power from his fingertips erupted. Boom! The deafening roar reverberated throughout the entire space, where the quality of the realm was millions of times greater than that of the upper realms. Even a golden immortal's might could scarcely shatter this space. Yet, this minuscule outburst of power instantaneously shattered billions of miles of void, reducing it to nothingness. Chapter 76, Mastering the Cloud Rain Immortal Domain, The Return of the Black Dragon Commander. Buzz. As the void warped, Chu Yuan found himself back in the primordial secret realm of the Eastern Emperor Palace. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the Judgment Sword firsthand, even now, Chu Yuan could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. The power left behind by the Judgment Sword was merely a trivial remnant. Furthermore, even this fragment of power likely represented less than 1/10,000th of its potential. Yet its might was at least comparable to a strike from a holy immortal. Even a celestial emperor would be instantaneously obliterated, while numerous golden immortals would be reduced to ash. A trump card. Although I am currently unable to truly wield the Judgment Sword, the threat of power it imparted will undoubtedly become my ultimate killing move. A mere fraction of its strength can rival a strike from a holy immortal. If I were to unleash the full force of this power. In that moment, Chu Yuan mused internally, should this judgment power be fully unleashed, its might would surely multiply by several 100,000 times. At that point, it would genuinely rival a strike from a celestial king. Even quasi-celestial king beings would likely fall before this lethal blow. Regardless, I must hasten to elevate my strength. The celestial cultivation of a mere heavenly being is still woefully insufficient to wield the primordial artifact. It is likely that one must at least reach the realm of the supreme immortal, if not the holy immortal, to even begin to manipulate it. Chu Yuan shook his head. As the judgment sword merged with his being, it seemed to lapse into a profound silence. Perhaps it deemed his current cultivation far too meager, unworthy of mastering such a divine artifact, thus opting for stillness. Nevertheless, it left behind a trace of power, sufficient for Chu Yuan to employ as a trump card against the majority of dangers. After all, even for an immortal king, The might of this judgment could pose a formidable threat. Upon departing from the primordial secret realm, Chu Yuan proceeded directly to the council hall within the Eastern Emperor's palace. I pay my respects, Your Highness. Along the way, numerous guards and maidens knelt in homage. Upon entering the hall, the leaders of the Black Dragon army had already arrived, similarly bowing in deference. Do not rise. Chu Yuan waved his hand, ascending to the nine-dragon imperial throne, casually inquiring, "What is the current situation in the Yunlin immortal domain?" Replying to Your Highness. The speaker was Zhang Yan, the third leader of the Black Dragon army, one of the three most formidable among the 16 leaders, having reached the pinnacle of the primordial holy immortal realm. He was on the verge of stepping into the terrifying domain of a quasi-mortal king, surpassing even the lord of the showdown domain by several measures. At this moment, Zhang Yan knelt partially, clad in a gray robe, a narrow scar resembling a sword mark faintly visible above his right eye. Despite having traversed the immortal path for centuries, his visage remained remarkably youthful, though the piercing glint occasionally flashing in his profound eyes hinted that he was far from being as simple as he appeared. After 3 days, the Yunlin immortal domain is now fully under Your Highness's control. 2 sects have been vanquished by our Black Dragon army, while the remaining sect and 2 nations have chosen to submit, thereby pledging allegiance to the Grand Chu immortal court. Moreover, as if recalling something, Zhang Yan hesitated momentarily before continuing. What is it? Chu Yuan's expression remained tranquil, yet his voice conveyed an undeniable authority. Due to the lord of the Shoudian domain being repelled by Your Highness and losing an arm, his master, the Immortal King Tian, is furious and intends to send his remaining 3 disciples to seek an explanation from Your Highness. Additionally, it is rumored that the visitors are all of Quasi-Immortal King Cultivation. Zhang Yan's countenance grew solemn as he recounted the events. Immortal King Tian is currently one of the most powerful and influential figures in the upper realm. Throughout his lifetime, he has taken in countless disciples, yet among them, only 7 stand out as the strongest. This includes 2 primordial holy immortals, 3 quasi-immortal kings, and 2 true immortal king titans. It is these 3 quasi-immortal kings who come together, intending to quell the rise of the Grand Chu immortal court and restore the prestige of Immortal King Tian. After hearing Zhang Yan's words, Chu Yuan could not suppress a cold laugh. Immortal King Tian has already chosen the path to his own demise. The 3 quasi-immortal kings are indeed formidable, but I now possess the Immortal King's Dao armament and the Judgment Sword. The mere eruption of that judgment power could instantaneously annihilate those 3 quasi-immortal kings. Should they dare to approach, I shall personally slay them. Do they truly believe I am an easy target? His icy and indifferent words echoed throughout the hall. In an instant, the numerous guards and leaders present shuddered. Bravo! Your Highness possesses such formidable spirit. It is indeed a blessing for us of the Black Dragon army. Just then, resounding applause erupted from the back of the hall. A tall figure adorned in the Black Dragon army's robes suddenly appeared, kneeling with a solemn expression. I am Zhao Wushang, the commander of the Black Dragon army, paying my respects to His Highness. Commander? You have finally returned. As the words fell, the leaders of the Black Dragon army expressed their immense joy, turning to gaze at their returning commander. Zhao Wushang, a quasi-immortal king of the highest caliber, was rumored to have engaged a true immortal king titan in a 3-strike confrontation without defeat, leaving countless upper realm factions astounded. Please rise, Commander. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, gesturing for him to get up. The power he sensed emanating from this commander was indeed astonishing. Even when compared to formidable beings like the Lord of the Shoudian domain, he was leagues ahead in strength. The disparity between realms was not merely a trivial gap, it represented an astronomical difference in power. It was conceivable that this commander had reached an extraordinary level of might. The ability to engage a true immortal king without being vanquished was an extraordinary feat, one that would have been deemed absurd in the upper realm. After all, the chasm between immortal kings and quasi-mortal kings was unfathomably vast, perhaps even greater than that between mortals and true immortals. Once one ascends to the title of immortal king and condenses their Dao fruit, they become a true titan of the upper realm, capable of annihilating countless universes with a mere thought, a being to whom billions of lives would bow in submission. An immortal king need not even lift a finger to slay a quasi-immortal king. A single glance could obliterate them, leaving no trace behind. Take, for example, the phantom demon lord that Chu Yuan encountered in the Taicang realm. This demon was once a quasi-mortal king, yet with just a single glance from the Lingxu immortal king, he was utterly destroyed, leaving only a sliver of his true spirit to fall to the lower realms, where he fortuitously managed to be reborn after endless years. The phantom demon lord, as a quasi-mortal king, wielded immortal king laws and was indeed a paragon among his peers. Yet even so, he was effortlessly extinguished by an Immortal King. It is evident how terrifying Zhao Wushang's strength must be, able to withstand 3 strikes from an Immortal King without defeat, leaving the entire upper realm in shock and disbelief. Chapter 77. Journey to the Starry Moon Immortal Domain. The killing intent of the 3 quasi-immortal kings. Haha, rest assured, Your Highness, if Immortal King Luo Tian's 3 worthless disciples dare to come, there will be no need for you to lift a finger. I, Zhao Wushang, shall cleave them under my sword. Zhao Wushang laughed heartily, revealing his bold character. Upon the annihilation of the Holy Land Ancient sect, and as he was about to return to the Eastern Emperor's palace, he received a summons from the current Immortal Court, commanding him to protect Prince Chu Yuan at all costs. Should any harm befall him, he would have to present his head as recompense. As the commander of the Black Dragon Army, Zhao Wushang naturally complied with utmost respect. He understood deeply the significance of Chu Yuan to the Grand Chu Immortal Court, which is why the Emperor and the 12 Immortal Kings deliberated carefully before dispatching one of their strongest commanders among the 3,000 generals. Only through such means could they ensure absolute safety. By the way, Your Highness, the Starry Moon Immortal Domain to the north of the Yunlin Immortal Domain is currently hosting a grand auction that occurs once every 10,000 epochs. Would Your Highness care to accompany me to witness it? Perhaps we could also compel the Starry Moon Immortal Domain to submit to you. It is indeed a veritable immortal domain, Zhao Wushang suddenly suggested. A pair of radiant eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation, as though they longed for a coveted treasure at the grand auction. The Star Moon Celestial Realm, perhaps? Chu Yuan pondered briefly. Indeed, the Star Moon Celestial Realm is one of the closest great celestial realms to the Yunlin Celestial Realm. It is said that the domain master of this realm possesses the cultivation of a quasi-celestial king, wielding immense power and commanding the Celestial King's law of the Star Moon recitation. Commander, is this not exceedingly perilous? The leaders of the Black Dragon Army suddenly turned pale, urging caution. The Lord of the Star Moon Realm is allied with the Luo Tian Celestial King. Should Your Highness venture there, you may likely fall victim to their schemes. We implore you to reconsider. As the commander of this army following Your Highness, what do you have to fear? Do you truly believe that I, the commander, cannot handle a mere lord of the Star Moon Realm? Zhao Wushang maintained a relaxed demeanor, casually sitting down and taking a hearty swig from a flask of strong liquor, exclaiming with delight. At his words, the others fell silent, realizing the truth in his assertion. As leaders of the Black Dragon Army, they were acutely aware of the formidable strength of this commander. A typical quasi-celestial king could be slain in an instant. Before him, even a Hunyuan Holy Celestial would be akin to a sheep awaiting slaughter, easily obliterated with a mere gesture. Even if a true celestial king were to descend, escape would still be possible. How intriguing, Zhao Wushang remarked. Then, in that case, this prince shall accompany you on this venture. After all, remaining in the Eastern Emperor Palace now, those 3 quasi-celestial kings will soon come knocking. It is far better for this prince to take the initiative and see how they will respond. At that moment, Chu Yuan suddenly smiled, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in his eyes. Then we shall also accompany Your Highness. I too. The leaders of the Black Dragon Army erupted in a chorus of agreement. Realizing they could not dissuade Chu Yuan, they all requested to join him, eager to protect their prince more effectively. That will not be necessary. The disciples of the Luo Tian Celestial King are ever watchful. You must ensure the safety of this prince within the Eastern Emperor Palace. Commander Zhao and this Northern Howler Saint will accompany me on this journey, while the rest shall remain here on standby. Chu Yuan gestured, with a subtle indication. The formidable Northern Howler Saint, acquired through the Celestial Lottery, made his appearance. He stood at the pinnacle of Holy Celestial Cultivation, nearly stepping into the Hunyuan Holy Celestial Realm. His presence immediately elicited astonishment from the 16 leaders of the Black Dragon Army. A Holy Celestial powerhouse? When did Your Highness acquire such a formidable ally? The Northern Howler Saint bowed respectfully to Chu Yuan, revealing a stern-faced middle-aged man, exuding an air of extraordinary gravitas, hinting at unfathomable depths. Commander Zhao, let us depart. With that, Chu Yuan rose gracefully from his imperial throne, descending with Zhao Wushang and the Northern Howler Saint in tow, leaving behind the 16 leaders of the Black Dragon Army, who felt utterly helpless. Word had it that the auction within the Star Moon Celestial Realm was unprecedentedly grand. The organizer was the Yunxiao Celestial Pavilion, under the guidance of a Celestial Emperor, where Celestial King laws and perhaps even Celestial King artifacts would make their appearance, prompting various Celestial Kings to dispatch avatars to attend. They could only wonder what Commander Zhao was contemplating. Should this venture place the prince in danger? How could they explain it to His Majesty and the Celestial Kings? Sighing deeply, the 16 leaders were filled with concern, yet felt utterly powerless. They understood Zhao Wushang's character well. If he insisted on going, there was no way to prevent him. Furthermore, with the prince's consent to proceed, they, as his subordinates, had no choice but to comply. They could only hope for a safe return from this endeavor. To the west of the Yunlin celestial realm, beneath the vast and boundless sky. Brothers, we must teach that great Chu prince a lesson. The speaker was the domain master of the Xiaotian realm, who had lost an arm to Chu Yuan. This wretch has slain my disciple and severed my limb. I yearn to tear him apart and obliterate his soul. Even if we cannot kill him, we must cripple his cultivation, rendering the great Chu celestial court a laughingstock in the upper realm. In the void, a colossal palace-like celestial artifact soared across the heavens, traversing countless miles in the blink of an eye. Within the palace, four figures materialized. The speaker was none other than the Xiaotian domain master, whose right arm remained a ghostly void. Despite seeking aid from the Luotian celestial king, he could not heal his injury. His eyes glinted with malice, clearly consumed by hatred for Chu Yuan, vowing vengeance until one of them lay dead. Fear not, since our master has spoken, we three shall surely incapacitate the great Chu prince. Let us strike a blow to the prestige of the great Chu celestial court. Responding to him were the three disciples of the Luotian celestial king, all quasi-celestial kings, brimming with murderous intent. One of them, a youth clad in white and wearing a mask, emanated an icy aura. Tall and slender, he exuded a chilling presence, with countless celestial king laws shimmering around him. He possessed a nascent celestial king's Dao fruit, making him a remarkable figure among quasi-celestial kings. Brother Shuangma, with your involvement, our success is guaranteed, remarked another, a captivating woman with a soft and beguiling voice. The former was the Shuangma celestial sovereign, and the latter, the Yuhuan celestial sovereign, both renowned beings in the upper realm. Feared by many, the aura of that great Chu prince has departed this domain. He is making his way to the Star Moon celestial realm. Is he intending to attend the auction at the Yunxiao celestial pavilion? The last figure, an elderly man with closed eyes and white hair, suddenly spoke, his right eye slowly opening to reveal the interplay of yin and yang, as if depicting the transformation of the universe. Even as Chu Yuan had just left the Eastern Emperor Palace, he was already aware of his movements and the direction he was heading. This elder was the strongest among the three quasi-celestial kings, known as the Qianquan celestial sovereign. A figure of terror who had withstood the gaze of a celestial king from billions of miles away without perishing. Chapter 78, Saint Moon City. The son of supreme fortune in the upper realm. Your Highness, ahead lies our destination, one of the largest cities in the Star Moon celestial realm, Saint Moon City. The Black Dragon treasure carriage traversed the endless void. In merely half an hour, they arrived at the central area of the Star Moon celestial realm. Upon witnessing the majestic city gradually revealing itself, Zhao Wushang smiled lightly and began to elaborate. This city is named Saint Moon, renowned alongside another called Miaoxing City. Both are governed by two formidable quasi-celestial kings, subordinate only to the domain master, serving as the twin pillars of the Star Moon celestial realm. The master of Saint Moon City is the Saint Moon celestial sovereign. Though merely a quasi-celestial king, he dares to call himself a celestial sovereign, quite bold indeed. As the treasure carriage advanced, Zhao Wushang seemed to recall the city's master, a smirk of disdain forming on his lips at the audacious demeanor of the Saint Moon celestial sovereign. Chu Feng found the situation equally intriguing. Although the upper realm lacked celestial sovereigns, such titles were not casually assumed. I fear that one must possess at least the cultivation level of a quasi-immortal king, or even stand out among them, to barely bear such a distinguished title. Commander of the Black Dragon Army, how do you compare to this Saint Moon immortal lord? Within the palanquin, Chu Yuan inquired with a hint of curiosity towards Zhao Wushang. Your Highness, you underestimate me far too much. I, Zhao Wushang, once withstood 3 strikes from an immortal king without defeat. What is the Saint Moon immortal lord but a mere insect? He could hardly withstand a single glance from an immortal king, let alone be a match for me. Zhao Wushang scoffed, feeling nothing but disdain for the Saint Moon immortal lord, as if he were a mere character that could be easily crushed with a finger. However, Your Highness, you are unaware that among the quasi-immortal kings, the disparity between the strong and the weak is exceedingly vast. The likes of the Saint Moon immortal lord can at most be considered a mid-level contender. As for myself, I can rightfully claim to be a true half-step immortal king. I am nearly invincible among quasi-immortal kings. Yet Zhao Wushang's voice trailed off abruptly, as if he had suddenly recalled something, his expression darkening instantly. But what? Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan furrowed his brow. This commander of the Black Dragon Army, nearly invincible among the quasi-immortal kings. Must there still exist a foe formidable enough to warrant such a grave demeanor? The true invincible entity among the quasi-immortal kings is neither I nor the disciples or offspring of the ancient immortal kings. It is rather the son or disciple of the Immortal Emperor. After a brief silence, Zhao Wushang slowly uttered the final words, his countenance gravely serious. He would never forget that fateful day 800 years ago. An utterly unremarkable youth had abruptly appeared before him, claiming to spar and ascertain whether the title of the invincible quasi-mortal king truly belonged to the Black Dragon commander. Zhao Wushang, dismissive, felt no need even to employ his immortal king-level divine abilities against such an infantile figure. Yet the outcome was exceedingly simple. With a single punch, the youth nearly shattered his immortal form, simultaneously crushing Zhao Wushang's long-held pride and arrogance into dust. Before departing, the youth had the audacity to declare, "Invincible quasi-immortal king? Merely a frog at the bottom of a well, ultimately not worth a single blow." This phrase had become indelibly etched in his mind, never fading even until now. As for the identity of that youth from yesteryear, it was only after several hundred years had passed that Zhao Wushang learned the truth. He was one of the supreme beings standing at the pinnacle of the upper realm, the ninth progeny of the Saint Martial Immortal Emperor, Tian. Now, merely 800 years later, this son of the Immortal Emperor had already achieved the status of an immortal king. And he, from the moment he embarked on the path of cultivation, had spent but over 30,000 years, to reach the pinnacle of the upper realm, becoming an unassailable immortal king. Whenever the name of this unparalleled prodigy was mentioned, Zhao Wushang could not help but shake his head slightly. He had once yearned for the opportunity to confront that individual again, seeking to redeem his past humiliation. However, upon learning that Tian had ascended to the rank of Tian Immortal King, all such thoughts dissipated. Such a terrifying prodigy could never be a target for his pursuit. At that moment, Zhao Wushang's heart harbored but one thought, extinguishing any semblance of a challenging spirit. The son of the Immortal Emperor, Tian? Chu Yuan too felt a twinge of astonishment. He could not help but ponder that this son of the Immortal Emperor was likely the most fortunate child of destiny in the upper realm. At the very least, at the 8-star level, if not above, achieving the status of an immortal king in 30,000 years, each level being utterly invincible, overshadowing every contemporary prodigy. The talent and opportunities of this individual must be terrifying to an outrageous degree. Halt! Ahead lies St. Moon City. To enter, one must pay 1,000 immortal stones. Suddenly, as the Black Dragon palanquin drew nearer, several thunderous voices erupted from the towering walls of St. Moon City, resounding like thunderclaps. Impudent! Do you not know whom resides within this palanquin? A being of unparalleled nobility. In an instant, the North Howl Saint became enraged. The pressure of the Saintess might bore down upon the guards who had dared to speak, overwhelming them. With a splatter, caught off guard, the guards were instantly forced to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths and noses, writhing in agony. A saint? As a guardian, this individual must be of considerable significance. Quickly open the city gates. This is perhaps a guest of the Cloud Sky Immortal Pavilion today. We must not be negligent. Upon witnessing the terrifying prowess of the North Howl Saint, the guards were instantly thrown into a panic. Amidst their shouts, the gates of St. Moon City slowly creaked open, welcoming Chu Yuan and his entourage. A saint? Who might you be, wielding such grandiose authority? I am the second prince of the Panwu Immortal Nation, and I wish to make your acquaintance, perhaps to forge a friendship. Huh? Before Chu Yuan could respond, a massive spiritual vessel suddenly traversed the void, from which emerged several figures, the foremost of whom held a folding fan and wore a beaming smile. Clad in a blue robe and adorned with a jade belt, he bore an air of scholarly elegance. On either side, exquisite maidens followed respectfully, clearly of noble origin. Chapter 79. The Past Grievances of the Black Dragon Commander and the Arrival of 3 Quasi-Mortal Kings. The Panwu Immortal Nation? Huh, what sort of ragtag nation is that? Remember this, before you stands the crown prince of the great Chu Immortal Court. Such a prestigious status is not something you lowly beings can aspire to. Why are you still standing there? Quickly kneel and pay your respects to the crown prince, as a means to atone for your insolence. With the arrival of this individual, before the North Howl Saint could speak, Zhao Wushang's expression darkened instantaneously. An oppressive force, countless times stronger than that of the saint, suddenly descended, almost enveloping the entire firmament. With a splatter, a quasi-immortal king, the second prince of the Panwu Immortal Nation spat out blood, struggling to maintain his stance under such overwhelming pressure. He was nearly on the verge of collapsing, compelled to bow before the might. You have gone too far, great Chu Immortal Court. How dare you make His Highness the second prince kneel publicly? If our sovereign were to learn of this, he would surely be furious. An elder appeared in the void, showcasing his Hunyuan Saint Immortal cultivation. Yet, under Zhao Wushang's terrifying pressure, he was akin to a stream against a vast ocean. No matter how the elder unleashed his power, he could not contend with it. Thus, he could only invoke the name of the ruler of the Panwu Immortal Nation to suppress the opponent. The Panwu Immortal Nation also possessed formidable forces led by an Immortal King. It was established by the young powerhouse, the Panwu Immortal King. Although slightly weaker among the numerous Immortal King factions, it still ranked among the strong nations of the Upper Realm. The Panwu Immortal King? Huh. That fellow couldn't even kill me a millennium ago, let alone now. What significance does he hold? Does he truly believe the 12 Immortal Kings of our court are to be trifled with? Get lost. Boom. Zhao Wushang coldly interrupted the elder's words. Suddenly, he struck down with a mighty palm, sending the elder hurtling 1,000,000 miles away, crashing through and collapsing over 100 majestic hills, leaving his life in utter uncertainty. The legendary tale of the Black Dragon Army's commander, who withstood 3 strikes from the Celestial King without defeat, originated from the ruler of the Panwu Celestial Kingdom, Zhao Wushang. Thus, a bitter enmity was forged between them, leaving no room for mercy towards this celestial nation. Hiss, I recognize that formidable figure. He is the ancient skeleton immortal of the Panwu Celestial Kingdom, at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Saint Immortal Realm, yet now. With a single palm, a Hunyuan Saint Immortal has been rendered lifeless, almost crushed like an ant. Who is this powerhouse from the great Chu Celestial Court? Such terror is unfathomable. The mighty beings within St. Moon's city gasped in shock, recognizing the elder's identity, yet remained oblivious to Zhao Wushang's true nature. It was not until a while later that a voice finally unveiled his identity. The Black Dragon Army, as commander, an invincible powerhouse among quasi-celestial kings, rumored to have withstood 3 strikes from a celestial king a millennium ago. That celestial king from 1,000 years prior was none other than the ruler of the Panwu Celestial Kingdom, the Panwu Celestial King. The one who spoke was a youth, looking at Zhao Wushang with fervent eyes filled with profound reverence and worship. What? The Black Dragon Army as commander? Is he truly that infamous figure? Such an invincible entity willingly serving as a guardian for the prince of the great Chu Celestial Court is indeed astonishing. Today, it seems a significant upheaval will arise within St. Moon City. The onlookers felt their hearts race with trepidation, secretly relieved they had not offended him earlier. That prince's identity is of unparalleled nobility, further bolstered by the Black Dragon Army as commander as his protector. Such a terrifying formation could nearly dominate the Starry Moon celestial region. How audacious! You dare to injure the ancient skeleton. At that moment, a maidservant of the second prince of the Panwu Celestial Kingdom could no longer restrain herself and scolded loudly. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, Zhao Wushang coldly snorted. Boom. His entire being erupted into a cloud of blood mist, obliterating even his soul. Spare me, Your Highness. I was blind to your greatness. I implore you for mercy, spare my life. Witnessing this scene, the second prince was utterly terrified, hastily kneeling and bowing repeatedly, tears and snot streaming down his face. The other powerful beings in St. Moon City trembled uncontrollably. Although the Black Dragon Army's commander was not targeting them, the fear instilled in them prevented any reckless actions. Your Highness, how shall we proceed? Zhao Wushang respectfully inquired of Chu Yuan, who was ensconced within the Black Dragon chariot. Since you have grievances with the Panwu Celestial Kingdom, you may handle it as you see fit. Do not mind the consequences. All outcomes shall be borne by this prince. A detached voice resonated, causing Zhao Wushang's gaze to shimmer as an icy glint appeared in his eyes when he looked back at the second prince. He slowly lifted his foot and stepped forward. Bang, bang, bang. Each step seemed to tread upon the very heart of the second prince. In that fleeting moment, the second prince's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat pouring from his brow. At that instant, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, chills coursing through his body. No, you cannot kill me. My father is a true celestial king, the master of the Panwu Celestial Kingdom. If you kill me, my father will never let you go. Seeing his pleas fall on deaf ears, he resorted to threats, attempting to leverage his father's identity to coerce Zhao Wushang into sparing his life. Your father? Zhao Wushang's smile turned increasingly frigid. I had intended merely to cripple your cultivation, yet you have unwittingly stirred up painful memories. You have completely enraged me. Thus, you must die. With those words, Zhao Wushang's expression hardened, and his gaze bore down with an overwhelming celestial power, striking with ferocious force. Boom. The heavens trembled. The maidservant beside the second prince was instantly obliterated, while he himself was unexpectedly whisked away by a sudden flash of celestial light, narrowly escaping destruction. Giggle. I find the commander's ferocity quite appealing. In the next moment, a delicate and enchanting voice resounded from above, followed by a tremendous pressure sweeping across the heavens, descending upon St. Moon City. I see now why you left the Yunlin celestial domain. It was to be protected by this Black Dragon Army commander. Hee. The Black Dragon Army commander. It would be best to kill him. The voice continued, and the figures of 3 individuals fully emerged. They were none other than the 3 foremost disciples of the Luo Tian Celestial King, the Soul Master Immortal, the Qianquan Immortal, and the Frost Demon Immortal. The arrival of these 3 celestial sovereigns enveloped the entire Saint Moon City in an aura of immense pressure, instilling a profound sense of oppression in everyone present. The 3 quasi-celestial kings had united in their descent upon Saint Moon City. They were not ordinary quasi-celestial kings, but formidable beings revered as celestial sovereigns. Their might likely rivaling that of the Black Dragon Army commander. Today, a grand spectacle is sure to unfold. Who among the 3 disciples of the Luo Tian Celestial King and the Black Dragon Army commander will emerge victorious? Some of the exalted celestial emperors, and even those above the Saint Immortal tier, now observed with great interest. Although unaware of why the Luo Tian Celestial King had targeted the prince of the great Chu Celestial Court, it was evident that a confrontation was inevitable. Moreover, a resolution would soon manifest. Chapter 80. The Celestial Sovereign Strikes, an Unprecedented Peril? However, the 3 loyal hounds, barking furiously, have arrived quite promptly. Zhao Wushang scoffed. Even in the face of the 3 celestial sovereigns' arrival, he remained composed and unafraid. Celestial sovereigns? Merely a self-proclaimed title for the arrogant and ignorant. Ultimately, they are but quasi-celestial kings. Even the most outstanding among them cannot bridge the vast chasm that separates them from true celestial kings. Just as he once faced the celestial emperor's son, Xiao Lingtian. Yet, in this moment, it is they who are the ignorant ones, trapped in their limited perspectives. Saint Moon Celestial Master, our master, the Luo Tian Celestial King, has commanded us to capture the great Chu Prince alive. We intend to engage in battle here today. I trust you have no objections? Suddenly, the Qianquan Immortal spoke towards Saint Moon City. As his words fell, a bright moon accompanied by a gentle breeze swept through, revealing the figure of the Saint Moon Celestial Master. She was a woman, clad in a flowing lavender gown, her beauty captivating beyond compare. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders, emanating an aura of lofty grace and purity. However, regardless of who triumphs or falters today, it bears no significance to my Saint Moon City, the Saint Moon Celestial Master declared, her eyes remaining closed, her flawless visage seemingly radiating a luminous glow. Making her stance clear, she chose neutrality and would not partake in the conflict of either side today. Haha, thank you, Saint Moon Celestial Master. Once we secure the great Chu Prince and eliminate the Black Dragon Army commander, we shall partake in today's auction event in Saint Moon City. The Qianquan Immortal laughed heartily, seemingly confident in the outcome of the day's events. After all, even if the Black Dragon Army commander is formidable, he is still merely a quasi-celestial king. A quasi-celestial king, even at the pinnacle of his potential, can never touch the realm of true celestial kings. One step forward is all it takes to ascend to true heights. Faced with the 3 pinnacle quasi-immortal kings, today, apart from the protection of the Immortal King, Chu Yuan finds himself inescapably doomed. However, the notion of an Immortal King personally safeguarding a junior? Utterly inconceivable. The Immortal Kings, how exalted they are. Each Immortal King stands as an entity unbound by any rules or agreements, and apart from the Immortal Emperors, none can command an Immortal King. Thus, the possibility of an Immortal King covertly protecting this Prince of Dechu is nearly non-existent. Prince of Dechu, I advise you to relinquish your resistance early to spare yourself from suffering. Should you surrender, we could escort you before the Immortal King of Luo Tian. If our esteemed master takes a liking to you, perhaps he might even accept you as a disciple. The gaze of the Qianquan Immortal Sovereign was profound as he directly ignored the Black Dragon commander, threateningly addressing the seated Chu Yuan within the Black Dragon carriage. A disciple? Chu Yuan's voice swiftly echoed, laced with disdain and mockery that he could not conceal. What is Luo Tian Immortal King? If an Immortal Emperor were sincerely to accept me as a disciple, I might consider it. But Luo Tian Immortal King? He is not worthy. Immediately following, words that sent shivers down the spine resonated across the heavens. Chu Yuan openly belittled the Luo Tian Immortal King in broad daylight. He regarded this ancient and powerful Immortal King as a mere joke. Audacious. A mere ant dares to insult my master so. Cursed be. In an instant, the Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign behind the Qianquan Immortal Sovereign was engulfed in fury. Among the 3 quasi-immortal king disciples, he held the utmost reverence for the Luo Tian Immortal King. The Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign, once an abandoned infant in the wilderness, was taken in and accepted as a disciple by the Luo Tian Immortal King, growing into the formidable Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign today. The Luo Tian Immortal King is both his teacher and father figure. He would not permit anyone to insult him in the slightest. Boom. In that moment, a rolling wave of cold mist surged, and a chilling, murderous aura swept through the world, shaking the 8 directions. Typically, quasi-mortal kings gauge their strength by the number of immortal king laws they command. Although quasi-mortal kings have not yet entered the true realm of immortal kings and cannot condense the authentic Deluo immortal body or the fruit of the immortal path, they can initially gather one of the sources of an immortal king's power, the immortal king laws. Such laws are among the pinnacle powers of the upper realm. Possessing just one immortal king law allows one to effortlessly annihilate the Hunyuan holy immortals, obliterating all existence. To have around 10 immortal king laws within one's body marks one as a paragon among quasi-mortal kings. To possess 50 qualifies one to proclaim oneself as an immortal lord. The master of Holy Moon City, the Holy Moon Immortal Lord, exists at this level, being a supreme powerhouse among quasi-immortal kings. And when one surpasses 100 immortal king laws, they ascend to the rank of immortal sovereign. Indeed, the Qian Immortal Sovereign, the Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign, and the Yuhan Immortal Sovereign all occupy this pinnacle tier. The strongest among them, the Qian Immortal Sovereign, commands 200 immortal king laws, qualifying him as a terrifying entity, nearly akin to a minor immortal king, capable of withstanding a true immortal king's gaze without perishing. At this moment, the Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign also proves formidable. His immortal king laws include the laws of ice and darkness, each commanding over 60. The terrifying might unleashed by the convergence of these 2 immortal king laws is enough to shake the entire immortal domain. In an instant, the winds and clouds transformed. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened as terrifying auras surged forth, permeating the surroundings. Frostblade slash. The Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign's gaze darkened as he formed a sword with his fingers, invoking the immortal king laws to strike at Chu Yuan within the black dragon carriage. Boom. In that instant, boundless icy currents surged forth. From the heavens came the wails of myriad vengeful spirits, darkness engulfing all as it surged forward. Crack. At this moment, the void froze, and all things fell silent. Above the firmament, only a crystal clear, exceptionally sharp frost blade remained. It then descended with great force. Boom. The skies were filled with intertwining demonic light and icy winds. The protective array of Holy Moon City was activated with great force. Within the city, some external powerhouses preparing to participate in the auction were startled, their figures flickering as they rushed to witness the unfolding scene, feeling a sense of dread. This is the Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign? What terrifying might! This individual likely commands over 150 immortal king laws. Although I am also a quasi-mortal king, facing this strike would result in certain death. A certain domain master felt his heart race with fear. Though he too possessed quasi-mortal king prowess, the number of immortal king laws he had condensed did not exceed 10. There was no comparison with the Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign before him. One was in the heavens, the other in the depths of the earth. As for the Black Dragon Commander, whether the legends of him withstanding 3 immortal king strikes unscathed are true remains uncertain. If false, he may perish alongside his master. A dragon man, towering 3 zhang, with 2 horns upon his head and a tail thick as a steel whip, spoke. The legend of the Black Dragon Commander is too terrifying. He himself is a quasi-immortal king, having condensed 30 immortal king laws. Even so, he believed the tales to be somewhat exaggerated. If one could truly withstand 3 immortal king strikes unscathed, it would require at least several thousand, if not tens of thousands, of immortal king laws. In the realm of quasi-mortal kings, apart from the Lingxu Immortal King, it is inconceivable that anyone else could achieve such a feat. Chapter 81. The True Power of the Black Dragon Commander, instantly slaying an immortal sovereign. He, the Prince of Dechu? I could indeed intervene to save him and later demand a reward from the Dechu Immortal Court. Behind the crowd, a disheveled elder, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he stroked his beard, contemplated his schemes. His true identity was that of a wandering immortal king in disguise. Upon seeing Chu Yuan facing imminent peril, he entertained the thought of intervening. However, the prospect of incurring the wrath of the Luo Tian Immortal King caused the wandering immortal king elder to shake his head, dispelling any thoughts of meddling. I am merely a wandering immortal king, with no backing whatsoever. Before the Luo Tian Immortal King, I would be utterly powerless. Should I be pursued by him, this endeavor would hardly be worthwhile. Alas, alas. As he murmured, the elder's figure seemed to dissolve into ash, as if he had never existed. Outside Holy Moon City, as the attack of the Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign descended, Zhao Wushang too took action in earnest. Smash! With a single palm strike, the frost and demonic energy dissipated. Although it was merely a casual strike, It seemed to harbor the terrifying power to annihilate the heavens and the earth, directly shattering the incoming frost blade. Whoosh! The violent gale ravaged the surroundings, uprooting distant giant trees. What? The frost demon Immortal Sovereign's gaze narrowed, his expression darkening. You dare to block me? The Black Dragon commander shattered his own attack with a single palm. This revelation left him in disbelief. To realize that he had now stepped into the ultimate realm of a quasi-immortal king, mastering a staggering 150 celestial laws, his power was truly formidable. Could it be that the mere leader of the Black Dragon army genuinely possessed the strength to resist an immortal king, as the rumors suggested? Soul Sovereign, let us join forces. We shall first eliminate this Black Dragon army leader. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign resolutely decided to collaborate in besieging the Black Dragon army leader. The Soul Sovereign wielded a unique soul law of the Immortal King, possessing a total of 120 laws. Together, their combined strength rendered them nearly invincible among the quasi-immortal kings, dominating the upper realm. Hehe, you certainly know how to command me, but I must admit, I revel in your authoritative tone. The Soul Sovereign, adorned in an alluring red gown, chuckled seductively. Her figure was enchanting, with large swathes of alabaster skin exposed, long legs that exuded irresistible allure, and her casual words contained an eerie charm capable of ensnaring souls. The soul laws she commanded were exceedingly terrifying. Any powerful being ensnared by them would eternally become the spellcaster's devoted servant, their past memories susceptible to arbitrary alteration. This soul sovereign had ascended to the realm of quasi-immortal king through her mastery of soul laws. Come forth, my loyal servants. With a flick of her skirt, the very fabric of space was torn asunder. Dozens of terrifying presences emerged, their eyes filled solely with admiration and loyalty. 4 quasi-immortal kings and 13 supreme celestial beings stood revealed. Their very soul essences were under the soul sovereign's dominion, transformed into her devoted servants. What? This soul sovereign is utterly terrifying. She alone is akin to an entire celestial army, including herself, that amounts to 5 quasi-immortal kings in combat power. The supreme celestial beings we could only gaze up at before now appear as mere servants to this sovereign. Instantly, the city of Holy Moon erupted in chaos. None had anticipated that the soul sovereign would enslave such a multitude of powerful beings, with 4 quasi-immortal kings among them. All right, let us slay them. Behind them, the rescued second prince of the Panwu Celestial Kingdom and the lord of the Xiaodian domain were equally exhilarated, roaring incessantly. Kill the 2 immortal sovereigns for quasi-immortal kings. And dozens of supreme celestial beings all launched their assaults. In an instant, it felt as if the very heavens were collapsing. Boom! An unparalleled wave of energy surged forth, deafening and causing the very earth to tremble. The Lord of Holy Moon had no choice but to intervene, stabilizing the protective city array to prevent the terrifying aftermath of this battle from engulfing the city. Meanwhile, some younglings within the city were filled with unprecedented excitement. Such an ancient battle, perhaps so rare it wouldn't be witnessed again for tens of millions of years, unfolded before their very eyes. Truly a stroke of fortune. Many true immortals and celestial beings rushed to the city walls, eager to witness the terrifying powers of the immortal sovereigns up close. However, in an instant, a breach appeared in the protective array, and a surge of power rushed in. One individual was instantly obliterated, becoming a mist of blood, paying the price for his audacity. Ha! Even an ant is still but an ant. You dare to capture the prince? Truly, you do not know your own mortality. Faced with such a multitude of attackers, Zhao Wushang remained remarkably composed, even laughing maniacally, his lips curling in disdain, appearing utterly unfazed. With merely 100 celestial laws, do you dare to proclaim yourselves as immortal sovereigns? Let us see if you can withstand a single strike from my black dragon halberd. Crack! With a swift motion, he shattered space, grasping with his hand. Suddenly, a menacing halberd, entirely black and entwined with several black dragons, emerged. Clang! The chilling sound of impending doom resonated through the void. In that instant, Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign, who had been charging at Zhao Wushang, felt an overwhelming, ferocious aura lock onto her. An immortal king's weapon? The expression of Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign changed dramatically. Upon sensing the sheer terror of the laws of power within Zhao Wushang, she was overwhelmed with disbelief. 8,000, not merely thousands, but tens of thousands of celestial laws. What manner of monster is this person? But before she could further process her shock, the black halberd's blade had already appeared before her. Subsequently, the black dragon halberd descended, accompanied by the onslaught of Zhao Wushang's thousands of celestial laws. Sizzle! In an instant, Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign's body was annihilated, her very soul extinguished. Zhao Wushang's cultivated laws were of true destruction. Although she was a quasi-immortal king, the number of celestial laws she commanded was not merely hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, but a staggering 100,000 laws known as the Laws of Destruction. Chapter 82. The Fall of Three Immortal Sovereigns. The Immortal King Strikes. Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign, a peak quasi-immortal king of formidable strength who had traversed endless ages, was now silenced before she could even utter a cry, vanishing in an instant. Zhao Wushang's power was terrifying beyond belief. This scene left the Lord of Xiaotian Domain and the second Prince of Panwu Celestial Kingdom pale and trembling. One strike. Merely one strike to slay that Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign. The weapon in his hand is an Immortal King's weapon. Moreover, the mastery of the Black Dragon Army leader over celestial laws exceeds all imagination. The laws within this sovereign's own body quivered in fear. Should this person strike, even this sovereign would likely be unable to withstand a blow. The Holy Moon Sovereign's beautiful eyes shimmered, her spirit shaken. In that moment, she had witnessed the fall of a pinnacle existence among the quasi-immortal kings. The strength of the Black Dragon Army leader was undoubtedly beyond comprehension. Today, the three disciples of the Luo Tian Immortal King had truly kicked a hornet's nest. Junior brother, upon witnessing the demise of Frost Demon Immortal Sovereign, the Soul Sovereign's eyes widened in fury. With a wave of her sleeve, she commanded all her servant warriors to charge toward Zhao Wushang. The four quasi-immortal kings and dozens of supreme celestial beings surged forward. Under the Soul Sovereign's command, they even ignited their essential laws, unleashing an unprecedented surge of terror. Yet at this moment, Zhao Wushang's gaze remained cold and proud. Seeking death, he uttered those two words indifferently, and in an instant, the black dragon halberd flew from his hand. Boom! The halberd's light tore through the skies, creating a tidal wave of ripples. In an instant, it transformed into a terrifying black dragon that roared forth, instantly shattering several of the servant warriors. Those servants, each possessing at least the cultivation of a supreme celestial being, were akin to the Lord of Xiaotian Domain, capable of dominating a region in the vast upper realm, wielding immense power. Yet now, they were obliterated as if they were mere ants, their bodies and souls annihilated in an instant under the onslaught of the black dragon birthed from the halberd. Destruction. Facing the oncoming wave of quasi-immortal king servants, Zhao Wushang spread his fingers, and with a whisper, an endless torrent of destructive laws surged forth, enveloping the four quasi-immortal kings. Then, boom, a deafening roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, rendering the four quasi-immortal king servants utterly powerless, vanishing into ashes in an instant. Their demise was nothing short of tragic. You, monster! Witnessing this scene, the Soul Sovereign was left utterly dumbfounded. These soul servants had taken her countless years to gather and control, yet now, they had all perished in the blink of an eye, not a single one spared. Even the four quasi-immortal king servants were akin to mere chickens and dogs in the hands of the Black Dragon Commander, easily obliterated with a mere wave of his hand. Such prowess was simply astonishing and unfathomable. Flee! We must leave quickly. We are no match for him. We must report to our master. A profound sense of trepidation surged within the Soul Sovereign. Without a hint of hesitation, she summoned her escape light, intent on retreating. Flee! To offend the crown prince of the great Chu Immortal Court is a sin worthy of 10,000 deaths. I, the commander, cannot allow you to leave alive. Zhao Wushang's gaze was frigid, his words cutting like ice. Upon finishing, the black dragon spear in his hand erupted with a dark, deep purple glow, transforming into a streak that shot forth like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the distant Soul Sovereign. A piercing, anguished scream echoed through the universe. The black dragon spear instantly pierced through the Soul Sovereign's body, leaving a horrifyingly large hole in her chest. A sight that was utterly shocking. Before the Soul Sovereign's scream could continue, the black dragon spear, having soared far away, returned once more for another strike. It brutally shattered the Soul Sovereign's head, annihilating not only her physical form, but also her very soul, slaying another immortal sovereign. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. The two disciples of the Luo Tian Immortal King perished in an instant. This black dragon commander was undeniably fearsome. Could it be that his true cultivation was not merely that of a quasi-immortal king, but that he had secretly attained the status of a true immortal king giant? In Saint Moon City, countless powerful beings were struck with dread. The immortal king elder who had manifested here was also feeling a tremor in his heart. 100,000 paths of immortal king laws, and among them, one of the upper-tier laws, the Law of Destruction. It was known that he had been an immortal king for a full 600,000 epochs. Yet he could only command 150,000 paths of immortal king laws. Without relying on the immortal king fruit and the great Luo immortal body, he, Fengsha Immortal King, was merely several dozen times stronger than this Black Dragon commander. He could not even be considered an absolute overmatch. Moreover, while this seemingly significant difference of several dozen times appeared substantial, the chasm between immortal kings and quasi-mortal kings typically spanned tens of thousands, if not millions of times. Even in terms of law power, the gap could exceed thousands of times. This mere difference of several dozen times was simply hard to believe. A chill ran through Fengsha Immortal King's heart. Should this Black Dragon commander achieve Immortal King status in the future, he would undoubtedly become a terrifying existence that even he would have to bow before. With no fixed abode and lacking the interest to establish a faction, he considered joining the Great Chu Immortal Court. The future potential of the Great Chu Immortal Court was bound to be extraordinary. By joining the court early, he might gain tremendous benefits in the future. With this thought, the elder who had transformed into Fengsha Immortal King fixed his gaze upon the last remaining Qianquan Immortal Sovereign. To act now would inevitably offend Luo Tian Immortal King. It had to be admitted, this was a genuine gamble. If the Great Chu Immortal Court could not rival Luo Tian Immortal King in the future, then perhaps his very life would be at stake. Yet, at this moment, he felt an unexplainable urge compelling him to take this gamble. The future of the Great Chu Immortal Court was bound to exceed all expectations. Finally, Qianquan Immortal Sovereign, how would you prefer to meet your end? Zhao Wushang turned and approached Qianquan Immortal Sovereign step by step. At this moment, the latter, upon witnessing the fall of the Frost Demon and Soul Sovereign, had turned pale, his face ashen, his lips twitching. Especially as he sensed Zhao Wushang's increasingly violent and ferocious aura, his heart raced with intense fear. Yet, on the surface, he feigned calm, coldly declaring, Black Dragon Commander, I am the third disciple of Luo Tian Immortal King. Should you kill me today, my master will surely be enraged and annihilate your entire clan, leaving not a single one alive. Qianquan Immortal Sovereign's voice quivered as he shouted. However, as soon as his words fell, a streak of azure wind light howled from afar. A distant, apathetic, ancient voice resonated through the heavens. Poof! Upon the utterance of those words, Qianquan Immortal Sovereign was instantly torn apart into a mist of blood. His very soul fragmented into countless pieces, leaving no trace of his remains. Sensing the absolute horror of such power, Zhao Wushang swiftly turned, gripping his Black Dragon spear tightly. An Immortal King, as one who had once battled against the Panwu Immortal King, he could not fail to recognize that the newcomer was a genuine Immortal King giant. Chapter 83, The Subservient Fengsha Immortal King, Panwu Immortal King descends. Hehe, young friend Black Dragon, I have no intention of becoming your enemy. I have come to place a wager upon the Crown Prince of your Great Chu Immortal Court and offer my assistance. As the wind light dissipated, a venerable elder clad in azure robes with white hair and youthful features revealed himself. At this moment, Fengsha Immortal King was no longer the disheveled, yellow-toothed old man, but radiated an immense aura of authority, exuding the divine brilliance of an immortal king, as if a true primordial deity had descended upon the world. Heavens! It is Master Fengsha Immortal King. I, the sect master of the 10,000 Spirits sect, pay my respects to the Immortal King. The appearance of a true Immortal King sent shockwaves through Saint Moon City. The mere fortune of a golden immortal witnessing the Immortal King was an unparalleled honor. The crowd in Saint Moon City was initially stunned, but soon they all bowed to the ground, their eyes filled with fervor and reverence. Though Fengsha Immortal King was a loose cultivator and among the weakest of the Immortal Kings, he was nonetheless a genuine Immortal King giant. In the vast expanse of several million immortal domains, he was an absolutely supreme powerhouse, capable of effortlessly establishing a transcendent force that could endure for billions of epochs if he so desired. Fengsha Immortal King? Chu Yuan's gaze was drawn to this azure-robed elder. Yet at this moment, he did not lower his guard in the slightest. With a mere thought, he could unleash the true power of judgment to deliver a devastating blow. What does the Immortal King mean? Zhao Wushang inquired gravely. Previously, when facing the three Immortal Sovereigns' siege, his expression had been one of utter calm, as though he were merely gazing down upon ants. Yet now, confronting a true Immortal King powerhouse, even he felt an unparalleled caution. Among all the quasi-immortal kings, he was perhaps the most acutely aware of the terrifying nature of Immortal Kings. The Immortal King fruit. All laws converge within, capable of unleashing unprecedented law power at a moment's notice. Even the simplest, most casual strike could rival the life-threatening assaults of the mightiest quasi-immortal kings. The Great Luo Immortal Body, a true embodiment of indestructibility, bearing the weight of countless worlds. The sheer physical might was horrifying to the point of being incomprehensible, a mere flick of a finger akin to the collision of innumerable universes. In an instant, one could endure the crushing weight of countless worlds. Moreover, these two fundamental forces merely signify the threshold of entry for celestial kings. In the past, the illustrious Panwu celestial king had only recently ascended to his status, which granted Zhao Wushang the qualification to contend with him. Yet, without a doubt, the prowess of the Fengsha celestial king far surpasses that of Panwu. The former's reputation circulated across various celestial domains over 100,000 epochs ago, whereas Panwu celestial king's reign has scarcely spanned a mere million years, rendering any comparison utterly futile. Do not be alarmed. Fengsha celestial king smiled warmly, resembling a benevolent elder, evoking no sense of trepidation. He then bowed respectfully in the direction of Chu Yuan. I, Fengsha celestial king, pay my respects to His Highness the Prince. Such courtesy from a celestial king. What brings you here today? Chu Feng inquired, his brows slightly raised, and in the next breath, he materialized in the void, astonished within. A celestial king. This is a genuine titan of the upper realm, capable of extinguishing countless worlds with a mere snap of his fingers, and he is bowing before me? Huh. I have wandered as a solitary cloud and wild crane for many years. Today, witnessing your highness's splendor brings me immense honor. Henceforth, I am willing to serve you. Fengsha celestial king chuckled softly, seemingly as gentle as jade, yet a gleam of sharpness flickered in his eyes. The mere presence of a black dragon commander could never inspire him to join the great Chu celestial court. It was ultimately the unknown power radiating from Chu Yuan, which sent shivers down his spine, that solidified his decision. This prince of the great Chu celestial court is undoubtedly extraordinary. Should he manage to cultivate himself into a celestial king, the great Chu celestial court would unequivocally gain another supreme overlord. As for the benefits that would accrue from supporting this prince in his ascension to emperor, they would be incalculable. After all, his talent has already reached its zenith. Without seizing the opportunity, he would forever remain stagnant at the threshold of being a newly ascended celestial king. Serve this prince? Chu Yuan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a declaration from Fengsha celestial king. Do you truly wish to join the great Chu celestial court? Zhao Wushang felt a mix of surprise and joy. A celestial king. Currently, the great Chu celestial court, even with his majesty included, boasts merely 13 celestial kings. If we could gain the loyalty of yet another celestial king, it would be a monumental piece of good news. Indeed, since I have come, it is with sincere intent to pledge allegiance to His Highness. Fengsha celestial king chuckled, stroking his beard. At their level, the allure of fame, wealth, and power struggles has long since dulled. Beyond the pursuit of a higher realm, they harbor no further obsessions. With a wave of his hand, the celestial oath of the heavens manifested before them. If your highness does not believe me, then let me establish a celestial oath here. From this day forth, I shall be wholeheartedly loyal to you, never harboring any ill intentions towards the great Chu celestial court or your highness. My words today are true. Should I violate this vow, let heaven and earth conspire to annihilate me. Accompanied by a resounding thunder, rows of chaotic symbols gradually emerged in the void. Observing those chaotic characters, the powerful beings present felt their pupils constrict sharply. The celestial oath. To violate it would invite the retribution of the primordial heavens, resulting in utter obliteration. It seems Fengsha celestial king is resolutely determined to join the great Chu celestial court, even to the extent of showcasing such a stance. There is no need for such formality, celestial king. Given your resolve, this prince extends the warmest welcome. Chu Yuan's heart brimmed with joy. He had not anticipated that his journey to Xianxia City would not only involve the slaying of the 3 disciples of the Luo Tian celestial king, but also unexpectedly garner the allegiance of a celestial king. It was indeed a monumental stroke of fortune. With the loyalty of Fengsha celestial king, he could traverse the myriad celestial domains without a hint of trepidation. However, just as Chu Yuan and his companions began to breathe a sigh of relief, a voice echoed from the endless distance, shattering the tranquility. Zhao Wushang. A terrifying roar that seemed to obliterate the very heavens, plunging the world into an eternal darkness reverberated across the sky. In an instant, an unparalleled pressure descended, crushing all in its wake. The protective array of Xianxia City was instantly shattered, and countless assailants within were annihilated by the overwhelming force, leaving a scene of carnage in a heartbeat. Panwu celestial king. Zhao Wushang abruptly lifted his head, his expression shifting wildly. Above in the void, a towering figure radiating golden celestial brilliance descended, shattering the firmament. It was none other than the master of Panwu celestial nation, the once renowned prodigy of the upper realm, who had forged an unbreakable enmity with the Black Dragon commander. Zhao Wushang, I never expected you to dare appear before me. Panwu celestial king roared with unrestrained fury, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. causing countless weaker beings to explode in agony. He harbored a deep-seated grudge against this individual. Not only had his favored progeny been slain, but the very fabric of the Panwu celestial nation had been thrown into disarray. Now, encountering this nemesis once more, Panwu Celestial King's hatred knew no bounds, and he would not let this opportunity slip by. Panwu Celestial King, you have slain my brothers and annihilated their kin. You even severed the bloodlines residing in the lower realms. What? Is it only permissible for you, Panwu Celestial King, to slaughter at will, while I am forbidden from resisting or seeking vengeance? Zhao Wushang retorted with equal fervor. Once the foremost commander of the Black Dragon Army, he too was a supreme being on the verge of becoming a celestial king and commanded the laws of 1,000 celestial kings, far surpassing the so-called 3 celestial sovereigns. Yet, in the end, due to his transgressions against Panwu Celestial King, all his loved ones met with a gruesome fate. And he himself was personally vanquished by Panwu Celestial King, obliterated in both body and spirit. Thus, as the Black Dragon Commander, Zhao Wushang had forged an eternal enmity with this celestial king. Merely an ant. As a celestial king, I require no justification to eradicate ants. Panwu Celestial King scoffed, his gaze dark and cold as ice, his murderous intent palpable. He was a dignified celestial king, elevated above all, looking down upon infinite worlds. How could he allow anyone to defy him? As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Panwu Celestial King's eyes. Zhao Wushang, since you have come to me today, prepare to meet your demise. In that instant, an unfathomable surge of celestial power enveloped the heavens. Although Panwu Celestial King was a young powerhouse among celestial kings, his cultivation was by no means lacking. Having only ascended to the celestial king realm for a mere decade, he had utilized secret techniques to master a staggering 80,000 celestial laws. His celestial fruit and Tao body had grown even more formidable over a millennium, far surpassing what Zhao Wushang had previously faced. Wait. At that moment, Fengsha Celestial King's expression turned icy, a tremendous celestial might emanating throughout the world. The Black Dragon Commander is a subject of His Highness. Panwu Celestial King, you would do well to depart swiftly. Do not compel me to take action. Fengsha Celestial King's gaze was frigid as he regarded Panwu Celestial King, his voice laced with chill. He had already sworn allegiance to Chu Yuan and the great Chu Celestial Court. Thus, the natural order of things is far from being as simple as mere words suggest. The veiled threats within the dialogue are unmistakably clear. Should the esteemed Panwu Xianwang refuse to retreat, he would not hesitate to impose his will. A mere junior, having merely stepped into the realm of the Xianwang for at most a mere 10,000 years, stands in stark contrast to the venerable Fengsha Xianwang. Such a gap in power is insurmountable. Fengsha, you, a wandering Xianwang, have ultimately become a mere hound for a junior? However, as the warning from Fengsha Xianwang echoed, another figure emerged behind him. This individual, with silver hair and gray eyes, his hair standing in a spiky fashion, emanated an aura of alluring yet sinister charm, a detached smile playing on his lips. His presence was imbued with an extraordinarily peculiar energy, as if a myriad of cold, venomous serpents lurked within, exuding boundless peril. At that moment, as he took a step forward, the entire realm fell into an eerie silence. The shadow of death instantly enveloped all present. Even Fengsha Xianwang hastily shielded Chu Yuan, retreating 100,000 miles away. Cold sweat poured from his brow. The name Death Curse Xianwang escaped Fengsha Xianwang's lips like a dreadful incantation. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Wushang's expression turned profoundly ghastly, a chilling premonition swelling within him. The Death Curse Xianwang, one of the lords of the 8 Demon Palace, a titan of the upper realm. The 8 Demon Palace, a formidable dark force constructed by 8 Xianwang-level masters. Each of the 8 lords is a true titan among Xianwangs, with the strongest among them standing at the pinnacle of Xianwang power. Their might surpasses that of the Sacred Eye ancient sect by unknown measures, and even the Grand Chu Xianting must tread with utmost caution in their presence. The Death Curse Xianwang, the 6th lord of the 8 Demon Palace, wields the initial power of a Xianwang, yet commands the supreme power of the laws, the law of death. It is said that the Death Curse Xianwang governs a staggering 2 million aspects of the law of death, alongside an additional 600,000 aspects of the law of curses. With a mere utterance of the word death, all beings beneath the Xianwang shall have their souls obliterated, meeting immediate demise. Even those newly ascended to the Xianwang realm would suffer soul damage, and their deluo bodies could utterly collapse, leading to a catastrophic decline in their cultivation. In the upper realm, the fearsome reputation of the Death Curse Xianwang is monumental. In a mere 40 million years, he has already slain 3 Xianwangs. Although they were all merely newly ascended, how difficult is it to kill a true Xianwang? The death curse Xianwang's ability to slay 3 Xianwangs is ample proof of his terrifying might. Thus, when the death curse Xianwang stepped forth, standing behind Panwu Xianwang, the onlookers in Shangyue City trembled in sheer terror. The infamous name of the death curse Xianwang had long echoed throughout the myriad realms. Who would not be afraid? Even the Lord of Shangyue trembled violently in fear, crouching down and tightly covering his mouth, afraid to utter even a whisper. After all, he is a true harbinger of annihilation. His cruelty surpasses even that of the true demons. It was rumored that he had slain Xianwang simply because the latter had set foot in his domain, and he subsequently exterminated 10 entire clans. Leaving no survivors in the countless lower realms he wreaked havoc upon. This Xianwang is nothing short of a madman. One misstep, and he would obliterate an entire lineage. Therefore, it was with a deeply furrowed brow that Fengsha Xianwang now found himself. He could scarcely believe that the death curse Xianwang had appeared here, despite the 8 demon palaces' headquarters being so far removed from Shangyue City. Moreover, the death curse Xianwang's erratic and violent nature defied all reason. Should he intervene, Fengsha feared he would be powerless to stop him. My lord, I cannot guarantee victory over the death curse Xianwang. I can only strive to buy time. Fengsha Xianwang communicated with Chu Yuan, his tone laden with gravity. Indeed, he had resolved to risk his life to create an opportunity for Chu Yuan to escape. Lord Death Curse, this old fool is yours to command. Zhao Wushang shall be dealt with personally by me. Panwu Xianwang scoffed coldly, appearing exceedingly composed, as if victory were already within his grasp. With a resounding thump, Panwu Xianwang's palm struck down, sending ripples through the void, and a colossal Xianwang avatar materialized, radiating with 1 billion golden rays. The celestial light surged forth, akin to a divine sun rising, illuminating the heavens. The cosmos quaked, and the vast expanse trembled in response. Yet, in the next moment, my lord, how many times must I remind you to address me as the lord of the palace? The death curse Xianwang behind him erupted in a fit of rage, his eyes blazing crimson due to a mere form of address. Boom! With a single palm strike, the terrifying law of death coiled forth like a parasitic creature, instantaneously eroding and annihilating all the power unleashed by Panwu Xianwang, even ensnaring him in midair. He could only feel his vitality draining away frantically. Death curse, no? Lord of the palace, what on earth are you doing? My Panwu Xian nation has reached an agreement with the 8 demon palace. If you assist me, I shall pledge loyalty to you in the future. Panwu Xianwang was taken aback, shouting in alarm, his face a mask of dread. Oh, is that so? The death curse Xianwang's gaze returned to a pale gray, a chilling smile revealing itself. But at this moment, this lord has changed his mind. I have decided to offer you to my new master. I shall slaughter all of Panwu Xian nation, leaving none alive. Ha! The death curse Xianwang, as if seized by madness, howled to the heavens, resembling a malevolent spirit. Suddenly, he bowed deeply toward the distance, his face alight with fervor as he proclaimed, the power of eternal calamity. Ha ha ha! This is the true supreme demonic blood, the genuine highest power. My lord, the 6th lord of the 8 demon palace, the death curse. I am willing to devote everything to you. Chapter 85. The subjugation of the 8 demon palace, devouring the Tao fruit of the Xianwang. What? The sudden submission of the death curse Xianwang left all witnessing this scene utterly dumbfounded, rooted to the spot in disbelief. The death curse Xianwang, a true embodiment of unparalleled malevolence, had once slain 3 Xianwangs, an existence to be reckoned with. Not only that, but the power behind him, the 8 demon palace, was equally formidable. Who would dare to subjugate him? Who was worthy of his fealty? Yet, at this moment, they beheld the infamous death curse Xianwang bowing, respectfully submitting to the great Chu's prince, referring to him as my lord. What is happening? Chu Yuan was equally perplexed, faced with the abruptly appearing death curse Xianwang. He had prepared himself to unleash his judgment and engage in a life-or-death struggle. Yet, inexplicably, the death curse Xianwang began to pledge allegiance to him. First, it was Fengsha Xianwang, now the death curse Xianwang. Could it be that he was some reincarnated titan from a past life? In a single day, 2 Xianwangs willingly submitted to him. My lord, the denizens of the 8 demon palace have awaited you for countless ages. We shall follow your will. Sweeping across the myriad realms, compelling the vast upper realms' innumerable beings to prostrate at your feet, worshipping your supreme demonic radiance. The death curse Xianwang maintained his bowing posture, his voice hoarse yet reverent, filled with insatiable desire and fervor. The 8 demon palace stands as loyal adherents to the Lord of Eternal Calamity. Whenever the Lord of Eternal Calamity manifests, they gather immediately, pledging their lives in unwavering loyalty. In truth, The Hall of the Eight Demons has now seen over 3,000 generations of its master successors. Eons ago, the successive masters of the Hall of the Eight Demons faithfully followed the eternal calamity's inheritors, even when their chosen ones ultimately transformed into world-destroying fiends, personally annihilating the Hall of the Eight Demons. Yet, the descendants of the Hall remain steadfastly obedient to the edicts of their forebears. The moment the inheritor of the eternal calamity appears, they shall become the new sovereign of the Hall, and whether to bring about destruction or salvation, they will adhere to the will of that inheritor. The eight masters shall become their most loyal guardians, eternally following in their footsteps. Buzzing, accompanied by the fervent words of the death curse Immortal King, the eternal calamity's power within Chu Yuan's being surged uncontrollably. In the distance, a low, thunderous roar seemed to echo in his ears. I am the sovereign of eternal calamity, the sole progenitor of the myriad chaotic fiends. Today, I ascend to the primordial, mastering time and space, commanding cause and effect. All things must bow before me, and must not dare to defy. Boom. Before the words had fully faded, Chu Yuan felt a thunderous explosion in his mind, an endless tide of memories crashing into his consciousness. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse a scene of chaotic desolation. The sovereign of eternal calamity, wielding a scepter, presided over the primordial, while beneath his feet knelt 8 figures, each radiating demonic light. Their auras were terrifyingly potent, surpassing even those of the immortal emperors. Yet the most horrifying presence was undoubtedly that of the sovereign of eternal calamity, whose every movement was imbued with boundless might, overshadowing the universe with his grandeur. It seemed that a mere glance could cause the mightiest immortal emperors of the upper realm to perish in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Was this the sovereign of eternal calamity and the progenitors of the Hall of the Eight Demons? A chill ran down Chu Yuan's spine. The visual impact of this scene was overwhelmingly intense. Even he could not help but tremble in the face of such supreme majesty and tyranny, feeling a flicker of fear. Sovereign of eternal calamity, sovereign of eternal calamity. My lord, you are indeed the true inheritor of the eternal calamity. The death curse Immortal King seemed to witness this scene as well, now driven nearly to madness, kneeling in the void and fervently shouting. The progenitors are whispering to me. My lord, you shall ascend to the heavens, return to the primordial, and become the sovereign of all things. So it is. After a brief moment of trepidation, Chu Yuan quickly regained his composure. From this influx of memories, he now understood that the 8 progenitors of the Hall of the Eight Demons were all formidable beings under the sovereign of eternal calamity. When the sovereign of eternal calamity fell, the 8 progenitors established the Hall of the Eight Demons. In every era, they frantically sought the wielder of the eternal calamity's cursed body to aid the inheritor in growing into the new sovereign of eternal calamity. However, countless eons have passed, and not a single inheritor has attained true power. The only one who surpassed the immortal emperors was that deranged world-destroying fiend. Yet now, to gain the allegiance of the Hall of the Eight Demons' formidable power all at once, Chu Yuan found himself welcoming the prospect. The influence of the Hall of the Eight Demons was exceedingly formidable, and the death curse Immortal King was merely the weakest among the 8 masters. Rumor has it that their strongest, the 7 fiends Immortal King, stands on par with the Lord of the Heavens. And even the 12 immortal kings of the great Chu immortal court hold him in great awe. Master of the Hall, what on earth are you talking about? You wish to submit to this junior? Have you lost your mind? How can a mere ant, not even an immortal king, be worthy of your submission? The Panwu immortal king exclaimed in terror, his mind clouded by the sudden turn of events. The Hall of the Eight Demons is a force of such magnitude, and each master within it commands respect even from him, the Panwu immortal king. Even the great Chu immortal court would not dare offend this power. Yet now submit. The illustrious death curse Immortal King wishes to yield to Chu Yuan, the prince of the great Chu. Silence. Upon hearing this, the death curse Immortal King erupted with frenzied rage. With a flick of his finger, the laws of death and curses surged forth, causing the Panwu Immortal King's body to decay violently, flesh withering, bones exposed, howling in agony. Master of the Hall. The excruciating pain twisted the Panwu Immortal King's face into a grotesque mask. Even now, he struggled to believe that this master of the Hall of the Eight Demons had truly submitted to the prince of the great Chu. In this moment, he sensed the true intent to kill. Ant, you wretched being, unworthy even to serve as food for a pig. How dare you belittle my lord as an ant? In an instant, the death curse Immortal King's figure flickered, his face nearly colliding with the Panwu Immortal King's, his cold, shadowy gray eyes fixated. Whispering like a demon, in the past, I would have killed you instantly. Not only that, but I would also ensure that all your descendants and kin accompany you to the grave. Alas, my lord requires strength now. Thus, I shall not kill you, but allow you to be slowly consumed as nourishment to empower my lord. Spare me. The Panwu Immortal King, now thoroughly panicked, pleaded without regard for his dignity. Yet what awaited him was a merciless punch from the Death Curse Immortal King. Boom. A muffled sound echoed as the blood of the Immortal King filled the heavens, his body exploding into fragments. All that remained was a golden Immortal King's Dao fruit suspended in the void, intricately woven with countless laws, emanating a terrifying and overwhelming aura. The Immortal King's Dao fruit, the true heart of an Immortal King, the very dwelling of the soul's essence. As long as the Dao fruit endures, the Immortal King is immortal. If one could devour an Immortal King's Dao fruit, Chu Yuan's power would undoubtedly experience a cataclysmic surge. Even if he could not break through to the realm of the Immortal King, he would ascend to the supreme domain within the eternal immortal realm, an existence nearly invincible beneath the Immortal Kings. No, Death Curse Immortal King, you cannot kill me. My daughter has become a named disciple of the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace. If you kill me, it will surely provoke the wrath of the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace. And even the Shien Emperor himself will come forth to annihilate you and your hall of the 8 demons. The great Luo immortal body shattered completely. At this moment, the Panwu Immortal King finally sensed the impending threat of death, invoking his greatest trump card once more, howling in desperation. The Shien Emperor's heavenly palace, one of the 8 great forces of the upper realm. Its master, the Shien Emperor, is a true immortal emperor of unparalleled strength, existing for countless ages. With a multitude of immortal kings under his command, a force of unfathomable terror. Even during the heyday of the great Chu immortal court, they dared not offend this Shien Emperor. As the Panwu Immortal King invoked the name of the Shien Emperor, the Death Curse Immortal King's advance indeed halted. Yet in the next instant, he let out a sinister laugh. The Shien Emperor? Ha ha. My progenitors of the Hall of the 8 Demons have slain beings even above the immortal emperors. Furthermore, I am a being of the demonic path. Do you dare threaten a true demon? Utterly laughable. With a wave of his hand, the Death Curse Immortal King unleashed countless dark chains that swiftly pierced and bound the Panwu Immortal King's Dao fruit, rendering him powerless and stripped of all control. My lord, this Immortal King's Dao fruit is my first gift to you. Please enjoy it at your leisure. Chapter 86. The True Ascendancy. Approaching the Immortal King realm. The Death Curse Immortal King turned, bowing elegantly in salute, indicating that Chu Yuan is now poised to devour the celestial power of the Panwu Celestial King, assimilating all of the opponent's strength as his own. To consume a Celestial King? Little did I expect that upon merely arriving in the upper realm, I would be afforded the opportunity to absorb a colossal Celestial King. Master of the Death Curse Hall, you have indeed rendered a great service to this prince. With a hint of a smile, Chu Yuan spoke nonchalantly. As long as I may assist my sovereign, it is the utmost honor for us of the 8 Demon Hall. My lord, please. The Death Curse Celestial King bowed respectfully, retreating to the side like a servant. With a nod, Chu Yuan continued his advance. Before him, the essence of the Celestial King's Dao still emanated the visage of Panwu Celestial King. Upon noticing Chu Yuan approaching, its ethereal countenance became fraught with terror, wailing, Your Highness, spare me my life. I am a powerful Celestial King. I vow eternal loyalty to you and will do whatever you ask. You are unworthy. Chu Yuan's expression remained indifferent, frigid and devoid of compassion as he slowly raised his right hand. Boom. In an instant, an immeasurable force of eternal calamity converged. The power within this Celestial King's Dao began to be gradually consumed. Crash. Merely absorbing a fraction of the Celestial King's laws, trillions upon trillions of a single thread, left Chu Yuan's body drenched in blood, countless crimson fissures adorning his form. As fresh blood streamed down those wounds, staining the ground. The power of the Celestial King's laws was indeed overwhelmingly formidable. At this moment, Chu Yuan's cultivation was still at the celestial immortal realm. Had he not possessed the eternal calamity body, merely ingesting this fractional law could have led to his explosive demise and the scattering of his soul. Yet even so, the agony and pressure he endured reached a terrifying zenith. For the Celestial King's laws were excessively tyrannical. Even the slightest ingestion of power directly transformed his current realm and physical form. It was as though he shattered countless shackles within, evolving with every passing second. Each breath akin to a rebirth. Thunder rumbled above the firmament, dark clouds swiftly enveloping the sky. The celestial immortal laws within Chu Yuan surged and transformed wildly. The already terrifying 32 million celestial immortal laws now experienced a further explosive growth, achieving an unprecedented 100 million laws, a terrifying spectacle indeed. Following this, with the infusion of greater Celestial King power, a volcanic eruption of energy surged within Chu Yuan. his cultivation finally breached through once more, officially reaching the realm of profound immortals. 100 million celestial immortal laws transformed into millions of profound immortal laws. Young one, you dare to devour me? Merely absorbing a minuscule fraction of my power, and you are already in this state. Huh. If you dare to fully refine my Tao fruit, even with your monstrous talent, you could not possibly withstand such power. At that time, I shall witness your utter annihilation. Seeing his own demise imminent, the Panwu Celestial King roared in resentment, his face a mask of fury. Though Chu Yuan had ascended to the profound immortal realm, the power he had consumed was still but a trillionth of the Panwu Celestial King's Tao fruit. Such a meager force was merely what the Panwu Celestial King could effortlessly absorb during his meditative breaths. Yet, even so, Chu Yuan's current appearance was exceedingly alarming. His body was drenched in crimson, flesh cracking, his skin marred with countless fine fissures, resembling shattered porcelain, precariously on the brink of collapse. Releasing the power of eternal calamity, the user endures unparalleled agony. Now, devouring the Celestial King's Tao fruit, this pain was compounded several-fold. Were an ordinary profound immortal to endure Chu Yuan's current state, they would surely be driven mad, ultimately exploding in a cataclysmic demise. However, Chu Yuan, at this moment, did not even furrow his brow. Every ounce of power comes at a price, and he had long anticipated this. Since this prince chose to tread the path of eternal calamity, he was naturally prepared to bear all forms of suffering. Chu Yuan murmured softly, his gaze flickering with a hint of madness. Continue to devour eternal calamity. Boom. In an instant, boundless demonic light surged forth like a roaring black dragon, enveloping the entire sky above Holy Moon City in an ominous darkness. Behind Chu Yuan, the phantom of the Lord of Eternal Calamity materialized once more. Standing with arms crossed, his gaze surveyed the myriad worlds, looking down upon all living beings. In that moment, his form resembled a conflagration of demonic flames. The inexhaustible power of eternal calamity seemed to swallow and refine the law power of the Panwu Celestial King. Relentlessly ascending in cultivation, 3 days passed. Chu Yuan reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm, commanding an astounding 300 million profound immortal laws. The Panwu Celestial King's expression remained one of resentment and fury, for even so, he had lost but a mere fraction of his law power. A month passed. The thunder roared once more in the heavens. Chu Yuan finally ascended to the golden immortal realm, existing freely within all time and space. All his laws transformed into golden immortal laws, radiating with the brilliance of the purest gold, and upon just entering the golden immortal realm, the number had astonishingly reached 90 million. At this moment, the Panwu Celestial King's expression finally bore a trace of fear. He had now lost a billionth of his power. Though the loss was minimal, the speed at which Chu Yuan consumed his celestial power was ever increasing. What had once begun as a trickling stream had now transformed into a roaring river. 3 months later, at the peak of golden immortality, transcending the utmost limits, commanding a total of 900 million golden immortal laws, Chu Yuan could annihilate even celestial emperors with a mere gesture. The Panwu Celestial King was stunned, his expression finally shifting dramatically. A year later, ascending to the realm of celestials, achieving imperial status. Then, a decade later, reaching the pinnacle of celestials, commanding 15 billion celestial laws. At this moment, the Panwu Celestial King had lost nearly 10 millionths of his power. That slender thread of Celestial King laws was now almost entirely consumed by Chu Yuan. Then, a century later, Chu Yuan attained the realm of holy immortals. Truly sanctified in the upper realm, the number of holy immortal laws within him remained undiminished, reaching 20 billion. The Panwu Celestial King finally sensed the true threat of death. Once again pleading in fear, yet Chu Yuan showed no mercy, continuing to consume. Another 1,000 years passed. At the Hunyuan Holy Immortal Realm. Ultimately, after 3,400 years, the Panwu Celestial King, who once commanded 800,000 Celestial King laws, now found himself left with a mere 10,000. His entire strength nearly devoured by Chu Yuan. Presently, the aura emanating from Chu Yuan reached a level that instilled dread even in the Panwu Celestial King. This aura even caused the nearby Fengsha Celestial King and the Master of Death Curse to feel an unexplainable trepidation. Quasi-Celestial King. Chu Yuan had now reached the realm of a Quasi-Celestial King. After 3,000 years of devouring the Celestial King's Tao fruit, his gains were vast beyond imagination. Though still a Quasi-Celestial King, he commanded over 500,000 Celestial King laws within him. He had nearly utilized every ounce of power from the Panwu Celestial King's Tao fruit, consuming and refining it, ultimately reaching this pinnacle. My laws are named chaos. Chaos is disorder, giving rise to all things. I command the 3,000 great paths, awaiting the perfection of my chaotic path. I shall be the sovereign of myriad paths, the master of chaos. Behind Chu Yuan, the supreme deities unfurl. Like the primordial chaos, everything exists within this tumult, for only chaos begets all things. In this moment, he finds himself at the absolute center of this chaotic realm. He is the very core of all existence, the undisputed ruler of every world. He embodies chaos and disorder. He embodies eternity. No. With a mere thought, the final 10,000 laws of the immortal kings of the Panwu were entirely consumed by Chu Yuan. At this moment, he appeared as a deity, surrounded by swirling celestial patterns condensed from the rules of chaos. Each movement exuding a terrifying majesty that could obliterate heaven and earth. Though he may not yet be an immortal king, he is capable of slaying one. Chu Yuan's cold, indifferent gaze pierced the distance, as the Black Dragon Army commander, the Wind Sha Immortal King, and the Death Curse Immortal King all knelt before him, awaiting his command. Let us proceed. A voice, chilling and detached, resonated through heaven and earth. Let this prince take lives. Chapter 87. The arrival of the 8 great palace masters in the realm of Luo Tian. Meanwhile, far beyond, in the realm of Luo Tian. The realm of Luo Tian, one of the most illustrious celestial domains in the upper realm, bears the name of the ancient immortal king, the Luo Tian Immortal King, and serves as the absolute core of his dominion, governing countless celestial nations and a multitude of powerful immortal kings. Today, followers and disciples of the Luo Tian Immortal King gather here in unison. Within the grand and magnificent celestial palace, the Luo Tian Immortal King presides from his exalted position. Though he is the most ancient of immortal kings, he shows no signs of the ravages of time, his gaze deep and authoritative. His long white hair cascades down, exuding an air of majesty and dominance, seated upon his throne as if surveying the heavens, ruling over all realms. Beside him stands a male and a female figure. The woman, clad in a white dress, possesses an exquisite beauty, her skin translucent and delicate, suffused with a gentle and ethereal aura of celestial spirit. She is by Nishang, the second disciple of the Luo Tian Immortal King, her strength reaching the mid-tier of the immortal kings, revered in the upper realm as the Nishang Immortal King, celebrated for both her prowess and beauty. The other male immortal king is Luo Haoyang, the most cherished direct disciple of the Luo Tian Immortal King. Dressed in a black robe, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he is handsome and striking, radiating an endless sharpness and vigor. He is a top-tier immortal king, renowned among countless powerful beings as the Haoyang Immortal King, wielding over 100 million laws of flame, capable of annihilating the boundless universe with a mere flick of his fingers. Master, that audacious prince of Dechu has gone too far. He has slain several of our brothers in the Luo Tian Palace. Even our 4th brother met a tragic end. He must not be let off so easily. Luo Haoyang's long black hair flowed wildly, hinting at an inferno that could engulf all realms, as if he sought to incinerate everything. This is an exceedingly proud and arrogant individual. With extraordinary talent, he became an immortal king in merely 80 million years, and now commands a myriad of immortal king laws. He is seldom matched among his peers. Thus, upon hearing of the demise of Qian Kuan and others at the hands of others, his fury ignited. Yearning to slay that prince of Dechu. No need. The Luo Tian Immortal King spoke slowly from his high seat. His voice, deep and indifferent, carried an immense authority that rendered the countless powerful beings in the hall breathless. In an instant, the entire celestial palace fell into an eerie silence. This reckless junior has already come. The Luo Tian Immortal King's voice was calm, yet imbued with boundless pressure, resonating through the heavens. Since he seeks his own demise, I shall allow him to witness what it truly means to be an immortal king. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying celestial might, capable of crushing galaxies and shaking the rivers of time, surged through the entire Luo Tian realm. The Luo Tian Immortal King was preparing to intervene personally. With brother Qian Kuan fallen, Master is indeed enraged, ready to unleash supreme, celestial might to obliterate the Dechu prince. To dare slay a disciple of Master. Even the Dechu celestial court shall not escape unscathed. They shall all accompany brother Qian Kuan into the grave. The Dechu prince has come to seek his own death, truly believing he has the qualifications to challenge Master in my Luo Tian realm. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the immortal kings descending upon them, the many disciples of the Luo Tian Immortal King rejoiced, their eyes glinting with cruelty. To them, this mere Dechu prince had no right to harm their brothers at the Luo Tian palace. He deserved nothing less than death. Rip. At this moment, as the distant void shattered, the figures of Chu Yuan, the Wind Sha Immortal King, the Death Curse Immortal King, and the Black Dragon Army commander emerged into view. Death curse, Immortal King? What? Does your 8-demon palace also intend to meddle in the affairs of my Luo Tian realm today? Get out. Upon seeing the Death curse Immortal King and the Xianxia Immortal King appear, the Luo Tian Immortal King unleashed a voice forged from boundless celestial power, transforming into a thunderous roar that trembled the void and reverberated through the myriad realms. In an instant, the heavens and earth stirred, mountains crumbled, and seas surged. Many powerful beings who had come to spectate trembled in terror, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Such power is terrifying beyond measure. There is no need to act. Even a mere voice could obliterate them. Truly, the Luo Tian Immortal King, a superpower who has outlived many celestial emperors, is unfathomably fearsome. Old dog Luo Tian, I have now submitted to my new master, Prince Chu Yuan. I shall heed all your commands, and you have no right to speak. The Death curse Immortal King scoffed, displaying no trepidation in the face of that overwhelming pressure. His 8-demon palace is vast and unafraid of the Luo Tian Immortal King. Moreover, long before Chu Yuan issued the command to advance upon the Luo Tian realm, the Death curse Immortal King had already conveyed the message to the other palace masters, urging them to hasten to the Luo Tian realm and assist Chu Yuan in annihilating everything here. Truly the power of eternal calamity. Death curse. You have indeed accomplished a great feat this time. As expected, in the void beyond the realm, a sinister and eerie cackle soon echoed. Following this, a dim figure descended from the heavens, clad in tattered black robes, wielding a puppet staff, his complexion as pale as paper, seemingly on the brink of death, yet exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Lo and behold, another Immortal King. He is the 3rd palace master of the 8-demon palace. A terrifying figure at the peak of the Immortal King stage, the Dark Demon Immortal King. The Dark Demon bows to the eternal calamity, bowing to my new master. The Dark Demon Immortal King cast a sinister smile towards the Luo Tian Immortal King, then bowed in reverence to Chu Yuan, his demeanor mirroring that of the Death curse Immortal King, both exhibiting utmost respect and fervor. Then, buzz, buzz, buzz. The 4 corners of the heavens and earth echoed with incessant buzzing. Subsequently, the void shattered, and several terrifying and overwhelming presences descended simultaneously, ultimately manifesting as 6 horrifying figures cloaked in demonic light. At this moment, all 8 palace masters of the 8-demon palace had arrived. The first palace master, 7 kills, exists on the same echelon as the Luo Tian Immortal King, having once slain 3 peak Immortal Kings. Upon his arrival, he promptly bowed to Chu Yuan, his attitude exceedingly humble, his eyes revealing a fervor that could not be concealed. 7 evils. Today I lead all the lords of the 8 demon halls to pay homage to my master. The voice of the 7 evils celestial king resonated like the sound of demonic music, reverberating throughout the 9-fold universe, causing countless powerful beings to feel pain in their eardrums and lose their hearing. We pay homage to our master. We pay homage to our master. Following the 7 evils celestial king, the 2nd lord of the hall, the remnant prison, the 4th lord, the 10,000 calamities, the 5th lord, the blood skeleton, the 7th lord, the breaking realm, and the 8th lord, the buried heaven, all bowed in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Chapter 88. The Gathering of Celestial Kings. A great battle approaches. Do not stand on ceremony. Facing the simultaneous homage from the 8 celestial kings, Chu Yuan's expression remained stern, exuding an air of utmost indifference. Haha. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Luo Tian celestial king observed this scene without exhibiting the slightest hint of panic. Instead, he laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the realms. Yet, despite his laughter, his gaze was filled with a chilling intensity. What a remarkable prince of the great Chu celestial court, capable of bending the demonic lords of the 8 demon halls to your will. Truly impressive tactics. He fixed his icy stare upon Chu Yuan, his tone laced with an undertone of mockery. Master, the lords of the 8 demon halls have descended upon my Luo Tian celestial domain. It appears we are in for some trouble today. 2 figures soared into view, unmistakably the 2 most powerful disciples of the Luo Tian celestial king, the Garment of Rainbows celestial king and the Haoyang celestial king. Do not worry, young master. Those vermin from the 8 demon halls are hardly qualified to wreak havoc in my Luo Tian celestial domain. As the 2 celestial kings voiced their concerns, 3 more figures emerged from the distance, treading upon the void, all cloaked in gray robes, their gazes devoid of warmth. The mere presence of these figures unleashed a terrifying aura that instantly expanded, shaking the very fabric of the cosmos. Boom. In an instant, the entire realm seemed unable to withstand the pressure, trembling violently. Hiss. What a terrifying force. Who are these 3 titans? They were the 3 esteemed servants of the Luo Tian master, having accompanied him for countless epochs, their strength unfathomable, truly the left and right arms of their master. What? Servants of the Celestial King level? The master is indeed the most ancient of Celestial Kings. His foundation is truly terrifying. The disciples of the Luo Tian Celestial King were utterly astonished upon learning that these three gray-robed elders were unparalleled powers of the Celestial King realm, their hearts trembling with reverence, nearly falling to their knees. Elder Jiang, Elder He, Elder Yin. The appearance of the three gray-robed elders prompted the Garment of Rainbows and Haoyang, Celestial Kings, to bow respectfully, not daring to provoke these formidable ancient figures. For these elders were once peerless powers of the same era as the Luo Tian Celestial King, their might reaching the heavens. However, they had been defeated by their master in the past, thus forever bound to serve him as slaves. Haha, my master. The opposing side boasts a considerable number of Celestial Kings, a total of 9 strong Celestial Kings, even with the addition of your 2 disciples. Our Luo Tian Palace has only 6 Celestial Kings. It seems we are destined for a fierce battle today. The elder known as Jiang laughed heartily, his visage aged and withered, save for a purple-gold mark upon his brow, shimmering with a dazzling divine radiance, faintly emanating an astonishing wave of celestial power. The destruction of God's Celestial King, Jiang Chun, one of the titans of the upper realm during the ancient era. He was a terrifying figure present during the peak of the great Chu Celestial Court. It is said that he specializes in a particularly unique divine law, capable of creating life at will, rewriting rules, and even manifesting the domain of gods, within which he truly dominates all. Even the former Luo Tian Celestial King nearly fell to Jiang Chen's hands, ultimately relying on Celestial King battle soldiers to defeat him and acquire a formidable Celestial King servant. The 8 demon halls, haha, I still remember slaying 2 of your hall masters in my time. The elder surnamed, he sneered repeatedly. He was also an ancient Celestial King, once known as the shadow-killing Celestial King, wielding the law of shadows. All shadows beneath the feet of living beings became his sharpest blades. Furthermore, he could enter an extraordinarily unique shadow space, where everything was illusory, and all could be attacked. He could even awaken unspeakable ancient horrors from within, turning enemies into grand sacrifices for the revival of ancient gods. Elder He, you still dare to bring this up? The former Breaking Realm Lord made you suffer greatly, your Tao fruit nearly shattered. If not for that, how could you have become my master's servant with your means of escape? The elder with crimson brows and fiery hair laughed heartily. He was a towering figure, muscles coiled like dragons, exuding an intense and fiery aura. An inferno enveloped him, burning fiercely, each flame resembling a crimson divine chain entangling his body, radiating terrifying firelight. He was the former 9 blazing Celestial King, who had once annihilated 3 Celestial Kings with his mastery of the 9 blazing celestial flames, shaking the entire upper realm. His relationship with the shadow-killing Celestial King was quite intimate, having had numerous conflicts in their earlier days, hence the current taunt. Losing to my master. I have no regrets. Upon hearing this, the shadow-killing Celestial King let out a cold snort, yet did not grow angry, merely stating ominously, the child of the great Chu Celestial Court, if you kneel and bow, offering the Celestial King battle soldiers in your possession, then this matter shall be settled. My master is not one to pursue extermination. However, should you stubbornly resist, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre. The shadow-killing Celestial King's voice was sharp, his words imbued with a thick sense of threat. Clearly, even when faced with the entirety of the 8 demon hall masters, this seasoned Celestial King maintained sufficient confidence, believing he could suppress all. Shadow-killing Celestial King, you do not possess the qualification to address our master in such a manner. Upon hearing this, the Breaking Realm Lord and the Blood Skeleton Lord were instantly enraged, their voices filled with fury. The shadow-killing Celestial King had once slain their predecessors, the Breaking Realm and Blood Skeleton Lords. Thus they held deep-seated enmity against him, wishing to devour his flesh and consume his bones. Silence. Yet, at this moment, a voice devoid of emotion echoed from the heavens. Chu Yuan's gaze was neither sorrowful nor joyous, utterly calm as he slowly advanced, and with his quiet words. The entire realm seemed to reverberate with his command. Everything fell into an unparalleled silence. One could hear a pin drop. Step, step. The ripples of the void arose, the slow footsteps resonating in everyone's hearts. Chu Yuan walked directly to a distance of 1,000 zhang from the Luo Tian Celestial King, locking eyes with him, his gaze frigid. Observing this audacious youth daring to step forward alone, the Luo Tian Celestial King snorted coldly within. Boom. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure of Celestial King authority instantly enveloped Chu Yuan. The weight of this majesty was incomparable to that of the likes of the Panwu Celestial King or the Fengsha Celestial King. It felt as if a mortal faced the vast cosmos, filled with an immense sense of oppression, as if with a mere thought. The Luo Tian Celestial King could reduce Chu Yuan to nothingness, obliterating him utterly. However, Chu Yuan remained unaffected. He gazed at the oldest and most powerful celestial king of the upper realm, looking down upon him as if he were merely an inconsequential ant. Coldly stating, Luo Tian Celestial King, I offer you one final opportunity. Kneel and submit, or face death. Impudent. How dare you speak so in front of the master? Just as Chu Yuan's words fell, one of the Luo Tian Celestial King's disciples erupted in fury. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Celestial Kings barely had time to see how Chu Yuan acted. That disciple, a saintly celestial cultivator, instantaneously had his soul extinguished, his entire being turning to black ashes, scattering with the wind. I have commanded silence. Chapter 89. The True Power of the Heavenly King of Luo, the Descent of Tianjin. Chu Yuan, with an icy demeanor, gazed down like a celestial emperor, presiding over countless beings with the authority to judge all. The numerous formidable figures gathered from all directions trembled in their hearts, overwhelmed by the formidable majesty exuded by the crown prince of Chu. Despite being merely a youth, he dared to act so audaciously before the heavenly king of Luo, even slaying one of his disciples on the spot. His current demeanor radiated an unparalleled dominance, as if he regarded the assembled celestial kings with utter disdain, believing he alone could crush all opposition. This audacity, this arrogance, this recklessness. The scene ignited the wrath of many powerful beings from the Luo Tian immortal domain, who erupted in fury. In particular, the Haoyang Immortal King was infuriated beyond reason. His gaze towards Chu Yuan was as cold as death itself. To dare to kill a member of Luo Tian Palace under the eyes of his master, this individual must perish. As he witnessed the fall of one of his disciples, the heavenly king of Luo remained unperturbed. Instead, he let out a light chuckle. The scourge of the Chu immortal court continues to be as arrogant as ever. What? Is it merely the reincarnation of a fragment of Tianjin's soul that emboldens you, child? The heavenly king of Luo, one of the oldest immortal kings in the upper realm, understood well that immortal kings are eternal and unyielding. Aside from falling at the hands of others, there is no other way for an immortal king to perish. Having survived for countless eons, he was acutely aware of the true reason behind the resurgence of the Chu immortal court, the reincarnation of the Tianjin Immortal Emperor. Even before Chu Yuan's father ascended to the upper realm, he had sensed this familiar yet foreign fluctuation of immortal power. Eons ago, the Tianjin Immortal Emperor was the sovereign of the Chu immortal court, a towering figure who commanded legions. In the past, the heavenly king of Luo did not even possess the qualification to gaze upon this supreme being. Yet now, the once mighty sovereign of the immortal court had become merely a fractured being, just recently restored to the level of an immortal king. In the presence of the heavenly king of Luo, he was utterly inconsequential. Oh! Chu Yuan's gaze remained tranquil as he cast a faint glance at the heavenly king of Luo, his tone growing increasingly frigid. Since you are aware of my father's identity, would it not be wiser to await your demise quietly? Boom! Before his words could fully resonate, an overwhelming pressure of celestial power surged forth, like a tumultuous ocean, sweeping across the 8 directions in an instant. Thud! In that fleeting moment, countless powerful beings within Luo Tian Palace were forced to their knees, blood spurting from their mouths, their bones cracking under the immense weight. Several quasi-immortal kings were left aghast, feeling as if myriad divine mountains were collapsing upon them. The oppressive sensation almost rendered them breathless. This is impossible. Not yet an immortal king, yet surpassing one? Who exactly is this crown prince of Chu, possessing such extraordinary abilities at such a tender age? His strength likely exceeds that of an ordinary immortal king. The expressions of several elders from Luo Tian Palace turned pale with terror, their hairs standing on end. The 2 immortal kings, Nizhang and Haoyang, were equally struck with a grave demeanor, sensing the terrifyingly unique and perilous nature of the immortal path that their opponent practiced, which, though few in number, emanated an extreme sense of danger. Let us engage in battle. My lord, all members of the 8 Demon Palace shall heed your command. Exterminating all foes. Kill, 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 swish, swish. High above the heavens, with a resounding command from the master of the 7 Demons Palace, more void portals were torn open, and millions upon millions of demonic shadows surged forth, resembling harbingers of doom returning from the abyss, arrayed in boundless formations, ready for battle. In an instant, the intent to kill soared to the heavens, sweeping across the cosmos. Prepare for battle, shouted several high-ranking elders within Luo Tian Palace. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 celestial formations activated, interweaving various hues of light, as if forming a resplendent sun. Crown Prince of the Chu Yuan. It appears this is your ultimate choice. Foolish and arrogant. No wonder your father once met such a demise. The heavenly king of Luo remained exceptionally composed, stepping forward with deliberate grace. Boom. With just a single step, the heavens and earth trembled. In that moment, the very fabric of reality dimmed, and the winds and clouds shifted. An unimaginable surge of celestial power erupted forth. All present felt their spirits quiver, as if the essence of all celestial energy within billions of miles boiled to life. Infinite Immortal King laws manifested upon the surface of the heavenly king of Luo, forming a robe of divine principles, its fabric billowing and rustling in the celestial winds. Amidst the flickering strands of celestial radiance, he appeared to transform into a vast immortal sun, radiant as a blazing sun suspended in the firmament. With each movement, he seemed to embody the will of the entire heavens, instilling a sense of inviolable authority that no one could dare to contest. Even the powerful beings within Luo Tian Palace found themselves swayed by his presence. Is this the true power of my master? Beyond all imagination. Truly beyond imagination. While ordinary immortal kings possess millions of immortal king laws to be deemed top tier, and billions to be considered exemplary, my master has transcended this. Capable of weaving the grand robe of divine principles with a number of immortal king laws exceeding a staggering 10 billion. He exists on an entirely different plane from ordinary immortal kings, beyond all comprehension. Immortal King Nizhang's beautiful eyes narrowed in astonishment, her heart racing with dread. Beside her, the Haoyang Immortal King gasped repeatedly, having believed himself to have reached the pinnacle of immortal kingship, only to find himself utterly insignificant in comparison to his master, the heavenly king of Luo. Even if an army of ants were to gather, they would still remain mere ants. A cold, indifferent voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. In the next moment, the heavenly king of Luo, clad in the grand robe of divine principles and crowned with the sacred tiara of celestial order, flicked his fingers towards the countless powerful beings of the 8 demon palace in the void. Boom. Instantly, the world was turned upside down. Countless entities plunged into utter darkness. And in that enveloping blackness, a glimmer akin to the first light of the universe burst forth. Following this, the sound of countless entities shattering, as if reduced to dust, filled every inch of the void. My lord, Chu Yuan felt darkness envelop him. Shielded by the power of the master of the 7 demons palace, he remained unharmed. Yet even so, when all settled, the sights that unfolded before him were terrifying beyond measure. A single strike. It could hardly be called a true strike. It was merely a flick of the finger. The elite forces of the 8 demon palace were utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Even several first-stage immortal kings from Chu Yuan's side were caught in the aftermath, especially the Fengsha Immortal King, whose entire right arm was obliterated. As the residual celestial power of the heavenly king of Luo incessantly gnawed at his path and immortal body, threatening to drag him into the abyss of death. Is this the power of the most ancient immortal king? The Fengsha Immortal King clutched his severed arm, his face ashen. Had it not been for the protective power of the Death Curse Immortal King, he would have perished by now. Even so, the damage he suffered was incalculable. Damn it! The members of the 8 demon palace wore expressions of fury, their faces pale with rage. Among them, the most formidable, the master of the 7 demons palace, observed the scene with a fleeting flicker of apprehension in his eyes, revealing an inkling of wariness. The strength of the heavenly king of Luo far exceeded the 8 demon palace's previous estimations. His current strength, it seems, has long since transcended the realm of the immortal kings, truly brushing against the majestic heights of the immortal emperors. With merely the 8 demon halls and their current master, they could not possibly contend with the lord of the heavenly realm. Long ago, I, the emperor, beheld you, Luo Tian, as nothing more than a mere alchemical boy under the Shien Emperor, as despicable as dust. What is this? After countless years, the former alchemical servant dares to oppress my child? Yet, just as the master of the 7 fiends Hall felt trepidation, even preparing to flee with Chu Yuan, an explosive sound erupted. Boom, boom, boom. In the vast expanse of the heavens, tens of thousands of golden void portals suddenly opened simultaneously. An awe-inspiring voice resonated throughout the upper realm, causing powerful beings from all directions to lift their heads towards the sky, their expressions filled with shock and horror. Tianjin, the lord of the heavenly realm, also gazed upward. At that moment, amidst the boundless golden radiance illuminating the firmament, an imperial throne began to ascend gradually. That throne loomed over billions of stars, an infinite cosmos. The luminous laws surged like a tide, as if countless beings from myriad worlds bowed in worship, kneeling in reverence. Upon that throne sat an unparalleled emperor, cloaked in a dark golden robe, shrouded in chaotic mist, with countless celestial realms swirling behind him, gazing down upon all the worlds. Luo Tian, what sin do you bear? Chapter 90. The arrival of the celestial court, the end of antiquity's sword. The imperial voice boomed like thunder, shaking all realms. The many powerful beings of the Luo Tian palace felt their spirits tremble, perceiving themselves as insignificant as mere grass before this towering emperor. In that instant, the heavens and earth trembled, mountains and rivers reversed, and the universe was overturned. The vast armies of the great Chu celestial court stepped into the heavens. With a total of 9 immortal kings arriving, they stood like divine beings from the high heavens, sealing off all escape routes for the Lord of the heavenly realm. It is the Tianjin Immortal King. The great Chu celestial court has arrived, gathering over 1 trillion celestial troops, with the 9 immortal kings emerging. They have nearly emptied their nests. The Tianjin Immortal King is terrifying. It is said he is the reincarnation of the former Tianjin Immortal Emperor. And now it seems that rumor holds truth. Luo Tian, the former alchemical boy under the Shien Emperor? I have survived for over 100 million epochs. And this is the first I have heard of it. Outside, the tremendous commotion of the Luo Tian palace has attracted the scrutiny of various immortal kings and mighty figures. Upon witnessing the countless powerful beings of the great Chu celestial court, they felt a chill in their hearts. The strength of the Lord of the heavenly realm has now reached a realm of unfathomable terror. Ordinary immortal kings before him are but like ants, easily crushed. And this Tianjin Immortal King, the emperor of the great Chu celestial court, his power subtly surpasses that of the Lord of the heavenly realm. As the overwhelming celestial majesty he exudes seems capable of shattering the heavens and collapsing the universe. Father, Chu Yuan turned his gaze towards the throne in the heavens, murmuring softly. Previously, he had spent over 3,000 years refining the Tao fruit of the Pan-Wu Immortal King. 3,000 years. A long duration sufficient to alter mountains and rivers in the lower realms. Yet in the upper realm, such time appears fleeting, merely a few breaths to those of immortal king stature. For the rapidly ascending great Chu celestial court, 3,000 years is more than enough to bring about earth-shattering changes. Especially for his father, Chu Jin, whose current oppressive aura is as profound as the ocean, seemingly having fully regained the powers of the former immortal emperor, capable of annihilating all with a mere gesture. The quasi-immortal king cultivation, indeed. Your Honor, I am aware of the matters concerning the Lord of the heavenly realm. Fear not. After today, the upper realm shall know no more of Luo Tian. Upon the throne, Chu Jin's indifferent and icy imperial gaze looked down, softening momentarily upon seeing Chu Yuan, even carrying a hint of tender affection. However, his words were extraordinarily domineering, causing the countenance of the Luo Tian palace's members to shift, their hearts sinking. The 8 demon halls, the 8 immortal kings, along with the immortal king brought by the great Chu crown prince, the 9 immortal kings of the great Chu celestial court, alongside the great Chu emperor, the Tianjin Immortal King. The sheer number of their powerful figures has far surpassed that of the Luo Tian palace. With a total of 19 immortal kings present for battle, how can they withstand this? Father. However, at that moment, upon hearing Chu Jin's words, Chu Yuan stepped forward, cupping his hands and casting a cold glance at the Lord of the heavenly realm, declaring, "The Lord of the heavenly realm has repeatedly wronged me, this man. I shall personally slay. Today, I shall also utilize his Tao fruit to achieve the stature of an immortal king." Chu Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it reverberated throughout the vast expanse, making countless powerful beings gasp in astonishment. The great Chu crown prince intends to use the Tao fruit of the Lord of the heavenly realm to become an immortal king powerhouse. Is he mad? Though the great Chu celestial courts might seem overwhelming, the Lord of the heavenly realm is not so easily defeated, let alone by a mere junior. Such arrogance, such audacity. Even that Ling Tian Immortal King, the true son of the immortal emperor, would not dare to be so brazen. This great Chu crown prince, perhaps he has underestimated the Lord of the heavenly realm. Observers among the ranks of immortal kings could not help but murmur among themselves. In their eyes, while the Tianjin Immortal King possesses the true power to vanquish the Lord of the heavenly realm, Chu Yuan, the young crown prince of the great Chu, certainly lacks such strength. He is merely a quasi-immortal king. To think he could slay one of the oldest immortal kings of the upper realm. This is akin to a dreamer's folly, evoking laughter and incredulity, as if Chu Yuan's actions were akin to courting death. Meanwhile, as many shook their heads, deeming Chu Yuan unaware of the heaven's heights and the earth's depths, the Lord of the heavenly realm's expression darkened further. Tianjin, you are no longer the immortal emperor of your. What sin shall I bear? Even if I were to slay your son, no one could touch me. The Lord of the Heavenly Realm's gaze turned frigid, his voice dripping with malice. The primordial bell. As his right hand grasped, a shadow of an ancient bell, seemingly birthed from the primordial chaos, began to materialize. The bell's form radiated a dense essence of all things, embodying chaotic disorder. Countless runes swirled upon its surface, emanating an ancient and vast aura that instilled an inexplicable reverence. This artifact is the Lord of the Heavenly Realm's life treasure, the most supreme weapon of the Immortal Kings, said to possess the terrifying power to obliterate countless stars with a single toll. But how dare mere ants speak arrogantly before me? Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan was suddenly enraged, letting out a cold snort. With a sweep of his right arm, a terrifying black hole instantly coalesced, consuming all celestial energies and myriad substances, crushing them in an instant. Boom. Then his right arm pressed down fiercely. The primordial bell summoned by the Lord of the Heavenly Realm instantly dimmed, and he himself was forcefully suppressed, buried deep into a pit, appearing utterly disheveled. Tian, the Lord of the Heavenly Realm's failure to counterattack and losing face before the public ignited his fury. His roar echoed through the heavens, shaking the 9 skies. In the blink of an eye, this immortal king had regained his previous state, still adorned in his divine robe and celestial crown, his aura even more formidable than before. Father, I shall be his opponent. In the distance, Chu Yuan was still intent on striking again. However, he was soon interrupted by Chu Yuan's words. He turned to Chu Yuan, his intentions unknown, and with a detached smile, remarked, Father, after 3,000 years, my strength has undergone a tremendous transformation. The Lord of Luo Tian must be slain by my hand. There is no need for you to intervene. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's declaration, Chu Yuan hesitated momentarily, but nodded in agreement after a brief pause, admonishing him, Yuaner. The Lord of Luo Tian wields an astounding mastery over 1,280 million laws of the Celestial Kings, making his foundation exceedingly formidable. Be sure to prioritize your safety in this battle. I understand, Chu Yuan replied with a nod. Observing this, Chu Yuan refrained from further words. As the imperial throne slowly retreated in accordance with his thoughts, allowing Chu Yuan to face the Lord of Luo Tian. Ha ha ha, Prince of Chu. You possess quite the audacity. Even your father cannot vanquish me. How could a mere junior like you possibly accomplish this? The Lord of Luo Tian erupted into laughter upon seeing Chu Yuan advance, completely dismissing him. His gaze remained fixed on the distant Chu Yuan, with hatred that had reached its zenith, wishing nothing more than to consume him alive. Lord of Luo Tian, I merely state that today is your day of demise. Chu Yuan declared indifferently, his thousands of years of refinement and cultivation rendering his heart serene and profound. Dressed in a black robe, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, emanating an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. Such an aura was potent enough to obliterate an ordinary quasi-celestial king, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Yet, in this realm teeming with celestial kings, he was but a low-tier contender. The Lord of Luo Tian, in contrast, was a true pinnacle powerhouse. It was akin to an ant challenging a divine elephant. The disparity was as vast as the heavens. Very well. Since you seek your own demise, I shall first slay you, and then proceed to eliminate your father. Today, the entire Chu celestial court shall be annihilated. The Lord of Luo Tian's voice was frigid. In the next moment, a pair of golden hands abruptly reached out, obscuring the sky as they descended upon Chu Yuan. The power of that palm was enough to shatter boundless worlds. Had it fallen in the past where Chu Yuan resided, it would have likely resulted in instant annihilation, leading to the collapse of the universe. The surrounding realms would also be affected, causing countless beings to perish. Yet at this moment, Chu Yuan remained steadfast, allowing the terrifying golden hand to envelop him. His expression remained unyieldingly calm. Suppress him, with the Lord of Luo Tian's thunderous command. The golden hands pressed down inch by inch. It seemed as if, in the next moment, they would completely descend, reducing Chu Yuan to nothingness. Yuaner, above in the heavens. Chu Yuan involuntarily narrowed his eyes. My lord, the leaders of the 8 demon halls bore expressions of utmost concern, yet at this juncture, they could not intervene in the battle, merely watching as the Lord of Luo Tian's terrifying palm descended. However, in that critical moment, an endless, distorted tear in the void suddenly materialized behind Chu Yuan. This fissure appeared to transcend eternal time, emerging from the ancient past to this very place. From within the crack surged an unfathomable darkness and silence. A strange, formless power converged in Chu Yuan's hand, ultimately manifesting as a dark longsword devoid of hilt or blade. Cleaving through the air, boom. With a single swing, the entire upper realm trembled. The path it carved through not only severed the surface, but also obliterated the deepest roots, annihilating all existence. In the boundless darkness of the heavens, a singular, resplendent blood light flickered. It seemed as though, in an instant, or perhaps from an unfathomably distant time, some power transcended the river of time, descending from the unknown antiquity, radiating a brilliance that symbolized ultimate destruction and finality. Crack! In but a fleeting moment, that terrifying golden hand disintegrated into ash, utterly obliterated. This sword that slays you is named Judgment. Following Chu Yuan's cold and indifferent words, the sword light swept across the Lord of Lu Tian, whose once indomitable celestial form now appeared laughably fragile before the primordial artifact capable of cleaving all things, both tangible and intangible. After a single strike, the air was filled with a cascade of pale golden, celestial blood. The severed head plummeted through the skies, its expression still etched with boundless horror and dread. Before the astonished gazes of numerous celestial kings present, as well as countless disciples of the Luo Tian Palace, the Lord of Luo Tian had met his end. Chapter 91. The Fall of the Luo Tian Palace, Devouring the Fruits of Three Celestial Kings. Master. Within the Luo Tian Palace, countless disciples were rendered aghast. They gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. The so-called invincible figure of the Celestial King realm, one of the oldest existences, the Lord of Luo Tian, had been slain in an instant by a single sword. Moreover, the assailant was merely a junior at the most, a quasi-celestial king. The gap between them was indeed as vast as the heavens. The Lord of Luo Tian had fallen just like that. Your might is unparalleled, my lord. Truly worthy of being the inheritor of the eternal cycle, what are the ancient celestial kings to you? In your presence, they are but trifles. Huh. Our Prince of Dechu is indeed extraordinary. This sword's power is unmatched. On the other side, with the Lord of Luo Tian's demise, the 8 demon halls and many celestial kings of the Dechu celestial court were profoundly shaken. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, they couldn't help but turn their gazes toward the figure that stood atop the heavens, wielding the sword, their eyes ablaze with boundless reverence and fervor. Chu Yuan, the prince of the Dechu celestial court, the current supreme ruler of the 8 demon halls. In the shadows, he was also the son of the heavenly destruction celestial emperor, the heir of the eternal cycle's demon ancestor. Today, they were fortunate to witness such unparalleled splendor, as he effortlessly slain an invincible celestial king with a single sword. In the future, who could stand in his way? Yuan? On the imperial throne. Chu Jin observed this scene, momentarily taken aback, before his heart began to race violently. The power of that sword surpassed even that of celestial emperors. His first instinct filled him with trepidation. Even at the pinnacle of his celestial emperor days, he would likely suffer grievous wounds beneath this sword. It seemed that the Yuaner of today was no longer the boy who required his protection at every turn. He had embarked upon a supreme path that belonged solely to him, acquiring a transcendent legacy that even he once looked up to. This realization filled Chu Jin with pride, as well as a sense of boundless elation. His son was so exceptional, and as a father, he naturally felt immense pride. At this moment, while the crowd remained in stunned silence, Chu Yuan continued his ascent, pointing his sword at all remaining powerhouses within the Luo Tian Palace, coldly proclaiming, "The Lord of Luo Tian is dead. Now, I grant you 3 breaths to decide. Surrender, and you shall live. Defy me, and you shall perish." Boom. His voice resonated like 1,000 thunders, unleashing a terrifying, boundless storm across the heavens. In this moment, Chu Yuan exuded an unprecedented, supreme authority. With the slaying of the Lord of Luo Tian, his very essence seemed to undergo a seismic transformation, as if he had become a primordial sovereign gazing down upon the realms, looking down upon all. Every utterance carried immense gravitas. And at this moment, within the Luo Tian Palace, with the fall of the heavenly King Luo Tian, the 3 great kings, once enslaved by him, regained their freedom. Their gazes heavy as they looked towards Chu Yuan, their thoughts shrouded in mystery. As for the 2 foremost disciples under him, the Sunlight Immortal King and the Rainbow Garment Immortal King, their faces turned ashen, a tempest of disbelief roiling within them, almost questioning their own sanity. In their minds, their master, who suppressed all beneath the Immortal Emperor, was now so effortlessly slain by a younger generation, meeting his end with such swift finality. The Rainbow Garment Immortal King, her beautiful eyes filled with terror, felt her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. Even the corners of her sheer silk dress quivered. The Sunlight Immortal King, at this moment, was a tempest of fury and shock. Yet, Chu Yuan showed little interest in their fear and wrath. He slowly raised his right hand, his voice cold and detached as he began the countdown. 3. We yield. I, the Sword Shien Immortal Sovereign, pledge my allegiance to the great Chu Immortal Court, forever serving your highness. Now that the heavenly King Luo Tian has perished, We are willing to swear fealty to the great Chu Immortal Court. Please forgive us, Your Highness. We are prepared to offer all our treasures at Your Highness's disposal. In the mere moment those 3 words fell, the majority of the powerful within the Luotian Palace declared their submission, igniting a further blaze of rage within the sunlight Immortal King, whose eyes seemed poised to spit fire. Traitors! A pack of traitors! Master sheltered you for countless years, bestowing great fortune upon you. And now, upon witnessing his fall, this is how you repay his kindness. Beside him, the rainbow garment Immortal King's beautiful eyes flickered with conflict, her body no longer trembling out of fear, yet she bit her red lip, wrestling with her inner turmoil. 2. Chu Yuan's icy voice resonated through the void. As this declaration echoed, the 3 servants of the 3 great kings made their choice. Your Highness, we are willing to submit. That old dog Luotian has enslaved us for eons. Now that you have granted us freedom, from this moment forth, you shall be our master, except for the shadow killer Immortal King. Humph. The god-slaying Immortal King spoke first. As he concluded, an overwhelming surge of divine laws erupted around him. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through the Tao fruit of the shadow killer Immortal King, obliterating his consciousness, leaving only the boundless pure power of the Immortal King's laws. The shadow killer Immortal King had once harbored an irreconcilable enmity with the 8 Demon Palace. The god-slaying Immortal King was well aware of the cause and effect, and his decisive strike was a declaration of allegiance to Chu Yuan. God-slaying Immortal King, you are formidable. The ruthless nature of the opponent made Chu Yuan raise an eyebrow. The shadow killer Immortal King was not someone he would let slip away. Now that he had become the master of the 8 Demon Palace, the grievances of the past must be settled by him. Chu Yuan. 1. The indifferent voice continued to resonate. I submit. The rainbow garment is willing to become Your Highness's concubine, pleading for mercy. At the countdown's conclusion, under the astonished gaze of the sunlight Immortal King, the rainbow garment Immortal King declared her submission, kneeling on the ground. Junior sister, how can you do this? Everything you have is granted by Master. Even if today we must accompany Master in death, it is our fate. How can you betray Master and ally with this beast? You ungrateful wretch. Wretch. Upon witnessing this, the sunlight Immortal King erupted in anger, his body ablaze with the radiance of the sun, causing the vast heavens to dim momentarily. Time was up, and choices had been made. Rest in peace. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Yuan's profound gaze swept across the entire scene. Clang! The sword blade, transformed from judgment, swept through the heavens, striking with utmost precision at all dissenters within the Luotian Palace, showing no mercy. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered, immortal blood erupted. Under Chu Yuan's utterly indifferent gaze, 720,000 powerful beings of the Luotian Palace perished in an instant, torn apart by the sword's razor-sharp brilliance, reducing them to mere remnants scattered across the void. As for the sunlight Immortal King, though he resided within the realm of immortal kings and commanded over 100 million fiery laws, he could not escape his doom under the terrifying power of the primordial artifact of judgment. Swoosh! In the moment following his furious roar, he was obliterated before the eyes of the rainbow garment Immortal King, his soul essence within the Tao fruit instantaneously erased. Only a Tao fruit, resembling a great sun, remained, brimming with boundless energy. Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy. The rainbow garment Immortal King, drenched in her brother's blood, trembled as she prostrated once more, overwhelmed with dread. With the fall of the heavenly King Luotian, the Luotian Palace was utterly annihilated. If she continued to oppose the great Chu Immortal Court, only death awaited her. Chu Yuan surveyed the trembling rainbow garment Immortal King and the multitude of kneeling strong ones from the Luotian Palace, his heart stirring not even a ripple. The power of the primordial artifact was beyond imagination. Long before, when he had broken through to the Quasi-Immortal King stage, the power granted by the Judgment Sword had surged exponentially, enabling him to conjure a true Judgment Spectre. Though one sword strike could not accomplish the ultimate end of the myriad realms, effortlessly slaying immortal kings was within his grasp. Even a being as formidable as the heavenly King Luotian could only meet his demise on the spot, utterly unresisting. Buzz. Following that, Chu Yuan slightly clasped his right palm. In an instant, the 3 remaining Immortal King Tao fruits were drawn towards him, and as he beheld the Tao fruits overflowing with boundless immortal power, Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened. These 3 Tao fruits, led by none other than that of the heavenly King Luotian, contained a staggering 1,280 million laws of the supreme principle. It could be said that this single Tao fruit was worth 1,000,000 ordinary Immortal King Tao fruits combined, if not more. The other 2 Tao fruits were equally impressive. The Sunlight Immortal King's Tao fruit contained 180 million fiery laws, utterly pure and easily devourable. The Shadow Killer Immortal King's Tao fruit housed 430 million shadow laws, equally formidable. Refining these 3 Tao fruits would allow the prince to ascend to the Immortal King realm, becoming a true giant of the upper realm. Chu Yuan's gaze burned with fervor. Thus, the power of judgment he could wield would surge once more. Let us begin. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, as Chu Yuan's thoughts stirred, the 3 Immortal King Tao fruits were drawn into his body, beginning the process of devouring and refining. Chapter 92. Ascending to Immortal King, 8 billion chaotic laws. Yuaner, is he truly attempting to refine 3 Immortal King Tao fruits simultaneously? Even with his eternal calamity body, such an act seemed exceedingly perilous. In the distance, Chu Jin's expression shifted as he witnessed Chu Yuan commencing the refinement. 3 whole Immortal King Tao fruits, each harboring over 100 million Immortal King laws. Any ordinary Immortal King daring to refine even one would face instant annihilation, with no hope of survival. Even he himself would never dare to casually refine the Tao fruit of the heavenly king Luo Tian. That Tao fruit, having accumulated celestial power over countless epochs, was no longer comparable to an ordinary Tao fruit. The celestial energy contained within was as vast and boundless as the ocean of the heavens, nearly infinite. Our master bears eternal calamity, walking upon the path of chaos. These mere 3 Tao fruits will merely serve as the cornerstone for his ascent to supremacy. No need for concern. At the 8 Demon Palace, several lords chuckled lightly, evidently having great confidence in Chu Yuan's abilities. Boom. At this moment, accompanied by the surge of the 3 Tao fruits' celestial energy, it began to flow downwards, devoured and refined frantically by Chu Yuan. The terrifying tide of energy surged forth with overwhelming might. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Chu Yuan was enveloped in a faint chaotic mist. Resembling a primordial deity descending upon the world, an unfathomable aura swept across the heavens and the earth, causing the many celestial kings present to tremble in their forms. Their hearts gripped by dread. Crack, crack. The endless void shattered under this immense force. Even though the quality of the upper realm space was multiplied a billionfold compared to the lower realm, it now seemed as fragile as mere tofu, exploding in chaos. How terrifying. I can sense it. The aura of His Highness the Prince is surging wildly. Though he is currently a quasi-celestial king, his rule's celestial energy is no less potent than that of an ordinary celestial king. An elder, a celestial king of the great Chu celestial court, gasped in astonishment. He was an old man bearing dual blades, his eyes aflame with a crimson hue, now filled with shock. He was the ancient battle celestial king, most skilled in slaughter and conquest. Having survived countless epochs, he had participated in over 100,000 monumental battles throughout his lifetime. Yet, at this moment, even in the face of the awe-inspiring majesty emanating from Chu Yuan, he could not help but tremble internally. Haha, once His Highness the Prince becomes a celestial king, he will surely rank among the mightiest. Another powerhouse has joined the ranks of our great Chu celestial court. One of the 12 celestial kings of the great Chu celestial court, the celestial king of the divine prison, also laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Now, our great Chu celestial court boasts a full 12 top-tier celestial kings. Alongside His Majesty, an invincible celestial king. If the prince breaks through to the celestial king realm today, adding yet another invincible celestial king, then the great Chu celestial court shall undoubtedly sweep across most of the upper realm, only fearing the might of celestial emperor-level powers. Buzz. At this very moment, the chaotic mist surrounding Chu Yuan intensified. Boundless chaotic laws entwined around him, truly transforming towards the celestial king realm. Earlier, Chu Yuan had obtained the embryonic form of the celestial king Tao fruit in the lower realm. Now, under the relentless onslaught of countless chaotic laws, this Tao fruit was on the verge of fully forming, completing its metamorphosis. Boom. Suddenly, the heavens resonated, the winds and clouds shifted, and thunder erupted. A strand of ancient azure radiance emerged at the center of Chu Yuan's brow. As soon as this azure light was born, it immediately erupted with an overwhelming primordial divine brilliance, radiant like a pillar, piercing through the cosmos, accompanied by the explosion of boundless celestial energy. 2 astonishing phenomena manifested above the firmament. One appeared as a colossal dark deity, reminiscent of an eternal night demon, standing in the void, one hand supporting the vast cosmos. Its left eye seemed to represent all calamities in the heavens, while the right eye suppressed the primordial heavenly path, standing tall in the sky, casting a gaze that could seemingly plunge the heavens into eternal damnation, subjecting them to endless calamities. Lord of eternal calamity. The ancestors' prophecies were indeed true. Our master shall bear a new eternal calamity, becoming the sovereign of countless heavens. Witnessing the spectacle unfolding above the heavens, the members of the 8 demon palace all bowed down, their expressions fervent as if they were worshipping a divine being. This was undeniably the projection of the true form of the Lord of eternal calamity. Beneath this towering shadow of darkness, even the vast upper realm seemed insignificant as dust. No matter who it was, they could only kneel before him, gazing up in awe. Crack. However, the phenomena on the other side of the heavens soon caused even Chu Yuan, the former celestial emperor, to feel a chill in his gaze. His body subtly trembling beneath this scene, unable to contain his fear. There, the boundless ocean of the universe roared. Brilliant divine radiance pouring forth like the countless sands of eternity, as if the divine mountains of the heavens were collapsing, an unfathomable wave of destruction spreading, intent on annihilating everything. This was a sword, an ancient, cracked, and incomplete sword. It hung silently in the void, exuding an aura that even surpassed the shadow of the Lord of eternal calamity. In its presence, all things appeared trivial. It was sharp, domineering, and frigid. It brimmed with deathly stillness and ultimate destruction, whereupon living beings, laws, and even the fabric of time itself would tremble and be obliterated beneath its unparalleled edge. What is this? As all celestial kings beheld this scene, a chilling dread enveloped them, as if they were plummeting into an abyss. Beneath the shadow of this enigmatic colossal sword, they could not even muster the thought of resistance. A mere wisp of sword light escaping from it would likely be sufficient to sever a significant portion of the upper realm, let alone celestial kings. Even celestial emperors would perish within its grasp. Rumble. Just as these two phenomena obscured the firmament, leaving everyone aghast, Chu Yuan, seated in the void, finally made a move. Absorb. He spoke indifferently, extending his hands towards the two manifestations, instantly drawing them in. Each of these powers was terrifying beyond imagination. Darkness and destruction intertwined. Sizzle. At the moment of collision, Chu Yuan's physical form was instantaneously shattered. Yet in the next instant, his truly immortal celestial king body coalesced. Every inch of skin and flesh radiating a pure, holy glow, as if forged from the most pristine celestial gold. Crack. Within Chu Yuan, the Tao fruit had already formed countless boundless cosmic seas. An unimaginable reservoir of celestial energy lay within, with the number of celestial king laws reaching an astonishing total of 80 billion. Evidently, this was not solely the result of the 3 Tao fruits' enhancement. Rather, it was as Chu Yuan ascended to the celestial king realm, successfully activating the legacy of the Lord of eternal calamity and gaining further power from the judgment. 80 billion chaotic laws. At this moment, Chu Yuan seemed to embody a true chaotic deity, merely by opening his eyes. The terrifying fluctuations of celestial energy spread throughout the entire upper realm, causing numerous phenomena to tremble. Ding. Congratulations, host, on ascending to the celestial king realm. Chaotic authority has now risen to level 8. You may freely influence all beings and matters beneath the celestial emperor level. The system's voice echoed. The true activation of the Lord of eternal calamity's legacy had indeed caused his chaotic authority to soar to level 8. It could be said that if the current Chu Yuan were to face the Luo Tian celestial king once more, he would need but a single thought. No celestial energy. No laws need be employed. The Luo Tian celestial king would be annihilated in an instant. In the celestial king realm, Chu Yuan, wielding the shadow of judgment, his eyes radiant like the divine son of Taihao, surveyed the surroundings with a regal gaze. With a mere lift of his hand, the entire upper realm trembled violently. Countless celestial kings felt this power and could not help but shudder, nearly suffocating with terror. In the upper realm, I am invincible, Chu Yuan murmured, his gaze deep as an abyss, directed towards the heavens beyond. Since Lord Shien Emperor has arrived, why not reveal yourself for a conversation? Chapter 93, Sovereign of the Upper Realm, the Arrival of the Shien Emperor. Chu Yuan asked nonchalantly, but as soon as these words escaped his lips, the entire Luo Tian celestial domain, and indeed the vast upper realm, trembled in unison. Among the celestial rivers of the heavens, countless stars abruptly extinguished, forming an extremely terrifying absolute void in the cosmos. At this moment, all beings in the myriad realms fell silent, with countless powerful entities trembling in fear, sensing the arrival of an unimaginably great existence. The sheer terror of this overwhelming might caused even celestial kings to feel a chill in their bones, evoking a sense of fear that nearly drove them to submission. Although celestial kings are titans of the upper realm, they could not conceal the reverence in their hearts, feeling an innate sense of insignificance. Even across infinite distances, a feeling of submission arose involuntarily. It seems that nothing in this world can impede the strides of this magnificent being. A hum reverberates. An aura of unparalleled terror sweeps across the vast cosmos, enveloping the realms beyond the 9 heavens. In an instant, it is as if an unimaginable gaze pierces through the endless void, traversing trillions of miles of emptiness, and fixes its sight upon Chu Yuan within the immortal domain of Lu Yuni. This gaze is resplendent and intense, akin to the resounding toll of a primordial divine bell. Boom. The moment this gaze descends, the infinite immortal realms tremble, myriad immortal cities shake violently, countless immortals scream and collapse, their souls shattering, blood erupting from their 7 orifices. One powerful existence after another roars in horror, straining to unleash their mystical arts and divine weapons for defense. Yet this gaze is simply too formidable. Even if they are not the intended targets, merely a fraction of its residual light causes innumerable strong beings to vomit blood. Feeling as if their entire cultivation is on the verge of disintegration, countless laws shattered and distorted, suffering to an extreme degree. Under this gaze, even the numerous immortal kings of the 8 demon halls and the great Chu immortal court do not fare well. The likes of 7 fiends and the solar corona, peak immortal kings, barely manage to maintain their forms, while several initial and intermediate immortal kings are forced to retreat in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. What a terrifying gaze this is. At this moment, Chu Jin's expression turns gravely serious. He naturally recognizes the owner of this gaze, an acquaintance from countless eons ago, the Shien Emperor, one of the sovereigns of the 8 great imperial powers in the upper realms. Even among the immortal emperors, he stands out as an exceptional figure, his existence stretching back into an era so ancient it defies comprehension. Long before Chu Jin ascended to the rank of immortal emperor and established the great Chu immortal court, the Shien Emperor already existed, standing at the pinnacle of immortal emperors, stepping into an unimaginable realm of supremacy. An intriguing young man. A calm, ethereal voice slowly resonates from the heavens. It belongs to the Shien Emperor, whose unique tone embodies an inherent power of the immortal emperor, delivering an oppressive sensation to many strong beings, as if they were confronting an ancient, exalted sovereign. All beings and entities are left to prostrate, kneeling in awe. Chu Yuan gazes upward, barely catching a glimpse of the Shien Emperor amidst the clouds and mist. The emperor appears remarkably youthful, clad in simple azure robes, seemingly ordinary, yet surrounded by a veil of hazy azure divine light. It is an essence of immortality, transcending all beings, akin to an ocean that envelopes both the heavens and the earth. The Shien Emperor strides through the void, his eyes perpetually shut, and at the center of his brow, a faint image of a green tree emerges, resembling the legendary world tree that connects all, its countless branches transforming into boundless realms. Your name. The serene voice emanates from the Shien Emperor's lips as he stands with his hands clasped behind him, his eyes still showing no signs of opening. Yet, with these words, an inexplicable majesty deepens. Lord Shien Emperor? Heavens! It truly is that esteemed one of the 8 sovereigns of the upper realms, a genuinely supreme immortal emperor. Is the Shien Emperor here for the Immortal King of Lu Yuni? It is said that this great being is capricious. If he seeks vengeance for the Immortal King today, who could possibly withstand him? Cursed fate. The arrival of the Shien Emperor renders our great Chu immortal court utterly powerless. With the Shien Emperor's abrupt descent, fear grips everyone. The immortal kings of the great Chu immortal court wear expressions of utter dismay, never anticipating that a true immortal emperor would appear today, a being beyond their wildest imagination. In the presence of an immortal emperor, no matter how many strong beings join forces, it becomes utterly meaningless. Only another immortal emperor can rival an immortal emperor. No one else. Chu Yuan. Even when faced with one of the sovereigns of the upper realms, Chu Yuan's expression remains unchanged, his demeanor calm. He slightly raises his head. Observing the Shien Emperor, his voice icy. I, Chu Yuan, shall surely ascend beyond the immortal emperor realm in the future. I shall command the upper realms and the innumerable heavens. Is your arrival today to willingly submit to me, Your Excellency? His domineering words resonate throughout the heavens and earth. At this moment, no one could have predicted that Chu Yuan would dare utter such statements in the presence of an immortal emperor, showing not a shred of trepidation. To them, it feels akin to declaring war against the Shien Emperor, a path to self-destruction. Your Honor, witnessing this scene, Chu Jin's heart races with anxiety. In his past as the celestial Shien Emperor, he had crossed swords with the Shien Emperor on numerous occasions, and the two were often evenly matched, with the Shien Emperor holding a significant advantage most of the time. Now, after countless ages, the Shien Emperor's power undoubtedly surpasses that of your, truly unfathomable. Even with peak strength as an immortal emperor, Chu Jin cannot claim superiority over the Shien Emperor today, let alone in this moment. Quite interesting. The Shien Emperor, with eyes closed, betrays no hint of his emotional state. Yet in the next moment, he gracefully gestures with his right hand, and a section of the void shatters, revealing a figure clad in pure white robes stepping forth. Wuxiu, go and engage this individual in combat. Remember, do not harm his life, the Shien Emperor states slowly. As you command. The man in the pure white robe responds with a bow, his eyes slowly opening to reveal two boundless, resplendent azure galaxies, dazzling and captivating. Thunderous roars. An endless flow of immortal power surges, engulfing the entire realm. It is the Wuxiu Immortal King, one of the most powerful beings in the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace. The seventh true disciple of the Shien Emperor, said to wield the true laws of the Immortal Emperor. The Wuxiu Immortal King? It is he who steps forth. The Crown Prince is surely in peril. The opportunity and legacy possessed by the Wuxiu Immortal King are far too terrifying. Before him, the Immortal King of Luo Tian stands no chance at all. What will the outcome be? What is the Shien Emperor's true intent? The various powerful beings cannot help but gasp in awe. Shien Emperor, what do you truly seek to accomplish by coming here? Chu Jin can no longer restrain himself and questions, his gaze fixed firmly upon the Shien Emperor. Celestial Shien Emperor, I did not expect you to still be alive. My descent today carries no malice. I merely sensed a familiar essence within your progeny. The Shien Emperor turns his head slowly, his expression remaining neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow, and speaks indifferently. Rest assured, I shall not take the life of your progeny. Chu Jin remains silent, yet does not press further. He understands that no one present can thwart the actions of the Shien Emperor. Since the latter claims no ill intent, he must acquiesce. Boom. The void trembles. The Shien Emperor's true disciple, the Wuxiu Immortal King, steps forward, surrounded by the roaring laws of tens of billions of immortal kings, surging like a tempest. Seventh true disciple of the Shien Emperor, Ji Wuxiu, please enlighten me. Chapter 94. A single strike to defeat Wuxiu, the Shien Emperor's true intent. The Wuxiu Immortal King's gaze is icy and indifferent, his tone flat, yet each word carries supreme power, causing all who hear it to feel a chill within. It is said that the Wuxiu Immortal King commands over 15 billion Immortal King laws, having received the true legacy of the Immortal Emperor. Though he has not acted for countless eons, the renown of Wuxiu still flows through the vast upper realms, almost revered as one of the strongest beings closest to the Immortal Emperor. 2 epochs ago, the Wuxiu Immortal King struck down 3 peak Immortal Kings of the demon race with a single blow. Such is the might of his strength. The crowd murmurs in awe, their expressions filled with reverence. The Immortal King of the Luo Heaven is merely one of the ostensibly ancient Immortal Kings of the upper realm. However, within the true core powers of the upper realm, colossal entities presided over by immortal emperors, it is those immortal kings that represent the pinnacle of true authority. It is evident that this undying immortal king is one such figure, and a distinguished one at that. Otherwise, he would not have been summoned personally by the mystic emperor for combat. With a thunderous roar, the void erupted. As the undying immortal king took a decisive step, a magnificent celestial radiance erupted forth. In an instant, winds surged and clouds roiled, as terrifying waves of energy radiated outward from the undying immortal king in all directions. This overwhelming force surged forth like countless colossal tides crashing upon the shore, toppling innumerable towering peaks. The formidable beings of the great Chu immortal court collectively held their breath, their expressions gravely serious as they fixated upon this spectacle. The outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain. One of the 12 immortal kings of the great Chu, the sacred void immortal king, murmured to himself, his emotions complex yet tinged with a faint sense of anticipation. The crown prince had transcended to the realm of immortal kings, achieving an unprecedented level of power. He might even rival, or perhaps even surpass, this undying immortal king, leading to his defeat. You are unworthy to contend with me, the crown prince. Yet, just as all believed a cataclysmic battle was on the verge of unfolding, the voice of Chu Yuan suddenly rang out. He shook his head indifferently, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the mystic emperor above, revealing not a trace of reverence or fear, only boundless battle intent and sharpness. Oh, you, young one, are rather audacious. Truly believing that by slaying the Luo Heaven Immortal King, that hollow figure of authority, you have rendered yourself invincible in the world? Very well. I shall allow you to witness true supreme power, lest you remain unaware of your own insignificance. Sensing the disdain and arrogance in Chu Yuan's words, a flicker of anger ignited within the undying immortal king. As he spoke with a detached demeanor, a beam of golden light suddenly erupted forth, tearing through the heavens. Crack! The void instantaneously crumbled into dust. The undying Immortal King's command over the Immortal King's laws was rooted in the principle of immortality, embodying characteristics of eternal change, indestructibility, and invincibility, not only exhibiting unparalleled resilience, but also an unimaginable sharpness. Thus, when he made his move, he intended to crush Chu Shang with the immortal principle. Boom. In that instant, a myriad of golden celestial light surged skyward. A pressure that spanned heaven and earth enveloped all, shaking the cosmos. This kind of majesty felt akin to the collapse of the heavens, the world sinking into oblivion. Countless powerful beings turned pale, their bodies trembling violently. In a distant celestial domain, an aged ruler of an immortal kingdom trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to his knees. Even from such a great distance, he could still feel that overwhelming power, as if it were a suppression that originated from his very soul, leaving no room for rebellious thoughts. The immortal principle shared the same echelon as the great Luo principle wielded by the Luo Heaven Immortal King, both being among the pinnacle laws of the upper realm. Yet, it was abundantly clear that this undying Immortal King's mastery and comprehension of the law undoubtedly surpassed that of the Luo Heaven Immortal King by an insurmountable margin. The disparity between the two was akin to a minor sorcerer standing in the shadow of a grand sorcerer, entirely incomparable. The immortal principle. Furthermore, this individual's grasp of the principle had been imbued with the aura of an immortal emperor, truly worthy of being a direct disciple of the mystic emperor. Could Yuan endure this trial? Chu Jin's heart raced, his eyelids twitching violently, his expression fraught with anxiety. This day was meant to culminate in a decisive victory for the great Chu immortal court, yet the arrival of the mystic emperor had shattered the entire situation. The current great Chu immortal court remained woefully weak, utterly incapable of contending with the mystic emperor and the immense force of the mystic emperor's celestial palace. It could even be said that the lives of Yuan and countless powerful beings within the immortal court had been firmly grasped in the hands of the mystic emperor, leaving them with no means of resistance. In that moment, Chu Jin's heart was in disarray, his fists clenched tightly. This feeling of powerlessness as a subordinate was truly overwhelming, filling him with despair. Had he been the once mighty Tianjin immortal emperor and the great Chu immortal court of Ur, the mystic emperor would certainly not dare to act in such a manner. But now, he was merely a remnant soul reincarnated, having regained the realm of immortal king. Yet still far from the level of an immortal emperor, he remained utterly powerless. Your principle is indeed commendable, but now it belongs to me. However, the very next moment, Chu Yuan's resonant words echoed across the heavens, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Swish. In an instant, facing the all-encompassing assault of the undying principle, Chu Yuan did not so much as blink, extending his right arm directly into the vastness, shattering the brilliant pillar of law that spanned the heavens. Boom. A thunderous roar reverberated. Under the astonished gazes of all, Chu Yuan crushed the terrifying pillar capable of obliterating infinite worlds. Subsequently, within the palm of his hand, a black hole formed, akin to an abyss, voraciously devouring all aspects of the undying principle, even forcibly pulling the undying immortal king himself into its grasp. His powers dissipating wildly, transforming into the supreme nourishment for Chu Yuan's ascension. Hold on. Just as the undying immortal king finally exhibited a trace of panic and sought to flee, the mystic emperor in the heavens intervened at last. Boom. A vast expanse of azure brilliance swept across the sky, ultimately coalescing into 10 colossal dragon forms of azure hue, with a resounding crash, shattering the black hole created by Chu Yuan and rescuing the undying immortal king. In an instant, the entire realm fell into a profound silence. All the powerful immortal kings were left speechless, their gazes fixed upon Chu Yuan, their expressions utterly astonished. No one dared to believe this scene. The esteemed disciple of the immortal emperor, an unrivaled force of the upper realm, was nearly obliterated by a single move from Chu Yuan. Had the mystic emperor not intervened in time, the undying immortal king would undoubtedly have met his demise today. Yet, was the mystic emperor so eager to act merely to consume 10 billion aspects of the law? At this moment, Chu Yuan was forcibly interrupted by the mystic emperor during his devouring process. His expression remained calm and icy. Having successfully converted 10 billion aspects of the law absorbed from the undying immortal king into chaotic laws, this undoubtedly enhanced the power under his command. Yet he still fell short of stepping into the true realm of the immortal emperor. However, from the tone of Chu Yuan's words, everyone could distinctly perceive a hint of mockery. This caused the hearts of the great Chu immortal court's members to tighten once more, none daring to act rashly. Haha. Chu Yuan, you are impressive. Yet, under the anxious gazes of the crowd, the mystic emperor suddenly erupted into laughter, effortlessly tearing apart the void to return the undying immortal king, and then spoke indifferently. You have successfully passed my trial, and I find the power within you quite intriguing. Thus, I now present you with two choices. First, become my 72nd direct disciple. Second, even if you are unwilling, I shall not take your life. However, I will strip you of all your inheritances and powers, taking them back to the Mystic Emperor's celestial palace for contemplation. Chapter 95. The Mystic Emperor strikes. 9 Emperors descend. The Mystic Emperor's celestial palace, one of the 8 great immortal emperor forces of the upper realm. This is a truly terrifying entity capable of shaking the vast upper realm with just a stomp of its feet. In addition to the Mystic Emperor, there are 2 other immortal emperors stationed within the Mystic Emperor's celestial palace. The first among them is the unparalleled existence known as the ancient Hua Immortal Emperor, a close confidant of the Shien Emperor, who ascended to the realm of Immortal Emperor 9 million epochs ago. The second is none other than the foremost disciple among the 71 true disciples of the Shien Emperor, the supreme prodigy who achieved the Immortal Emperor status in a mere 6 million epochs. His esteemed name is the Yuanming Immortal Emperor, who, alongside the Shien Emperor and the ancient Hua Immortal Emperor, is regarded as one of the 3 titans of the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty akin to celestial might, daring anyone to defy them. For countless years, every individual deemed worthy of joining the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace has been an extraordinary genius, surpassing their peers with unparalleled talents. Furthermore, each of the true disciples under the Shien Emperor has reached an astonishing level of power. Among the 71 true disciples, aside from the illustrious Yuanming Immortal Emperor, 4 others have now attained the threshold of the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm, far exceeding even the eternal Immortal Kings. At this moment, when the Shien Emperor spoke, the first choice he presented was undoubtedly the coveted aspiration of countless prodigies from the upper realms, the true disciples of the Shien Emperor, to receive the authentic teachings of the Immortal Emperor, and the protection of the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace ensures that one need not fear the peril of demise in this lifetime, while also obtaining unimaginable celestial fortunes. In an instant, many young and formidable beings remaining in the Luotian palace found themselves breathing rapidly, their gazes fixated upon the position of Chu Yuan, wishing fervently to take his place. Yet, the expression in Chu Yuan's eyes at this moment was icy and utterly indifferent. The first choice echoed in his ears, dismissed as if it were a mere jest. The true disciples of the Shien Emperor? Compared to the master of eternal tribulations and the power of judgment, does he even qualify? Soon after, as the Shien Emperor's voice continued, the second choice, laden with threats, reverberated through the air. Chu Yuan smiled. He slowly stepped forward, striding toward the boundless heavens. The surrounding void, as if burdened by an unimaginable pressure, began to collapse and disintegrate inch by inch. To not harm this prince's life? The Shien Emperor speaks with such grandiosity. It would be far better for this prince if your avatar, which has come today, were to remain here as a source of power for my consumption, wouldn't it? With each word that fell from his lips, the aura emanating from Chu Yuan surged explosively like a volcano. Boom. A wave of terrifying celestial might, 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than before, enveloped the entire world in an instant, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Sensing such fluctuations in power, even the peak Immortal Kings present turned pale, their faces revealing an overwhelming horror. This aura transcended the Luotian Immortal King by an unfathomable margin, nearly stepping into the realm of the Immortal Emperor. Yet, even a mere Immortal Emperor, should he come in his true form today, would only meet his demise at this prince's hands. What of the Immortal Emperor? This prince would slay him nonetheless. An endless torrent of chaotic laws surged and roared around Chu Yuan, ultimately coalescing into a divine robe that adorned him. His eyes, cold as ice, raised a finger. Boom. The void erupted, countless black fissures appearing, resembling a passage leading to the abyss below, devouring and erasing everything within, rendering it utterly irresistible. This was the Immortal Emperor-level divine ability Chu Yuan comprehended from the legacy of the Master of Eternal Tribulations, known as the Abyssal Burial of the World. A single point could draw infinite worlds into the depths of the void, forever descending into destruction and fragmentation, dissolving into nothingness. This strike encapsulated the pinnacle of Chu Yuan's current power. 8 billion chaotic laws, coupled with the 1 billion chaotic laws from devouring the undying Immortal King, amounted to a staggering total of 90 billion law powers unleashed. Boom. The terrifying force shook the entire upper realm. As if the Luotian immortal domain was on the brink of collapse, the endless sea of stars swaying uneasily, as if countless stars trembled in lament. The might of this blow was beyond description. Indeed, yet, in the eyes of the Shien Emperor, the eruptive power of the abyssal burial of the world ignited an even fiercer intensity in his gaze. He nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly extended his hand forward. Buzz. In that instant, a massive azure hand coalesced, akin to a primordial deity reaching forth, enveloping the entire cosmos. In an instant, that incomprehensibly terrifying finger was crushed into nothingness. After completing this act, the Shien Emperor gazed down upon Chu Yuan with an expression devoid of emotion, looking down from his lofty position. Chu Yuan, I admire your audacity to challenge an immortal emperor. Yet, courage is ultimately a laughable thing. You have no comprehension of the vast chasm that separates you from the immortal emperor. Do you know that even in the eyes of the weakest immortal emperor, you are but an insignificant insect? In my eyes, you are even more trivial than dust, utterly ridiculous. The Shien Emperor's voice was chillingly indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if pronouncing a verdict. Yet he spoke the truth. The denizens of the upper realm are well aware that the gap between the ordinary immortal realm and the immortal kings is extraordinarily vast, utterly incomparable. But how could the ordinary immortals fathom that the chasm between the immortal emperors and the immortal kings is hundreds, if not thousands, of times greater? The immortal kings gather boundless laws, condensing the fruits of their paths. The immortal emperors, however, have complete mastery over and dominion over the great paths they cultivate. On each great path, only one immortal emperor may exist. The immortal emperor is unique, transcending the heavens, sweeping across the myriad realms. In their eyes, the immortal kings are mere subjects, even insects, unworthy of contending with the emperor. Even the invincible among the immortal kings, let alone competing with an immortal emperor, must look up to the immortal emperor to catch a glimpse. Otherwise, it would be an act of treason, deserving of death. At this moment, witnessing Chu Yuan's clear rejection of the choice offered to him, even daring to take action, the Shien Emperor had completely lost his patience. His voice grew increasingly frigid. Since you are determined to seek death, then this emperor shall grant it to you. Boom. As his words fell, the Shien Emperor merely raised his right hand slightly, and the endless void before him erupted into chaos. Billowing clouds surged forth, and 9 azure suns could be faintly seen ascending, radiating brilliant sacred light that illuminated the heavens. Following 9 resounding booms, an overwhelming aura began to spread and engulf the 8 directions. A total of 9 towering, formidable figures appeared throughout the void. Merely the emanation of their auras sent shivers down the spines of Chu Yuan and the immortal kings of the great Chu Immortal Court and the 8 demon halls, filling them with an unparalleled sense of danger. The immortal emperor's law, 9 emperors descend from heaven. Chu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Having faced the Shien Emperor in battle before, he was well aware of the terror of this divine ability. It is one of the 5 immortal emperor laws under the Shien Emperor's dominion, capable of summoning 9 imperial phantoms, each possessing 60% of their original strength, to suppress all. The Shien Emperor is the sovereign of the path of the mysterious. All things mysterious, fantastical, and profound fall under his control, with unfathomable means. And at this moment, as these imperial phantoms manifested, their terrifying might caused the heavens and earth to tremble, plunging them into silence. Though the Shien Emperor who arrived today was merely an avatar with about 10% of his true power, the summoned imperial phantoms remained extraordinarily formidable. Even an immortal emperor with less than 10% of his strength could still suppress and annihilate all immortal kings as if they were mere ants. Chapter 96. Battling the Shien Emperor, devouring the power of the immortal emperor. The 9 imperial phantoms stood tall in the heavens, the intense visual impact rendering all observing powerhouses breathless. If a mere avatar could reach such heights, one could only imagine the consequences had the Shien Emperor come in his true form. Gulp. In the boundless distance, a formidable celestial king felt a fleeting thought that sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, leaving his spine icy with dread. He harbored no doubt. Should the true form of the Shien Emperor descend today, none of the powerful beings present would even qualify to gaze upon that supreme celestial emperor. With but a single thought, they would be obliterated. Such is the might of the celestial emperor, one of the sovereigns of the upper realm, possessing unparalleled power that transcends all, akin to a deity or a demon, gazing down upon all life, suppressing the passage of infinite ages. Chu Yuan, are you trembling? Before my 9 emperors of heaven, what is the struggle of mere ants? In the void above, the Shien Emperor observed Chu Yuan with a detached gaze, seemingly searching for a trace of fear and panic in his expression, yet he was met with disappointment. Chu Yuan merely raised his head calmly, his eyes glacially deep as they met the Shien Emperor's gaze, reflecting the towering figures of the 9 emperor shadows within his profound pupils. The 9 emperor shadows were equivalent to celestial kings who wielded mastery over countless laws. Their strength was beyond imagination. It is known that within the realm of celestial kings, Merely 10 billion laws sufficed to reach the pinnacle, rendering one nearly invincible. Yet, each of these 9 emperor shadows possessed true celestial emperor-level laws, governing the ultimate power of the Shien Dao. Even the control of a trillion celestial king laws could scarcely encapsulate their might. Even the most formidable beings among the celestial kings, and some half-step celestial emperors, would be crushed by a single strike from these emperor shadows, without a doubt. However, in the eyes of Chu Yuan today, the celestial emperor's 9 emperors of heaven, despite their might, inspired not a shred of trepidation or reverence. At the moment he ascended to the realm of celestial kings, he had boldly declared that within the upper realm, he was invincible. Was this merely empty rhetoric? At this moment, one singular thought resided in his heart: to sever. Clang. In the next instant, the sound of a sword resonated explosively, a tide of overwhelming, magnificent sharpness suddenly erupted. The primordial artifact, judgment, was once more drawn, but this time it revealed not the incomplete shadow of a sword from before, but rather a true, complete longsword, radiating with dazzling brilliance. The sword measured 3 feet and 7 inches, ancient and weathered, its blade marred by cracks as if it could shatter from the mere touch of wind and rain. The grip resembled a balance, symbolizing judgment, while the blade served as the executioner, capable of slaying all life and matter in the world. This sword, this is the greatest secret that resides within you. In the distance, upon witnessing the sword of judgment manifest, the Shien Emperor's eyes ignited with a fervor long forgotten over countless epochs. The power hidden within that sword was beyond that of the celestial emperors. Should he acquire this sword, his aspirations of breaking through to celestial emperor and stepping into the primordial realm would undoubtedly be realized, allowing him to truly dominate all and ascend to the heights of the primordial heavens. Kill him and seize that sword, the Shien Emperor suddenly commanded, and as his words fell, the 9 emperor shadows made their move in unison. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, a force capable of annihilating all, sweeping across the 8 desolations. Even from the vast expanse of the void, it sent shivers down the spines of many celestial kings. The nearest Luo Tian palace was struck, and many of the surviving powerful beings there were instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Even a mere wisp of celestial emperor aura descending was far beyond what these ordinary celestial realms could endure. This is dire. Yuan-Er's inheritance has already drawn the Shien Emperor's covetous gaze. The Shien Emperor has made his move. Who among the great Chu celestial court can stand against him? Chu Yuan's complexion changed dramatically. He had previously held on to a shred of hope. After all, the Shien Emperor, as a celestial emperor, had personally promised not to harm Chu Yuan's life today. Yet, he never anticipated that this individual harbored ulterior motives from the very beginning, intent on seizing the inheritance from Chu Yuan to ascend above the celestial emperor. Shien Emperor, should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall surely annihilate your entire Shien Emperor palace, leaving no trace behind. Chu Yuan bellowed in fury. At this moment, Chu Yuan was likely facing certain death. How could he not be enraged? However, the next moment, as Chu Yuan's furious roar echoed through the air, a voice slowly emerged from the heavens, belonging to the resolute Chu Yuan, standing in opposition to the Shien Emperor. Father, why must you vow to annihilate his entire lineage? Today, I, Chu Yuan, shall represent the great Chu celestial court in extinguishing the Shien Emperor palace. With the judgment sword in hand, surrounded by shimmering star fire, he spoke each word with a resolute might. Boom. As his words fell, the terrifying killing move of the 9 emperor shadows descended instantaneously. The might of this assault was such that it threatened to obliterate the very heavens. An endless sea of chaos roared and surged, while the firmament above saw countless stars plummet as if heralding the end of all realms. The combined assault of the 9 emperor shadows was such that even the weakest celestial emperor would be unable to withstand it, let alone the mere celestial king that was Chu Yuan. My lord, the crown prince, the 8 demon palace, along with the celestial kings of the great Chu celestial court, displayed expressions of profound sorrow, their hearts aching. This was indeed a moment of true desperation. Shien Emperor, facing this ancient sovereign of the upper realm, an existence unbound by time. At this moment, the 8 demon palace and the great Chu celestial court were utterly incapable of resisting him even slightly. Merely a single avatar descending had caused countless celestial domains to tremble, shaking the entirety of the upper realm. Their current strength, in the eyes of their opponent, was undeniably laughable. This time, it seemed inevitable that they would meet with annihilation. Truly the power of a celestial emperor, merely absorbing an attack once granted the crown prince 30 billion chaotic laws anew. However, just as despair engulfed everyone, Chu Yuan's voice suddenly resonated. He stood with the judgment sword poised in the void, clad in a dark golden robe that billowed, his black hair flowing. His eyes shone like the sun and moon, dazzling and radiant, as if two resplendent suns illuminated the universe. Hearing Chu Yuan's voice, the distant figure of the Shien Emperor, seated upon the clouds as if commanding all, suddenly froze in disbelief. Under the combined might of the 9 Emperor shadows, "You have not perished." And then, the Shien Emperor seemed to sense something, his brows furrowing deeply. "This is impossible. I am the sole sovereign of the Shien Dao. How can you consume my power? What have you done, boy?" The Shien Emperor questioned in a low tone, his voice tinged with an uncommon gravity, even hinting at trepidation. For he sensed that the celestial emperor power infused within the 9 Emperor shadows had, at this moment, partially slipped from his grasp, subsequently being devoured and refined by Chu Yuan, becoming a part of his cultivation. Chapter 97, A Cataclysmic Battle, Severing the Shien Emperor's Avatar. What have I done? Merely severed the connection between you and those powers. Thus, they become mere unclaimed entities. I shall devour and refine them at will. Chu Yuan smirked coldly, the judgment sword humming incessantly in his grasp. Severed my connection to the Shien Dao. Boy, hand over that artifact in your possession, and I may yet spare your life. Otherwise. Hearing this, a flicker of greed suddenly ignited in the depths of the Shien Emperor's gaze. Fixating intently on the judgment sword in Chu Yuan's hand, he spoke coldly. Otherwise what? Chu Yuan scoffed, his eyes narrowing slightly. And with a sudden swing of the judgment sword, he unleashed a devastating strike. Crash! In that instant, the heavens shattered, resembling an endless galaxy cascading downwards, aimed directly at the Shien Emperor. "Do not harm our lord." The 9 Emperor shadows, witnessing this, had their ethereal gazes surge in intensity, all striking towards the terrifying galaxy. Boom! In an instant, the entire realm trembled violently, followed by an unimaginable tempest sweeping across the heavens and the earth, obliterating countless mountains and rivers, reducing everything to nothingness. The assembly of celestial kings stood transfixed, with their hearts lodged in their throats, their breaths stilled. Yet at that moment, as the storm began to abate, the figures of the 9 imperial shadows abruptly faltered, only to be sent hurtling backwards. With a resounding crack, one imperial shadow was the first to perish, its form shattering and ultimately merging into an immeasurable power that surged into Chu Yuan, vanishing completely from existence. Crack! Crack! Another imperial shadow bore a visage marred with fissures, its eyes filled with an unparalleled horror. Boom! In the next moment, its entire being exploded, likewise becoming a fragment of Chu Yuan's chaotic path, dissipating into the void. Hiss! Witnessing the annihilation of 2 of the 9 imperial shadows, the celestial kings of the great Chu celestial court shuddered, while the leaders of the 8 demon halls were left utterly dumbfounded, gasping in astonishment. These were the imperial shadows summoned by the Shien Emperor, a display of celestial might. Each of them was infinitely close to the realm of the celestial emperor, and even an ordinary half-step celestial emperor would be no match for a single one. Yet now, even when the 9 imperial shadows united in a single strike, they could not withstand Chu Yuan's blade, and 2 of them were ruthlessly slain, their powers seized entirely. The power of the celestial emperor's path was exquisitely pure and wonderfully formidable. At this moment, after devouring the celestial energy of those 2 imperial shadows, Chu Yuan murmured to himself, his body resonating with thunderous roars, as torrents of power surged forth like a raging river. This unleashed an endless manifestation of chaos behind him, resembling the primordial creation of the universe, with one primordial deity after another arising, as an unprecedented and overwhelming aura erupted from his being. The might of this power was so immense that Chu Yuan could not help but laugh heartily, exclaiming, "Ha, Shien Emperor, you have indeed bestowed upon this prince a grand gift. Devouring a single imperial shadow grants me mastery over 200 billion chaotic laws. Now, having consumed 2 imperial shadows, the chaotic laws under my command have soared to nearly 500 billion, truly comparable to a half-step celestial emperor." Boom! The terrifying force of the chaotic laws reverberated through the 9 heavens, raising tumultuous waves that crushed the void into fragments. The myriad celestial kings present felt a blur before their eyes, and then beheld Chu Yuan striding through the void, his figure flickering as he traversed an immense distance of billions of miles. Whoosh! In the next heartbeat, he appeared before the Shien Emperor, wielding the judgment sword, its radiant edge slashing down with ferocious intent. Yet the Shien Emperor, being the Shien Emperor, was not so easily vanquished. At the last moment, he once again employed the secret techniques of the celestial emperor, shifting his position with an imperial shadow, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Splat! However, the imperial shadow that bore the brunt of this sword did not share such fortune. It was instantly obliterated by the judgment sword, and all its boundless power was consumed by Chu Yuan, who once again gained 200 billion chaotic laws. Boy, after an unfathomable span of time. This was the first instance the Shien Emperor had been forced to utilize this life-saving secret, his expression fluctuating between anger and disbelief. Where did you procure this sword? His icy gaze, sharp as a blade, bore down upon Chu Yuan, filled with an ominous intensity, as if he were ready to devour him whole. The power of this sword surpassed the vast majority of chaotic imperial weapons that the Shien Emperor had encountered in the past. It was well known that in the upper realms, chaotic imperial weapons were the supreme artifacts wielded by celestial emperors. Thus, chaotic imperial weapons could also be called celestial emperor weapons. Yet the sword in Chu Yuan's grasp evoked a profound sense of lethal threat within the Shien Emperor, its power far exceeding that of celestial emperor weapons. A notion almost unfathomable. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. What concern is it of yours? Chu Yuan retorted with a chilling laugh, his eyes flashing with lightning. Standing upon the chaos as his aura surged like a raging sea, tumultuous and boiling, as he unleashed another sword strike. This strike was even more potent than the last, capable of obliterating countless mighty universes. As the sword was drawn, the entire upper realm quaked, causing celestial beings to tremble. Even the supreme beings of the upper realm shivered in fear. Before the blade even arrived, layers upon layers of void were already torn asunder, revealing the foundational laws of the upper realm's deepest void, even the majestic river of time and the shadow of the primordial celestial path. Seek death. As the devastating sword descended, the Shien Emperor suddenly raised his head, his gaze darkening further. Heavenly fragmentation finger. With a furious roar, he executed another celestial emperor technique. This technique was exceedingly terrifying. It was said that 30 million epochs ago, a celestial emperor had perished under this very finger, their soul and body shattered, their path obliterated. Boom. The layers of clouds in the high heavens were rent asunder, resembling a supreme deity pointing down, as billions of azure dragons surged forth with this finger, roaring and rampaging, suppressing the world. Under this finger, myriad cries of despair echoed, the sun and moon sank, and the stars were thrown into chaos. Amidst the horrified gazes of the countless powerful beings of the upper realm, the colossal finger collided heavily with the chaotic sword radiance, instantly unleashing boundless celestial brilliance, piercing through layers of void, igniting the great continents of the celestial realm, shaking innumerable vast domains. Boom. As the endless tidal wave swept through, the remaining imperial shadows summoned by the Shien Emperor shattered completely. Several perceptive celestial kings even noticed that the power within those imperial shadows was converging towards a distant location, ultimately vanishing from sight. This battle had already reached the magnitude of a true celestial emperor conflict. Who would emerge victorious? If that young prince could defeat the Shien Emperor's avatar, the entire upper realm would surely be shaken to its core. Could the Shien Emperor be defeated? This seemed impossible. Even if it were merely an avatar, it was still an existence that ordinary celestial emperors could not contend with. It was hard to say. That great Chu prince's tactics were inscrutable, and his hidden cards too terrifying. Amidst the boundless void, gasps of astonishment reverberated through the skies. At this moment, regardless of the level of celestial king, their hearts trembled, their minds were agitated. Now, the smoke and dust obscured the heavens and the earth. The aura within was chaotic beyond comprehension, rendering it impossible to discern the specific circumstances. Yet, merely from the terrifying fluctuations produced by their clash, one could imagine that the previous collision of powers was far more complex than what they had witnessed, undoubtedly beyond imagination in its horror and intensity. Step, step, step. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoing through the void reached the ears of the powerful beings, like thunder striking their souls. Many gazes turned toward the sound, only to see the void warping, the endless dust dissipating, revealing a figure clad in black, slowly emerging. It was none other than Chu Yuan, enveloped in swirling chaotic mist, his divine radiance erupting forth, his aura swelling to a magnitude that far surpassed his previous state. His gaze was indifferent, as deep as an abyss, one hand still clutching the judgment sword, while the other held aloft a severed head that would not close its eyes. It was the head of the Shien Emperor. Chapter 98, 999 billion chaotic laws, Emperor of the Abyss. Hiss! Countless gasps echoed in unison. The celestial kings were left wide-eyed, their shock reaching unimaginable heights. How could this be possible? The Shien Emperor had actually been defeated? The great Chu prince truly slaughtered the avatar of the Shien Emperor. This avatar even possessed a genuine soul and body, rivaling those who had just entered the realm of celestial emperors. At this moment, Whether it be the formidable beings of the great Chu immortal court or the myriad of upper realm titans observing from the outside, all stood utterly astonished. No one could fathom this spectacle, especially those who comprehended the immense power of the Xuandi, one of the 8 most powerful immortal emperors of the upper realm. Xuandi, the sovereign of the Xuandi heavenly palace, a truly invincible entity. For countless eons, no one had ever witnessed the downfall of this immortal emperor. Even if it were merely a projection or a clone, it was still a terrifying presence that roamed the upper realm with unparalleled might. Yet now, it had been slain on the spot by a young immortal king. With a triumphant sneer, Chu Yuan grasped the cranium of the Xuandi. At this moment, all the power within this clone had been entirely devoured by him. The quantity and quality of the chaotic laws surged dramatically, reaching an unprecedented count of 999 billion. He was merely a step away from mastering the chaotic Tao and ascending to the realm of the supreme immortal emperor. Excellent. Yuan are splendid. Chu Jin, in his capacity as the leader of the great Chu immortal court, proclaimed, from this moment forth, Chu Yuan, you are the new sovereign of Great Chu. Overwhelmed with joy, Chu Jin announced loudly that Chu Yuan had become the new master of the great Chu immortal court. Initially, he had planned to wait until he regained his immortal emperor cultivation before abdicating in favor of Chu Yuan. However, he never anticipated that within such a short span, Chu Yuan's strength would soar to such heights, publicly slaying the Xuandi's clone, his power far exceeding that of the former immortal emperor. The title of the master of the great Chu immortal court was indeed well-deserved. We salute your majesty. May your majesty ascend to the utmost heights and command the eternal heavens. In an instant, the 12 immortal kings all bowed down, offering their homage to Chu Yuan. Their expressions filled with fervent devotion. A generation of unparalleled emperors had been born. Henceforth, the Chu family would reign over the entire upper realm, soaring to unimaginable heights. Under the leadership of this sovereign, the great Chu immortal court would surely restore its former glory and even advance further to unify the myriad realms. In this moment, all the mighty beings of the great Chu were engulfed in uncontainable excitement. The members of the 8 demon palace also bowed in unison, declaring their allegiance to the great Chu immortal court, pledging to follow Chu Yuan for eternity. From this day forth, I am the sole sovereign of the great Chu immortal court. Emperor Yuan, today, the Xuandi has dared to offend me. This matter shall not be easily concluded. Shall we, my comrades, march upon the Xuandi heavenly palace and claim the true head of the Xuandi? Chu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his gaze exuding an overwhelming dominance that stirred the hearts of many powerful beings, igniting their fervor. He had now reached the threshold of half-step immortal emperor. Though not an immortal emperor, he surpassed many in power. Ordinary initial stage immortal emperors were no longer a match for Chu Yuan. Even mid-tier immortal emperors, or those seasoned ones, could find themselves in peril against him. As for the Xuandi, a venerable immortal emperor who had long ascended to the pinnacle, Chu Yuan could wield the power of the judgment sword to slay him, not merely killing him, but also seizing all the powers of the Xuandi's path, including the 5 secret techniques of the immortal emperors. Emperor Yuan, not yet an immortal emperor, yet dares to proclaim himself as an emperor? This Chu Yuan is truly arrogant, but his strength is beyond question. Such a figure was rare even among the upper realm, and he was bound to ascend to the ranks of the supreme immortal emperors in the future. Alas, this youth ultimately failed to recognize his own limitations, daring to provoke the Xuandi, a true pinnacle immortal emperor, and even intending to invade the Xuandi heavenly palace, courting disaster. We need only await the Xuandi's true form to take action. There is no need for us to intervene. The upper realm's titans shook their heads, evidently skeptical of Chu Yuan. It was true that he had slain the Xuandi's clone today, but that was merely a clone, possessing at most 1/10 of the Xuandi's true strength. Within the Xuandi heavenly palace, there were not only the Xuandi, but also other formidable immortal emperors, such as the ancient Hua immortal emperor and the Yuan Ming immortal emperor. Both of these beings were at the pinnacle of immortal emperor level, and particularly the ancient Hua immortal emperor, whose strength was likely not inferior to that of the Xuandi, reaching an unfathomable realm of terror. Under such circumstances, even this new master of Great Chu, no matter how powerful, would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Chu Yuan, however, in the next instant, a visage that obscured the heavens appeared in the sky. It was none other than the true form of the Xuandi. His countenance was exceedingly grim, with what appeared to be traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, the clone that Chu Yuan had just vanquished was no ordinary projection, but rather a Tao saint body cultivated over millions of epochs, capable of allowing him to resurrect even if his true self were to perish. But now that this Tao saint body had been slain by Chu Yuan, the Xuandi felt a significant backlash, even the governing Tao of Xuandi displaying cracks, injuring its very foundation. I await you in the Xuandi Heavenly Palace. I shall personally rend your body to pieces before annihilating your great Chu Immortal Court. The Xuandi's roar reverberated across the skies, echoing for billions of miles. At this moment, not only the titans of the upper realm, but even the other 7 Immortal Emperor factions turned their gazes towards him. At this moment, among the 8 Immortal Emperor factions of the upper realm, in the realm of the myriad fire god, the supreme ruler, Emperor Yin, slowly opened his eyes. Awakening amidst an endless sea of molten lava, he gazed toward the direction of the Xuandi Heavenly Palace, murmuring, "Heh, someone dares to provoke that old immortal Xuandi? How interesting. This is becoming increasingly entertaining. I shall join the fray. It has been thousands of epochs since I left the myriad fire divine realm. It is time to see what the upper realm has become." With that, Emperor Yin vanished without a trace. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure descended upon a certain void in the upper realm. This pressure was terrifying, vast, and filled with an insatiable heat, akin to the crushing weight of the heavens, enveloping every inch of the celestial space. Meanwhile, in another faction of immortal emperors, within the Frost Moon Cold Palace, in the cold and profound palace, a crystal coffin suspended in midair slowly radiated a deep, chilling light. Following this, a snow-white jade foot stepped out, slender and flawless. The moment she emerged from the crystal coffin, the infinite realms under the dominion of the Frost Moon Cold Palace seemed to plunge into a winter freeze. An overwhelming chill sweeping across the cosmos, silencing all, even halting the flow of time itself. In the surrounding void, even the laws of the universe came to a complete standstill. It was a remarkably wondrous sight, as if an ancient and unchanging empress stood tall in the heavens, commanding the universe, with her gaze freezing all that it fell upon. "Your Majesty the Ice Empress." Behind the woman, a girl in white quietly appeared, draping a long gown over the perfect, immaculate figure, bowing respectfully, her demeanor humble. Though this girl seemed young, an aura of immortal emperors might subtly emanated from her, exuding an ethereal presence, akin to mist. She too was a terrifying figure of half-step immortal emperor strength, serving as a maid to the Ice Empress, one of the 8 emperors of the upper realm, the Great Chu Immortal Court. The Ice Empress had been in slumber for millions of epochs, and now upon awakening, she murmured the name of the Great Chu Immortal Court. It seemed there were ties to the past that stirred within her, causing her traditionally indifferent heart to finally experience a faint ripple of emotion. "Tian, since you have returned, why not come to see me?" The Ice Empress sighed, her azure gaze deep and profound, as if penetrating through endless ages, recalling the memories of times long past. Moer prepared to head to the heavenly palace of the Shien Emperor. Regardless of the Shien Emperor's furious wrath, today the Great Chu Immortal Court shall not falter. Chapter 99. The Arrival of the Immortal Emperors and the Ice Emperor's Astonishment. At this moment, within the heavenly palace of the Shien Emperor, one of the 8 great immortal emperor-level powers of the upper realm, which is also the oldest and most profound behemoth of the upper realm. It is said that the origin of the Shien Emperor's palace can be traced back to the primordial era, steeped in ancient mystery. Even among the 8 emperors of the present upper realm, the Shien Emperor stands as one of the mightiest, hailed as a being with the potential to surpass the immortal emperors and step into the primordial divine realm. At this moment, deep within the Shien Emperor's palace, a figure clad in blue suddenly spat out a mouthful of essence blood. His eyes were dark and brooding, akin to 2 dark moons, flickering with boundless killing intent. "For how many years, Chu Yuan, have you, mere ants, dared to slay my avatar? Today, I, the Shien Emperor, vow to bathe the Great Chu Immortal Court in blood and eradicate all bloodlines of your Chu family." Boom. Before the Shien Emperor's words had faded, the terrifying celestial might within his immortal form erupted suddenly. In an instant, the entire Shien Emperor's palace trembled violently. Brilliant azure radiance surged forth from the Shien Emperor's body, connecting heaven and earth, ultimately transforming into the shadow of an immense and towering tree. Countless star systems hung upon its branches, so vast that it was beyond imagination, nearly obscuring the entire upper realm. This was the form of the Shien Emperor's true body. In the primordial era, the Shien Emperor was originally a primordial divine tree that attained sentience, having cultivated wisdom over millions of years, and ascended to the rank of immortal emperor after billions of epochs, mastering the path of the mysterious and self-calling himself the Shien Emperor. Thus, his true body is exceptionally unique, and the total celestial power he wields is indeed boundless. The path of the mysterious has also been refined and interpreted by him to its utmost. Once fully unleashed, its might is truly unimaginable. At this moment, as the phantom of the Shien Emperor's true body manifested, the boundless treetops spanned billions of miles across the void, surrounded by stars, resembling countless gems, dazzling to the extreme. Xian, who dared to provoke your wrath? Hee, in this state of yours, even I find it a rare sight to behold. Suddenly, beside the Shien Emperor appeared a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe. He held a whisk, his long beard cascading down to his chest, adorned with a gentle smile. Yet his brow bore the weight of endless years, resembling another ancient being who had lived through a long epoch. Guhua, do not interfere in this matter today. I shall resolve it personally. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Shien Emperor let out a cold snort. This Taoist-robed middle-aged man was none other than his closest confidant, and the second strongest within the Shien Emperor's palace, Guhua, the Immortal Emperor. Master, the great Chu Immortal Court has extinguished your avatar. They deserve death 1,000 times over. There is no need for Master to intervene. Your disciple is willing to undertake this task, and will surely annihilate the great Chu Immortal Court. As the words fell, another figure appeared behind the Shien Emperor. Clad in a black robe, his eyes were chillingly cold, bearing a black ancient sword on his back, its blade gleaming with a terrifying cold light. As if capable of cleaving heaven and earth, he was none other than the third strongest in the Shien Emperor's palace, Yuan Ming, the Immortal Emperor. I have said, today no one is allowed to interfere in this battle. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you. The Shien Emperor's voice thundered like rolling thunder. Ha! To think that upon my arrival, I would witness the Shien Emperor in such a furious state. It truly delights me. I heard you were defeated by a young upstart, and your avatar was slain on the spot. TSK, the dignified lord of the Shien Emperor's palace has actually fallen to such a state. Boom. Just then, an endless heat wave suddenly swept across the distant sky. Then, amidst the infinite divine fires, a figure seated upon a throne of divine flames emerged. You little brat, Yendi. After merely 400 million epochs, you dare to speak to me in such a manner? The Shien Emperor's gaze shifted, finally landing on the resplendent throne of divine flames in the sky, his voice growing even colder. My lord Shien Emperor, is it truly worth your rage to confront such a mere hound? Hee. A fellow whose half-body has already sunk into the earth ought to retire early to avoid further embarrassment here. In response to the Shien Emperor's chilling remarks, the figure upon the throne of divine flames, Yendi, spoke calmly, seemingly unafraid of the Shien Emperor. Clearly, the relationship between Yendi and the Shien Emperor was far from harmonious. The myriad flames of the divine fire realm and the Shien Emperor's palace had long been at odds, even bordering on enmity, seeking death. Upon hearing this, the Shien Emperor was filled with rage, a tide of murderous intent engulfing the skies. Instantly, the branches and shoots of the divine tree obscuring the heavens transformed into billions of azure dragons, each branch and leaf bursting forth with astonishing brilliance, enveloping this vast upper realm. Old fool, today, this emperor has merely come to spectate. Your opponent is not me. Yendi sneered, refusing to back down. He extended his right hand, applying a gentle pressure. Boom. In that instant, the heavens and earth trembled. A crimson furnace materialized, within which ancient phoenix apparitions soared, burning all, subduing all. This was the holy flame of the vermilion bird, one of the highest celestial flames of the upper realm, its might unparalleled, having once burned to death an immortal emperor. Boom. In a moment, two unimaginable forces of celestial might collided, causing the void to collapse and disappear, turning the infinite void into chaos. Yet, in the next instant, as the world was on the brink of annihilation, everything's trajectory of destruction seemed to rewind, returning to its origin, leaving no trace behind. Only a towering figure could be seen above the expansive sky, surrounded by a halo of divine light, exuding an ethereal aura. Standing in the void like a primordial deity, beneath his feet, a purple golden lotus slowly bloomed. With a single step, it seemed as though countless worlds crumbled and vanished beneath him, only to be reborn, endlessly cycling, eternal and indestructible. Shien Emperor, Yendi, do not let your tempers flare. A serene voice resonated from the heights, subtly suppressing the celestial might of both Yendi and the Shien Emperor, causing their gazes to narrow slightly. This was the Hao Emperor, the current ruler of the Supreme Imperial Court, the most potent force among the human factions of the upper realm. His strength ranks within the top 3 among the 8 emperors, surpassing even the Shien Emperor and Yendi, standing as a true pinnacle power atop all realms. Humph. Upon seeing the Hao Emperor's arrival, both the Shien Emperor and Yendi snorted coldly, ceasing their earlier confrontational stances and retracting their celestial might. Boom, boom. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of war drums resonating from the northern front of the Shien Emperor's palace, ancient warships shattered the clouds, tearing through the void with a deafening roar. Upon each warship, the banners of the Great Chu Immortal Court fluttered fiercely, proclaiming to the heavens, "The Great Chu Immortal Court has arrived." In an instant, The heavens and earth erupted in fervor. At this moment, the vast sky was densely packed with powerful beings who had come to witness the battle. In a certain corner of the void, as boundless laws were frozen, a pair of beautiful eyes gazed upon the leading warship of the great Chu Immortal Court. There, Chu Yuan and Chu Jin stood side by side. Even though they appeared insignificant before the towering Shien Emperor's palace, neither of them displayed any hint of fear. Instead, their gazes looked down with an air of superiority, as if surveying the myriad heroes of the world. Tian, as if finally seeing that familiar face again. The Ice Emperor's azure eyes flashed with a complex expression. However, as she turned her gaze to Chu Yuan standing beside Chu Jin, a profound connection coursed through the bloodline, causing the long-reigning Ice Emperor to suddenly change countenance, even trembling with emotion. There could be no mistake at all. That was her child with Tianjin. Chapter 100. The Truth of the Past, the Eternal Crown of the Emperor. Despite being one of the 8 sovereigns of the Upper Realm, the Ice Emperor's true identity remained a well-guarded secret. She was a direct descendant of the Chaos Demon Ancestor, the Lord of Eternal Tribulations. Thus, upon sensing the eternal demon blood flowing through Chu Yuan's vessel, the Ice Emperor instantly grasped the truth. Chu Yuan was indeed her genuine blood heir. Tianjin, for all these years, how you have concealed this from me. As she beheld Chu Yuan's visage, tears cascaded from the Ice Emperor's eyes. Throughout endless epochs, she had been utterly unaware of the existence of her progeny. It was only upon encountering Chu Yuan that the truth dawned upon her. My emperor. Beside her, the maid Immortal, on the verge of the semi-immortal realm, could not help but furrow her brow. The Ice Emperor had always been aloof and frigid. Even after accompanying her for countless eons, Immortal had never witnessed the Ice Emperor display such emotion, let alone shed tears. At that moment, Immortal's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the direction of the visitors from the great Chu Immortal Court, fixating on Chu Jin and Chu Yuan, filled with intrigue and inquiry. What was the nature of their relationship with the Emperor that could elicit such a profound display of vulnerability? Chu Yuan, meanwhile, on the other side, atop the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace. The Shien Emperor, upon witnessing Chu Yuan's arrival, unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. I demand you kneel. This is your final opportunity. If you bow before me now and offer all your fortunes and legacies, I may show mercy and allow the great Chu Immortal Court to become a vassal of the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace. Kneel, kneel, kneel. As his words fell, countless powerful figures within the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace emerged in unison to echo his decree. Their voices boomed like great gongs, shaking the very firmament. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Chu Yuan raised a hand and made a decisive gesture, unleashing a terrifying dark radiance that rent the sky asunder. The void twisted and collapsed, as many powerful beings in the heavens above transformed into a mist of blood. Those who usually held the rank of elder within the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace, quasi-immortal kings, or even true immortal kings, were obliterated in an instant. Blood rained down from the heavens. In the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace, a gruesome spectacle unfolded. The many powerful figures were left aghast, retreating in terror, their hearts filled with a potent mix of rage and fear. Such audacity! This was before the Shien Emperor, and even several sovereigns of the upper realm. This new emperor of the great Chu Immortal Court dared to act so brazenly, striking without uttering a word, clearly disregarding the assembled celestial emperors. This young man possesses great potential. If he survives this encounter with the Shien Emperor today, then in the future, my 10,000 fire divine realm shall surely honor him as a guest of distinction. Upon witnessing this, the Flame Emperor laughed heartily, clearly admiring Chu Yuan's actions. For he had long harbored a disdain for the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace, and now someone dared to create chaos there, much to his delight. As for the Hao Emperor and the Ice Emperor, they remained passive. The Hao Emperor's gaze remained inscrutable, while the Ice Emperor seemed lost in a state of profound shock, unable to extricate herself from the moment. Foolish child, your master has granted you this opportunity, and yet you dare to defy him? A furious voice erupted from deep within the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace, belonging to one of the Shien Emperor's true disciples. Boom! In an instant, the entire Shien Emperor's heavenly palace trembled, and an endless brilliance surged into the sky, threatening to pierce through the starry river. Amidst the myriad of divine radiance, a figure emerged, an imposing man clad in radiant golden armor, wielding a crimson spear, his cape billowing majestically. His skin shimmered, his black hair flowed like a divine wraith, exuding an aura of unparalleled authority. As soon as he appeared, an overwhelming presence swept across the seas and lands, sweeping through the entire universe. A formidable pressure enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 realms, causing the very essence of the world to resonate. and even the 9 great sons in the upper realm seemed subdued by his brilliance. This individual was none other than the Shien Emperor's second true disciple, Yuan Tinga, a being at the semi-immortal realm. He was hailed as the most formidable power beneath the immortal emperors, rumored to have slain an immortal emperor in the past, though the veracity of that claim was uncertain. Yuan Tinga, a deeply favored disciple of the Shien Emperor, possessed unparalleled cultivation, reportedly just a step away from ascending to the immortal emperor realm. The crowd marveled, their gazes converging upon Yuan Tinga. He was an absolute prodigy. Even if the immortal emperor he allegedly defeated was but a peculiar demonic immortal emperor of limited strength, this still attested to the terror he embodied. Ding. Detected an 8-star child of fortune, upper realm. Defeating and slaying him will yield a bounty of villain points. Plundering immense primordial luck grants additional access to the semi-primordial artifact, the Eternal Crown of the Emperor. Eternal Crown of the Emperor, one of the supreme treasures wielded by the Lord of Eternal Tribulations. An unparalleled existence surpassing the primordial and chaotic emperor weapons, capable of commanding all demon bloodline beings to submit unconditionally. The one who dons the crown shall be revered by all demons as the supreme demon emperor. Yuan Tinga's emergence triggered the long-forgotten system voice within Chu Yuan's mind to resound once more. It could be said that the role of the villain system had diminished significantly for Chu Yuan at this juncture. Yet, upon seeing the rewards that could be gained from defeating his opponent, Chu Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination. A semi-primordial artifact, the Eternal Crown of the Emperor. Chu Yuan had already experienced the terror of the judgment wielded by primordial artifacts. If he could acquire such a treasure, it would be a coveted boon indeed. With this thought, Chu Yuan swiftly directed his gaze toward the brash Yuan Tinga. You, boy, lack the qualifications to challenge my master. Should you dare take a step forward, you must first tread upon my corpse. Before Yuan Tinga's roar could fully escape his lips, in the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Chu Yuan merely pointed casually. Swish. The sound of flesh and soul being torn asunder reverberated simultaneously. In an instant, amidst the incredulous stares of myriad powerful figures, Yuan Tinga's radiant celestial form exploded into a mist of blood, his very soul and essence completely shattered and annihilated. With a single gesture, he was crushed. Chapter 101. The Sovereign of all demons, all shall bow. Gasp. As Yuan Tinga fell, the entire Shien Emperor's heavenly palace fell into an eerie silence. Whether among the strong within the palace or the myriad factions gathered to watch, all gazed in shock at the drifting blood mist, collectively inhaling sharply. This was Yuan Tinga, an extraordinary being approaching the level of an immortal emperor. Even in the vast upper realm, he was among the absolute dominators, capable of shaking the heavens and causing untold calamities. And yet, in the hands of the new emperor of the great Chu immortal court, he was effortlessly obliterated with a mere gesture. How intriguing. High above the heavens, the Flame Emperor regarded Chu Yuan with even greater admiration. Even the usually unflappable How Emperor displayed a hint of rippling emotion in his gaze, though it quickly returned to its previous calm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the 8-star child of fortune, earning 800 billion villain points. Successfully plundered immense primordial luck, current luck value, 700. Acquisition of the half-step primordial artifact, the Eternal Crown of the Emperor. Within Chu Yuan's mind, a multitude of system notifications resonated. After a prolonged period without slaying a child of fortune, the elimination of this half-step Immortal Emperor level 8-star child of fortune immediately bestowed upon him an astounding 800 trillion villain points. Should he wish to ascend to the Immortal Emperor realm, it would require an expenditure of an entire 10 trillion villain points. Thus, Chu Yuan promptly directed all his villain points towards the long-stagnant chaos law of the Heavenly Emperor's Reincarnation Sutra. Ding. Successfully consumed 800 trillion villain points. The Heavenly Emperor's Reincarnation Sutra is now at the second layer's perfection, fate as cause. The Heavenly Emperor's Reincarnation Sutra comprises 3 layers. The first layer, mastery of heavenly principles, allows one to wield control over all world rules, except for the primordial heavenly Tao, positioning one as the sovereign of every realm. The second layer, fate as cause, is the domain in which Chu Yuan currently resides. Merely to initiate entry into the second layer necessitates in excess of 1 trillion villain points. Such a sum had once sent shivers down Chu Yuan's spine while in the lower realms, rendering him utterly incapable of exchange. Yet now, in the higher realms, he effortlessly acquired 800 trillion villain points. In an instant, he propelled the Heavenly Emperor's Reincarnation Sutra to the pinnacle of the second layer. On the cusp of stepping into the ultimate third layer of the reincarnation of all worlds, thereby transcending the Immortal Emperor and reaching the realm of the primordial deity. However, Despite the seeming proximity of this goal, the journey remains profoundly distant. An unfathomable 90 trillion villain points are required, or the genuine mastery of the primordial heavenly Tao, to earn the recognition of the myriad realms and step into that final realm. Presently, Chu Yuan is still somewhat lacking in his ascent to the Immortal Emperor realm, let alone the primordial level, the eternal crown of the Emperor. Nevertheless, Chu Yuan is not in haste to achieve perfection in the Heavenly Emperor's Reincarnation Sutra. With a mere wave of his right hand, a crown enveloped in dark demonic mist, radiating an overwhelming aura of terror, materialized. The crown, shrouded in a profound darkness, bore faint yet horrifying crimson patterns. It resembled a seething mass of ancient demonic blood, causing the surrounding void to gradually vanish before its presence. An oppressive fear permeating the entire heavens. Hiss! Such terror! What manner of treasure is this? Merely the emanating waves send shivers down our spines. In an instant, countless powerful beings outside the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace changed countenance and gasped in astonishment. They were no weaklings. Yet the mere spread of this demonic might sent their hearts into turmoil, rendering them unable to endure. The eternal crown of the Emperor has manifested. The Demon Emperor, our sovereign, revered by all demons across the heavens. He is not only the abyssal emperor of the great Chu immortal court, but also the sole emperor of our infinite true demons. With the emergence of the eternal crown of the Emperor, our true demon clan shall finally welcome a true master. As for the 8 demon halls and other demon powers who had come to observe, they all knelt fervently in reverence, murmuring in hushed tones. Boom! Even as their voices echoed, the distant void erupted with a roar, followed by an unfathomable surge of demonic mist, from which emerged a towering figure. 6 wings adorning its back, a dark horn sprouting from its head, and a swirling tempest of demonic energy enveloping its form. The mere appearance of this demonic silhouette caused the entire Shien Emperor's heavenly palace to tremble violently. The primordial Demon Emperor, in an instant, the Shien Emperor, the Hao Emperor, and the Yin Emperor all narrowed their eyes, fixating intensely on that figure. The demonic silhouette exuded a boiling surge of demonic energy, its terrifying pressure tangible enough to stir an inexplicable sense of oppression and fear even within them. This is the pinnacle being among the 8 emperors of the upper realm, the primordial Demon Emperor, the sovereign of the demon realm, since the fall of the Lord of Eternal Calamity. The primordial Demon Emperor has stood as the sole ruler of all demons. Truly, as foretold, the Emperor's crown has manifested. We have awaited this day. The imposing form of the primordial Demon Emperor obscured the heavens, and with each step he took, the very firmament trembled as if the apocalypse had descended. Buzz. Yet soon, the form of this master of the demon realm began to rapidly shrink. Ultimately, he transformed into a middle-aged man with black hair and golden eyes, his cold and sinister gaze sweeping across the surroundings, finally resting upon Chu Yuan. You are the chosen successor of the demon ancestor? The primordial Demon Emperor looked down upon Chu Yuan, his voice devoid of warmth. It seemed as though he had long occupied the pinnacle of the myriad demons and was now reluctant to relinquish his imperial authority, instead desiring to remain the sole Demon Emperor. Kneel. However, upon witnessing this, Chu Yuan merely donned the crown symbolizing the dominion over all demons with a calm demeanor and coldly uttered 2 words. Boom. Suddenly, the demonic blood within the primordial Demon Emperor surged uncontrollably. Kneel. 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 Every drop of demonic blood within him, every fragment of his soul, seemed to roar in fervent desire for submission. Uft. The primordial Demon Emperor struggled to maintain composure as a mouthful of demonic blood erupted from his lips. Yet even this could not halt the tumultuous surge of his bloodline, which escalated with ferocity, threatening to tear apart his flesh and soul. Heh. Truly worthy of the demon ancestor's edict. Even I, the Emperor, cannot contend with it. Enough, enough. Thud. In but a few breaths, the primordial Demon Emperor, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the upper realm, knelt before Chu Yuan, bowing low and respectfully proclaiming, I, Mo Shang, pay homage to your majesty, the Demon Emperor. From this moment forth, you shall be the sole master of the demon realm and the myriad demon clans, with countless true demons at your command. The moment the words of the primordial Demon Emperor fell, an immeasurable expanse of demonic clouds surged and converged, manifesting countless demonic silhouettes. An endless array of demonic figures knelt in the void, collectively proclaiming. This scene astonished all present. Even the Shien Emperor, who had been furious over the loss of his disciple, could not help but change countenance. What is happening? Why does the primordial Demon Emperor kneel before Chu Yuan? What is this eternal crown of the Emperor that the demons speak of? How has Chu Yuan transformed into the new master of the demon realm? The powerful beings within the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace were left aghast. They were not of the demon clan, thus unable to comprehend the significance embodied by the eternal crown of the emperor. They only knew that the primordial demon emperor, who made even the Hao Emperor wary, was now bowing in submission to a junior who had yet to attain the Immortal Emperor realm, even willing to relinquish his reigning position spanning countless epochs. This fellow is indeed the heir of eternal calamity. The deep, vast eyes of the Hao Emperor narrowed slightly as he gazed at the figure that commanded the reverence of all demons, his lips moving as he murmured, "Rise." At this moment, Chu Yuan's voice echoed with a faint intonation. He then raised his hand to sweep, unleashing an indescribable and terrifying power that instantly expanded, engulfing the entire Shien Emperor's heavenly palace. Today, a single entity, I, the Emperor, can obliterate this palace. You shall merely observe from here. And after I eliminate the Shien Emperor, I will redefine the order of this upper realm. Chapter 102, Commanding Darkness, Instantaneous Annihilation of the Shien Emperor. His words, calm yet imbued with boundless dominance, darkened the gaze of the far-off Shien Emperor, who coldly retorted, "A single individual to annihilate my Shien Emperor's heavenly palace? Chu Yuan, do you truly believe that with the inheritance of the Lord of Eternal Calamity, you can become invincible in the upper realm? You are courting death." Boom. As the words of the Shien Emperor resonated in the air, a cataclysmic explosion of ethereal azure light erupted forth. Streams of resplendent celestial energy surged across the firmament, intertwining with the shadow of the world tree that spanned the heavens, instantly illuminating the boundless expanse with an infinite radiance. I am the sovereign of the Shien Dao. All mysteries, wonders, illusions, and profound truths of this world are of my making, my unfolding, and my creation. The arcane arts and enigmatic methods are the very foundation of my being, my essence. He proclaimed, "Chu Yuan, what do you possess to contend against me?" The Shien Emperor's cold laughter echoed, his imposing figure towering ever larger, branches of the world tree birthing nascent universes, blooming and maturing with astonishing speed. In mere moments, he had manifested an immeasurable cosmos, enveloped in celestial light, revealing a true path to the heavens. His aura surged to unprecedented heights, radiating supreme majesty that swept across the universe, instilling a palpable tension in both the Flame Emperor and Ice Emperor, who exchanged solemn glances. It seemed that the Shien Emperor was indeed unleashing his ultimate trump card. Boom. Just as the onlookers braced for the shock, a colossal cosmic entity materialized from thin air, descending upon Chu Yuan with overwhelming force. In an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. The very fabric of reality began to disintegrate, the ground shattered, and the sky collapsed. Chu Yuan leapt forth, breaking through the boundless celestial dome of the upper realm, entering the true expanse of the cosmic sea, where the vast universe stretched infinitely, filled with chaotic energies, as if countless suns hung suspended in the void. This was the cosmic sea, the very core of all realms. Chu Yuan's gaze was as cold as the abyss. The cosmic sea represented the essence of all realms, though the upper realm was vast. It paled in comparison to the truly boundless cosmic sea, which expanded violently with each passing moment. You cannot escape. Boom. An unimaginable expanse of chaotic mists roiled, and a vast cosmic ocean collapsed, countless beings perishing within. The Shien Emperor's form was magnificent beyond measure, enveloped in an endless radiance, divine and immaculate, as if he had emerged from the primordial void, wielding dominion over countless destinies. Boom. In the next instant, he thrust forth his right arm, and the mere aftershock obliterated countless universes, conjuring a monumental tidal wave. The Immortal Emperors were the sovereigns of the upper realm, unparalleled across all worlds. Yet, even amidst the unyielding solidness of the upper realm, they could only manifest a fraction of their true power. Now, having detached from the upper realm and entering the cosmic sea, the destructive potential of the Shien Emperor was nothing short of terrifying. A mere fragment of his power could extinguish myriad universes. Under the full force of his onslaught, even this expansive cosmic sea trembled and roiled, as if it might be pierced at any moment. What is happening? Who dares to act so recklessly within the domain of my thousand-eyed divine emperor? The tumultuous disturbance also roused the powerful beings within the cosmic sea. At that moment, a figure of an immortal king materialized in the cosmic ocean. He was the thousand-eyed divine emperor, ruler of 37,000 vast universes, reigning over the cosmic sea for countless ages. Sizzle. Yet now, as the thousand-eyed divine emperor merely extended his form, he was obliterated by a mere trace of the Shien Emperor's overflowing power, leaving not a remnant behind. This incited a wave of panic among the leaders of various universes. However, all of this was but a casual act by the Shien Emperor, executed with effortless grace. even his gaze not bothering to linger upon these contemptible ants of the mortal realm. Are you enraged out of shame? Chu Yuan's demeanor remained remarkably relaxed, indifferent to the celestial torrent descending upon him, instead taking interest in the unfolding spectacle. The eternal calamity diadem, as a semi-primordial artifact, possessed powers far beyond merely subjugating the demonic tribe. Its true efficacy lay in commanding the darkness. In the realms enveloped by darkness, everything fell under its dominion. And within the cosmic sea, the boundless dark void spread forth, serving as the perfect canvas for the might of the eternal calamity diadem. Flash. In the next moment, adorned with the dim imperial diadem, Chu Yuan indifferently pointed. Buzz. Instantly, the entirety of the cosmic sea seemed to plunge into an exquisite silence. All things appeared to be steeped in darkness, utterly submerged in eternal night, transforming into nothingness. Everything seemed to vanish in that instant. Time, space, fate, causality. Even the very essence of existence. Every conceivable significance. Only the profound, infinite darkness remained, forever settled, never to fade. Who am I? The radiant light of the Shien Emperor was utterly eclipsed. In the darkness, his form had become nearly untraceable, as if merged with the eternal night. The Shien Emperor, bewildered, raised his hands, only to find them shrouded in darkness, devoid of flesh or skin. His identity as the upper realm's Immortal Emperor, even his most fundamental self, was swallowed by an overwhelming darkness. He gazed around, lost in a haze, feeling as though he had forgotten something vital. Sizzle. Suddenly, a sound of tearing rent the air, jolting him back to reality. The vision spun, revealing the figures of the Shien Emperor's court once again, all manifesting expressions of shock and horror, despair evident in their eyes. Thud. At last, the Shien Emperor's head fell heavily to the ground. The towering shadow of the world tree shattered completely, transforming into immeasurable pure celestial energy that Chu Yuan devoured. Even the supreme and grand Shen Dao was engulfed by the encroaching darkness. At long last, the power cultivated by the Shien Emperor over countless eons became the stepping stone for Chu Yuan to take that final stride, weaving an imperial robe from chaos, constructing an imperial diadem from darkness, and establishing his throne upon the cosmic sea. With a single stride, he entered the unparalleled realm of the upper realm, the true domain of sovereignty. Immortal Emperor. Chapter 103. With a wave of his hand, he crushes the two immortal emperors. I am the heavenly emperor. What constitutes an immortal emperor? To master one of the 3,000 great paths and reign over the heavens. The chaotic principles that Chu Yuan had cultivated underwent an infinite metamorphosis, transforming into a towering, celestial pathway of chaos. The Shien Dao of the Shien Emperor appeared feeble and insignificant before him. Within mere breaths, it was entirely consumed and refined by the chaotic pathway. Boom. The moment Chu Yuan achieved the status of Immortal Emperor, the entire cosmic sea trembled violently. The sovereigns of countless worlds revealed expressions of fear, as if they sensed the overwhelming terror of supremacy, all choosing to kneel in reverence, not daring to resist in the slightest. The Shien Emperor has fallen? Within the upper realm, several immortal emperors observing from the shadows felt their hearts race. Gazing at the head that had been utterly reduced to ash, their minds nearly imploded, suffocating under disbelief. The Shien Emperor, that ancient titan born from the primordial void, one of the 8 sovereigns of the upper realm. Today he has fallen so simply. No one could fathom that what transpired today was real. How could this be? From one of the 8 immortal emperor factions, the ancient Thunder Sacred Ground. The Thunder Emperor abruptly awoke from a million-year seclusion, his eyes flashing with thunder revealing profound shock. The fall of the Shien Emperor reverberated through the upper realm like a bomb detonating. Regardless of the ordinary cultivators or the formidable celestial emperors standing atop the pinnacle. At this moment, they all instantaneously received the news, collectively plunged into a profound silence and astonishment. The demise of the Shien Emperor? Indeed, the Shien Emperor has perished. It appears that this time, our ascent to the upper realm. No, the entire celestial order is destined for transformation. In the 9 Swords Immortal Palace, an aged figure clad in a brown robe opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating the boundless void, comprehending all that had transpired in the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace, and even earlier events within the seas of the celestial realms. This was unmistakably another celestial emperor. He was known as the Sword Emperor, the sovereign of the 9 Swords Immortal Palace, wielding mastery over the paths of swordsmanship throughout antiquity and the future, his prowess rivaling that of the terrifyingly powerful Hao Emperor. Beyond the upper realm, within the special high-ranking world belonging to the Dragon Clan, in the Dragon Emperor realm, the most formidable of the 8 sovereigns of the upper realm, the unrivaled mixed heaven Dragon Emperor, suddenly erupted into laughter. The old man Shien Emperor is dead, indeed. With the turmoil in the upper realm, our dragon clan, having lain dormant for countless eons, finally has the opportunity to seize control once more and reclaim our status as rulers of the upper realm. Boom. The mixed heaven dragon emperor's colossal form transcended all imagination as he coiled within a vast starry river. With a flick of his tail, he stirred boundless waves, disturbing the fabric of space and time across trillions of miles. Once the sole dominators of the upper realm, the dragon clan had endured a great calamity, witnessing the fall of 99% of their powerful members. Thus, they could only bide their time in the Dragon Emperor realm for endless ages, awaiting the dawn of a new era. Upon hearing of the Shien Emperor's demise, the 8 Emperor hierarchy crumbled. At last, the Dragon Clan has been afforded a chance to pierce into the upper realm, a splendid opportunity to reclaim dominion over the primordial heavens and ascend to the primordial beginning. Convey a decree to the 9 great dragon sovereigns. Today, our Dragon Clan shall officially take command of the upper realm. Any beings that obstruct us, eliminate. 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 The voice of the mixed heaven dragon emperor reverberated through the starry river, imbued with an icy, unyielding authority. As commanded by the dragon emperor, a chorus of resounding dragon roars echoed throughout the universe. The 9 great dragon sovereigns appeared, each possessing strength that had ascended to the realm of celestial emperors. Their battle prowess astonishing, rivaling that of the 8 emperors. At this moment, the dragon emperor realm was ablaze with furious dragons emerging en masse. A chaotic upheaval that would engulf the entirety of the celestial seas was imminent. Meanwhile, within the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace, the newly ascended celestial emperor, Chu Yuan, who grasped the path of chaos, gazed down with icy detachment. Countless chaotic patterns shimmered around him, and all things, upon nearing Chu Yuan, would be deconstructed by chaos, disintegrating into nothingness. The ultimate fate for all would be to become a part of Chu Yuan's power. Invincible, truly invincible. Chaos embodies the essence of all things. And Chu Yuan, wielding the path of chaos, undoubtedly stood as a supreme deity touching the roots of the primordial beginning. With a mere thought, he could render all things to oblivion, returning all spirits to their most primitive forms. You killed my master? You killed the Shien Emperor? Within the Shien Emperor's heavenly palace, one of the remaining 2 celestial emperors, the Yuan Ming Emperor, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of shock. His own path power erupted instantaneously, his eyes filled with extreme malice and fury, fixating on Chu Yuan. Damn ant. What have you done? In that moment, the Yuan Ming Emperor was consumed by rage. The invincible master, the Shien Emperor, who was born of the primordial essence, was dead. Who is truly the ant? Chu Yuan's indifferent gaze swept across, his voice resonating as if descending from the 9th heaven, exuding an unparalleled and imperious authority that was beyond challenge. Impudent. The Yuan Ming Emperor erupted in fury. Boom. A torrent of celestial radiance surged upward, transforming into boundless divine flames that rushed toward Chu Yuan. He commanded the path of the primordial, claiming to conjure primordial flames capable of incinerating all things, annihilating all laws, even capable of extinguishing the primordial heavens. The path of the primordial? Before my chaos, it is but dust. Chu Yuan shook his head, casually extending his hand to point downwards. Buzz. In an instant, the path of chaos unfolded. Infinite time and space seemed to tremble. Boom. An endless expanse of chaotic mist descended, shrouding the heavens and enveloping myriad laws, completely obliterating the terrifying primordial flames of the Yuan Ming Emperor. What is this? Then, as the chaotic mist touched the Yuan Ming Emperor, every strand of power composing his celestial body, every particle, instantaneously fragmented, the path of the primordial collapsing and being devoured by the chaos. The screams of the Yuan Ming Emperor reverberated across the heavens. Before the trembling gazes of the many powerful beings, they could only watch as such a supreme celestial emperor's body disintegrated, his path crumbling. Wait, the Guhua Emperor, At that moment, the Guhua Emperor finally spoke, but as he uttered a word, he suddenly let out a tragic wail. A terrifying, despair-inducing force of chaos surged forth beside him, invading his space in the blink of an eye. Bang! Chaos obliterated. The Guhua Emperor's celestial body shattered instantly, consumed by the boundless chaos mist, utterly annihilated. A dignified celestial emperor was crushed by Chu Yuan in an instant. He had not even been granted the chance to react. No, at this moment, the Yuan Ming Emperor also fell into fear and despair, his entire cultivation and path power transforming into chaos, completely devoured by Chu Yuan, erased without a trace. Who else wishes to oppose this emperor? Chu Yuan's expression remained cold and indifferent, as if he stood high above, surveying the myriad beings. regarding the many powerful entities as mere dirt and refuse. Upon uttering these words, the Yin Emperor, Hao Emperor, Bing Emperor, and numerous other powerful beings observing the scene felt an overwhelming dread wash over them, nearly suffocating them. Terrifying. The strength of this Yuan Tian Emperor surpassed all imagination. Upon stepping into the realm of celestial emperors, with a mere wave of his hand, he had dispatched 2 venerable celestial emperors. Even the Shien Emperor had perished at his hands, and the original 8 sovereigns of the upper realm would surely become mere history. Chapter 104. Mastering the Primordial, Ruler of all realms. As the winds swept across the long sky, dispersing the many mists and completely erasing the final remnants of the Shien Emperor's existence, Chu Yuan stood with hands clasped behind his back amidst the 9 heavens, his gaze profound. At this moment, he had attained the path of chaos, continuously devouring and mastering 3 paths, with both his cultivation and power reaching an unimaginable realm. What were the 8 sovereigns of the upper realm in his eyes but mere blades of grass? Whenever he wished, he could annihilate them with a mere snap of his fingers. I, the Bing Emperor, today represent the Tianyue Cold Palace, submitting to His Majesty the Yuan Tian Emperor, submitting under the great Chu Immortal Court. As Chu Yuan's threatening words fell, the first to speak was the Bing Emperor, who bowed deeply, her gaze softening, increasingly satisfied and affectionate towards Chu Yuan, radiating warmth and a sense of closeness. The Bing Emperor? Chu Yuan turned, meeting her gaze with an air of indifference. At that instant, as if sensing something, his ever-composed expression slightly shifted, revealing a hint of surprise. He glanced back toward his father, Chu Jin, who now appeared somewhat evasive, seemingly reluctant to face the Bing Emperor directly. Mother, please rise. I am unaware of the grievances between you and father, but as you are my mother, no one shall harm you in the least from this day forth. Chu Yuan reached out to assist the Bing Emperor, speaking softly. Through the Heavenly Emperor's reincarnation scripture, he instantaneously discerned the minuscule shifts in his own destiny. With this retrospection, he swiftly uncovered his true identity. He was indeed the legitimate heir of the Ice Emperor. It was solely due to the bloodline within the Ice Emperor's veins that he could inherit the eternal calamity and attain the eternal calamity demon body. The events of the past remained shrouded in mystery. His father, Chu Jin, had clandestinely brought him into the lower realm, concealing his identity and sealing his demonic blood, leaving no trace of his true self. Yet now, everything was laid bare. Regardless of the enemies that once plagued the great Chu celestial court, Chu Yuan stood unflinching, ready to crush all adversaries, even those as formidable as the primordial deities. Yuner, allow me to explain. Yuaner is because as the Ice Emperor approached, Chu Jin's countenance shifted dramatically, and in his flustered state, he attempted to defend himself. No need. The Ice Emperor's response was merely a gentle smile. Today, I am profoundly gratified to see you once more and to witness our son's growth. I ask for nothing more. Her voice was soothing, her demeanor increasingly tender. Observing the swift reconciliation between his parents, Chu Yuan shook his head in amusement, redirecting his focus and once again adopting a demeanor of cold indifference. Yin Emperor, Hao Emperor, what is your choice? Chu Yuan's gaze swept over the 2 celestial emperors, his expression eerily tranquil. You. The Yin Emperor clenched and unclenched his fists, his emotions tumultuously swirling within him, utterly unprepared for the terrifying domain this child had entered upon becoming a celestial emperor. He realized that he was no longer a match for him. To resist would only lead to a fate akin to that of the Shien Emperor, leaving him without a complete corpse. Ha ha. At that moment, a boisterous laughter erupted, reverberating through the void. Rip. In the next instant, the endless heavens tore asunder. The overwhelming might of dragon power descended like a celestial deluge, instantly causing the Hao Emperor and Yin Emperor to recoil in astonishment. Their hearts gripped with terror as they instinctively retreated thousands of miles. Roar. 9 dragon roars echoed, resounding through the cosmos, a mighty tide sweeping forth, shaking the universe. Before the astonished gazes of all present, an immense creature descended from the 9th heaven, unleashing a tempest of chaos. Behind it, from the gaping void of the 9 realms, 9 colossal dragon figures emerged, coiling and roaring, their thunderous dragon chants shaking the very fabric of existence, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The mixed heaven dragon emperor, the 9 great dragon sovereigns. Why do you grace this realm with your presence? This is not a place for you. Upon witnessing this scene, the Yin Emperor's complexion turned pale, though he had long suspected that should the Shien Emperor fall, the dynamics among the 8 emperors would shift, allowing the true dragon clan of the upper realm to conspire in the shadows and rise to power. He had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift, nor that the 9 great dragon sovereigns would emerge together, truly stirring the winds and waves of the upper realm. Ha! Since you have encountered this emperor, why do you not bow in submission? The mixed heaven dragon emperor's laughter boomed. His voice was deep and resonant, akin to the clash of metal and stone, thundering like a celestial quake. As the strongest among the 8 emperors of the upper realm, the mixed heaven dragon emperor had endured countless years, waiting for this day to seize dominion over the upper realm. Boom! The tumultuous waves surged, and in an instant, the 9 great dragon sovereigns crossed the void, transforming into human forms and directly approaching the mixed heaven dragon emperor's side. The overwhelming pressure of 10 celestial emperors swept across the battlefield, crushing the feeble into blood mist, their anguished cries echoing incessantly. Following them, countless true dragons surged forth, a dense swarm filling the entire expanse of the upper realm's sky. Damn it! Faced with such a spectacle, the Yin Emperor's features convulsed, his heart consumed with rage and disbelief. The Dragon Emperor's forces had ascended to such an extent. It appeared they had meticulously orchestrated everything for this moment, aiming to become the sole overlord of the upper realm. The mixed heaven dragon emperor? Yet Chu Yuan remained remarkably composed as he stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon the 10 towering figures against the celestial tapestry. Perfect. Today this heavenly emperor is in need of a steed. If you kneel and submit, you may avert death. His domineering proclamation resonated through the heavens, laden with an overwhelming brilliance, threatening to obliterate all the true dragons. Boom! Upon the utterance of these words, the crowd erupted in uproar. Even the Yin Emperor and Hao Emperor were struck with disbelief. This was the mixed heaven dragon emperor, a being of terrifying might, nearly akin to the primordial deities. And at this moment, they were confronted by the combined might of 10 celestial emperors. It was inconceivable that even this Yuan heavenly emperor could obstruct them. Buzz. Yet, in the following moment, the eyes of all present widened in shock. They beheld the mixed heaven dragon emperor, towering above the 9th heaven and gazing down upon the ancient skies, suddenly lower his gaze in response to those words. His eyes gleamed with an icy brilliance. Boom! Their gazes intertwined. In an instant, the entire firmament felt as if it had been pierced by their stares, the void reverberating as if unable to bear the weight of their combined intensity. Human ants, huh? Ridiculous. One of the dragon's sovereigns sneered, brandishing a colossal blade, and struck down from afar. We, the true dragon clan, have always towered above all living beings. How could mere human ants like you dare to offend us? Boom! The immense blade descended, its radiance akin to pillars of light, seemingly intent on cleaving the entire celestial domain in twain. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a voice, devoid of emotion, resonated amidst the cascading blade aura. Is that so? Boom! In an instant, a torrent of demonic light erupted as if a volcano had unleashed its fury, the searing aura of annihilation engulfing the entire realm. An overwhelming terror emanated from within that demonic radiance. Sizzle! Sizzle! In a fleeting moment, before the mixed heaven dragon emperor could even react, the 9 great dragon sovereigns' forms disintegrated into blood mist, their souls and essence completely devoured, utterly obliterated. The mixed heaven dragon emperor was struck with horror, yet he was merely the next prey on Chu Yuan's hunting list. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, the cataclysmic demonic light surged into the sky, with a single strike obliterating this most powerful celestial emperor, extinguishing his very essence. How can this be? An emperor? How Emperor's pupils constricted, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In just 2 moves, within a single move, all 9 dragon sovereigns were eradicated. Another strike and the mixed heaven dragon emperor was left without form or spirit. Trembling, they gasped in disbelief. At this moment, both rulers of the upper realm were so profoundly shaken that they could scarcely articulate their thoughts, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. An endless chaos enveloped the space as Chu Yuan advanced slowly, one deliberate step at a time, towards the 2. With each footfall, the void quaked. As he walked, the very heavens trembled. Dark, demonic flames emerged from the right side of his body, distorting the air and conjuring countless malevolent apparitions, their wails echoing in despair. To his left, boundless chaos unfurled, the order of all things manifesting through it, portraying a grand primordial vision, once again devouring the 10 directions of the Great Path. At this moment, Chu Yuan's cultivation had truly reached the pinnacle of celestial emperorship. Yet, no matter how he endeavored, he could not take that final step toward becoming a true deity, as if something vital eluded him, or perhaps he awaited an opportunity. Now make your choice. However, Chu Yuan remained unhurried, his gaze indifferent and frigid as he fixed his eyes upon the Emperor of Flame and the Emperor of Heaven. Submit. I, the Emperor of Heaven, shall henceforth serve the celestial Emperor Yun as my sovereign. The celestial Emperor is supreme, the singular ruler of the upper realms, the sovereign of myriad worlds. At that moment, both the Emperor of Flame and the Emperor of Heaven were utterly petrified by fear. They chose to submit without the slightest hesitation, daring not to entertain even a hint of defiance. They could keenly sense each other as formidable and terrifying power. Particularly, the fall of the ancestral Dragon Emperor had instilled an unparalleled dread in the two supreme rulers, leaving them no room to consider their dignity. Very well, Chu Yuan nodded, then turned his gaze toward the boundless expanse of the 9 heavens above. There, in the heart of the vast upper realm, lay the core consciousness of the entire multiverse, where the primordial heavenly Tao resided. Perhaps to set foot in the primordial would require truly mastering the primordial heavenly Tao. Only by gathering all fortunes and creations unto oneself could one crystallize the true fruit of the primordial Tao. Boom. With a singular thought, Chu Yuan shattered the void with a single step, hurtling directly into the 9 heavens above. Mortal beings shall not overstep. As soon as he touched the core of the upper realm, the voice of the primordial heavenly Tao thundered like a tempest. An endless cascade of heavenly tribulation lightning surging forth, intent on obliterating him entirely. This was the primordial heavenly Tao, representing all heavenly laws of the myriad worlds, governing all life, all causality, and all creations. Before it, any who dared to provoke the divine might would surely be reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Rumble. Yet, Chu Yuan did not grant it even the slightest opportunity to retaliate. With a mere gesture, boundless chaotic mists ascended. In an instant, he devoured the will manifested by the primordial heavenly Tao, and subsequently seized the source of the heavenly law in his grasp, refining it in a heartbeat. Boom, boom, rumble. The power of the primordial heavenly Tao was refined. An unimaginable colossal force surged through Chu Yuan's entire being in an instant. The celestial dome of the upper realm suddenly tore asunder, revealing a magnificent divine hall visible only to Chu Yuan. Within the hall, the ocean of the multiverse, the river of time, and the land of the return to nothingness were all observable. It appeared to be the singular hall that commanded the myriad worlds, the supreme palace where the Lord of the Heavens resided. Chu Yuan then stepped beyond the confines of the upper realm, directly entering the supreme domain of this divine hall, taking his place upon the ancient and exalted divine throne. I am the celestial Emperor Chu Yuan. Today I ascend to the primordial and take command of the upper realm. I shall govern the myriad heavens and establish the eternal celestial court. Seated upon the divine throne, his resounding voice reverberated through infinite worlds, compelling all formidable beings of the heavens to bow and pay homage to the might of the primordial. At this moment, the eternal celestial court was truly formed, ruling over the myriad realms. I shall bear the title. Chu Yuan's eyes glimmered with a dark radiance, each word a proclamation to the heavens. Almost simultaneously, a name surged forth, accompanied by a torrent sweeping through countless worlds. Rumble. In an instant, the entire multiverse erupted in fervor. All beings trembled, and countless immortal powers were struck with terror. That name, resoundingly, was Yuan.